The Life of Mao. Introduction. Compared with the first edition 2 decades ago, the chapters that follow do not change my overall picture of Mao. Today I stress a little more than before that Mao from the late 1950s on had recurrent doubts about what the revolution had accomplished and began to turn back to a subjective worldview and a cyclical idea of history. Also, he really did fear that capitalism might well be restored in China. Newly available Mao texts from the period of the Hundred Flowers and the Great Leap Forward confirm my original contention that Mao became idiosyncratic and subjective from this time onward. In fact, Mao the Tiger and Mao the Monkey, a motif of the book, are simultaneously in evidence in the 1956-57 talks and diatribes. Mao was both carrying his zeal for social engineering a step further and expressing doubts about some colleagues and some socialist orthodoxies. It is clearer now that Mao didn't really lose power in the early 1960s and regain it by the Cultural Revolution. His own will to take a back seat and then spring to the fore again may have been as important as the power and policy struggles of that era. Jiang Qing's role in the coming of the Cultural Revolution was greater than I allowed for in the first edition. Mao's turning to her was integral to his personal resurgence and his fight against the threatening mortality of his revolution, as, indeed, his tilting toward her during 1976 was part of his final leftward lunge. The picture of Mao and Jiang that emerges is not of a hero and a villain, but of two strong-willed people, with an unsymmetrical relation to Chinese public life, who were deeply in love with each other for a time, and who later transmuted the personal passion into a potent political marriage, but whose habits and tastes and abilities were wildly different, and who intermittently annoyed and bypassed each other. It is a disgrace to the Chinese Communist Party that the obituaries of Jiang Qing in the official press never mentioned that she had been married to Mao for 38 years. My original passages on Mao's personal life were bolder than anything published on the mainland in the 1970s. Despite this head start, much more about Mao's psychological relations with women, anguish at his own isolation, and other personal dimensions was revealed only after I finished Mao and began to research his wife in the early 1980s. For example, only in the Jiang Qing biography did I go into the large role in Mao's last years of Zhang Yufeng, his confidential secretary. I was criticized in reviews of the first edition for paying too much attention to Mao's personality and personal life. Edwin Moise spoke for many when, in 1986 in the bibliography of his Modern China, A History, he recommended my Mao but warned his readers that it concentrates too much on details of Mao's personal life. Yet a decade later, in a number of serious works, details of Mao's personal life took center stage. Although my suggestion of the possibility of intimacy between Mao and Zhang Yufeng had been rejected, later revelations turned possibility into certainty. I now give additional stress to Mao's mixed record in judging people. Many top figures he ardently backed, Kangshang, Lin Biao, and Wang Hongwen, among others, were not in most respects good choices, just as he failed to back and retain many worthier figures, Peng Dehuai, Chen Yi, and Liu Shaoqi, among dozens of others. Mao's conversation with Deng just after the latter fell and was being sent to the countryside in 1967 does not reflect well on Mao. Deng was bold enough to observe bitterly that perhaps he should have been like rising star Lin Biao and pleased Mao by making meritorious achievements out of nothing. To which Mao replied with a smile, "History will judge whether Lin Biao is correct or not. You don't have to be defiant." A decade later, Lin Biao was dead after a frightful clash with Mao, and Deng had begun his climb back to the top as the Mao of the post-Mao era. The new research on the pre-1949 period has chipped away at the idea that most CCP successes were achieved by Mao single-handed. As for the post-liberation period, Mao's decision-making seems more ad hoc, even chaotic, than we used to think. Deciding to enter the Korean War, Mao was at the mercy of what Stalin permitted him to know of Kim Il-sung's plans to unify Korea, and faced colleagues deeply doubtful of the wisdom of China dancing to the deceptive tune of Kim's ambitions and Stalin's anti-American calculations. Mao practiced deviousness and deception in coping with political struggles and policy failures. His cool acquiescence in the destruction of Gao Gang, for example, may have been due less to Gao's ties to Moscow than to Mao's wait-and-see ambivalence about Gao's maneuvers against a Liu Shaoqi of whom Mao was already wary. At times during the 1960s and 1970s, Mao's taste for paradox, his self-criticism, and the alternating tiger and monkey sides to his own nature were all used to mislead or excuse. One minute he would dispatch Kong Shang or Chun Boda to carry out a dirty trick. The next he would throw up his arms before a visitor and declare that he possessed no power at all. We would not have guessed at Mao's death in 1976, nor yet at the 10th anniversary of his death in 1986, that by the 20th anniversary much of the focus on him would have shifted to his personal ways, to that most personal of all realms, his sexual life. But then Americans of the Reagan era in the 1980s might not have guessed that a U.S. president elected in 1992 would spend his first months in the White House on the issue of homosexuals in the military, the first weeks after his re-election in 1996 on the issue of sexual harassment in the military, and much of 1998 defending himself against charges about sexual misconduct in the White House. As the turn of the century approached, Mao, indeed, was as often viewed as a conspirator and lecher as he was unifier of China, philosopher of Asian communism, and major architect of the collapse of the communist bloc. A tendency to believe the best about Mao was one reason why Western sinology was for some years disinclined to see the pathological in Mao. But a more important one was the absence of authoritative evidence of his willful and mindless ways. By the 1990s, the material base for viewing Mao's methods of rule was much more extensive than during his lifetime. More than any other single work, it was The Private Life of Chairman Mao by Li Jisui that consolidated this new perception in the West. Despite questions one might have about the reasons for Li's sourness toward Mao and the CCP, and about his recall of dialogue from decades before, the book by Mao's former physician has the ring of authenticity. It is the only book we have by a close associate of Mao who defected from China and then told his story. Lucian Pai points out that with great historical figures there are three levels of private life relevance. On one level, the personal habits of the leader can be treated as just a tale of scandal, no more worth dwelling on than the gossip and crime pages of a newspaper. More interesting is the question of the consistency between the great figure's private life and the values he upholds in public and requires of his citizens. This is of some importance, especially to the citizens themselves. In China, tens of millions of people lost a decade or two of their private lives as Mao pursued his public phantoms. Most consequential of all is a third level, at which we explore the private man as a source of explanation for his public policies, an approach Pai took in his Mao tse-tung, The Man in the Leader. This third level of understanding Mao the man seems to me of fundamental importance in gaining a total picture of Mao's China, especially its last 2 decades. The West is in a phase of skepticism about leadership, and it needs China less than in the 1970s and 1980s. Both points have affected the discussion of Mao. 2 or 3 decades after the deaths of the last titans of the World War II era, de Gaulle, Chiang Kai-shek, Mao-China studies have become influenced by the anti-heroic lens now typically applied to political leaders. It is revealing that Pai told us in 1996 that he pulled his punches in 1976 in not stating, as he says he believed, that Mao was probably a narcissist with a borderline personality. By 1996, he felt he could come out with his long-held conclusion. The evidence for Pai's delayed judgment that Mao was a borderline personality mounts by the year. It includes his youthful loneliness and fascist ideas, the neurasthenia to which his doctor testifies, his treatment of family members, his addiction to barbiturates, his lack of give and take with colleagues, and his suspiciousness. Here are Mao's words to Dr. Li just after his encounter with Khrushchev on the problems of the Taiwan Strait and dealing with the United States. Khrushchev just doesn't know what he's talking about. He wants to improve relations with the U.S. Good. We'll congratulate him with our guns. Our cannon shells have been in storage for so long they're becoming useless. So why don't we just use them for a celebration? Let's get the U.S. involved too. Maybe we can get the U.S. to drop an atom bomb on Fujian. Maybe 10 or 20 million people will be killed. Chiang Kai-shek wants the U.S. to use the bomb against us. Let them use it. Let's see what Khrushchev says then. Indeed, these words, if seriously meant as Dr. Li took them to be, are those of a borderline personality. So are Mao's words to Wang Li when he was frustrated with the veterans in the period of the February Adverse Current in 1967. Perhaps I'll execute Jiang Qing and Chun Boda, he burst out in angry sarcasm. Send Kong Shang out of the country into exile. Make Chun Yi head of the Cultural Revolution Group, with Su Xiangqian and Tan Jinlin as his deputies. If that doesn't work, I could call Wang Ming and Zhang Guotao back from abroad. If necessary, What about inviting the Americans and the Soviet Union to lend a hand? Here, to take a third example, is the problem of the influence of drugs that Dr. Li saw as early as 1958. Even as he spoke about sending me to inspect the people's communes, Mao was falling asleep and his speech was slurred, his voice nearly inaudible. He had taken his sleeping pills just before we started eating and had brought up the idea of the investigation in the midst of that half-awake, half-asleep euphoria he entered as the drug began to take effect. I was not sure whether his suggestion was real or part of a drug-induced dream. There were an increasing number of pivotal moments after 1958 when Mao may well have been mentally or physically unfit to make the decision he did. One of them was crucial to relations between China and the United States. Everyone who came in close contact with Mao was taken aback at the anarchy of his personal ways. He ate idiosyncratically. He refused to brush his teeth, offering the excuse that tigers with excellent teeth do not brush theirs. He became increasingly sexually promiscuous as he aged. He would stay up much of the night and sleep during much of the day. At times he would postpone sleep, remaining awake for 36 hours or more, until tension and exhaustion overcame him. He was, indeed, the consummate outlaw, without law and without God. Dr. Li believed this trait extended to an essential lack of morality and human feeling for the suffering of others. Yet many people who met Mao came away deeply impressed by his intellectual reach, originality, style of power within simplicity, kindness toward low-level staff members, and the aura of respect that surrounded him at the top of Chinese politics. It would seem difficult to reconcile these two disparate views of Mao. But in a fundamental sense, there was no brick wall between Mao the person and Mao the leader. Early in Mao's career of cavorting with girls, some provincial leaders made the mistake of supplying him with sophisticated beauties of mature years and artistic accomplishment. Mao turned them all down. For his private moments, he did not want famous actresses and singers, but inexperienced peasant maids 1/3 his own age. With the innocent girls, he often played mahjong. It was a recreation not unrelated to his other recreation of sex. While his hands were busy with the tiles, Dr. Li records, he was also flirting with his partners, using his feet to touch this one's feet or that one's legs under the table. One pretty young woman, Cui Ying, not mentioned by Dr. Li, who worked in the secretary's office in Zongnanhai in the late 1950s, caught Mao's eye. Dancing with him, she took the opportunity to complain about the unjust labeling of good people as rightists in the campaign of 1957. A strict boundary had been crossed. Cui Ying's body was needed, but not her mind. For heaven's sake, she might quote Mao outside Zongnanhai. Suddenly, one afternoon before a dance party at which she was scheduled to see Mao again, she found herself terminated as a staff member. Mao's sharp turn to promiscuity with naive young women coincided with the decline of his trust in the battle-scarred men around him. Sex became an avenue to a oneness that no longer existed in the councils of party and state. The limitation was that Mao could achieve oneness, whether sexual or philosophic, only with innocent young men and women who adored him, or with staff members and junior colleagues who accorded him total loyalty. "What Mao thought, I thought," said his doctor. "It was not that I had contrary opinions that I had to suppress or keep to myself. Mao's opinions were mine. The possibility of differing with the chairman never crossed my mind." It need hardly be said that any attempt to translate such oneness to the institutional and public life of a nation of 600 million people, a tse-tung based on personal feelings, was an impossibility, and to essay it was to court disaster. The real shock in the personal revelations of Dr. Li is less moral than political. Mao did not believe a lot of what he proclaimed in public. No other communist leader, perhaps no leader in 20th century politics, was a match for Mao in this breathtaking insincerity. We find it in small matters and in large. He sang the praises of Chinese traditional medicine, but when it came to his own health, he used Western medicine. The Soviet Union disgusted him even as he lauded it for public consumption. In private, he said good things about America while telling the Chinese people that America was the embodiment of evil. By contrast, we cannot find in Lord Moran's book about his patient Winston Churchill any sign that the British Prime Minister secretly admired the Nazis or despised Roosevelt. Perhaps Mao did not mean some of the things he said in private. Perhaps he was like Richard Nixon, who ranted about Ivy League types and Jews, yet never took action against these groups, and went on hiring them in substantial numbers for the White House staff. Yet the two cases are not the same. In the cold light of day, after an evening of uttering stress-reducing threats, Nixon could not easily take action to reduce the influence of Ivy League types and Jews. He was president of a country with laws, a vigorous Congress, and a free press. But when old Mao murmured a judgment for or against a person or a policy, the staff member who heard it set in motion steps toward implementation. The individual psyche of the top leader, in a democracy, simply does not become reflected in public policy the way it does in a communist dictatorship. The late Mao described by Dr. Li was different from the early and middle Mao. He had not always been vain, insincere, vindictive, arrogant, or duplicitous. In middle age, to take examples from the testimony of his most impressive secretary Tian Jiaying, Mao was not immodest. When commended for his opening speech at the 8th Party Congress, he said, "Do you know who wrote my speech? A young scholar, Tian Jiaying." The Mao of 1949 to 50 read all of the many letters that reached him from the general public, but the later Mao lacked a sense of the general public's problems and views. The Mao of 1950 could cry over the suffering of individuals from the grassroots, but the Mao of the Cultural Revolution did not. The Mao of 1951 called the sending of gifts and silk banners in homage to the government a waste and an error, but the later Mao could not get enough homage. In 1962, at the 7,000 Cadres Conference, after words of outrageous flattery of Mao were uttered by Lin Biao, Mao said, "Lin Biao's words are always so clear and direct. They are simply superb. Why can't the other party leaders be so perceptive?" Tian Jiaying could testify that Mao changed, for the change wrecked Tian's career and ended his life. To gain perspective on Mao's career at the summit of power in China, one may imagine a Ronald Reagan who not only ruled for the 8 years he was elected to office, but also long previously when a Democrat and long afterward when afflicted with Alzheimer's disease. This approximates the span and subjective variation of Mao's decades-long reign in Beijing. Mao's career evolved through an embrace of universal individualism as a youth, to a phase of belief in proletarian progress in the early 1920s, to peasant revolt, later 1920s, on to war communism in Yan'an, socialist building, the 1950s, disillusion with the results of socialism from the late 1950s, a philosophical and moral coarsening, 1960s, and a final return to a highly subjective individualism, 1970s. Given the Chinese system, all the different Maos were part of the single near-lifetime political rule of Mao. Hence, the more we learn about Mao the person, the more we are driven to analyze the system over which Mao presided. Because he exercised power for so long, and held it until he died, Mao's personal doubts and decline were translated into gyrations of the Chinese state. Intrigue was unleashed. Uncertainty, the oxygen of Mao's court, turned colleagues and staff into fearful conspirators. The imperial plus Leninist system acted as a magnifying glass, giving huge dimensions to each of Mao's personality quirks. For all his tyrannical aspects, Mao was an uneven, not a relentless totalitarian. He offered loopholes through which some of his enemies survived and some contrary opinions spoke. Colleagues including Zhu De, Heilong, and Chen Yi for many years got away with a quiet disdain for some of Mao's ideas. Mao could smile on the heterodox and befriend and protect non-Marxists who interested him for one reason or another. Taking English lessons from the pretty young Zhang Hanji in 1963, Mao remembered that he owed money to her father. For decades earlier, needing a large sum to pursue rebellious activities in Hunan, he had gone to Shanghai and persuaded Zhang Shizhao to lend him 20,000 yuan for youth to go to Europe for work study. Through Zhang Hanji, who continued to teach him English, Mao began payments of 2,000 yuan each year at the time of Spring Festival, completing in 1972 the reimbursement to Zhang Shizhao, who by now felt embarrassed to be receiving money from the supreme leader of China, even though Mao had lied to him in 1920 about the purpose to which the loan would be put. Possessed of self-doubt, learning, and traces of skepticism about history's upward march to a mountain peak of achievement, Mao was capable of expressing engaging, original, or nihilistic thoughts at unexpected moments. He was more literary than most other dictators of our century. In saying of himself that he was part tiger and part monkey, He was making a reference to Sun Wukong, the main character in the novel Shi Yuji, Journey to the West. It seems, too, that he likened himself to one of China's most famous literary figures, Jia Baoyu in Honglu Meng, Dream of the Red Chamber, a young rebel who did not quite grasp his goals and sought salvation in lust. In 1961, he took the trouble to write 3 letters in 3 hours to one of his secretaries about a classical poem on plum blossoms. Mao treated a number of young staff members with kindness and tolerance. "I am a person of few tears," he said to an assistant, but then named some exceptional circumstances that made him cry. "I cannot bear to have to say goodbye to staff members who are departing my service." A bodyguard named Feng Yaosong, looking for a girlfriend, was introduced by Mao to an attractive young woman in his entourage. Soon Mao was helping Feng revise his love letters to this woman. When the two married, Mao went to the wedding party, urging them to tightly love each other, until both of you are old and white-haired. A nurse called Little Yao missed a date with her boyfriend because she was working late for Mao. Concerned, Mao wrote a poem for Little Yao to give the young man to appease him. Little Yao worried that it was against security rules for her to carry from work a piece of paper her supervisor did not first inspect. "Don't be silly," Mao said to her. "Hide it in your pocket and just give it to him. Nobody will know. I never tell tales on anyone." The monkey in Mao ultimately hastened the erosion of the prestige, if not the power, of the Communist Party itself. In many respects, the Cultural Revolution produced the seeds of what became the Li-Yizhi poster of 1974 and the democracy movements of 1976, 1978–79, 1986, and 1989. Deng's pragmatism was only possible because Mao's utopianism, fueled by a system which fed the excesses of his personality, spiraled into fairyland. Through all his failures, Mao remained fascinating as a person. Some of the very factors that made him problematic as a leader made him interesting and even attractive as a human being. He was by instinct an iconoclast, and this gave him appeal to a variety of constituencies. The dispossessed liked his tendency to remind the world that the first shall be last, and the last shall be first. Patriots wary of the Soviet Union liked his habit of thumbing his nose at Moscow. His slogan, "It is right to rebel," was a green light to the subjectivism of the outsider or visionary who found the external world unpleasing. And some of the peasant girls said he was a first-class lover. I stressed in the first edition of this book that Mao's political methods and broad worldview probably owed more to Chinese traditions than to Marxism-Leninism. Indeed, it is clear there was little about the modern world, with the partial exception of Marxism, that Mao knew well. He reached into Chinese tradition for his instinctual knowledge. "I am convinced," writes Li Jisui, "that the intrigues in China's ancient imperial courts were a far more powerful influence on his thought than Marxism-Leninism. Yet Chinese tradition did not offer Mao his goals. I see more clearly than before that the goals came from the social engineering arsenal of Marxism-Leninism-Stalinism. In its fullness, this meant nothing less than the refashioning of the Chinese spirit away from balance and nearer to polarization, away from harmony and nearer to struggle, away from private values and toward the collective values of an Eastern Sparta. The mismatch between goal and method caused many of the tragedies of the Mao era. The clashes between the two began long before the spectacular problems of the 1960s and 1970s, but they intensified as Mao used stratagems from the ancient novels Shui Hu Zhuan, Story of the Marshes, and Sanguiyeni, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, to prosecute Marxist class struggle. As his subjectivism soared, class meant little more than a way to demarcate friend and enemy of the moment. Some leading Western China scholars assumed that social engineering could have worked if the conditions were correct and it was properly done. Frederick Ties says of the state control that issued from the 3 and 5 Antis campaigns in the early 1950s. As a result, CCP leaders had achieved a position where planned economic development was genuinely feasible. But surely the 20th century has taught us that planned economic development is never feasible, genuinely or otherwise. We have abundant evidence, much of it from outside China studies, about the disastrous unworkability of the command economy. Here, in the social engineering goals of Marxism-Leninism-Stalinism, lay the most profound flaw of the post-1949 Mao Zedong. Many laud the success of the Mao of 1949 to 57 and say that, from then on, he made mistakes or fell into excesses. Kenneth Lieberthal is able to call the regime of the 1950s a wholly legitimate CCP rule. Whence its legitimacy. Communist rule continued in the 1950s for the same reason that communist rule came into being in the 1940s. The power of the gun. The specific reasons for the failure of the Great Leap Forward remained unclear, says Lieberthal. But if the reasons for the failure of the Great Leap are not clear to us, then nothing Mao did can be clear to us. I do not accept that a continuance of the Soviet model years, without the lurch into the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, would somehow have led to the achievement of Mao's stated goals. Nothing in the experience of the Soviet Union or Eastern Europe suggests such an outcome. Harry Harding implies that the Cultural Revolution might have succeeded if it had been fully carried out. The flaw in Mao's strategy, in other words, was that he waged only half a revolution between 1966 and 1969. He failed to design a viable and enduring alternative political order to replace the one he sought to overthrow. In this sense, the Cultural Revolution was the second unsuccessful Chinese revolution of the 20th century, following 1911. But a revolution in 1966 would have meant the overthrow of the Communist Party, and that was not Mao's intention. Indeed, the Communist Party was his tool for the social engineering that provided the raison d'etre for his holding power. No, the flaw in Mao's strategy was fully evident in the first half of the targetless, deceitful, theatrical revolution of 1966 to 69. The Cultural Revolution had absolutely nothing to do with revolution, as understood in the scholarly literature on the subject. Recent research has tended to push back earlier in time the major failures of the CCP in power. The same process is evident in the case of the Soviet Union, where a previous notion of Stalin, betraying Lenin's revolution, has given way to a sense of Lenin as one with Stalin in his essential social engineering objectives and their concomitant dictatorial political methods. Mao's crusade against rightism began far earlier than the Cultural Revolution, earlier still than the Great Leap Forward, earlier even than the accelerated collectivization of 1956. The thought reform campaign in the wake of the Korean War bears the essential marks of the terroristic methods of the Cultural Revolution. The United Front tactics by which businessmen were used and discarded in the early 1950s were one with those Mao pioneered in Yan'an and employed throughout his communist career. He assailed Liu Shaoqi for rightist tendencies in 1953 and again in 1955. He did the same to Zhou Enlai and Chen Yun in 1956, Chen Yun again in 1957, and Zhou again in 1958. Perhaps 1949 is the real watershed in Mao's career, and a more important point of demarcation than any dualism in his own character. Not primarily because Mao deteriorated personally after 1949, that mostly came a decade later, but for reasons inherent in socialist construction. Benjamin Yang aptly suggests that, before the victory of 1949, Mao's revolutionary idealism was under the control of his political realism, whereas after 1949, his political realism was at the beck and call of his revolutionary idealism. From his rich pre-1949 experience of the practice of realism, Mao knew the language of realism, and he soothingly spoke it from time to time, as in 1953, 1961, and 1972. Even as the Great Leap Forward soared, reviewing a report from a county in Shandong that ended by saying, "The county will attain communism in 2 years." Mao scrawled on it, "Add a zero, making it 20 years, and the county still won't attain communism." But these flashes of realism were but an intermittent restraint on his rampant leftism. They could not be more than that because Marxist social engineering is inherently unrealistic about the human material that alone can constitute the building blocks of a social order. Mao was locked into a battle between two strains of his own mentality. When Lin Biao claimed that Mao had dealt with questions Marx and Lenin had not grappled with, it was another way of saying that Mao, unlike Marx and Lenin, lived long enough into the period of socialist construction to find out that Marxism in practice is a disaster. For Mao as a personality, one not in every respect comfortable with the pretensions of social engineering, it was almost as if he were playing with state power rather than behaving as the calculating tiger of pre-1949. Do we not grow suspicious when we find Mao saying of Stalin that he confused the people with the enemy, and then Deng saying the same thing of Mao? Does this not go to the heart of the failure and arrogance of social engineering? From at least 1957, Mao fought two phantoms he would never be able to vanquish: the refusal of the Chinese Communist Party to simply be a Mao party and the failure of socialism to take on the splendor he expected of it. Mao's war against phantoms began, like a number of the pathologies of the PRC, in the anti-rightist campaign of 1957. He wanted the blooming of 100 flowers to result in the rebuke and correction of senior colleagues who displeased him. He did not want the blooming to question the socialist system, much less his own towering role in it. But the criticism from outside the Communist Party did not follow Mao's desires. It did not accomplish the correction within the party that he sought. Moreover, vociferous anti-socialist attacks required Mao to make a tactical peace with senior colleagues he did not approve of. In this respect, the anti-rightist campaign may be regarded as the true start of the Cultural Revolution. In between came the rise and fall of the Great Leap Forward and the purge of Peng Dehuai, a senior colleague who displeased Mao. The rigidly vindictive strain that Ties accurately sees in Mao at Lushan in 1959 was inseparable from the growing willfulness of Mao and his growing doubts about the socialist goal. Revisionism came to be the term Mao applied to the alleged betrayal that produced the double disappointment of the Communist parties refusing to be a Mao party and socialism turning out less dazzlingly than expected. But revisionism was an illusion. Mao never clearly defined it. Hence, he never found a way to eliminate it. He knocked down revisionists, but never revisionism, nor was it possible to do so. No surprise that Mao changed his target several times, lunging after an enemy that, because it did not exist in a form that could be tackled, had to be reimagined after each failed attack. In the end, Mao simply said the revisionists were zombies. Harding says of the targeting of lower-level revisionists that it was done without any recognition that the ultimate cause of revisionism lay in the sympathetic attitudes of higher officials. But it did not lie there either. Revisionism, in China in the 1960s, was simply a communist swear word, no more to be taken seriously than the term social fascist hyenas, once used by Stalinists to describe social democrats. To say Liu Shaoqi was a bourgeois who sneaked into the party, as Mao's associates did in the 1960s, was on a level with the propaganda of Goebbels. Such lies proliferated because Mao lunged after his two phantoms. On the ashes of the experiment in social engineering arose a neo-imperial rule. What it takes is sincerity, Mao said to his doctor when they first discussed the problem of the physician's upper-class background and whether it would hinder his role in Zongnanhai. Although Mao often spoke this way, the point of view expressed was at variance with his view of class and class struggle. Sincerity didn't save the social philosopher Liang Shuming from Mao's wrath in the 1950s. Sincerity didn't save Liu Shaoqi in the 1960s. Actually, Mao wanted loyalty, not sincerity or class purity. If a person was unhesitatingly loyal to him, if Mao could totally control him, class background did not matter. He judged that to be the case with the military figure of Buddhist Su Shiyu. The loyalty Mao insisted on required flattery and could not include any trace of criticism. One may doubt that the Shanghai leftists of the 1960s and 1970s were truly loyal to Mao, though their sweet words made Mao think they were, and one may conclude that Zhou Enlai was loyal to Mao, though Mao recurrently doubted it. Mao held fast to a social engineering vision that clashed with certain Chinese conditions, some of his own political methods, and human nature. That was the real source of the inconsistency between his flexible treatment of certain individuals and his ruthlessness toward the welfare of millions. It was also a major reason for the instability of policy in Mao's later years. For many years, we sinologists tended to defend the rationality and sincerity of Mao's attempts at social engineering, while acknowledging his excesses and errors. Distilled through such research, the popular image of Mao in the West until well after his death was less bleak than the popular images of Stalin and Hitler, which were more shaped by the realist approach of Western political science. Later, as the probing of Mao's personal predilections intensified in the 1980s and 1990s, his reputation deteriorated outside China. Inside China, the behind-closed-doors view of him had long been sober. The loss of life during the famine that followed Mao's Great Leap Forward, for example, had been estimated by a leading anti-communist scholar of the 1960s and 1970s, Richard Walker, at 1 to 2 million. but a 1996 study puts the figure at 30 million. The picture we now have of the Great Leap famine, based largely on documentary sources available within China, is bleaker than that suggested by the hardest of anti-communists in the 1960s. China scholars during the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s could see a number of evils and injustices in China. If pressed, few would have said Peng Dehuai got a fair deal from Mao in 1959, or denied that China harbored tens of thousands of political prisoners. Yet, an intellectual fascination with the gyrations of Chinese communist politics and a respect for Chinese history and culture operated to restrain judgment. This tendency toward a hands-off objectivity was reinforced by the existence of polemicists who did only evaluation, wielding totalitarian theory rather crudely, or taking a purely moral stance toward Chinese communism. How different were the views of Mao inside China and outside? On the whole, the two sets of views became fairly congruent. Nor was it a case of China studies in the West following interpretations pioneered in Beijing. On the contrary, a number of important and correct evaluations of Mao originated in the West and were later embraced by Chinese scholars and officials. Nick Knight stands cause and effect on its head in asserting that the 1981 resolution evaluating Mao has exerted and will continue to exert a considerable influence on perceptions and attitudes held by Western Mao scholars. The resolution, which I discuss in the postscript, mirrored long-standing views of Mao expressed in the West, including the epilogue of the first edition of this book, published in 1980. Particularly in the 1990s, a convergence occurred between Mao studies within China and those outside, in both perspective and use of materials. Émigrés from China, like those from Taiwan and Hong Kong in earlier years, began to infuse sinology in the West with new thinking and a sharpened awareness of available sources. Likewise, scholars from outside China enjoyed better access to research resources within China. This convergence was a triumph of the empiricism that dismays those who insist that all knowledge is ideological. The Western biographer must nevertheless point out constraints on Mao studies within China. The more one reads the recent Chinese literature about Mao, the clearer it becomes that the portrait offered is still selective. Strict boundaries of political correctness are almost never breached. When the Great Leap famine is mentioned, it is often still referred to as the period of natural disasters. Bo Yibo praises Mao's style of investigation, as if it meant much when the overall policy was utopian, the investigation came too late, and people at the grassroots told lies to investigators in a pathetic effort to conform to Beijing's policies. Even the frankest of the military memoirs by Su Xiangqian, for example, who manages some praise for Zhang Guotao, hold back much, avoid any questioning of major established truth, and do not aspire to the objectivity expected of a first-rate memoir in the West. Nor do the new historians, with very few exceptions, allow themselves to contradict the main lines of the Communist Party's current view of Mao's career. The Book of Li Jisue, through its contrary example, reminds us that memoirs and studies of Mao from within the PRC seldom make judgments about the material they choose to present. Within China, there continues to be no full biography of Mao written by a citizen of the People's Republic, for several reasons. Virtually no tradition of biography exists within Chinese communist culture, other than hagiography, and Mao is an especially untouchable subject. A certain amount of political peril still lies in wait for any Chinese who writes about Mao, if less so now than 20 years ago. Moreover, after the Mao revival of the 1980s and 1990s, which I discuss in the postscript, millions of ordinary Chinese have formed their own ideas about Mao, and it would not be easy for a Mao biographer to please a majority of his readers. In all these respects, a foreign author writing about Mao is less vulnerable than a Chinese. We will know more about Mao in the future than we do now, and, although in the nature of things we cannot say what we will know, it is possible to identify present-day barriers to further knowledge. One is our inability to study Chinese military archives. A second is the unavailability of the notes and/or tape recordings of thousands of Mao's informal talks and conversations prior to the Cultural Revolution. A third is the political reputation of people still alive or in high favor. Thus, as Zhou Enlai's career comes to be scrutinized objectively, his role immediately prior to the Junyi Conference is likely to be revised in a direction unfavorable to him. The prominence of Deng Xiaoping in the story of Mao is likely to diminish after Deng begins to be criticized. The obligatory attacks on Jiang Qing, often inserted incongruously into a narrative that has little to do with her, will fade away with the generation that personally fought against the so-called Gang of Four. In an important sense, we will not know what many segments of Chinese society think of Mao until Leninist rule comes to an end. See my postscript. For the expression of opinion on Mao within China always occurs within a specific political context. One need only ponder the change of opinion in Russia toward Stalin, Trotsky, and others between the Brezhnev and Yeltsin eras, or the fate of the reputation of Gorbachev among Russians since the end of Communist Party rule in 1991. Meanwhile, the increasing compartmentalization of sinology bids fair to turn Mao into 100 Maos. It is the task of the biographer to recover the unity of Mao as a person. He was the most extraordinary political leader of China in some centuries, whom we can now see not only as a Marxist and the founder of Communist China, but as a complex figure flecked with anarchism, various strands of Chinese tradition, fascism, and more than his share of human vulnerabilities, neuroses, and lusts. Prologue. Mid-parted black hair over a calm face, delicate hands, a gaze that bored into its target, curiously flat-topped ears which gave stability to the head, mole on the chin that was almost a relief from the broad, pale face with no wrinkles. A typical big Chinese. One Burmese who knew him and other Chinese leaders summed up. Not handsome, like Zhou Enlai, but benign. Over 82 years Mao Zedong's appearance changed a bit, but not much. The youth looked slightly anxious. The leader in office seemed pretty well satisfied with himself. He grew fat and lost the air of an earnest intellectual. The hands found it easier to know what to do with themselves. He looked like an elephant seal, said a Thai leader who saw him in the last years. All very broad and splendid. Always the same was the sense of a man in focus, self-contained, giving the impression of thinking of 6 things at once. Mao never lost the duality of being a taut wire of pure mind, yet also sensual as a cat, dry enough to dazzle a visitor with a classical quotation or fry him in the heavy oil of silence, earthy enough to startle another visitor by reaching into his baggy trousers to deal with lice. Top half of the face suggested an intellectual. Immense forehead, questing eyes, longish hair. Bottom half was that of a sensualist. Plump lips, chubby nose, round and childlike chin. Mao did not move with grace. He was a lumbering type of man. Agnes Smedley, an American feminist whose passions were both political and personal, tried to get Mao to sing and dance in the 1930s, as she readily got other communist leaders to do, but gave up in disgust, saying, pride prevented him from trying to dance. Sanzo Nosaka, a Japanese communist in exile who knew Mao in the same period, said his dancing looked like someone doing exercises. The rhythm in Mao was not physical. Mao's outward jerkiness was not misleading. The balance in his being, if it existed, came from a clash of opposites. He was part tiger, he said of himself, and part monkey. The ruthless side and the quixotic side each took its turn. His handwriting suggests a man who chose his moods and bothered little about rules. The characters are of all sizes, and they swirl about. It is not good calligraphy by the standards of the gentleman scholar. Because Mao was complex, people never knew what current from his depths would surface at any moment. Though he was a calm man, his moods were finely pitched, and he had a temper. Edgar Snow, the reporter from Missouri who saw a lot of Mao as early as the 1930s, said he was never neutral or passive about anything. It is not surprising that Mao did not often evoke affection less even than Zhou Enlai, the executive officer who was content to stand in Mao's shadow, or Zhu, the leathery, very fallible, wide-grinning chief of the Chinese Communist Army, both of whom Miss Smedley did dance with successfully. I just could not communicate with Mao, said an Indonesian who dealt with both Mao and Zhou Enlai. With Zhou, but not with Mao. There was discussion, you knew where you stood. Mao was born in 1893, and he died in 1976. In that period, almost everything in China seemed to be turned upside down. An empire fell. Wars came and went like tramcars. Tens of millions died. Close comrades fell from grace. The torch of struggle was passed to fresh generations, who did not feel its warmth as Mao did. Mao lived on, against all odds, and into an era when he came to seem more like an ancestor than a politician. The farm boy survived. He never lost an arm or a leg or an eye, was never once wounded in decades of battle that destroyed the ancien regime of 1/5 of mankind and brought violent death to 3/4 of his family. In his personal physical unity was wrapped up the story of the Chinese Revolution. What lens to apply to Mao Zedong? Peasant rebel? He coaxed riffraff from Hunan's rice fields and Jiangxi's green hills into a shoestring army that wrenched the right to rule from China's landlords. Military commander? He said his bowels never worked so well as during a battle. Poet? He seldom finished a battle without turning aside to express in verse his excitement at the exhilaration of struggle and the beauty of China's mountains and rivers. Latest in a succession of Chinese patriots who reached outside China for the means to renew an ailing China? From Europe he borrowed not machines or religion or the blueprint of a liberal constitution, but communism. With skill and flexibility he brewed it as medicine to revive a patient China that was felt to be sick unto death. Emperor? He taught 3 generations to laugh in the face of taboos and authorities held in awe by Chinese people for 2 millennia. Yet he ended up, maybe to his own despair, as a mirror-image son of heaven whose every syllable was truth and law, terrible proof that the old world lives on to haunt the new. Chapter 1. Childhood. 1893 to 1910. A boy with a shock of black hair gleaming in the sun and baggy blue pants sat on a bamboo platform in a rice field. He was slender but tall for one not yet at puberty. His big eyes seemed full of dreams. His simple task was to scare birds away from the tender seedlings. Strong blue hills enfolded a cultivated valley. Mud houses with rice-stalk thatch roofs broke the verdure. A stone bridge sat on the belly of the valley. Only the dog-eared book beside the boy on the bamboo platform spoke of anything but tranquil nature and the routine of an Asian farm at the dawn of the 20th century. The farm boy's family name was Mao, which means hare. His given name was Zedong, which means anoint the east. On a small rise by a green wooded slope was the 4-room family home where Mao Shunxing ruled with a rod of iron. He was a small, thin, sharp-featured man with a mustache and a deep anxiety at everything around him. The 3-acre farm was his castle, in a world of which he was wary. Zedong was born in this solid and serene clay brick house, and now as he gathered strength, he was becoming a source of tension beneath its high wooden beams. It was night. The air was hot and still and rent with the cry of crickets. No one spoke or moved, and the valley seemed nature's alone. But a faint yellow dot picked out one wall of Mr. Mao's abode. Inside the glassless window, Zedong defied the night, which in rural China was strictly for sleeping. He was bent over a Robin Hood-like saga of old China called Story of the Marshes. His face, bathed in sweat, was close to a tiny oil lamp, its flame the size of a bean, and half covering both was a quilt to hide the glow. Mao Shunxing did not like his son to read books or waste vegetable oil. The scene was the bank of a pond that separated the Mao house from the rest of the village. People dressed in visiting clothes stood around the lotus-covered pond in awkward silence. The tranquility of the valley was belied for the moment because Mao Shunxing was in the grip of his hard-edged temper. Before him, a flushed Zedong was the center of attention. A quarrel had just erupted inside the house. The father had denounced the boy as lazy and useless in front of a parlor full of guests. Zedong swore at him and ran out of the house. Both parents went after Zedong and the guests ebbed out in vague pursuit. When Zedong reached the edge of the pond, he said he would plunge in if his father came one step nearer. Mao Shunxing's brute rage was stayed, and argument took over from assault. He now asked only that Zedong say he was sorry for the insults and kowtow to seal his obedience. The kowtow in old China was an elaborate prostration on both knees with the head lowered 9 times to the ground. Zedong's flaming defiance in front of guests had gained him points. The peace terms were a compromise. Zedong apologized, but he only did a part kowtow on one knee, and Mr. Mao promised not to beat him. The Mao family was better off than most in the village of Music Mountain, Shaoshan. Mao Shunxing rose from poor to comfortable during Zedong's boyhood in the early 1900s. His 3 acres in 1904, when Zedong was 10, had become 4 acres 3 years later. His household consumed about 2 1/4 tons of rice per year, and he had 3 1/2 tons left over for sale. He hired a second laborer and began to make money by shrewd trading in grain and pigs and by tight-fisted usury. He acquired a pool of capital and started to buy mortgages on other farmers' land. The Mao farm came to look quite well set up, with a cowshed, a storage house for grain, a pigsty, and a small mill. The clay brick dwelling itself had been built by Zedong's grandfather in 1878, but it got bigger and smarter as Mao Shunsheng ground his way to security. Eventually, it accommodated two families, the Zhous and the Maos, and Zedong saw the Mao wing get a tile roof, while the Zhou wing still made do with thatch. Zedong's upbringing was secure. Other boys of the same era could expect less than Zedong got. He did not go hungry. His clothes were few, but they were not rags. His mother put order and dignity into the life of the household. Zedong's big problem was his father. His yearnings were of the spirit. Music Mountain offered beauty and peace. It was at that time hours away. Travel was by foot from any towns. It seemed to have made its own arrangements with a well-disposed nature. The several hundred families, many linked by the spreading spiderweb of the name Mao, were few enough so that hills and trees and crops set the tone of Music Mountain. Red soil at the feet, the silver water of flooded fields, flecked with young rice shoots, gleaming under the sun like a giant's mirror flawed with 1,000 scratches. Bamboos with their fastidious leaves framing the smoky blue mountains behind. Pines standing shoulder to shoulder on high as if sternly defending the slopes which gave them virility. The peasants showed their humility before nature by their choice of place names. Music Mountain's name stems from a legend about an ancient emperor who took rest there and made music on a peak that towers over the valley. The nearby Xiang River gives its name to the two towns nearest Music Mountain and also serves the locals as a nickname for the whole province. No newspaper reached Music Mountain. News came by word of mouth. The village was insulated by a lapse of time between any event and the arrival of a report on it. If an edict came from the court at Peking, it would be read aloud to a village meeting and a copy stuck on the school building. Just as the Mao home sat by itself without any close-by neighbors, so were the 2,000-odd villagers almost a world unto themselves. Music Mountain was Zedong's world. He never went more than 22 miles from it until he left it for good at 16. Hunan, south of the lake, is a rich and lively hinterland province full of legend and color and the smoke of battle. Hunanese like to say that their homeland is 70% hills, 10% water, and 20% planted land. Leaping mountains line the borders on all sides except where Lake Grotto Hall marks the northern limit. Hence the rugged spirit, the recurring raids by bandits sheltered in the hills, and the touch of the crafty and the frugal found in Hunan and its people. Zedong grew up to write poems and prose in which mountains were images of the noble and the wild and the invincible. Lakes and for big rivers help give Hunan its nickname, Land of Fish and Rice. From the age of 6, Zedong became fond of swimming, and he later built almost a worldview around the act of plunging into water and defying currents. The lowlands of Hunan are a great larder for the mouths of China. If the harvest is good in Hunan, an old saying has it, the whole realm is satisfied. This populous plain is equally rich in political tradition. The province's capital, Changsha, Long Sands, has often led the way for China in business and the life of the mind. Music Mountain lies not among Hunan's high ranges, yet not quite on the plain either. Zedong imbibed some traits of the hilly frontier: earthiness, a spirit of rebellion, Robin Hood romance. He breathed in something of Hunan's lowland tradition: love of books, a good sense of organization, care for public affairs. If it is true that Hunanese blend the elemental quality of the hills with the smooth instincts of the town, then Zedong grew up a true son of Hunan. In Mao Xuanxing's house, the plain decor was lit up by red peppers, which hung in clusters from the roof beams. Mao Xuanxing, like most Hunanese, liked to fire his food with these grenades of spiciness. So Zedong began in this house his lifelong love affair with hot food. Other Chinese have to watch out for the fire and obstinacy of the Hunanese, but they do not deny that the fieriness goes along with courage. China can be conquered, runs a saying known all over the country. Only when every Hunanese is dead, the people of Hunan fight and curse and state their views with gusto. These folks with broad foreheads, deep-set eyes, and pink cheeks are China's Prussians. Zedong did not grow up to be wishy-washy. The calm in Music Mountain was deceptive because swift change was afoot beyond the hills. Up in Peking, China's last dynasty was gasping. China was backward. For all its glories, the empire contained not 1 meter of railroad when Mao Shunxing faced his future in 1880. China was being carved up like a melon by a more advanced Europe. Within a few months of Zedong's birth in December 1893, Japan joined the assault. Nippon's defeat of China in 1894 jolted the Chinese elite from anxiety to panic, and non-Chinese social ideas, flowing in accord with the direction of power, began to impinge on China as they had never previously done. Just before Zedong was born, China's first resident ambassador abroad put out a book about his experiences in England, which amazed the Confucian elite by its revelation that sophistication existed outside China. When Zedong was a toddler of 3, the first Chinese students ever to study in Japan set sail. Forces of dissent rose like a flood tide against the semi-alien Manchu government. In Mao Shunxing's youth, the Taiping peasant rebels nearly toppled the dynasty before being wiped out with European help in 1864. The first decade of Zedong's life saw the first big political reform movement designed to revamp the dynasty. It was less impressive than expected, though, since by now reform was not enough. Before Zedong was 1 year old, Sun Yat-sen, 1866 to 1925, wrote a petition that marked his own shift from reform to revolution. It laid out battle plans for dismantling old China. The old elite scheme to resist change was not a train engine fueled by feeding children into its smokestack, it was murmured. Was not the theory of combustion an insult to the fire gods? Zedong was born into an era when old China was doomed. Before father and son began to clash, Zedong was raised gently, in the Chinese way. Pants split open at the seat allowed him to answer nature's call at will with no adult intervention. He scrambled after crickets and played at knucklebone. He gurgled with delight to get a red egg and see incense burned when the Empress Dowager, 1835 to 1908, had a birthday. He cast an eye at the bronze statue of Buddha sitting on a blackwood table in the living room. He gazed up without comprehension at the slogans about harmony and filial piety written on strips of red paper over the doorways. He began to wrestle with the pictographs of the Chinese written language and sucked in from those around him the flattened Hunan accent, which substitutes F for H, Funanese. Mao Shunxing, like any peasant, was happy when his first child turned out a diamond rather than a tile. A tile girl could not be an heir and was less useful in the fields than a diamond boy. Mao Shunxing had received only 2 years of schooling, and at 16, he had joined the army to escape hard times on the land. Still, it was logical to send Zedong to school, even though most children in Music Mountain never had this chance. A degree of literacy would fit Mao Shunxing's diamond to keep the burgeoning farm's accounts and write deeds and contracts. The private school in a part of the village called South Bank was a traditional one in which no non-Chinese breeze blew. The 5 books of classics ruled as the Bible rules in a Protestant Sunday school. Zedong began school when 8, and he remarked dryly years later, "I hated Confucius from the age of 8. Zedong and some of his classmates read banned books at their little wooden desks and covered them up with a classic if the teacher came near. They were tales of war and banditry, Story of the Marshes, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Journey to the West, which did more than anything else in Music Mountain to color Zedong's mental world. Not terribly subversive, they had nevertheless been outlawed at times by the Manchus. The Confucian establishment frowned upon such sagas because they could serve the literate population the way they served Zedong as an alternative literature. By the time he left the school at age 13, Zedong had become hostile to the line and code contained in the classics. But he first turned against this ancient moral philosophy of order and propriety because it was taught as a cult of obedience. The children were required only to be parrots, swaying in rhythm while shouting out cryptic and archaic maxims. The precepts in the Analects of Confucius extol the virtue of deference toward those in authority. This training reinforced in Zedong a growing hatred for the 2 adults who hemmed him in, teacher and father. Both men beat Zedong, which made him burn with fury. ideas he did not yet have, but an intense sense of justice existed in him. He was willful before he became a rebel, a boy of passion before he became a man of revolution. His sense of justice showed up first in his dealings with people at school. He felt sorry for a poor boy who brought no lunch, and he regularly divided his own between the two of them. His mother was puzzled that he ate so much in the evening. When Tse-tung told her of the fate of half of her carefully prepared lunch, the kindly soul thenceforth sent her son off each morning with 2 lunches instead of 1. The boy's sense of justice made him far from meek. At the age of 10, he had a brisk fistfight with an older classmate. This upset his mother, for whom nonviolence was a sacred absolute. After 2 years at South Bank, he knew the ritual for reciting from the 4 books and the 5 classics. Rise and walk to the teacher's desk, face away from the teacher, then spout the maxims. But one morning Tse-tung drew a line against formality. When his name was called, he did not budge from his tiny stool. "If you can hear me well while I sit down," he ventured to the stunned teacher. "Why should I stand up to recite?" Pale with anger, the teacher ordered Tse-tung to bend to the time-honored procedure. The 10-year-old dragged his stool to the teacher's desk and sat looking at him in calm defiance. The enraged teacher pulled at Tse-tung to raise him upright. Tse-tung writhed free and marched out of the school. Like the rebels in Story of the Marshes, he took refuge in the hills. The boy struck out for the city, whatever that meant to him at the time. But he succeeded only in circling Music Mountain and never moved 3 miles from it. A search was mounted. Tse-tung would not return because he feared that the teacher would surely beat him, and his father would not miss the chance to do the same. After 3 days, someone from the Mao household found him. A bit subdued, he came home. Years later, the ex-pupil recalled this trauma in terms more of politics than of pathos. "After my return to the family," he said to Edgar Snow, "to my surprise conditions somewhat improved. My father was slightly more considerate and the teacher was more inclined to moderation. The result of my act of protest impressed me very much. It was a successful strike." The bright Tse-tung learned the classics well, even as he learned to hate their message. He soon began to shoot classical quotes like arrows at his father during their quarrels. In the China of the early 1900s, to be soaked in the 4 books was no longer a guarantee of docility. Tse-tung left school at age 13 because the jobs he did on the farm before and after class were not enough to satisfy Mr. Mao. The father had suffered commercial loss through his own mistakes in calculating with the abacus. Tse-tung was trained in arithmetic and could serve to plug this gap in the business. From the age of 5, Tse-tung had done boys' work like weeding, gathering wood, watering the buffalo, and picking beans. Now he became an adult laborer by day and his father's bookkeeper after dark. The diamond was going to pay off. Proximity produced extra sparks between father and son. Tse-tung outwitted his father and flustered the irate miser with calm obstinacy. He hated having to go round the village collecting payments owed to the increasingly prosperous Mr. Mao. Once he sold a pig for his father and on the way home gave the proceeds to a poor beggar. The father could be seen sitting by the stove in winter grumbling about Tse-tung's errant ways, or plunged into moody silence with his long Chinese pipe gripped tightly in his mouth. He once lost a lawsuit because his opponent impressed the court with an apt classical quote. Tse-tung could now wield these slippery maxims too. Was the boy unfilial? But the canon also laid down that a father must be kind and affectionate. One morning, Mao Shunxing pounced on Tse-tung as he read a novel beside a tombstone in a corner of the farm. "So you've decided to stop work?" he rasped with an angry glance at the 2 empty manure baskets at Tse-tung's side. "No, father. I am only having a little rest." Mr. Mao accused Tse-tung of having carried no manure from the pigsty to the fields during the entire morning. In fact, Tse-tung had already moved 5 or 6 baskets. A standoff occurred. But in the late afternoon, Mr. Mao found his son again reading a non-classic by the tombstone. He upbraided Tse-tung for being so tainted by bad books that he no longer took any notice of his father's admonitions. "No, father, I do listen to you. I do everything you tell me to do." Mao Shunxing's mouth hung open in unhappy shock when he found out Tse-tung had carried no fewer than 15 baskets since lunch. "I will work regularly on the farm," Tse-tung said, "but I want to read my books as well." At the same time, Tse-tung had his lapses, no doubt more of them than the available accounts of his boyhood chose to reveal. Once he got lost in a book and allowed an ox to wander off and eat a neighbor's vegetables. When Chime was plump and kind-eyed, a contrast to her thin, sharp husband, and she was as soft and accommodating as he was harsh and driven. Physically, the likeness between Tse-tung and his mother was strong. Both had big vulnerable eyes, an open smile, a way of walking and gesturing that suggested largesse and even romanticism. When Chime indulged her eldest son, and he never lost his deep affection for her. Tse-tung was the only child in the house during the crucial early years, and he did not have to share with others the attention of his mother, or that of Mr. Mao's father, who was part of the household until he died when Tse-tung was 14. When Chime's family was a simple one from a county not far to the south. Like most people in Music Mountain, she could not read or write, and like most others, she was a Buddhist. Before and during his school days, Tse-tung used to go with her to sing hymns and appease the gods at the Buddhist temple on Phoenix Hill, high above the valley. Mr. Mao did not believe in Buddhism, and this bothered Tse-tung. At the age of 9, he discussed with his mother the problem of his father's impiety and how the two of them might deal with it. "We made many attempts then and later to convert him," Tse-tung recalled years afterward, "but without success. He only cursed us." Sure that his father always put avarice above all other motives, Tse-tung observed that prudence, not a change of heart, later gave the old man second thoughts about religion. One day he was out collecting money and met a tiger on the road. The tiger fled in surprise. Mr. Mao's relief outweighed even his terror. From then on, Tse-tung noted, he showed more respect to Buddhism and burned incense now and then. The birth of a third boy in 1905 may have mellowed Mr. Mao a little. Certainly the old man treated tse-tung, born 12 years after Tse-tung, more kindly than he treated his first, Diamond. But Tse-tung's own struggle with his father went on unabated, and the household was painfully polarized. Tse-tung joined forces with his mother in efforts to curb Mr. Mao. They furtively gave away rice to a villager in dire need. They allied with the hired laborer to defeat his stingy ways. They conspired eventually, with the help of Mrs. Mao's relatives, to get around his opposition to any further education for Tse-tung. Tse-tung saw the household as being divided between his father, the ruling power, and a coalition of himself, his mother, his next brother, Zemin, and the laborer, the opposition. But the opposition was split on tactics, for Tse-tung's resolve and cunning soon left his gentle mother in the tactical shadows. He made a habit of directly confronting his father, and she did not approve of that. "It is not the Chinese way," she objected. Mrs. Mao was also upset that Tse-tung's Buddhist faith was being undermined by the ideas he was getting from books, and by the impact of events that began to impinge on tranquil Music Mountain. For the boy at school, his mother was an anchor, and he was fiercely loyal to her. But the adult laborer arrived at new points of reference, and the influence of his mother, though not his affection for her, declined in his last 2 or 3 years in Music Mountain. Tse-tung was at war with the Chinese way. Some members of a peasant secret society called Elder Brother Club burgled the Mao home. "I thought it was a good thing," Tse-tung recalled years later, "because they stole things which they did not have." It was not only his father who dissented from the boy's unconventional ideas. "My mother could not accept my view," Tse-tung confessed. Mao Shunxing had a scheme for dealing with his dreamy but tough son that was typical of the era. He found a girl and forced the 14-year-old Tse-tung to marry her. Poor Tse-tung was aghast. He did politely endure the stiff and dreadful ceremony. The frightened little bride was unveiled for a first inspection like a newly bought package, and even performed a full deep kowtow before each guest in the accepted manner. But he refused to live with the girl, who was 6 years his senior, and said he never laid a finger on her. It was not that Tse-tung was sexually reticent, for he later recalled a sexual encounter with a 12-year-old girl in the village. Tse-tung tapped a wider mental and social world to dilute the narrow familial world of the farm. School had equipped him with the precious ability to read. He tracked down, like a cat after mice, every book available in Music Mountain. Into his hands came a short one about the threat to China from imperialism. It began with a sentence that Zedong was to recall with emotion decades later. Alas, China will be subjugated. He said of this pamphlet's impact. After I read this, I felt depressed about the future of my country and began to realize that it was the duty of all the people to help to save it. A plea for reform and technical advance called Words of Warning in an Age of Prosperity introduced Zedong to the idea that China should borrow secondary things from the West in order to save the essence of its own civilization. This book by a reform-minded comprador gave him a conviction that for China's sake, he should get out of Music Mountain and soak up more knowledge. One day, not long before he finished at Music Mountain School, Zedong and his classmates met a group of bean merchants walking in from Changsha. They had left the city because the famine of 1906 had led to big food riots. Crowds had driven the provincial governor out of the Manchu Yamen. The authorities recovered themselves. A new governor arrived, and a bloody counterattack ensued. The heads of many rebels were cut off and put up on poles as a warning to others. For days, the school was abuzz with talk of this thunderclap from beyond the hills. Nearly all Zedong's friends took the side of the rioters. The incident burned into Zedong's broad brow for life, for he made a link which he says even his classmates did not. Only from an observer's point of view did they seem to sympathize. They did not understand that it had any relation to their own lives. But Zedong had seen a universe tremble. I never forgot it. I felt that there with the rebels were ordinary people like my own family, and I deeply resented the injustice of the treatment given to them. Revolt even stirred within Music Mountain itself. Some members of the Peasant Elder Brother Club, now quite strong all over Hunan, found themselves in a dispute over rent payments with a Music Mountain landlord. The angry landlord sued his tenants and won the lawsuit after crossing the magistrate's palm with silver. Led by a blacksmith named Pang, the elder brothers rioted. They were pursued by troops of the provincial government and took refuge on nearby Lu Mountain. The landlord spread the story that the rebels had sacrificed an infant as they raised the banner of revolt. The elder brothers were soon rounded up, and Pang's head was cut off. For Zedong, history had leaped off the pages of Story of the Marshes to stalk his own village. He heard Pang called a bandit, just as the peasant leader Song Jiang was called a bandit in the thrilling old novel. The benign hills now seemed like barricades, as they had often been in history. Zedong had made another connection. The first hero of the peasants in my mind, he later reflected, was Pang the blacksmith. Soon Mao Shunxing himself became one of the targets of revolt. A food shortage hit Music Mountain in Zedong's 17th year, when the winter rice supply was all eaten before the new rice was ready for harvest. Hungry eyes turned toward the granaries of traders and landlords, and hungry lips shaped the slogan "Free Rice" at the big houses. Mr. Mao's big house could hardly be immune. He was, after all, still selling grain to Changsha as hunger mounted in Music Mountain. Angry villagers seized one of his shipments and ate it. I did not sympathize with him, said Zedong of his furious father. The connection of ultimate force for Zedong had been made. His nasty father was a local linchpin of the unjust social order of old China. Mr. Mao had been getting richer. The boy had noticed that. The old man was a lion in the path of China's true salvation. The adolescent now drew this chilly conclusion. Zedong's terrible words about his father took on their full meaning. I learned to hate him. He had linked his life as a boy with the life of his times. Looking back 26 years later, though, the grown man recalled a lack of full approval of the rioters. At the same time, I thought the villager's method was wrong also. Perhaps he simply had been shocked at seeing his family assailed. Perhaps he was reading back into the incident his later conviction that mere revolt is barren without an overall political strategy. Quarrels between Zedong and his father over further study grew bitter by 1910. Mao Shunxing had a plan to install Zedong as an apprentice at a rice shop in the county town of Xiangtan, some 25 miles away. Zedong was not dead set against this. He felt the town would bring welcome opportunities, but he really wanted to be a full-time student in a modern school that taught foreign subjects. In a quiet and respectful way, he raised this desire with his father. Mr. Mao's only response was a loud and raucous laugh. Zedong was wounded. After this, son and father did not speak to each other for some time. Using a family link on his mother's side, Zedong went to do independent study for 6 months in the home of an unemployed law student in Xiangtan. Although he yielded to his father's pressure to come home again, he may also have had money problems in Xiangtan. This half-year of reading, listening, and arguing drove a last nail into the coffin of his existence as his father's grown-up diamond. 16-year-old Zedong made quiet and effective plans. From relatives on his mother's side and friends of the family, he borrowed $5 here and $10 there. One night at dinner, Zedong looked straight into his father's eyes and declared, "I have decided to study in the East Mountain Higher Primary School." "Do you mean what you are saying?" blazed Mao Shunqing. He had the one last shabby card of money to play against his willful son. "Perhaps you have won a lottery ticket this morning and have suddenly become rich?" When it dawned on Mr. Mao that Zedong had scraped up some money, he bared the teeth of his avarice to the full. If Zedong went off to this school in the town of Xiangxiang, the miser rasped, money would have to be found to pay an extra laborer to do the work he had been doing. Zedong was not going to let contempt unsteady him now. He borrowed more money from a relative, on his mother's side, who esteemed education and had helped other members of the family to go to school. When the topic came up anew, Zedong played his father like a trout. He cut short the old man's self-pitying complaints with a curt query, "How much would a laborer cost?" The miserable Mr. Mao said $12 a year. Zedong put an envelope into his battered hand. "Here are the $12. I shall leave for East Mountain tomorrow morning." At dawn, Zedong arose to pack his personal things. When Chimei watched him prepare with an anxious eye but few words, apart from asking him if he needed anything more to take with him, she only said, "Are you going to say goodbye to your father?" Zedong replied, "No, I am not." Soon after dawn, he walked out of Music Mountain. The pole over his shoulder was familiar, but no baskets of manure hung from it on this cool, golden morning. At one end was a bundle containing tunics, 2 gray sheets, and a mosquito net. The other end supported a basket reserved for story of the marshes and romance of the 3 kingdoms. He knew little else but Music Mountain. He would never live in Music Mountain again. Was Zedong a full-blown rebel after 16 years in Music Mountain? A moral sense that came largely from his mother, together with a social sense fed by reading, turned Zedong toward iconoclasm within the context of a stuffy school and a tyrannical household. Mao Shunqing was an unpleasant man. He beat Zedong often, shamed him before others, mocked his driving desire to learn from books, did his best to wither the boy with a sense of his own alleged laziness and uselessness. Tradition held that a son should be deferential even if the father was a monster. Zedong flouted this. Yet other features of the boy's response to his father are striking. Zedong did not simply forget his family, as thousands of young rebels of the era did. He was to keep in touch with members of his family and receive help from various of them, and he spoke of his family as ordinary people with whom it would be possible to identify in the face of gross injustice. Nor were the tactics Zedong employed on the farm extreme. He often made a compromise with his father. He submitted to the painful wedding. He did not walk off the rice fields and join the elder brother club. He remained under Buddhist influence for most of his years in Music Mountain, and when he left, he still believed in the monarchy. Not far to the east of Music Mountain, another boy who would later rise to the top of the Chinese Communist Party grew up at the same time as Zedong. Young Zhang Guotao got on smoothly with his wealthy and well-educated father. Yet he, too, became a rebel. In Zedong's life, the household of Mao Shunqing and the school at South Bank were not random boxes of oppression. They were psychological agents of a larger pattern of rigid hierarchy in Chinese society. Yes, Zedong hated Confucius from the age of 8. But most of my classmates, he recalled, were equally bored by the classics. The youth of 16 had become a very Chinese kind of rebel in a very particular moment of historical change. He was not a neurotic. He lashed out less at his father than at what his father stood for. His rebelliousness was of a shrewdly calculated type. Not all of Mao Shunqing's demands on his son were excessive in the light of Chinese customs of that era. Zedong was repelled by his father's authority in part because he felt it was serving bad, doomed goals. How could China be saved if households and villages were divided like this? What a fate for Chinese women if the patriarchy of Music Mountain was to remain the norm. Zedong's individual character, as a rebel fitted like a hand into the glove of a social character, of rebellion being woven all over the country. The rebel himself coolly subsumed the individual struggle into the larger social one. The first capitalist I struggled against was my father. Yet the tensions between Zedong and his father were psychological as well as social. Social oppression was not the whole story of Mao Xuanqing's impact on his eldest son. Neither of Zedong's brothers got into the trouble with their father that Zedong did, and both of them were given the education that Zedong could not get his father to agree to. Zedong dramatized his father's mean and authoritarian deeds out of a need to protect his own deep sense of pride. Mr. Mao's ruthless ways, though not his aims, curiously enough found as deep a lodgment in Zedong's life as his mother's softer ways. Although there was a psychological closeness between Zedong and his mother, the boy did not possess many of her character traits. Nor did his relation to his mother remain so close after 3 other children arrived to share her attentions, and after Zedong learned ideas that she thought harsh and strange. Zedong took away from Music Mountain an inner compulsion to vindicate himself in the eyes of his father, to grow into a fuller, better version of his father, in the service of worthier goals. Behind Zedong's expressed hatred of his father was an unacknowledged identification. He was driven to become an authoritarian like his father and on a far grander scale. Mao Xuanqing did not understand his son very well. Zedong felt scorn for him and struggled against him in a calculating, not a desperate way, with much success. Yet, the virtues that Mao Xuanqing tried crudely to plant in his son proved to have appealed deeply to Zedong. Laziness is the grave of life, he would soon remark, as if echoing his father. His mother's influence on him was simpler and more direct. Her kindness and patience as a Buddhist impressed him. Years later, visiting Music Mountain, he pointed out to companions the spot where once stood a Buddhist shrine at which his mother had burned incense, feeding the ashes to her son to cure him when he was sick. On another occasion, chatting with a bodyguard, he found the young man preferred his kind mother to his bad-tempered father. "The more you tell me about your family, the closer I feel to you," Mao said. "Your mother must be a Buddhist." The young man asked Mao how he could tell. "You said she's kind-hearted. All Buddhists are like that. Compassionate people." Of course, Mao was thinking of his own mother. Neither parent guided Zedong toward a philosophy of social revolution. That was to be almost a natural possession of the educated of his generation. The boyhood at Music Mountain explains the success of this revolutionary and the type of revolutionary leader he became. New ideas and the condition of old China made Zedong a rebel. The trials of the household in Music Mountain made him an extraordinarily resolute one. Chapter 2. Knowledge for what? 1910 to 1918. A few minutes from home on the long walk to Xiangxiang, Zedong ran into a neighbor. Wang was startled to see the youth wearing new cloth shoes and socks, which were not daily dress in Music Mountain. "Little Mao, how fine you look with your shoes on," began the hard-bitten Wang. "I am going to school," Zedong replied with pride. He started to explain his sacred mission, but old Wang roared with laughter until his leathery face shone with tears. He mocked the youth for his desire to go to a foreign school. He needled him as to whether his father could possibly have approved of this madness. Zedong lost his composure. "You're just old-fashioned and out of date," he shouted, and then trudged on. With his 2 bundles of luggage on a bamboo pole, he walked through the black lacquer doors of East Mountain Higher Primary School. The brick structure surrounded by a moat and a high circular wall made him think he was entering a temple. The largest edifice he had ever seen in Music Mountain was its Buddhist temple. He crossed the white stone bridge over the moat and reached a lofty gate in the wall. He was taken for a porter. Zedong lacked experience from which to borrow social grace for this unpleasant moment. The scale of things was a shock in itself. He had never in his life seen so many children together at one spot. Shrill taunts rent the air. "East Mountain is a school, not a lunatic asylum. A bandit is trying to get into our school." With 10 steps, he walked on. Boldly, he sought out the headmaster's office. "Sir, please will you allow me to study in your school?" Some quality of peasant character seemed to come through with his question. The headmaster gripped his long brass and bamboo pipe. For a moment he found nothing to say. He merely asked the grave youth his name. "My name, sir, is Mao Zedong." Mao's quiet passion had raised one of the headmaster's eyebrows. He allowed the boy to argue point for point against the objections to his enrollment. 16 years old? No mathematics or geography yet. Such clumsy handwriting? Another teacher who was present spoke up for the young farmer. By the time Mao left the office and rejoined the circle of sophisticated beasts who had snapped at his self-esteem, he had won a trial admission for 5 months. A measure of the gap Mao had to bridge in adapting to East Mountain after the rural numbness of Music Mountain was that only here did he learn that the Empress Dowager and Emperor Guangxu were no longer living, though both had died 2 years before. A cousin called One, mother's side of the family, was already a pupil at the school. He helped Mao a bit, but with only 2 boys from the mainstream did Mao seem to become friends. A pair of brothers named Xiao, from a wealthy landed family, whose paths were to cross his over several years. Mao had pressed himself on the school as an outsider, and he spent most of his time with the few other outsiders. Boys who also did not speak the standard county accent. Boys whose patched clothes marked them off from their finely dressed fellows. 2 crucial attributes made Mao an outsider even among the outsiders. His age and size far exceeded that of every other boy in this tribe-conscious school. At 16, he towered over many classmates. Most of the pupils were elegant, snobbish young gentlemen. Mao was a son of the soil. He was not from a poor family, but he was from a rural and unsophisticated family. His hands were rougher than and his face more sunburned than most others. Mao spoke slowly and with stress. The smart boys around him chattered like machine guns. So little did he fit in that one fellow pupil offered him a job as his servant. Mao was slender, and he walked with a loping stride. His head soon developed an intellectual look. His hair grew long and tousled, even though a pigtail remained at the back. He was handsome in an unkempt way and had both a sensual and aesthetic streak. If Mao was awkward, he was genuine. East Mountain was not a social trip, or the next step up a preset ladder to a good position, but a serious effort to acquire the kinds of knowledge to which residents of Music Mountain never had access. The school premises were solid and neat, a far cry from the dust and thatch of Music Mountain. Here was a comfortable slice of upper-class Chinese life. Yet, the minds at East Mountain were starting to latch on to new doctrines that would soon be subversive of elite tradition, and of the social order in Music Mountain too. Science was taught and reform was praised. National feeling was nurtured with a pep talk at each morning's roll call on China's plight before hungry foreign powers. The pupils' gowns with colored waistbands covered bodies soon to be broken on the wheel of social strife set spinning by these ideas. Work was Mao's only real friend. An ironic result of those childhood agonies at the school in South Bank was that he had become good at the classics. He wrote powerful essays in the old style. In this way, he built up capital badly needed to set against his weak points and impulsive acts. Learning about the reform politics of the time led him to the idea that knowledge could remake the world. Typically, he reached outside the school curriculum for 2 key works. Cousin Wen introduced him to some issues of Journal of the New People, edited by Liang Qichao, the leading political writer of the day, and Reform Movement of 1898, a manifesto of the last-ditch upsurge of reform by Kang Yue, its preeminent philosopher. These books gave Mao his first strictly political ideas. A teacher who had studied in Japan made the strongest mark on Mao, even though English and music, the 2 subjects he taught, brought Mao low grades. The lure of proud Japan was the reason. Mao loved the tales and poems of Japan's glory in the wake of its defeat of Russia in the War of 1904–5. I knew and felt the beauty of Japan, and felt something of her pride and might. Here was his first vision of the non-Chinese world. It started him toward a lifelong conviction that Japan was China's close young brother. The theme of warfare also marked Mao's first steps in world history. One evening after sports were done, and the bell was summoning the sweating pupils to the study room, Mao ran into Emmy, one of the 2 Xiao brothers. What was the book in his hand? Mao asked. It was an anthology called Great Heroes of the World. Mao inquired if he might borrow it, and for the next few days devoured it. When he got it back, Emi Xiao found his book marked up like a galley proof. Mao had penciled circles and dots, the Chinese equivalent to underlining, beside the paragraphs on Napoleon, Washington, Peter the Great, Gladstone, Lincoln, Catherine the Great, Rousseau, and Montesquieu. We need great people like these, Mao said fervently to Xiao. China must be made rich and strong, so as not to follow in the footsteps of Indochina, Korea, and India. He quoted the scholar Gu Yanwu, 1613 to 1682, "Every common man has a hand in determining the fate of his nation." Opening Great Heroes of the World, he read aloud to his fellow pupil, who was not used to sitting at the feet of Mao, a sentence about George Washington. Victory and independence only came to the United States after 8 long bitter years of fighting under Washington. Like a gleam from over the horizon, the West had been noticed by young Mao. Then, as later, it fascinated him less for its own sake than for what lessons it might hold for China. America had had a revolution. What about China? Mao loved to read about China's ancient emperors, more great men to feed his appetite for heroes, and 2 of them stuck in his mind for life. Qin Shi Huang, strongman unifier, and Han Wudi, military-minded founder of the dynasty bearing his name. Pupils came to respect Mao's grasp of romance of the 3 kingdoms and other sagas. They liked to listen to his retelling of their best episodes. But Mao took the novels as historical fact, and this horrified everybody. He argued with the history teacher about it. He cursed any pupil who agreed with the teacher's standpoint and threw a chair at one. He hated to be criticized, as he conceded years later. He even went to see the headmaster about the novel. When this learned man also burst the bubble of Mao's faith that 3 kingdoms was the gospel truth of the Warring States era. Mao drew up a petition to the mayor of Xiangxiang asking that the headmaster be replaced and tried to browbeat his puzzled classmates into signing it. Mao was a rigid boy. He lacked a safety valve of flippancy. He was naive and obstinate about these novels, which had meant so much to him in the rice fields at Music Mountain. The incidents over 3 kingdoms made life at East Mountain worse for him. At the same time, they foreshadowed Mao's later intellectual style. The oblique approach, persistence, willful rejection of simple facts, and scorn for anyone who saw a matter differently. Mao got high grades, and the headmaster allowed him to stay on beyond the trial period of 5 months. Yet his success at books, consolation for his social unhappiness, was itself a coin with 2 sides. It made some pupils despise his narrow zeal all the more. He began to think of leaving. At East Mountain, Mao had gained a wider vantage point. Now he wanted to travel around Hunan and see Changsha. 2 visits to Music Mountain at Chinese New Year and at term's end in early summer only increased his sense of the need to back his own judgment. His father was mellower but still lacked vision. "When will you end your studies and become a scholar?" he asked Mao. "And get honor for your ancestors?" Mao took his pole and bundles and left Xiangxiang in the spring of 1911. Emi Xiao, dissatisfied with East Mountain for his own reasons, went with him. They walked to Xiangtan, where Mao applied to a senior primary school. But he was turned down as too old and tall. Mao had a fallback plan. He had asked a teacher at East Mountain to smooth a path for him at a middle school in Changsha. Xiao and Mao squeezed onto the 3rd-class deck of a river steamer bound from Xiangtan to the capital. To Mao's surprise and pleasure, he was admitted without fuss to this fine school meant for Xiangxiang natives. Xiao recalls Mao speechless with excitement at the bustle of Changsha. Hot, flat, and dusty, Changsha was then home to 800,000 people. Open to foreign trade in 1904 as a treaty port, the city was booming, but it was also a ripening plum on the tree of anti-Manchu revolution. Mao saw a newspaper for the first time. He had learned to cherish the printed page as a window on history, but here it was speaking of current events. Strength of the People was an organ of Sun Yat-sen's nationalist movement. Mao read in its cluttered vertical columns of an unsuccessful uprising at Canton. It was led by a Hunanese revolutionary called Huang Xing. "I was most impressed with this story," Mao recalled, "and found Strength of the People full of stimulating material." Under its stimulus, Mao wrote an article of his own. It was my first expression of a political opinion, Mao said of this eager piece which he posted to the school wall, and it was somewhat muddled. He urged a new government that would be part reformist and part revolutionary. Sun Yat-sen for president, Kang Yue for premier, Liang Qichao as foreign minister. No less naive than if an American youth in the late 1990s, out of a zeal for unity, urged a government made up of Jack Kemp as president, Oprah Winfrey as vice president, and One Gore as secretary of state. Heroes were still 17-year-old Mao's focus of attention. But the monarch was no longer on Mao's list of heroes. In a radical plunge, Mao became one of the first pupils at the school to clip off his pigtail. He then joined with a fellow rebel to track down 10 other pupils who had entered a pact to cut pigtails, but who backed down at the last moment. The two of them forcibly took the shears to their classmates' pigtails and reaped 10 more for the anti-Manchu cause. History gave Mao only 4 weeks at the middle school in Changsha. In October 1911, the revolutionaries moved against the Manchus in the city of Wuhan. China's creaking last dynasty was falling after 267 years. Within a month, the Revolutionary Army had taken 17 provinces. The Manchu era was over. The mood on Changsha's wide, shady streets was dazed and excited. Politics spilled out of the old mold but didn't yet acquire new contours. School books were forgotten for the moment. Students wrote not classical essays, but slogans demanding a perfect future. A spokesman for the revolutionary forces came to Mao's school and lectured the pupils on the promise of the new era. Mao was so stirred that he decided to join the revolution. After 5 days to think out his exact course, he enlisted in a Hunan unit of the Revolutionary Army, known as the New Army. Mao's pay at the garrison in Changsha was $7 a month. 2 went for food. Most of the rest bought newspapers which he pored over like holy scripts. These publications were left-wing by definition. The medium was a message, for the newspaper was a brand new instrument in Chinese politics. In the Xiang River Daily News, Mao read about a socialist party just founded by a Hunanese who had studied in Japan. Other writings also broached socialism as a newfangled idea for reorganizing society. It was Mao's first meeting with the term. Socialism then meant social reform with vague collectivist overtones. Marxism was not even a spot on the horizon. But Private Mao was enough moved to fire off letters to various ex-classmates about this attractive notion. Only one wrote back. All through history, the semi-intellectual has been the most potent person in an inchoate political situation. In the army, Mao began to reveal himself as a semi-intellectual. Not only because he was bigger than his fellow pupils did he decline to join a student regiment, but also out of ambivalence toward the world of education. Mao was scared of the impact school had had on him. He was more of an educated gentleman than, as the son of Mao Shunqing, he wanted to be. He liked being a token scholar among the illiterate soldiers. I could write, he looked back. I knew something about books, and they respected my great learning. He would draft letters home for them and read out bits from the papers. Mao bought his water from peddlers who brought it to the barracks, though the other soldiers carried it themselves from the public well at White Sands. Half aware of his twilight status, Mao simply remarked, I, being a student, could not descend to carrying water. His father had not, for all his tyrannical authority, succeeded in making Zedong a plain farm laborer. Thinking the revolution to be over, Mao recalled of the spring of 1912. I resigned from the army and decided to return to my books. Sun Yat-sen had reached an agreement with Yuan Shikai, a shady strongman with his feet in Republican China and his heart in old China. The military phase of the revolution had ended. Mao formed no attachment to army life. He did little or no fighting and passed the time on chores for officers. He was in the army because he felt it had a role to play in the coming of a new China. If the people are weak, he remarked to a friend, in a stark rejection of Confucian moralism, what is the use of perfecting their virtues? The most important thing is to be strong. Both company and platoon heads urged him to stay on. But when the army ceased to ring with the call of the moment, he suddenly left. School pulled back the 18-year-old semi-intellectual. But which school? Mao was not sure. so he scanned the education advertisements of Xiang River Daily News and other papers. And how to pay the fees. The message from Music Mountain was that Zedong ought to have a job by now. The ex-soldier took a bed in a cheap boarding house for natives of Xiangxiang and began the first and last spell of sheer drift in his life. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. An ad for a police school appealed to Mao. But he also liked one that offered a course in soap making. A clean, uplifting touch for China? For both these schools he registered only to drop out before classes began. He also registered for 2 more schools, believing they might have sufficient appeal at Music Mountain to coax some tuition out of his father. One was a law and administration school, the other a commercial middle school. Mao said of his letter to his father asking money for the first, "I painted a bright picture for them of my future as a jurist and mandarin." Without waiting for word from Music Mountain, the irresolute youth lost interest in both these schools, and yet again lost his registration fee. Like a cushion that bears the marks of the last person to have touched it, Mao had in rapid succession taken the advice of a variety of ex-classmates. But he had clinched nothing. Using 10 fingers to try to catch 10 fleas, his phrase, he watched the fleas run on regardless. Soon Mao had to target 1 flea. He paid his $1 to register at a senior commercial school. Mao Shunqing agreed to pay the fees. My father readily appreciated the advantages of commercial cleverness, and young Mao sat down to learn economics. His preliminary investigations must have been vague, for it turned out that many lectures and textbooks were in English. Not good at languages, he knew only the rudiments of this tongue which East Mountain School had tried to teach him. Disgusted with this situation, Mao related, I withdrew from the institution at the end of the month and continued my perusal of the advertisements. Short of $1, more untidy than ever, Mao sat around in the wooden tea houses of Changsha's humid, teeming streets and read the papers with his big, slow eyes. What to do? For a while, Mao took a quizzical attitude to life around him. He saw 2 sides to everything. He turned in on himself with thoughts we have no way of knowing. He sat on the balcony of life and watched the vain rush below. I am the universe, he jotted down in a Taoist musing. With friends, he went off to enjoy a huge bonfire. Exploding in flames was the ammunition of the Hunan government's army, which only a year before he had entered with his own heart ablaze. But now he commented on the fun of the spectacle. It was better than firecrackers. 3 student friends came upon Mao one day at the top of edifice to pierce the sky. He was gazing at the roofs of Changsha from this 7-story tower on the city wall. Intense, still, alone. Mao snapped out of his dream, and the 4 went off for tea and watermelon seeds. The 3 youths were socially a cut above Mao. One of them used to lend him money, and they probably also knew more than he did about politics in the worldly sense. One called Tan, talker, son of a high official, said the end of the monarchy meant we could all be president. When another student put Tan down by making frivolous remarks, Mao stirred himself from silence. Let him talk. I am very interested. Let him talk. Tan went on to explain how learning was less important in a political leader than the will to struggle. Mao became as absorbed by this idea as he had been in gazing at the red roofs of Changsha. Behind a screen of vague indecision, the drifter seemed to be hatching the beginnings of a worldview. He got his foot in the door of another school, First Middle School of Hunan, but he left after 6 months. He had grown self-confident regarding schools. He topped the list of candidates in the entrance exam to First Middle School. A bit smugly, perhaps, Mao made a dual criticism of the school that tells much about the character of young Mao. Its curriculum was limited and its regulations were objectionable. One teacher lent Mao an absorbing book on Chinese official history, Chronicles with Imperial Commentaries, which proved a springboard for his next move. Liking these edicts and emperor's memos more than the fare offered in class, he decided on a season of independent study. As if 6 months was his natural span of attention, Mao became a hermit in Hunan Province Library for half a year. He would arrive as the library's doors opened in the morning and leave when they swung closed at the end of the day. A pile of books beside him, he was like a sphinx with bowed head, leaving the reading room only to buy a pancake or a meat dumpling for lunch. He gorged on history and geography of the modern West. For variety, he turned to novels, the poetry of his own country, and Greek mythology. He tackled the key works, recently translated into Chinese by the reformer Yen Fu, of Adam Smith, Herbert Spencer, John Stuart Mill, and Darwin, and also those of two philosophers he had met in Great Heroes of the World at East Mountain, Rousseau and Montesquieu. He gazed at a map of the world on the library wall. Never before had he seen a map that showed China as but one nation, arrayed with dozens of others, and not as the Middle Kingdom with a dim periphery added as a courtesy to non-Chinese. He joked to Emmy Xiao that in Hunan Province Library, he had been like an ox let loose in a vegetable garden. He later considered this half-year among books to be a high point of his life. Each night Mao returned to the boarding house, a club for Xiong natives that was full of ex-soldiers, students, and flotsam in transition, and hung around watching life go by. A big fight broke out one evening. Soldiers set upon and tried to kill students. Mao, it seems, was still a bit of a Taoist, not an upfront citizen. "I escaped by fleeing to the toilet," he said of that bloody night, "where I hid until the fight was over." Money problems soon drove Mao back to reading the advertisement columns. He hit upon teaching. An announcement for a teacher's training school he found attractive. No fees to pay, cheap bed and food, and a career as a teacher at the end. Two of Mao's friends also urged him to enter this school. They wanted Mao's help on the entrance exam. Mao obliged and wrote 3 essays. "I did not then think my act of substituting for my friends an immoral one," he recorded. He saw it as a matter of friendship. He also took pleasure in wielding his literary talent, as he had done among the soldiers. All 3 essays won a place at First Teachers Training School. Consent and dollars came from Music Mountain. With an amused awareness of his flighty period, now ending, Mao recalled 23 years later, "I managed to resist the appeals of all future advertising. Politics had turned sour. Yuan Shikai was so bankrupt of purpose that he tried to restore the monarchy, with himself repackaged as emperor. Amid the tensions between this toy-gun neo-traditionalism and the flickering radicalism of Sun Yat-sen's uncohesive alliance, warlords crept to the fore. In Changsha, one of them murdered the 2 radical leaders who had come to power in Hunan on the morrow of the 1911 revolt. By the summer of 1917, China had 2 governments, a warlord affair at Peking and Sun's struggling regime at Canton. Japan encroached, but there was no one to pull the levers of national resistance. Warlords at home plus foreigners banging on China's flimsy outside doors brought fresh suffering. Hunan lost half its pig population within 10 years, and a wave of pessimism among the intellectuals. China had tossed off the shell of the old but could not yet grasp the heart of the new. The timing of all this was not bad for Mao. He was of necessity still on the balcony, not yet in a position to do anything about China's mess. It was a golden opportunity to get a good education, and he seized it. An early classroom note showed his pleasure in study. To jot down ideas at random, happily expressing what is on our minds, helps to maintain equilibrium. Mao joined 400 other students in blue woolen uniforms amid the pillars, arches, and courtyards of a 2-storied copy of a Japanese copy of a British colonial compound. Like all colleges in China, First Teachers Training School, FTTS, was new, but it was well-heeled, and its excellent teachers carried on Hunan's rich scholarly tradition. An outer wall announced FTTS's motto, "Seek truth from facts." The facts were as eclectic as the architecture. Mao found himself reading Chinese history before lunch and German philosophy by siesta time. Still thin, he seemed to half consist of his large, grave eyes. The hands and hair and shoes now bespoke a young intellectual. A long gray gown had replaced the coarse square tunic. His speech and gestures remained deliberate. He did not become the voluble, snappy type of Chinese student whose hands compete with his mouth. At meetings, he said little. Mao sorted his way through a banquet of courses. He read portions of Aristotle, Hobbes, Bentham, Plato, Kant, Nietzsche, and Goethe. In a translation of Spencer's Principles of Sociology, he came upon a sentiment he paraphrased in his notebook. An American saying goes, "My country right or wrong?" He displayed wide curiosity and cheerful eclecticism. Jesus was dismembered for speaking out, he said in a letter to Xiaoyu. He who speaks out does not necessarily transgress, and even if he does transgress, this is but a small matter to a wise man. There were many regulations in the new school, Mao observed, and I agreed with very few of them. At FTTS, he trod a fine line between brilliance and disgrace. Reading a book in his dorm far into the night, he got a quilt too close to the oil lamp and started a small fire that charred a few bunks. Moved by the plight of a fellow student who found a marriage arranged over his unwilling head, he marched off to try to talk the parents out of their neat scheme. It seems that at FTTS, Mao was less often called tse-tung than ruinji, a nickname that means the fertilizer or the lubricator. What Mao despised, still life drawing, natural sciences, he would not put a finger to, suffering a grade of 0 or close to it. What he liked, writing essays on literary and moral themes, and social sciences, he did with such flair and zest that he would often get a grade of 100. It was not Mao's style to merely opt out of the sterile course in still life drawing. He had to thumb his nose at it. In a drawing exam, he scrawled an oval on the paper, titled it Egg, and then left the hall. One day, with a brevity designed to permit him to leave class early, he merely drew a straight horizontal line with a semicircle above it and called it half stone, half sun, an allusion to a famous poem by Li Taibua of the Tang dynasty. He failed still life drawing. Mao wrote passionate essays in the informal style of his reformer hero Liang. But the Chinese teacher, nicknamed Yuan the Big Beard, despised Liang Qichao, who had been my model, and considered him half-literate. Yuan also said Mao was arrogant to put the date at the end of every piece he wrote. Once the teacher tore off the dated last page of a Mao essay as the whole class looked on. Mao rose, seized Yuan by the arm, asked him what the hell he was doing, and tried to march him off to the principal's office to settle the issue reasonably. Curiously, the youth who rebelled at most constraints did not rebel at being remolded to classicism. I was obliged to alter my style, he said a bit disingenuously. Actually, he took with spirit to the classical forms, favoring especially the tricks of the skeptical scholar Han Yu, 768 to 824. Thanks to Yuan the Big Beard, Mao remarked to Edgar Snow 22 years later, I can today still turn out a passable classical essay if required. The if required comes with a sting, for Mao had by then begun his crusade against other people's old-style writing. So, in literary style, Mao reached backward, just at a time when, in politics, he moved rapidly ahead of the reformers. He dethroned Liang Qichao in a pincer's movement of classics and revolution. Already, he showed sensitivity to his health. I have been suffering stomach trouble for a couple of days, he wrote to Xiaoyu in September 1915. Looking out for one's health is all important. One only knows the happiness of well-being when one is seriously ill. Mao's core education at FTTS consisted of moral philosophy plus newspapers, a lifelong double love. Like most youths, Mao learned as much by example as by exhortation, and his ethical model from 1915 was a man with a rare skill for making disciples. A gentleman with a subversive streak, he spoke up for the right of widows to remarry, which shocked Changsha society. Yang Changji was a vessel of old China in the grip of the currents of new China. Yang's ways were patriarchal. Confucius was his nickname. He read his lectures from a script, he did handicrafts, but he planted seeds that bore radical fruit in the minds of a generation hungry for meaning. Yang revered Confucianism of the Song period, from the 10th century. But he had also spent 4 years in Britain and Germany drinking in the theories of Kant, Th. Green, and other European idealists. What tied the two together was a belief in mind and will. Take thought, dare to act, and what is born in your mind will recolor the world. It was individualism, no doubt about it, but in the cause of social betterment. No live mentor, unless it was Stalin, from a distance, in the 1930s and 1940s, ever made as much of a mark on Mao as this Chinese PhD from Edinburgh. So roused was Mao by Yang's ethics class that he wrote 12,000 words of comment on the 100,000-word textbook system of ethics by the minor neo-Kantian F. Paulson. At Yang's residence on Sundays, Mao and other favored students would sit in silent awe throughout lunch. Mao later married Yang's daughter, whom he first met at those shy Sunday luncheons. As teacher, friend, and father-in-law, Yang was well placed to make an impact on Mao. On paper, Mao served back Yang's moral athleticism. One enthusiastic essay, The Energy of the Mind, received the fancy grade of 100 plus 5. Mao was thrilled with this result and told many people of it. A man of high moral character, the ex-student said much later of his professor. It was a rare accolade because it was free of class analysis. Late at night, Mao pored over Changsha and Shanghai newspapers in the school library. Other students would come to him for a weekly report on the crumbling situation in China and the latest twist in World War I. For each tidbit from Europe Verdun, Hindenburg's tactics, the harnessing of taxis in the defense of Paris, Mao would dig up an illustrative parallel from China's own history. He was a consultant in comparative living history, the term he used to describe the value of newspapers. When any fellow student came searching for Mao, he would be advised to look in the newspaper room. Mao used part of his tiny allowance from Music Mountain to buy a personal copy of one paper, a habit his father called wasted money on wasted paper. He used to clip off the blank margins of this paper and tie the strips of newsprint together. On close inspection, it turned out that Mao's strips were covered with the handwritten names of cities, rivers, mountains. Keeping a Chinese atlas and a world atlas at his elbow as he gorged on the news, he looked up each geographical name mentioned and then wrote it out. Yang bent over his handicrafts, a moral therapy. Mao scanned newspapers, a door to social action that would later take him beyond Yang's moral universe to a life of violence. For the moment, German idealism and keen Chinese citizenship fitted well enough together, for a youth who still sat in a library. Yang introduced Mao to the Society for the Study of Wang Fuji, a 17th-century patriot and philosopher of public service, as well as to New Youth, a magazine that jabbed the rapier of modern Western ideas through the ribs of China's rigid traditions. Like Yang, Mao never lost his moorings in China's own civilization. If he jumped at Western ideas, he grasped them only as pills and band-aids for the sick Chinese body politic. A country is an organic whole, Yang wrote, and Mao came to agree with the sentiment, even as the human body is an organic whole. It is not like a machine which can be taken apart and put together again. Yang was a threshold figure of modern China. He was carried around Changsha in a three-man sedan chair, yet he swore by the discipline of taking cold baths and going without breakfast. Mao, though anti-feudal, drew from Yang a faith in rebirth by heroic effort. He embraced a cult of the physical as his first means of trying to channel rebellion into social change. Flourishing the slogan, "A civilized spirit, a barbarian body." He took cold baths in order to cancel out sedan chairs. Mao, with friends, climbed the hills around Changsha, swam in icy ponds, took only one meal each day for a long period, soaked in the sun. He thought it would irradiate him with energy, and slept for much of the year in the school courtyard rather than in the dorm. All this to toughen himself. Body training, as Mao called the physical feats, was far more unusual in China than in the West. For Mao, it was more than a way to get fit. Why did he shout poems of the Tang dynasty into headwinds? Not only to train the voice, surely, but in exhilaration at will pitted against all resistance. To struggle against heaven. What infinite joy, Mao wrote in his diary. To struggle against earth, what infinite joy. That is the version in a translation of Emi Zhao's memoir. But the original Chinese has a third line, which some Marxist mind thought it wise to edit out. To struggle against men, what infinite joy. The secret was not just hard bodies, but a sharper will to social struggle. One night, Mao burst into the room of Kai Hessen, a like-minded friend, soaking wet in the middle of a storm. He had just run down from the top of Changsha's famous Yulu mountain. Why, he was asked. Because Mao wished to get the feel of a sentence he had come across in the ancient book of history. Being sent down the great plains at the foot of the mountains, amid violent wind and rain and thunder, he did not go astray. With Xiao Yu, the smart, smooth brother of Emi Xiao, Mao made a walking tour, in his second summer at FTTS, through 5 counties of Hunan. This wander and study tour was inspired by a story he read in Strength of the People about 2 students who walked all over China, as far as Tibet. Mao and his friend took no money on the trip. They wrote clever couplets on scrolls for local gentry as a way of getting fed and housed during 6 weeks and 300 miles of trudging that taught Mao quite a bit about his province. Mao, at 23, brought muscle and pen together. His first published article, A Study of Physical Culture, came out in New Youth. He signed it, Mr. 28 Strokes. It takes 28 marks with a pen to write the 3 characters for Mao Zedong. The piece was strident. Exercise should be savage and rude. To be able to leap on horseback and to shoot at the same time. To go from one battle to the next. To shake mountains by one's cry and change the colors of the sky by one's roar of anger. To have the strength to uproot mountains like Xiongyu and pierce the target like Yu. All this is savage and rude and has nothing to do with delicacy. The argument was a chain of 3 links. Physical exertion is a celebration of the will, which is the link between body and mind. To steel the body is, in the last analysis, to prepare to fight. The principal aim of physical education, Mao wrote, is military heroism. The muscles and the fight and the joy are all for the Chinese nation's sake. Our nation is wanting in strength, ran Mao's first sentence, and the rest of the article explained how to meet the need. There were no politics yet in Mao's lust for life. Only a Promethean sense of himself face to face with a China that needed renewal. I believed I could live for 200 years. He later recalled having said at this time. It was as a student organizer that Mao pulled together the threads of his life at FTTS. From 1915, he became a prominent activist in the student union, and in 1917, he topped the list of 34 students elected, from an enrollment of 400, to run its affairs. To augment the union's budget, he hawked snacks in the street. He stirred the union to fight red tape and harass the stuffy and corrupt principal, whom Mao called Mr. Turn Back the Clock. Though he trod the brink of expulsion in doing so, Yuan the Big Beard, of all people, helped defend him. Mao's resolution won respect even from those it bruised. He mobilized it to barricade the school against soldiers of both Hunan and Northern warlord armies who eyed the campus as a spot to squat and loot. The Union, with Mao to the fore, led protests against Japan's 21 demands and other foreign acts of bullying against China. Mao now saw a dark side to Japan. He read a book, No Shame, about the Japan-China crisis, and on its cover he wrote, "To avenge this awful humiliation will be up to our generation." In a letter to a friend, he asked, how could our nation with a population of 400 million tolerate bullying by a nation of 3,000 islands? In another letter to Xiaoyu in 1916, Mao envisaged a close partnership between China and America in order to fight Japan. Under the Union's wing, he began a night school for Changsha workers. "We are not wood or stone but men," he wrote in a street announcement for this poignant triad adult education. "We must seek a little knowledge if we are to be effective members of society." A style of work had filtered out of his personal experience. "You can wear any clothes you want," the announcement added. "Notebooks and all materials will be supplied free." Mao had forgotten that few potential students could read his noble announcement. He went knocking on doors to recruit students. Even so, the school lasted only a few months. Mao struggled valiantly. When the physics class sagged, he tried to revivify it by promising the students, "We will tell you how an electric light is able to shine and how steamboats and trains are able to move so fast." During his senior year, Mao took a step that showed his new confidence and a first touch of political ambition. Feeling expansive and the need for a few intimate companions, he later recalled with marked disingenuousness, "I one day inserted an advertisement in a Changsha paper, inviting young men interested in patriotic work to make contact with me. I specified youths who were hardened and determined, and ready to make sacrifices for their country." The last line of the advertisement was a quotation from the ancient book of poetry. "In goes the cry of a bird in search of his companion's voice." Mao, often lonely, may also have been searching for friends. He had burst out in a letter to Li Jinsi in November 1915 that he had never had friends in his life. "I am frightened morning and night," he wrote to Xiaoyu in August 1915. Mao got only 3.5 replies. The half was from Li Lisan, later a famous communist leader with whom Mao clashed. Mao merely said dryly of Li's non-committal reply, Our friendship never developed. Yet this seemingly naive quest for patriotic youths led to momentous activity. Soon Mao put together a fully political organization called New People's Study Society, NPSS. It was the first red beacon in Hunan's sky. There are two kinds of people in the world, Mao observed one day to Emi Xiao. Those who are good at individual things and those who are good at organization. There are more of the former than of the latter. However, everyone has his strong points. The genius of the organizer, Mao felt, lies in being able to meld together the strong points of an assortment of people. He should not show up or carp upon the weak points, but inspire a coalition of all traits that are positive. Mao's father failed to do that. Mao would succeed. Mao graduated from FTTS in June 1918. Like others in his circle, he was socially adrift, a dissenter, and a bundle of mental contradictions. I have not the slightest idea what to do about the universe, human life, the state, or education. He wrote to Li Jinsi on the eve of graduation. I find it all extremely confusing, and what has its... The reformers of the 1890s were dissenters too, yet they had an accepted niche within the society of their time. Liang Qichao was an outsider intellectually, but not so in the warp and woof of his personal existence. For Mao's generation, old China was no more in one piece even to be fired at. The classics had little meaning in an era of warlords. Nor could Mao find his identity as a westernized Chinese, like the Honolulu-educated Sun Yat-sen. He was neither fish nor fowl. Yet Mao had turned his personal life around. He had ceased being blown about by other people's whims and had taken control of his own hours. Mao had been a resounding success at FTTS. Yang ranked him as third best, Xiao Yu was first, Kai Hessen, also Mao's friend and later a meteor in the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, was second among the thousands of students he taught at Changsha. In his last year, fellow students chose Mao as the school's model. The principal would not have done so, for ethical quality, courage, and eloquence in speaking and writing. A wizard, one fellow student called Mao. A brain, wrote another. His own philosophic views were emerging. He was lynx-eyed for the honor of China. He believed in individual self-assertion, and he had rejected the reformism of his previous heroes, Liang and Kong. Something new must come, he now felt, in a thunderclap of change. How can China come to have a great philosophical and ethical revolutionary like Russia's Tolstoy? Mao burst out one night in the home of Kai Hessen as the NPSS was being formed. Who will purge the people's old thoughts and develop their new thoughts? But would new thoughts bring a new society? Mao, in these years, rarely uttered the word revolution. And when he did, he meant by it only a sweeping away of the old. He was still only 24 after all and malleable enough so that a teacher's influence, even Yuan the Big Beards, not to speak of Yang's, could mark his mind for life. Mao's style was to be a clarifier and to be against any whiff of self-indulgent complacency. He was the knife in any situation. He would challenge and probe and test and defy. During 5.5 years at FTTS, he wrote no less than 1 million words of analytic, opinionated notes in the margins of books or in copybooks. Absurd, he would often inscribe in a margin, or, "This doesn't make sense." He loved the phrase, study and question, Shu Win. To learn is to probe, he used to impress on Emi Xiao. When he conducted an interview with each of the 3.5 respondents to his appeal for friends, he did not begin with a single word of greeting, but demanded to know right away what books the youth had recently read. One day, Mao visited the home of an NPSS friend who was rich. The youthful host broke off the political conversation to call in a servant and discuss the purchase and price of some meat. Mao was so irritated at the intrusion of housekeeping trivia upon the larger issue of China's future that he abruptly ended his friendship with the affluent youth. Mao was a knife with himself no less than with others. His approach to self-cultivation was summed up in his habit of taking his books off to busy Southgate, not far from FTTS, there to study in the noisiest possible place as a test of his own concentration. It was one small way to be a hero. If he couldn't yet shape the world around him, he could shape himself. If Mao was rather unprogrammed, he was no longer alone. At East Mountain, Mao had stood out from others, but his isolation was bleak. By 1918, he still stood out, but his separateness was a vantage point for influence. Others were ready to follow him. His quirks were reborn as strategies. The pupil had become a leader. Mao had been persistent. He had also pole vaulted with the times. Tradition and authority, even at FTTS, were being stood on their heads because they had lost credibility with a restless new elite to be. Mao was only a student leader. His radical plot was merely to take cold baths. But the nature of the times clinched a link that Mao himself perhaps could not yet see: education, the body, a political revolution. The three were linked because, given China's mess, knowledge was for action, and action would mean sweat and the gun. To be a student rebel and a physical fitness zealot at FTTS during World War I was by its own logic to make the mind receptive to Marxism, even though there was not in 1918 a single Marxist doctrine in Mao's tousled head. He was a bundle of contradictions, to be sure. Literary solutions would not cure real-life ills. Tradition and modernity could not sleep the whole night through in one bed. Wouldn't a cultivated individual bursting with energy in the end be a mere fly dashed against the wall of China's collective agony? The future would pass a sword through these contradictions. Meanwhile, Mao had a credo. He had scribbled it in the margin of his copy of Paulson's System of Ethics. Wherever there is repression of the individual, wherever there are acts contrary to the nature of the individual, there can be no greater crime. Paulson had written that if all pain and trouble were overcome, striving and battle would be obviated. Mao wrote in the margin, "Human beings cannot be without change for long." Mao's mother was ill with tubercular inflammation of the lymph glands. Zemin, the middle brother, brought her from Music Mountain to Changsha for medical treatment in April 1918. Tse-tung, the youngest brother, was already in Changsha, where Mao had obtained for him a place at the primary school attached to FTTS. In October, when Chime died at 52 years of age. More than ever, Mao said of his mother's death, "I lost interest in returning home." Briefly, he went back to Music Mountain for the burial of his mother. A very large number of people attended the funeral. Years later, Mao said to one of his nurses, "Before my mother died, I told her I would not be able to bear to see her suffering face. I wanted to carry away a beautiful impression of her. So I would distance myself at the end." My mother agreed. Mao was not in Music Mountain toward the end. He later said he was deeply impressed by the outpouring of sentiment for his mother at the funeral and afterward. Mao wrote a sacrificial eulogy to his mother. It was in the old style and made up of Buddhist and Confucian sentiments in about equal parts. "The highest of my mother's virtues was her universal love. She was kind to all human beings, whether closely or distantly related. Her compassion and kindness moved the hearts of everyone. The power of her love came from true sincerity. She never lied or was deceitful." Then Mao allowed himself a direct remembrance. "When we were sick, she held our hands, her heart full of sorrow, and she admonished us, 'You should strive to be good.'" Late in life, Mao said of his mother, "As her son, I did not measure up well. During her life, I was not completely loyal, and at her death, I failed to be filial. That's the kind of person I am." Chapter 3. Wider World in Peking and Shanghai. 1918 to 1921. Just short of his 26th birthday, Mao left his home province for the first time. In Romance of the Three Kingdoms, there are three heroes. Mao and two other students of Professor Yang modeled themselves on the same idea, Sange Haojie. Xiao Yu was one of them. The third was Kai Hessen, a militant youth from the home district of Mao's mother. Yang left Changsha in 1918 for a prize chair at Peking University. From the capital, he wrote to the three heroes about how work-study in the West could help save China. The New People's Study Society discussed the letter. Kai went up to Peking to represent Changsha in the scheme to go to France. Mao and 20 others followed in the autumn of 1918, first on foot, by boat as far as Wuhan, then in a train. Mao had wanted to go to Peking anyway. With Yang as his bridge and New Youth magazine as his vehicle, he had moved to the fringes of the New Culture movement. "It has two principles," he said to Emmy Shao of the Peking-based magazine. "One is to oppose the old-style language, Guwen. The other is to oppose the old moral teaching. Peking looked grand, but Mao's personal situation was the opposite. Like any college student who becomes a big fish in the small pond of school, he now felt the pain of being a small fish again. Until he could land a job, he was without money. At first, he slept in a hut with the gateman at Professor Yang's big house near Back Gate. Later, with 7 other young Hunanese idealists, he rented a tiny room in a courtyard house in 3i Wall district. The 8 of them slept in a smelly row on the stove-cum bed, Kong, that was a feature of homes in the north. Mao recalled these nights as a sardine. I used to have to warn people on each side of me when I wanted to turn over. Peking was more expensive than Changsha. Buying fuel for the Kong strained the octagonal purse. An overcoat each was out of the question. They bought one among the 8 of them. The garment was as foreign to Hunanese as a fur to Floridians, and took turns wearing it in the bitter cold that soon gripped Peking. How to get a job in this alien place? Mao went to ask the help of Professor Yang. Poor as he was, good schools in Hunan had given him contacts and skills. Yang wrote a note to the head of the library at Peking University. Was there a niche for a needy student involved in the work-study movement? Reading New Youth, Mao had come to admire 2 authors above all. They became for a while my models, he said. One of them, Professor Li Dazhao, turned out to be the university's chief librarian. Mao got a job in the periodical room at $8 a month. The tasks were as lowly as the pay. Tidy the shelves, clean the room, write down the borrowers' names. For a man of 26 with a diploma from a teacher's training college, it was a non-job. In the eyes of Peking University, Mao was not the noted student from Changsha, but only 2 pale slim hands that kept magazines in their place. My office was so low, Mao noted, that people avoided me, busy at his 3-drawered table under a high window, or padding among the shelves in his faded blue gown and cloth shoes. His big eyes missing nothing Mao recognized from the names in his register book, leading lights of the new culture movement. I tried to begin conversations with them on political and cultural subjects, he recalled poignantly. But they were very busy men. They had no time to listen to an assistant librarian speaking Southern dialect. Mao's status was equally low elsewhere in the university. Lectures he could audit only if he kept his mouth shut. Once he ventured a question to Hu Shi, then a well-known radical, later a famous liberal and Chiang Kai-shek's ambassador in Washington. Hu Shi inquired who the questioner was. Finding out that Mao was not a registered student, the radical chic professor refused to talk to him. But like a leech, Mao stuck to any good thing around him. Avid to get a foot in the door of intellectual circles, he joined the Journalism Society and the Philosophy Society. Apt choices, for newspapers and moral ideas were his chief mental enthusiasms. He met new people, among them Zhang Guotao, the boy from a landlord family just over the hills from Music Mountain, though none of them became intimates. North China differs in many ways from South China. Mao's 26 years had been lived completely within the world of the South. Hunan's ways of living are at least as different from Peking's as are Florida's from Montana's. Beyond the problems of environment, harsh winter, a different accent, dishes insufficiently spicy, there was a larger issue of psychology. The North was the seat of the bureaucratic tradition. Here were mandarins who assumed a coolie never had a thought in his sweating head. They seemed terribly removed from the spirit of the folk who tilled the fields in Music Mountain. Mao felt very local in 1918-19. His lifelong ambivalence about the Peking way of life was born that winter. Yet Mao made his own Peking. Keeping often to himself, he made a private magic of the city and its environs. It was from a literary and antiquarian angle that he found a Peking he liked. He wandered in the parks and palaces. In the western hills and at the Great Wall, he touched the stones of old China. Gazing at ice crystals hanging from the willows that lean over North Lake, he relived lines from Xinjiang, a Tang dynasty poet who had marveled at the same winter-jeweled scene. The Hunanese farm youth found a deeper identity within this time-dwarfing civilization. The capital was in weekly political agonies, but Mao seemed tuned to more elemental things. The innumerable trees of Peking aroused my wonder and admiration. The Changsha iconoclast was edged out, for a season, by the dreamer who loved poems and misty hills and tales from China's past. Mao decided not to go to France. Kai Hessen and other friends from Changsha sailed. Mao saw obstacles to joining them. One requirement for the trip was studying French, and Mao proved poor at it. Though the scheme was subsidized, each student was expected to put up a reduced fare, and Mao was already too much in debt to nudge his better-off acquaintances further. There may also have been the tug of Miss Yang. Mao had been seeing the daughter of his old professor on visits to the comfortable Yang home and at meetings of the Journalism Society. Yang, a journalism student, had no plans to go and work in a French factory. At bottom, Mao stayed home because his will to go abroad was not strong enough. The obstacles were allowed to stand because Mao did not really believe the key to his China's future lay in the West. His mind was on the legends, the beauty, and the recent humiliations of China. Allowing for a strange double quality of modesty and primness in the statement, we can accept Mao's own reason for passing up the voyage to Marseilles. I felt that I did not know enough about my own country, and that my time could be spent more profitably in China. The decision was the fruit of an attitude already fixed. At the same time, it had consequences that were to intensify Mao's nativism. Meanwhile, in Tianjin, 70 miles to the southeast, a young man called Zhou Enlai made the opposite decision and sailed for Europe. In Chongqing, to the southwest, another youth called Deng Xiaoping packed for the trip to France as a work-study enrollee. The Chinese Revolution began in a library. A doctrine was needed to give direction to the formless revolt against the old. One had long existed since Karl Marx sat in another British library when Mao's grandfather was a boy. Bits of it had even been translated into Chinese not long before World War I. But only with the Bolshevik Revolution did the doctrine come alive for Chinese minds. Marxism was one thing, an interesting theory with a message mainly for the advanced countries. Leninism was not the same. If backward Russia could make a Marxist revolution, and if imperialism by its own logic was going to provoke socialism, as Lenin said it would, might not China be part of the action? Maybe those difficult essays by Marx were worth a more careful look? So, after 1917, a few keen Chinese hunted down Marxist articles and pamphlets in Mao's library. Mao could read to his fill without buying so much as a daily paper, a boon for his pitiful budget, and for the first time he read Marx and Lenin. Yet Mao failed to get hold of Marxism that winter. The idea that bubbled highest in the cauldron of his mind was anarchism. He read more Kropotkin than Marx. He understood the passionate Russian more readily than the systematic German. Like any anarchist, Mao knew better what he was against than what he was for. As yet, he had no intellectual weapon to attack militarism and imperialism. In personal terms as well, anarchism was a fit doctrine for the unconnected existence Mao led that winter. In the spring of 1919, Peking erupted in a student demonstration, the May 4th movement that brought to a peak all the themes of New Youth. But Mao was out of step. He was in one of his clouded moods, when resolve did not quite surface. He turned in upon himself at the very moment when a public cause gripped the Peking student body. He left Peking, alone, and for an unexpected destination. As the students tore strips off Confucianism, Mao went to visit Confucius's grave in Shandong province. "I saw the small stream where Confucius's disciples bathed their feet," he related, "and the little town where the sage lived as a child." He climbed sacred Mount Tai. He inspected the birthplace of Mencius. The tour took him through territory Liangshan County, where his heroes of the novel story of the marshes had performed their exploits. As the radicals in Peking declared the old a heap of refuse, Mao indulged himself at founts of the old. On May 4th, the first mass movement of intellectuals in Chinese history took shape, to burn tradition and to defy Japan's arrogance toward China. But Mao was in touch only with the hills and walls of China. After stops at the holy places of Confucianism, Mao continued by train. Once he ran into a student friend and borrowed enough for the ticket to Suzhou, where he poked into haunts made famous in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and to Nanjing, where he walked around the ancient city walls. He was robbed of his only pair of shoes and had to borrow yet again for a ticket to Shanghai. The journey seemed to eclipse the goal to get to Shanghai. Mao said his purpose was to see off a work-study group bound for France. This he did at the Shanghai docks. However, he did not travel from Peking with any of the group, and his own pilgrimage to feudal high spots took several weeks. It was clear, at any rate, that Mao had not found Peking gripping enough to stay there longer than 6 months. Shanghai was a toehold of the West that had emerged from World War I as China's biggest city, 2 million people. It was a city with business in its blood. Mao did not take to Shanghai. It had no tombs or shrines or mountains to intrigue him. He went to see his second model from the pages of New Youth, Professor Chen Duxiu, a literature scholar from Peking, who had moved to Shanghai in 1917 under the whip of warlord repression. A seed was planted for future contact, yet this first meeting set neither man on fire. Mao walked the streets, read newspapers, looked up Hunanese friends. His mind was straying back to events in Changsha. It came as good news when the group organizing work-study in France gave him money to go back to Hunan. Mao wrapped up his books, clothes, and documents, and in April 1919, made the complicated foot-train steamer journey to Changsha. For a while, Mao was very hard up. He found a bed at a hostel of Hunan University meant as a way station for potential enrollees. Soon, he took on some part-time history teaching at a primary school run by the Teachers' College from which he had graduated. Mao had too many causes to really want a regular job. So his body made do at a level below conventionality while his mind soared above conventionality. His big feet shuffled about in straw sandals, a cheap substitute for shoes, fit only for summer weather. He ate mainly a mush of broad beans and rice. He relied on others in his usual unblushing way. It turned out that the North had left its mark on him. Silent in Peking, he now had a lot to say in Changsha. His first venture was a public lecture on the newfangled idea called Makisi-Zhui Marxism, about which he knew only a little. During the second half of 1919, Mao became a spearhead for new culture and anti-imperialism, May 4th's twin themes in the Changsha area. Chief target was the warlord ruler of Hunan, Zhang Jingyao, a caricature of the half-feudal pro-Japan manipulator who made May 4th students see red. Mao took the lead in the Changsha wing of May 4th with 2 well-run undertakings. As the sun baked Changsha in June, he helped bring to birth a United Students Association of Hunan. The social atmosphere of this student movement has never been quite matched for ardor. Not in China, nor in the US during the 1960s. Schools were closed half the time. Ideological truth pushed out factual truth. All night long, manifestos were drawn up for yet one more demonstration the next day. Toothbrushes in pockets, carrying umbrellas with towels wrapped around them. Students fanned out from Changsha to link up with the like-minded elsewhere. Nearly everyone was in a state of war with his or her family. Crudely printed little magazines appeared, with titles that conveyed the mood of uplift. Awakening, Women's Bell, New Culture, Warm Tide, Upward, Strife, New Voice. By the standards of the 1960s, these students were not modern at all. Most of them were gentlemen in gowns who did not squirm to give orders to a servant. Yet, if they had one foot in tradition, their words were virulent against tradition. Like some evangelical Christians in the US, they lived the life of everyone around them, but snorted with disgust at the polluting threat of it all to their clear, pure inner light. A student cut off 2 fingers as his personal protest against Governor Zhang's brutal methods. 13-year-old Ding Ling, later to be one of China's best short story writers, led her class to the chambers of the Hunan Provincial Council to demand for women the equal right to inherit property. The younger they were, the fewer doubts they had. Mao spoke to a rally on the theme, Use national products. Resist Japanese goods, not facing the fact that Chinese products were inadequate to the people's needs. He organized teams of girls. From the start, he brought women into the heart of the United Students Association of Hunan to inspect Changsha shops and browbeat the owners into destroying Japanese imports. Mao later recalled that no one had time for love. It was true that women and men slept chastely side by side. An hour or two's repose after a night of political busyness did not lend itself to caresses. Mao, 3 heroes member Kai Hessen, and his bright and pretty sister Kai Chong, swore a triangular oath never to marry. All 3 broke it, and Mao broke it 3 times. It is not that the trio were insincere. Rather, they were operating on a number of levels at once, and they did not blush to live within contradictions. They thought they had no time for love, but love crept in. Often it gave the flavor to all they were doing. The students' social situation made them a bundle of contradictions. They were a humiliated generation. The breakup of the old had made them rootless. The travail of their nation had made them desperate. Being terrorists against old China required a boldness that ran away with itself. A group hurled a soft melon carefully filled with dog feces onto the head of a pompous official making a public appearance. The crowd laughed. A spell was broken. The dirty melon had done wonders. It was not that difficult to call a bluff on the China of 1919. During the stormy summer, Mao, acting for the Students' Association, founded, edited, and wrote large portions of a weekly which he characteristically named after nature, Xiang River Review. 2,000 copies of the review's first issue were sold in a single day, and 5,000 copies of subsequent issues were printed, a big print run for Hunan in 1919. The magazine set its type where its mouth was. Expressing a cultural aim of May 4th, it used plain talk, Baihua, the language much as it is spoken, rather than the rigid archaic form, Wenyan. The change was like replacing the language of the King James Version of the Bible with that of Jesus Christ Superstar. It was true, as even Professor Hu Sure said, that Mao was an arresting writer. His paragraphs, drafted on thin, red-ruled paper, were blunt and vivid. His avid newspaper reading bore fruit in detailed illustrations for each point. The movement for the liberation of mankind has shot forward, Editor Mao declared in his inaugural piece. What are the things which we should not be afraid of? He gave an answer that showed the supermarket nature of his mind at that time. We should not be afraid of heaven, of gods, of ghosts, of the dead, or of warlords and capitalists. In a Chinese paper, we find a recollection of Mao the editor, perhaps too rosy, yet informative, by a fellow teacher at the primary school. He often had to write at night, as he was busy with many callers during the day. The room he occupied at Xiuyi Primary School was next to mine, separated by only a thin partition. Often, when I woke up in the night from my sleep, I could see him writing, oblivious of the oppressive heat of summer and the harassing bites of mosquitoes. After he finished writing his articles, he had to go to the printing press to give instructions and then do the proofreading himself. Sometimes he would take a number of copies to sell them in the street. It was a hard life for him then. The pay he received from Xiuyi Primary School was only a few dollars a month, and he had nothing left after paying for his meals. His personal effects included an old mosquito net, an old cotton-padded quilt, an old bamboo mat on which he slept, several books, which he also used as pillows at night, and a long gown of some grayish material and white trousers which were the worse for wear. Mao wrote an article called Great Union of the Popular Masses, which summed up his views. It was eloquent, populist, and patriotic. Not a bit Marxist, it was nevertheless sharply different from his study of physical culture of 2 years before. Mao began with a dire diagnosis. The decadence of the state, the sufferings of humanity, and the darkness of society have all reached an extreme. He no longer saw steeled individuals as the solution. Such self-cultivated monks, first among them Mao Zedong, would be needed to initiate China's climb out of darkness. But Mao did not broach leadership in great union of the popular masses. He rabble-roused for the widest possible support. He called people from all strata to join hands and shout against oppression. Solidarity was the key. The 1911 revolution had not involved the ordinary people, the next one must. Marx was mentioned, the German Marx, in order to be compared unfavorably to Mao's favorite anarchist, the Russian Kropotkin. Mao said the standpoint of Marx was extremely violent. The more moderate standpoint of Kropotkin might not yield overnight results. But its supreme virtue was that it begins by understanding the common people. The piece was revolutionary, but in the Changsha of 1919, Marx seemed no more logical as theorist-in-chief of revolution than a half-dozen others. Mao had a vision of a juster social order. He had a sharp organizational instinct, but he did not yet have an ideology. Mao had in mind a series of unions that would converge into a revolutionary tide. Their cause was simple: to resist powerful people who harm their fellow men. Women, rickshaw pullers, peasants, students, everyone was there, and the categories did not follow class lines. As Mao took up the plight of these groups, speaking in the first person for each, he was most excited by that of students. Our teachers of Chinese are such obstinate pedants. They are constantly mouthing expressions such as "we read in the book of poetry" or "Confucius says." But when you come down to it, in fact, they don't understand a word. They are not aware that this is already the 20th century. They still compel us to observe old rites and follow old regulations. They forcibly impregnate our minds with a lot of stinking corpse-like dead writings full of classical allusions. At school, Mao had called the bluff of teachers who were out of touch. Now he would do the same in society at large. If we can only give a shout together, he vowed, we will shatter the force of history which habit is. The article won praise from Professor Li Dezhao's own magazine, Weekly Critic. It is an unexpected pleasure to see such an excellent brother periodical. It inspired the formation in Changsha of an unwieldy coalition called Hunan United Association of All Circles. In starting to publish his views, Mao crossed a threshold. One thing to read and study and write 10,000 words of notes in the margins of a textbook. Quite a fresh thing to take a stand in public. This was action, it was confession, it had consequences. Mao was no longer merely exploring the world around him, but taking steps to shape it. It was one of Warlord Zhang's habits to extinguish left-wing magazines as a janitor turns out lights during an energy crisis. An armed detachment arrived one midnight at the Graceful Xiong Printing Company. The review was dead after 5 issues, and its parent, the United Students Association of Hunan, was stamped out the same night. Small magazines were then like birds that flew by and were gone. Mao soon joined himself to the flight of another one, New Hunan. Run by medical students of Yale in China, equally a voice of May 4th, it was short of help during the summer months and welcomed Mao as editor. Begun in June, taken over by Mao in August, it died the same death as the review in October, but not before attracting some more favorable leftist national attention for Mao's pen. He was well enough launched now as a political writer that his pieces were taken by Great Welfare Daily, the leading Changsha paper. Suddenly, there was a fresh cause to write about. A Miss Zhao of Changsha was to be married. She did not like the man chosen for her. But all 4 parents, her father was a spectacle maker, the young man's father ran a curio shop, insisted on their carefully arranged match. The wedding day came. Dressed in her finery, Miss Zhao was borne aloft in a bridal sedan chair. The stiff parade marched off toward the groom's home. In a flash, Miss Zhao pulled out a razor from under her petticoats and slit her throat. Within 2 days of the tragedy, Mao was in print with a critique of Miss Zhao's suicide. 8 more articles by him on marriage, family oppression, and the evil of the old society peppered the columns of Great Welfare Daily over the next 2 weeks. As so often, Mao dug from his own life the root of a social conviction. He blamed society. The circumstances of an event provide all the causes of its occurrence. Even in translation, his prose is hard-hitting. The circumstances were the rotten marriage system, the benighted social system, thought which cannot be independent, love which cannot be free. He called Zhao's bridal sedan chair a prisoner's cart. One sniffs between the lines of these 9 articles, Mao's own arranged marriage and his mother's meek submission to a man for whom the term male chauvinism would be the understatement of the Chinese Revolution. Mao assumed a paternal air with his advice to boys and girls on the marriage problem. In another piece, he begged his readers to shout and thus bring down the house of cards that is superstition. Boldness as its own reward was already one of his beliefs. Everyone regards predestined marriage as a sort of beautiful destiny. No one has ever imagined that it is all a mistake. He began his lifelong opposition to suicide in any situation. If in the end one does not succeed, one's energies are wholly spent and one dies in battle like the lost jade. This, after all, is true courage and the sort of tragedy which satisfies most. To kill oneself as Miss Zhao had was not to oppose the corrupt old society. It was to affirm that doomed order, to fit in with it. Struggle, do not commit suicide, Mao laid down. Mao swiped at shrines to female chastity, which were in those days thought impressive. "Where are the shrines for chaste boys?" asked the man who had dallied with a couple of village girls. Next, he had girls out in the street cajoling housewives to reject Japanese goods, and drumming up support for a strike to thwart warlord Zhang. In Mao's mind, the link went back to the name of his New People Study Society. The women's movement was a bid for new people. But Mao was coming close to the viewpoint that a new society was the ultimate goal. Mao and his friends were on a collision course with Zhang's Hunan regime, and December 1919 brought the crunch. Zhang's troops used swords and rifle butts to disperse a crowd, making a bonfire of Japanese goods at Education Square. Late-night planning meetings followed one after the other. Mao wrote a manifesto urging the overthrow of pro-Japan, feudal butcher Zhang. 13,000 students and their allies signed Mao's document. A Changsha-wide strike began. The issue was joined. Zhang was not overthrown, though his regime was bruised, and the trail was hot for Mao and other leaders. Mao decided to leave Hunan, to escape Zhang, who now felt a personal fury for him, and to seek support in anti-warlord circles outside Hunan for the anti-Zhang cause. Mao went back to Peking. For months there were a time of harvest for him, although not in fully expected ways. It was the New People Study Society that sent Mao north, as head of a 100-person delegation of petitioners for the dismissal of Zhang. Mao had assignments, too, from Great Welfare Daily and other organs. He wasn't penniless this time. After a 10-day stop in Wuhan, where Mao took voluminous notes on local conditions, the group arrived in Peking in time for an anti-Zhang rally of 1,000 people at the Guildhall of Xiang County. Mao came up with a slogan for the rally: "The Hunanese people cannot live unless Zhang departs." Mao rented part of the old and crumbling Fuyu Lamasery on North Avenue by the moat of the Imperial Palace. He slept in the main hall of the unheated temple, under the eyes of gilded Tibetan gods. His desk for night reading and writing was an incense table made eerie by the glow of an oil lamp. A mimeograph machine chalice of the new era of political organizing stood by the incense table. It formed the headquarters for what the young provincial politician grandly called Common People's News Agency. Mao did not achieve much for the anti-Zhang cause. Peking was a wider world in the grip of larger concerns. The downward spiral of a national government headed by a glorified warlord, global gyrations after Versailles, echoes of the Bolshevik Revolution, the playing out of May 4th's themes. Mao knocked on many doors but often got a glazed look when he broached Hunan's affairs. Mao's first Peking harvest was Miss Yang. 8 years younger than Mao, Yang Kaihui was a slight girl, with a round face and a pale complexion for a southern Chinese. Mao's affection for her had grown during his previous stay in Peking. Now things advanced a stage further. Professor Yang died a month after Mao reached the capital, and the loss seemed to clear Mao's way to physical intimacy with Kaihui. The life of the couple began as a trial marriage, which Professor Yang might not have liked, but in Peking they did not set up house together. They met amid the statues in Mao's feudal chamber on North Avenue, or at the warmer and more comfortable Yang family home. When spring came, they would go for a pony ride along the ridges of the western hills and find a quiet niche. It seems that their first child was born less than 1 year after that Peking spring. The Maoyang match, in the spirit of May 4th, was born of free choice by the two parties, which had been rare in old China. The actual ceremony of marriage, a year or so later in Changsha, meant so little to them that no one recalled it. Even Mao, talking to Edgar Snow in 1936, could not put an accurate date on it. Miss Zhao in Changsha had not lived to carry forward May 4th values. Miss Yang opted for a struggle to express them in a political movement. The dead Miss Zhao had stirred Mao's pen. The living Miss Yang stirred his loins. Yang redeemed Zhao's suicide, joining flesh with spirit, helping Mao during the 1920s to match the pen with the gun. At his incense table in the Lama Temple, Mao read the Communist Manifesto, in translation, as he had to read everything that mattered to him. This time, the ideas of Marx and Engels hit home. It was partly that the manifesto, the first part of it appeared in Chinese in November 1919, was the most compelling of the Marxian works so far in Chinese. It was partly that the Russian Revolution, as analyzed by Professor Li Dazhao and others, had put a new sheen on Marxism in the eyes of a Chinese. Russia became a beacon for Mao, as France was for English radicals of the 1790s. The theories of Marx he grasped only gradually. But the Bolshevik success got to his gut. He declared his enthusiasm for the new Russia to a young lady, who rejoined, "It's all very well to say establish communism, but lots of heads are going to fall." Mao came back excitedly. "Heads will fall, heads will be chopped off, of course. But just think how good communism is. The state won't bother us anymore. You women will be free, marriage problems won't plague you anymore." Marxism came to Mao as an idea about how history moves from one stage to the next. Mao had little idea of the social future that revolution would usher in. Nor had he focused on the nuts and bolts of organizing the seizure of power. But he did, in 1920, embrace Marxism as belief in China's rendezvous with Russian-type revolution. Thus would the nation be saved, backwardness conquered, the energies of a cowed people released, and the will of May 4th heroes given a proper social outlet. Marxism is never merely transmitted, like an instruction or a disease, from one historical situation to another. It is reborn in the new place. So it was in Mao's case. The mental seeds of his brand of Marxism existed as he became a pro-liberation child of New Youth magazine from 1916. Marxism as a live hope for revolution in China came as a vision from St. Petersburg. Assimilation of the doctrines of Marx and Engels and Lenin occurred only as a third stage. "3 books especially deeply carved my mind," said Mao of his second winter in Peking, "and built up in me a faith in Marxism. As well as the manifesto, there was one of Kautsky's works and History of Socialism by Kirkup. The second two did not give Mao a very pure dose of Marxism. But Mao had the faith. From the summer of 1920, he considered himself a Marxist, and thereafter he never wavered from that self-identification. Anarchism, reformism, utopianism were all squeezed out as frameworks for his political thought. That Mao did not swallow Marx and become a new creation overnight is clear from his continued preoccupation with the movement for Hunan autonomy. In April, he left Peking, and one reason was that he could do little there for Hunan. Following her father's death, Yang Kai-hui had moved with her mother back to Changsha. Mao vaguely planned to rejoin her there when he could, and when the Hunan political mood permitted. For the moment, he wished to talk over his new Marxist faith with Professor Chun. Selling his winter coat to buy the train ticket, he set off for Shanghai with an unsorted basket of aims. Mao was hard up, so he washed and ironed and delivered clothes for taipans and rich compradors. In the port city as a laundry helper, he was paid $12 to $15 a month. About $8 of this went on tram fares to take the finished garments back to mansions and hotels. If he seldom smiled on Shanghai in the following years, this experience may have been a reason why. Mao tried to enlist Chen Duxiu's help on Hunan issues, but the revolutionary professor had bigger matters on hand. Russian advisors had arrived in China, sent by the newly founded Communist International, to consult Li and Chen about concrete steps toward a Bolshevik organization in China. Chun was that spring the greatest single Marxist influence Mao ever knew. His own assertions of belief, Mao said later of this ex-Peking iconoclast, deeply impressed me at what was probably a critical period in my life. No doubt, the laundry added to Mao's Marxist education by helping him see what Marx meant by the term proletariat. Mao went down to the docks to say farewell to a work-study group of Hunanese bound for France. The sun gleamed on the muddy ripples of the Huangpu River. Horns and shouts and the clatter of cargo filled the steamy air. Mao was wearing a gray cotton gown, now almost ivory after much pounding in the wooden tubs of his own laundry. Before sailing, the group held a meeting of the New People's Study Society in nearby Pansong Park. Mao spoke. He offered the slogan, "To transform China and the world." The meeting appointed him to return to Changsha as Hunan chief of the work-study program. A group photo was gravely taken. Everyone strolled back along the banks of Wusong Creek to the French cargo ship. Girls were among those sailing. It had been a major contribution of Mao's to build up female participation in the program. "Each one you take with you," he had said to a Hunan friend who was leading a female group, "is one you save." His hatred of old China was focused, once more, in his feelings about the plight of women. One student expressed regret that Mao was not also sailing for France. Mao responded, "The revolution cannot be postponed till your return from abroad." Mao was alone on the sloping jetty facing the group lined up at the rail of the ship's fourth-class deck. Before turning back toward the city, he called out, "Study hard to save the country." A virtual civil war had been going on in Hunan, but in the summer of 1920, it ended with the ouster of Zhang by the more progressive Tan Yankai. Mao went back to Changsha full of political plans to take advantage of a newly liberal mood. The man Tan chose to take over the troubled first teachers training school happened to be one of Mao's old teachers. This educator soon made Mao director of FTTS's primary school, Xiaoyi, where he had taught a class while editing Xiang River Review. Moreover, now that Kai Hessen and other Hunan stars were busy in French factories, Mao was the unchallenged leader of the New People Study Society. The pay was good at Xiaoyi, and the directorship had prestige. Mao quickly showed that he did not value austerity for its own sake. He settled with Miss Yang into Clearwater Pond House, a quiet and elegant ex-landlord's residence set in a garden. The rent was $12 a month, the same as his entire wage at the Shanghai Laundry, 50% above his wage at the library of Peking University. In outward trappings, Mao was part of the Changsha establishment. The period 1920 to 21 was a time of aligning thought and action. It brought a new focus to his political life. It also brought pain to certain of his relationships. He pushed ahead with May 4th kinds of projects. He started a young people's library and, with others, put back together the United Students Association of Hunan. Visiting Music Mountain for a few weeks, he brought the torch of new culture to his home county by establishing an education promotion society. He wrote and edited at Popular Daily, a semi-official educational organ, after a friend of his, He Shuheng, gained control of it and pulled it to the left. Helped by a young woman he liked, another of Professor Yang's best students, Mao set up a cultural bookstore to seed Hunan with left-wing literature. "The people of Hunan are more starved in the mind than in the stomach," ran Mao's announcement about the shop. Mao wangled 3 rooms at low rent for the cultural bookstore from Yale in China. He received financial support from Kai Hui's mother. He even got Warlord Tan to write the signboard for the shop in his fine brush strokes, and to preside over the opening ceremony. Subversion and the status quo rubbed shoulders for an afternoon. The bookstore did well and grew 7 branches in other towns. In its early days, the best-selling items, all in Chinese, included Kirkup's History of Socialism, a pamphlet that introduced Marxist capital, a study of the New Russia, and the magazines New Youth, New Life, New Education, and Labor Circles. Mao added pro-Russia spice to May 4th themes. With He Shuheng of Popular Daily, he started a Russian affairs study group and a scheme for work study in Russia. Under the influence of his Marxist faith, he tried to get a handle on labor union organizing. Prompted by Comintern advice, which reached him by letter from Shanghai and Peking, he began a communist cell. Also a branch of the Socialist Youth Corps, an anteroom for looking over potential communists. He had graduated from First Teachers Training School 5 years after Mao. The two had met on work-study affairs during Mao's first winter in Peking. His name was Liu Shaoqi. When He Shuheng was fired from the Education Bureau in May 1921, and the radicals at Popular Daily were booted out with him, Mao appointed many of them as teachers in his own primary school. If there was a strike, students made up its core. School teachers were the red thread holding together the broadening flaps of Mao's Marxist tent. FTTS itself was crucial to the network. Mao recruited new followers by the month from its classrooms, relied on its salaries for the bread and butter of several co-leaders, used the fine facilities of its alumni association for meetings, raised gifts of $10 a head there for his cultural bookstore, and had young people going in and out of its library as if it were a bus station. FTTS was like an extended family for Mao the budding communist. Mao's own family members were sucked in too. Mao's father died in 1920, of typhoid at the age of 52, an event Mao seldom mentioned except to remark that few people attended the funeral, and Mao quietly took up the reins as his heir. He arranged for Zemin, the second brother, to go to FTTS, and Zayton, the third boy, to get into a good middle school. His adopted sister, Zhejian, he placed in a teacher's training school in the nearby city of Hengyang. All three were, before long, working directly under Mao in communist organizations. Mao, at times, ordered them around as if he had stepped, all too fully, into the shoes of his father. Mao was no longer alone. He wrote and received a stream of letters from coworkers in Shanghai, Peking, and France. He was a big fish in the medium-sized pond of Changsha. Around the province, he had reliable ties. He lived as husband and wife with Kai Hui, who was soon pregnant. Mao's main writing for 1920 was a series of articles in favor of making Hunan an independent republic. The last twitch of Mao's localism? Yes, but a vigorous twitch and a mirror to the whole man. While at the laundry in Shanghai, he had linked up with a Hunanese activist who edited a weekly called Heaven Asks, and with the Hunan Society for the Promotion of Reform. Now that Tan was governor, Mao and others wanted him to secure self-government, and not again allow the tiger Peking to enter the house. Mao's articles on this topic were on his old wavelength of liberation. No Marxist note was struck. The pieces are not in Mao's selected works. Nor were social goals for a future separate Hunan set forth. A burden was simply to be lifted from the back of Hunan. The argument Mao made was an application of the argument against imperialism. He used foreign to mean non-Hunanese. He urged a string of 27 little Chinas because big statism is an evil that hinders the natural development of grassroots life. Mao's idea, to be sure, was that once the 27 provinces got their houses in order, a larger and more glorious China would then exist. This is just like the road from division to unity followed by America and Germany. Yet, for one who was already a fierce Chinese nationalist, his embrace of the smaller cause was astonishing and judged mistaken by some of his left-wing friends. For 4,000 years of history, he lamented, Hunanese have not straightened their backs. They have vomited more than breathed. Hunan's history is just a history of darkness. Hunan's culture is just a culture of ashes. This is the result of 4,000 years of Hunan's subjugation to China. Peking, with its feeble national government and its frigid winters and scorn for a southern accent, was certainly taking a beating. By the spring of 1921, Mao had lost his zeal for Hunan self-government. A warlord was a shaky base for a radical's hopes. Tan was replaced in November 1920, and the new ruler squeezed out any notion of liberation of the people from the self-government cause. Within weeks, Mao led an assault on the provincial parliament, tearing down scrolls and banners from its elegant walls. He had learned a lesson in the limits of reform politics. He would have to organize outside existing political circles. Xiao Yu saw Mao again after a work-study stay in France. They talked into the night. Both wept, for they found a gulf had come between them. Mao was pro-Russia. Xiao was not. Mao spoke for strong authority. Xiao feared for individual freedom. Mao was bent on organizing to seize power. Xiao was still at heart a pedagogue. He said to Mao, mighty struggles such as that of Liu Bang and Xiang Yu, two rival politicians of the Han dynasty, are, in the eyes of Christ and Buddha, like two street urchins fighting for an apple. Mao merely rejoined, what a pity that you disagree with the theory of Karl Marx. The old unity of the New People's Study Society as a band of brothers was a thing of the past. Amid a snowstorm in early 1921, the NPSS held a climactic 3-day meeting in the rooms of the Cultural Bookstore. Mao urged the goal of transformation as against reform. He argued for the method of the Russian Revolution as against several dozen years of education. He was opposed by most of those who had been in France, and by those who were still in France and sent their views by letter. It seems that he lost the battle, for he declared that the NPSS had fulfilled its historical mission. But in a sense he won the war. He switched his base. He took his like-minded faction into the Socialist Youth Corps and tossed away the NPSS like a husk. The May 4th movement had split in two. The issues were those that divided Mao and Xiao. A debate in new youth circles during 1919 already summed them up. Isms, or problems, was the task of the intellectual rational analysis of particular problems, or was it to show the way to action by designing an overarching ideology? Professor who sure led a liberal wing of May 4th, which stuck to problems and kept a detached stance toward politics. Professor Li Dazhao led a Marxist wing, which insisted on one all-embracing ism. There was never much doubt that Mao would be on the side of isms. He wanted a split. If tying May 4th to a particular ideology meant breaking it up, then the break was a great thing. Another split loomed too. Anarchism was in by 1920. A number of groups were well stocked with bright young people who believed only in utter freedom. Reigns of Hunan Poetry Club, Health Book Society, Youth Society, and strongest of all, the Workers' Association. Mao knew the creed well. It had seduced him in Peking in 1918-19, but in his mind Marx had edged out Kropotkin. He fought brutally against the Workers' Association and its creed. Mao threw the book of Marxism-Leninism against its leading lights, using Engels's socialism, from utopian to scientific. He cajoled. He ridiculed the impulse to abolish the state in 24 hours. He threw the stones of sabotage. And each time he saved a lamb from anarchism, he brought him into the tight fold of the Socialist Youth Corps. Isolated and a bit alienated in Peking, he had leaned toward anarchism. Now that he was in his stride as a key leader of the Changsha left, he saw anarchism as a vexing indulgence. In the summer of 1921, Mao took a boat north. The trip was a culmination of 10 months of organizing in Changsha. As a preparation, there had been the Marxist and Russia clubs to draw in talent, then a split in the NPSS and a Socialist Youth Corps for the faithful. Now came a major new step. Over the preceding months, Mao had received many instructions from the Provisional Communist Unit coalescing in Shanghai and from senior Marxists in Peking. He had made one secret trip to the port city for a planning session in September 1920. Now Mao was going back to Shanghai as one of Hunan's 2 chief Marxists, both schoolteachers, to join 11 others from 5 other provinces, plus Japan, at the first Congress of the Communist Party of China. Oddly enough, Mao traveled as far as Hankow in a shared cabin with Xiaoyu, the 2 of them arguing as friends through the night, as Mao plowed his way through a book called An Outline of the Capitalist System. Did a firm friendship matter more than discretion? It is more likely that a good deal of the pre-Marxist mentality remained in Mao. The 13 disciples sweated their way to the French concession and claimed their reserved bedrooms at Boai Girls' School, closed for the summer. They were mostly young, average age 26, and there was not a worker or a peasant among them. Almost all were a cut above Mao in social origin. Sessions began in mid-July behind the black lacquer doors of a gray and pink brick villa on joyful Undertaking Street. A discreet house with no ground-floor windows, it was owned by a brother of one of the Shanghai delegates. The delegates plus 2 Russian envoys from the Comintern sat on round wooden stools at a living room table littered with teacups and documents. Mao looked his age now at 27. His mouth was more set, and there were dark deltas under the eyes. To one delegate, Mao, in his long gown of native cloth, looked like a Taoist priest from a Hunan village. Mao was remembered for continually shrugging his shoulders as he conversed, and for a combative streak. He delighted in laying verbal traps into which his opponents would unwittingly fall by seeming to contradict themselves. Then, obviously happy, he would burst into laughter. This could be irritating to people who thought they had something important to say. He often appeared unwashed and his manners could be rough. You could scrape away a pound of dirt or more from his neck and body, one colleague reckoned. In a restaurant, he would wipe spilled food and wine off the table with the sleeve of his jacket. He would wear shoes without socks, or with socks hanging down over the shoes, a recurring feature of his dress over many decades. For Mao, this was in one sense an exciting week. He had been aiming for it. Though there be a theory, he had observed when pushing Hunan autonomy, if there is not a movement simultaneously arising, the goal of that theory will not be achieved. And he had come to believe that the movement should be Bolshevik style. Now he sat down at a table with 2 Bolsheviks, comrades Mering of the Comintern and Nikolsky of its Far Eastern Secretariat. The 13 Chinese had come for various reasons, but, above all, because the Bolshevik success had stimulated their radical thinking. Such a Congress would not have occurred in 1921 but for Soviet inspiration and help. But Changsha is not the same as China. let alone Moscow. Would the ideas of the inner core be in line with what Mao, the local politician, had hammered out? It seemed a sign that the Hunan team stood at a tangent to the mainstream when the Congress decided that He Shuheng, Mao's companion, was insufficiently Marxist to be a delegate. Mao, with great sensitivity to the feelings of his fellow Hunanese, found a pretext for asking him to leave by telling him of an urgent job in Changsha that required immediate personal attention. The mood in the villa was low-key. The delegates, some confused, all hot and tired, many at cross purposes, did not have a sense of historic occasion. Mao was by no means the leading light at the fairly casual sessions. In later years, he said strikingly little about the meeting. Was the first Congress of the Chinese Communist Party an anticlimax? In some ways, it may have been. Neither Professor Li, still in Peking, nor Professor Chun, in Canton, attended. Nearly all the 13 were very vague Marxists indeed. They represented a mere 57 communist cell members in all of China. No reason to expect they would be moving mountains overnight. They were by no means tried and tested members of a team with a common outlook and style. One delegate stayed at the luxurious Great Eastern Hotel, instead of at the girls' school, and spent most of his energies on shopping and on his beautiful wife. Nor were the 13 quite their own masters. The shape and timing of the meeting were fixed mostly by the Comintern and the absent Li and Chun. What especially made Mao brood was that the views expressed around the living room table were not in harmony with the roots of his own thinking. Two lines emerged. The dominant one stemmed from the Comintern and won the support of the able Zhang Guotao, the boy from the other side of Music Mountain's hills. Organize the urban workers, overthrow the capitalists, establish a dictatorship of the proletariat, spurn any link with Sun Yat-sen's above-ground nationalists. The losing line was gradualist. A stage of public education was needed. The Chinese city workers were still too few to overthrow the capitalists. Cooperation with Sun was possible for the anti-imperialist and anti-warlord cause. What ghosts from the past must have whirled before Mao? Whom to organize? Soft methods or hard? He knew a bit about these two dilemmas. Why, then, did he not take a strong stand for either side at joyful Undertaking Street? Simply because he had mixed feelings. The Soviet model was his new passion. Yet it sat unstably on top of deep prior convictions. In Changsha, beating back the anarchists, he had felt sure of the doctrine. He swept doubts under the rug out of zeal to get a political party off the ground. But in the wider world of Shanghai, his newfound dogmatism seemed to shrivel a bit. Would his Hunan comrades, 16 of the 57 were in Mao's Changsha stable, understand the Moscow mindset? Would the new concept sell in Music Mountain? Mao hadn't yet digested the un-Chinese meat of Bolshevism. One day, the discovery of a suspicious visitor made it plain that the secret police of the French concession were hot on the Congress's trail. A plan was made to move to a scenic resort not far south of Shanghai. The meeting would resume on board a hired tourist boat at South Lake. Xiao Yu was in Shanghai en route back to France. Strange as it may seem, he and Mao, at Mao's suggestion according to Xiao, took the train together to South Lake. The Congress delegates were all on the same train, but they did not travel as a group, and Mao chatted with Xiao and then at South Lake took a hotel room with him. As they unpacked their bundles, Mao was still urging Xiao to come to the meeting. The Congress did its business while drifting gently on a gaudy 16-meter pleasure boat. Delegates ate South Lake fish dishes between resolutions to formally found the Communist Party of China, and to affiliate with the Comintern and make monthly reports to its headquarters in Moscow. Very late that night, Mao went back to the hotel, pushed back the mosquito net, and climbed into the bed he shared with Xiao. He was hot and sweaty but would not take a bath. "The delegates are not a bad lot," said Mao as one Changsha man to another. He seemed to be pondering the wider world he had entered. "Some of them are very well educated, and they can read either Japanese or English." Mao made a remark of uncanny foresight to Xiao. "If we work hard, in about 30 to 50 years' time the Communist Party may be able to rule China." Xiao was unimpressed and fearful of the authoritarianism that might be involved. Next morning, Mao did not rejoin his colleagues. Having slept late, which he liked to do, he joined Xiao on a sightseeing trip to Hangzhou. They spent a day amid the gardens and hills and temples that surround West Lake. Yet they quarreled. Xiao admired the splendors. Mao cut him down. This is a criminal production. Many people use their money for criminal purposes. They stayed only one night in Hangzhou. Mao soon returned to Changsha to take up his work as secretary for Hunan of the Infant Communist Party. He never saw Xiao Yu again. Mao had evolved from the isolation of a village to the commitment to a doctrine of international revolution in whose name the Russian Revolution had just shaken the world. He had plunged into an exciting encounter with Western ideas, as part of the first phase of his quest for knowledge to change society. Anarchist thinking had made a strong appeal to him during 1919. Always in these formative years he attached high importance to the steeling of the individual for the sake of a wider good. At times in 1917 to 18, he sounded like a liberal individualist. Yet in the few years between the onset of World War I and the founding of the Chinese Communist Party in Shanghai in 1921, he edged away from change instigated by a strong individual from above to change through revolution from below. Chapter 4. Organizing. 1921 to 1927. Everything had changed and yet, for a while much was the same. One meeting in Shanghai could not shake the pattern of politics in Changsha. Nor did it lead Mao to turn his back on his favorite causes. He had some new baggage after the CCP's first Congress, yet he walked a familiar May 4th path. Mao was head of the Hunan CCP, but there wasn't much to be head of. He could do his specialty, which was education plus organization. He tried to pour the new communist wine into Hunan's tested radical bottles. Changsha was still his beat. His writings of 1921 to 23 appeared mostly in the local Great Welfare Daily, not in party or national organs. The 1921 and 1922 articles all had the flavor of May 4th enlightenment about them. Mao had not even burned his bridges with the anarchists. The network at First Teachers Training School held up. Being a communist did not stop Mao from teaching at its primary school. Under the FTTS aegis, he started one of his beloved night schools. To it came graphite workers, electric company staff, rickshaw pullers, vegetable hawkers, and railwaymen. Mao was known in the FTTS quarter of Changsha as Mr. Mao of the night school. Mao also launched a makeup class, Bushiban, for unschooled rural folk over the age of 18 who wanted to study arithmetic and Chinese. This brought country bumpkins into FTTS's spacious halls. They were bronzed and smelly. They wore clothes as coarse as tents. They munched loudly on baked cakes and fritters during class. Some at FTTS wished to get rid of these fish out of water. In defense, Mao tried to charm the head of his alma mater, and he loftily observed that clothes and eating habits were trivial matters. His tactic of smiles and scorn was hard to beat. He won the day for his makeup class. The finest bloom in the garden of Mao's educational projects was Hunan Self-Cultivation University. It was set up during the fall of 1921 in the lovely chambers of the old Wang Fuji Society. At the peak of its 2-year life, the school had 200 students. Mao's brother Zayton was one of them. Mao rounded up his friends from New People's Study Society to teach. His wife, Yang Kaihui, also lent a hand. One of the aims, to be sure, was to propagate Marxism. The school published an ardent little monthly called New Age. In it, Mao wrote 2 of his first articles with any Marxist flavor, Against Idealism and Marxism and China. Mao explained that the magazine would not be a literary department store, like ordinary college organs. It would bend in a fixed direction. The young organizers' teeth were trying to close shut on a settled doctrine. Yet Mao was still a pedagogue first and an ideologue second. He believed education would uplift old hundred names, a Chinese term for the common man, and as a teacher, he was in earnest. Mao wrote few pieces more interesting in the early 1920s than the school's founding announcement. Written in August 1921, it was picked up by the important Shanghai magazine Eastern Miscellany in early 1923. In it, Mao distinguished the school from a normal academy, where teachers mainly think about making money and students think mainly about getting a diploma. The exchange is made and they leave. Mao's acid view of mainstream education led him to coin the term scholarly lords. In Chinese, shuefa, it is an echo of warlords. The scholarly lords lack human feeling, Ganqing. They make learning a commercial transaction. They teach by turning on a hose and telling the students to drink. At Mao's school, potential students, instead of facing an entrance exam, were asked to give your critique of society or to set out a philosophy of life. Lectures were few. The idea was to read and ponder by yourself. The learning process became a collective search for relevant light. Mao was a fork prying students from comfortable positions. History, with its urgent message for China, was the taskmaster at Self-Cultivation University. Just as the school used an elegant building, so it borrowed what was worthwhile from established education. Mao said he would bind three good things together: thorough research methods from the old Chinese academies, up-to-date teachings of the modern schools, and a daily regimen to fit the real-life human personality. The school was successful, yet only for an elite that knew what it wanted. The CCP in Hunan drew many recruits from its classes on history, geography, literature, and philosophy. But many old hundred names found the reading too voluminous and the ideas hard to grasp. The artisan of the early 1920s who was able and willing to study world history at night was not an ordinary man. Mao had not yet reached the masses. In one respect, the Congress at Shanghai had influenced Mao. He paid more attention than before to the labor movement. The year 1922 brought an upsurge of the Chinese labor movement. The small band of communists had a lot to do with it. They, and the Comintern which backed them, took it to be the wave of China's future. Marx had put his finger on the industrial proletariat. His Oriental disciples could do no less. Mao had his doubts, but he joined in. Mao came back from Shanghai with two hats. He was province secretary of the CCP. He was also province head of the Labor Secretariat, which was the infant CCP's key project. Anyuan was his first battlefield. Anyuan, in East Hunan, is a modest town, but its large coal mines, opened on German and Japanese initiative in 1898, made it a toehold of China's belated Industrial Revolution. A painting of the 1960s showed young Mao striding intrepid under swirling clouds to uplift the miners of Anyuan. Larger than life, dignified in a white gown, he looked like a clergyman bringing truth to the heathen. Mao's 4 trips to Anyuan from late 1921 to early 1923 were not like this at all. The work was tentative and difficult. Some of it misfired. And Mao was not a solo performer. Walking to Anyuan along the railroad, Mao did wear a white gown. But he took it off once he saw the town. Anyuan was grimy. The 12,000 miners were deadened by 15 hours of work a day in bad conditions. Within a 4-mile radius, there were 24 Christian churches, yet only one small medical station to serve 6,000 workers. The place was Dickensian. There was no May 4th excitement to it at all. Mao kept a low profile. He stayed in a miner's house, had a look at the pits, and filled his notebooks. The miners all stood up when he entered a room to talk to them. This awe did not fit the task at hand. The social gap yawned. Mao felt dislocated in spirit. Had he ceased to be a son of the soil and become an imposed guardian of Moscow's truth? But he persevered at Anyuan. His brother Zemin went with him on a second visit. This time Mao looked rumpled in grass hat, lumber jacket, and grass shoes. For some weeks in December 1921, the two of them lived in a restaurant. Each foggy morning, they tramped out to coax the miners. "History is in your hands," Mao kept saying to the black faces and tired eyes. His theme at Anyuan was anti-fatalism. A CCP cell was formed, a workers' club, too, and the inevitable night school. This last did not work well, and Mao soon replaced it with a very useful day school for the miners' children. At the blackboard, Mao learned to use simple illustrations. He took the Chinese character gong, which is the first part of the term for work or worker. The top horizontal line, he explained, is the sky. The lower one is the earth. The vertical stroke that joins them is the working class. Workers stood upon the earth but reached to the sky. Theirs was the universe. Professor Yang might have winced, but it was a good teaching device. By Mao's 3rd trip, in September 1922, the mood of Anyuan was stormy. This was due in part to the objective misery of miners who were treated less as persons than as things. It was also due to the increasingly successful injections given by the intellectual doctors from Changsha. Mao was in charge, but he was not the chief operator. As important was Li Lisan, the noncommittal youth who had half-answered Mao's 1917 newspaper ad for Friends. Until 1921, Li had been in France on work study. Crucial was the youth from a landlord family who had been studying in Moscow, Lu Shaoqi. Lu was the hero of a successful strike in the fall of 1922. It made An Yuan a red banner for much of China and ushered in the Hunan Federation of Labor. Mao was named the federation's chief. Lu had helped put a new feather in Mao's cap. The An Yuan setup was impressive but anomalous. China had only 2 million industrial workers in a population of more than 400 million. The An Yuan Workers' Club was a bastion in a desert. Long live the workers, a slogan Mao took to An Yuan, had a brittle tone to it in the China of 1922. Here were reading rooms, co-ops, a network of workers' councils. No fewer than 60% of An Yuan's workers joined the CCP-sponsored club. Parades lit up May Day. Festivities unrolled on the anniversaries of the October Revolution, Lenin's birthday, and even of the birthday of Liebknecht, the faraway German Marxist. An Yuan was a base to warm the cockles of the Comintern's heart. The club was nicknamed Little Moscow. It seemed a model outpost of what was then called the World Revolution. But where would it all lead? The miners had won better wages and conditions. What was the next step? Mao wrote little in his own hand during 1922, except union petitions, letters, and communiques. He was too busy stoking up one organization after the other. Clear Water Pond was now his office. It was the headquarters of the Hunan CCP and a clubhouse for Changsha's long-haired leftists. Until the early hours, lights from the low house shone out on surrounding vegetable plots, which the communists kept up to give the villa an air of innocence. Mao tried to keep his privacy. He did not live among documents and tea mugs as some communists were happy to do. He and Ms. Yang retreated from Clear Water Pond to the mellow rooms used in part by the Self-Cultivation University. It was a comfortable residence. Mao's mother-in-law lived with them in a pleasant room of her own. Mao's first son, Anying Heroic Shore, was born during 1921. Family life was not swept away by the rush of work. By 1922, there was a change. Whether because of family strains or to be nearer his office, Mao was again living at Clear Water Pond. Mao led a strike of Changsha's 6,000 construction workers, who complained that the only food they could afford was 2 meals of porridge a day. He put on rough clothes to pretend he was a worker, blew a whistle to get the rank-and-file to shout slogans, led a group that burst into a wealthy contractor's home at dinner time and proceeded to analyze the difference between the food on his table and their own diet. The governor's aide, suspecting that he was not dealing with an ordinary construction worker, asked Mao to give his name. Mao dodged the query by launching into a discussion of Adam Smith. He had talks, which he does not mention, with the Comintern agent Mering, who passed through Changsha in November 1921. He helped found unions of stonemasons, barbers, textile workers, tailors, and typesetters. He went south to Hengyang, where his adopted sister had paved the way for him to start a party cell at 3rd Teachers Training School. He threw himself into a typesetter's strike against his own writing outlet, Great Welfare Daily. This may have destroyed his tie with the editor, for after this he wrote little or nothing in the paper. In the hard life of Changsha's 9,000 rickshaw pullers, Mao took a particular interest. He lent CCP backing to their successful drive for a reduction in the rent they paid to the owners of the city's 3,100 rickshaws. At a night class, he ran for the pullers. Mao used another picture play on the character for work. He wrote Gong on the blackboard. Beside it he added Run. The two together mean worker. Mao then put Uptan, which means sky. With a smile, he showed the rickshaw pullers how placing Run directly beneath Gong made Tan. The lesson. When united, the workers' strength soars to the sky. Some pullers qualified to join the party. Mao held a little ceremony for them by South Gate. He draped the CCP flag on a banyan tree. The chosen pullers came forward one by one, raised their right hands and repeated after Mao. I will sacrifice myself, carry out class struggle, obey the organization, strictly guard secrets, never rebel against the party. A glint of satisfaction in his eye, Mao handed to each recruit a party certificate and an envelope of study documents. It was a reversal of a time-honored order in the history of China. The lowest worker, no more considered part of politics than was a melon or a cat, climbed aboard a party that saw itself as the locomotive of history. To the north in Peking, a little later, Agnes Smedley sat down to dinner with some patrician Chinese. As dishes piled up and wine flowed, one cultivated guest exclaimed, "There are no classes in China. Marxists invented the idea. My rickshaw coolie and I can laugh and talk like old friends as he pulls me through the streets." Smedley shot back at him. Would you be his friend if you had to pull him through the street? Or if he revolted? Peking in the 1920s knew nothing of Mao. Yet Smedley had put her finger on the heart of Mao's cause. In a way, he was inventing classes. And it was a potent invention to show rickshaw pullers that they were not part of nature but, through class struggle, part of history. Mao apparently went to Hangzhou for a meeting of the CCP Central Committee in April 1922. He was prominent, and yet he was not. The leading participants, recalled the Comintern agent of the Hangzhou talks, were Chen Duxiu, Li Dezhao, Zhang Guotao, and one other, a very capable Hunanese student whose name I do not recall. Bright but still a local. By 1923, the Hunan labor movement had reached a watershed. On the one hand, it flourished. It was the strongest in China. Mao leaving Anyuan mostly to Li Lisan, Liu Shaoqi, and his finance-minded brother Zemin planted seeds over much of the province. He organized unions. He sparked more than a dozen major strikes. Now and then, he quietly spawned a new party cell. The work flourished, and within 2 years, 20 unions with 50,000 workers were formed in Hunan. The carefully selected ranks of the CCP in Hunan grew from 10 in mid-1921 to 123 a year later. As each new union was started, Mao would try to place a CCP cadre as its secretary. On the other hand, there was little national strength to the labor movement. A crisis on the railroads brought this home. As in most industries, for much of the capital was foreign, anti-imperialist feeling had deepened industrial tensions. Railroad workers were the most advanced of any industry. In North China, railroad work was the cradle of the infant CCP. At Shanghai's instruction, Mao turned to the Canton-Hankow Railroad. The CCP saw it, with the Anyuan Colliery, as the presumed spearhead of a proletarian revolution in Hunan. Mao followed the Anyuan model. Around Changsha's New River Station, he felt at home, and the work went well. He would hold sessions in tea-houses and sometimes invite railwaymen to clear Water Pond for a night of planning. At Yuezhou, to the north, Mao's work was for some reason less sound. The ringing slogan, "Workers are the mother of world happiness," was not enough to bring success. A strike was launched in September 1922. The trains lay in the yards like dead snakes. Mao orchestrated telegrams of support for the strikers from other unions and cities. But the northern warlord who controlled Hankow turned troops against Mao's workers at Yuezhou. Losses were terrible. The steel tracks shone red with blood. Despite counterthrusts and some gains, the last word was with the warlords. By February 1923, the Canton-Hankow railwaymen had been crushed. The governor of Hunan outlawed unions. The proletariat seemed far from revolution. Suddenly, 1921 to 23 seemed a finished phase. He left without Kai Hui. She was pregnant again, and her mother was taking care of her. The previous 2 years had been the longest stretch of time Mao would ever spend with his first chosen wife. Mao had a lot to think about as he tramped into the countryside. Had he really believed that the urban workers were on the brink of revolution? If not, was the CCP less than all-wise? The party was puffing busily down the urban road. Its general secretary was still Professor Chun, who was Marxist enough to see little hope in a rural road. Those returned from study in Europe like Li and Lu did not consider the possibility that revolution in Asia might be quite different from that in Europe. Yet China's proletariat was far less than 1% of the Chinese people. The the CCP was still mainly a circle of intellectuals. Many active Unionists did not know what the term Makisi-Jui Marxism meant. Moreover, the warlords had the guns. It seemed suicidal to defy them. It seemed pathetic to reason with them, which Mao did in a classics-quoting talk with Hunan's governor in December 1922. Mao did not attend the second CCP Congress in July 1922. It is a curious story. He was already staying in Shanghai as the delegates gathered for the meeting there. He explained, "I forgot the name of the place where it was to be held, could not find any comrades, and missed it. It is hard to believe that he could locate no contact in all of Shanghai." It seems that Mao was not fully attuned to party affairs in the summer of 1922. His passion seemed bottled up. Labor unions had become his life. For their sake, he sacrificed his writing, left his teaching post at the primary school, and had to flee Changsha. Yet, urban organizing did not draw out Mao's strengths. He had never worked in a mine or factory. The soil he knew, but not machines or industrial routine. He had not been to Europe, where the vision of world revolution through an uprising of the proletariat was vivid. Somehow, he did not fit the labor movement scene as well as Zhang Guotao, the landlord's son who spoke English, or Li Lisan, returned from France, or Liu Shaoqi, returned from Russia. He did not quite believe, as Liu did, that the onward march of industrial organization would lead, as if by force of gravity, to the gates of socialism. The issues of wages and hours did not arouse Mao like the bride's suicide or his father's avarice toward tenants. A nativist streak held Mao back. Russian advisors were all the rage. But was a new China being made? Were the stones and fields and daily life of beloved China going to be changed by ticking off the items on the Comintern's agenda? The task was to find allies, and Mao knew this. His essay Great Union of the Popular Masses had shown his inclination for a broad coalition. But in 1919, Mao had been a free spirit, writing what he pleased. By 1923, he was a member of a disciplined team. Its leaders had more clout than he. Its headquarters were 800 miles away in Shanghai. As it happened, the CCP was itself having second thoughts about the 1921-22 policies. The line born at the first Congress was sectarian. Here was a puny band of 57 gathering its skirts about it. Moscow thought this pretentious. Mering, the Dutch-born salesman for Bolshevism, tried, on the Comintern's behalf, to bring about a change. The Second Congress in 1922 toyed with Mering's ideas, yet in practice the line did not change. But events in Canton soon gave Mering ammunition. Sun Yat-sen, head of the Canton government since 1917, was driven out of his own lair by a warlord. Sun, eccentric, passionate, malleable, was at a loose end. The West had not been generous to him. Warlords had turned against him. Moscow stepped in. In January 1923, a marriage was arranged. Sun signed an agreement with the Soviet envoy Adolf Joff in Shanghai. The CCP and the nationalists were to join hands. CCP members would enter the Nationalist Party, NP, as individuals. The CCP would maintain its separate existence. But organizational leadership of the National Revolution, a new term on CCP lips, would lie with the nationalists. It was a fateful step. Moscow was delighted. It was the Comintern's first success in putting its own stamp on the Chinese Revolution. Not everyone in the CCP was delighted. For Mao, a new phase began. After ruminating for a while at Music Mountain, he reported to Shanghai. He stayed in a room provided by the party amidst the commercial bustle of a foreign-ruled enclave, delicately called the International Settlement. He gave his colleagues an analysis of the work in Hunan. In the summer of 1923, he went to Canton for the first time. The CCP gathered at its third Congress to plan for its life with Sun. "There must be a great revolutionary union," Mao said during the meeting. "One cannot fight alone." He quickly became an enthusiast for the link with Sun's nationalists. The southern city was an eye-opener for him. Here was a treaty port with a foreign presence that hinterland Hunan did not have. Its raucous ways were a shock for a measured Hunanese. Mao was lost before the Cantonese dialect. On the other hand, this was south of the Yangtze, China. In climate and food and habit, Canton was more to a Changsha person's taste than was Peking. Mao took to wearing the wooden sandals in which Cantonese clip-clopped through their city's alleys. Why was Mao keen for the link with the nationalists? He had long thought that the struggle for a new China was an anti-imperialist struggle. The nationalists in 1923 were anti-imperialist. Indeed, the issue was the logical, maybe the sole common denominator among the emerging triangle of Sun-Moscow CCP. Mao was in favor of the broadest possible array of Chinese strata against the foreign mauling of China. At the Third Congress, he gave a foretaste of his major contribution to the strategy of the Chinese Revolution. Zhang Guitao, hardly an admirer, acknowledged, "On this occasion especially, Mao Zedong paid attention to the peasant question." Zhang remembers Mao pointing out that, in Hunan there were few workers and even fewer Nationalist Party and Communist Party members, whereas the peasants there filled the mountains and fields. The Congress voted on whether to turn over control of the labor movement to the ruling organs of the NP. Mao at first balked at this. Were his precious unions to be handed over to an outside authority that, so far as Hunan went, existed only on paper? But when the majority swung the other way, Mao changed his tune. He went along, he had to. Uprooted from his Changsha base, he needed to make his way in the national CCP network. The Congress elected him to the 14-member Central Committee of the party. It made him head of the organization department, in place of ultra-leftist Zhang Guitao. For this work, his base became Shanghai. His articles of 1923 were mainly published not in Hunan organs but in the CCP's National Guide. Mao was now a functionary in a national team. His career as an educator in Changsha was over. His post as head of the Hunan Federation of Labor was turned over to a co-worker. He cleared his things out of Clearwater Pond House. He would never stay more than 6 months on end in Hunan again. But two important ties with his province remained. Music Mountain still had a corner in his heart. And Yang Kaihui did not shift house from Changsha. Late in 1923, Mao heard by letter that a second son had been born. The parents called him Anqing, Bright Shore. But a shadow had fallen on the marriage. As he left Changsha, Mao wrote a poem for his wife which contained the lines, "Bitter feelings voiced once more / wrath looks out of your eyes and brows." And the poem ended, "Let us be once again two birds flying side by side / soaring high as the clouds." For much of the next year, Mao lived in Shanghai. It was the city of the CCP's birth. It boasted by far the biggest proletariat of any Chinese city. And in Shanghai, imperialism was as omnipresent as the cry of hawkers and the foghorns off the Huangpu River. One day, Mao ran into a Changsha classmate just back from study in Europe. Mao wore his faded Chinese gown and straw shoes. The classmate sported a Western suit and tie. "You'd better change your clothes," Mao said with disdain. The classmate was puzzled. "I'll show you why," Mao continued. He walked his friend along the embankment as far as the gate of the Bund Garden. To the iron fence was attached a list of regulations for the park. One forbade picking flowers. Another said dogs were not allowed to enter. A third read, "No Chinese, excepting work coolies, are admitted." The gap between Mao and the work-study returnees was never quite bridged. Hinterland type as he was, Mao could not get used to the idea of Chinese having to crouch before Westerners in the treaty ports. In midwinter, Mao went south again to Canton. The occasion was the first Congress of the Nationalist Party under the ailing and now pro-Russian sun. Mao plunged even deeper than before into work for the NP. Just 30, he made his first mark in a political organization broader than a Marxist sect. At the Congress, Mao attacked the idea of proportional representation for a future Chinese parliament. Once freedom is given to the opposition party, it will put the cause of revolution in danger. He spoke up for Sun's vague and un-Marxist 3 principles of the people. He was one of 10 communists elected to the ruling executive of Sun's party. With 2 other communists, he was put on an elite 19-man body to review that party's new constitution. He was given important responsibilities in the Shanghai unit of the NP. Within a month, he had been made secretary of the Nationalists' Organization Department, based in the port city. He went back to Shanghai in early 1924 with a spring in his stride. He held the organization portfolio for each of the two parties. Driven out of Hunan, he had needed a fresh start. He found it in the salad days of the CCP Nationalist United Front. Mao was working with new people, among them Mikhail Borodin and his team of Comintern agents. Borodin was not yet 40 when he came to work in China in 1923, but he knew Lenin and was much respected. Under the regimen of the United Front, he was an advisor to both the CCP and the Nationalists. Visitors were admitted to his villa in downtown Canton only upon flashing an enamel badge depicting the NP flag attached to a gold chain. Tall, with a flowing brown mane and a sagging mustache, Borodin paced his lavish office in a Sun Yat-sen tunic over high boots. He spoke no Chinese, but excellent English. His American wife was a relative of Buster Keaton. In Canton, Mao sometimes talked with the chain-smoking, gesticulating Russian. He listened to the well-spun theories and Soviet-derived advice. But he was too removed from Borodin's world to be convinced by anything the eloquent Bolsheviks said. Few of the Russians spoke any Chinese, and they did not know China well. True, the October Revolution was the spark of world revolution. But would its flesh-and-blood representatives actually be able to clinch the revolution's goals? If Mao did not stand in awe of the Comintern missionaries, as Li Lisan did, he did not fight them either, as Zhang Guitao did. He remained detached toward the brisk young advisors from Moscow. Another young Asian Marxist in Canton at that time was more impressed with Borodin. This thin, tubercular figure in a European white linen suit spent much time in Borodin's villa. He had been hounded out of French Indochina, and the Chinese nationalists granted him asylum. His name was Ho Chi Minh. Mao also got to know the nationalist leaders. Sun he met in a glancing way at Canton. His boyhood hero, now in the last year of his life, seemed diffuse. He wouldn't allow others to argue with him, Mao complained, or to offer their own views. In Shanghai, there were two high nationalist officials whom Mao saw much of. Wang Jingwei and Hu Hanmin were both able, fluent politicians. Mao felt and seemed a homespun provincial by comparison with them. Wang and Hu seemed to Mao rather vain and wordy. The two of them, together with a military officer called Chiang Kai-shek in Canton, were all would-be heirs to the mantle of Sun. The national revolution was in their smooth hands. But if these were to be the politicians of the new China, would it really be new? If Mao had doubts, the CCP establishment was not excluded from them. Professor Chin looked less good close up. He was the #1 man in the CCP. He had been the chief Marxist influence upon Mao. He remained straightforward and modest, which could not always be said of the Russians or the nationalist prima donnas. But Mao wondered what had happened to the sharp edge of Chen's iconoclasm. A detail spoke volumes. Chen, a Shanghai man, wore a Western suit. Mao wore his rough Chinese gown. When the CCP's Central Committee met at Shanghai in May, Mao apparently was not present. Zhang Guitao said in a tone of disapproval that Mao was busy with his work in the Nationalist Party. It seems that he was on a trip to Hunan, which included a stop at Anyuan Colliery. Meanwhile, Mao kept quiet about his misgivings. The NP work absorbed him. So loyal was Mao to the nationalist cause that Li Lisan maliciously called him Hu Hanmin's secretary. The nationalists took a step in February which especially appealed to Mao. The peasant department was set up. The CCP had never done this. It was one more reason for Mao to be keen about the United Front. And it soon led to work which helped launch Mao on a momentous new road. One trip Mao took in 1924 was to Hong Kong. He and Zhang Guitao had labor union business to see to in the British-run appendage to Guangdong province. They took a boat from Shanghai through the South China Sea. On board, a gang of hoodlums cornered Mao and Zhang. Waving knives, they demanded money. Mao would not buckle under. He wanted to fight. It showed his courage and his combative turn of mind. Zhang reasoned with Mao that the amount of money demanded was not worth a showdown. Only with difficulty and the help of others did he finally restrain his peppery Hunan colleague. Mao was politically less left-wing than Zhang, but when personally challenged he was more volatile. During 1923 and 1924, Mao's writings reflected his way of life. In Guide, the organ of the CCP, he wrote short pieces about current politics. They were biting but bare of theory. Two things stood out about the 1923 items. Mao called merchants the key to national revolution. One wonders what his brothers in the Hunan Federation of Labor thought of that. And he was always staunchly anti-imperialist. In the essay The Cigarette Tax, he mocked the knee-shaking government in Peking, which fawned on the foreign powers. "If one of our foreign masters farts," he snapped, "they think it's a lovely perfume." But these articles did not dig into history or soar toward philosophy. Mao had let go of the themes of liberation. Increasingly, his bureaucratic work kept his nose closer to detail than is congenial to liberationists. Yet there was a strong thread of consistency. He still believed in the people as an almost mystic entity. It was the merchants' hoped-for readiness to follow the people's interests that qualified them for a state of revolutionary grace. And throwing off imperialism was, as before, the top item on Mao's agenda. In Mao's mind, if not in unfolding actuality, the united front with the nationalists probably seemed a step toward a great union of the popular masses to revivify China. The peasant issue was just a feather of a cloud on the far horizon. It had been no part of May 4th's themes. China's rural 85% were a silent majority of which the CCP had taken no notice. It seems that not a single peasant was a CCP member in 1924. Nowhere in the world were peasants then thought to possess a talent for revolution. Mao had spent the past 14 years in towns. He had moved among students and workers. As part of that new life, he had shaken off most of his telltale rural ways. Nothing in the CCP encouraged him to think rurally. At Canton during the CCP's Third Congress came the first sign that Mao had started to think politically about the peasantry. He urged his skeptical colleagues to weigh the peasants as a possible part of the revolution. He even broached Chinese history instead of only Bolshevik precedent, and noted its rich tradition of peasant rebellion. But this was an eddy and nothing came of it. The only peasant organizing was being done by a magnetic man called Peng Pai. He was a landlord's son who had changed sides to champion the rural poor. In East Guangdong province, he started peasant associations. The work went well and the NP took heed of it. Peng was named head of the NP's new peasant department. Under him, a peasant movement training institute was set up in Canton during July 1924. Here was the first school in Chinese history, perhaps in all history, to train farmers for political revolt. Peng was the pioneer. But Mao was among the first colleagues Peng sought out to give him a hand. In August 1924, Mao spoke at Peng's invitation to the first class at the Peasant Movement Training Institute. His passion impressed the trainees. The institute in turn appealed to him. His visit was the thin end of a wedge that would cleave deep into China's future. Back in Shanghai, things did not go well. It was as if Mao's days with Peng in Canton brought into relief what was wrong with his bureaucratic months in Shanghai. Style of life was one problem. Mao was not among those who find full satisfaction in answering the call of whatever documents land upon the in tray. He was an uneven worker. Some complained about his irregularity and his tendency to disappear on a trip. But these were only symptoms. A more serious problem was summed up by Li Lisan's jibe that Mao was so much in the nationalists' pocket as to be merely Hu Hanmin's secretary. Storms were brewing within the NP as Sun battled liver cancer. Those with eyes to see knew that anti-communism was bubbling in its fractious ranks. Yet Mao had eyes only for the united front. All work must be done in the name of the Nationalist Party, he insisted during the summer of 1924. Few CCP colleagues agreed. The strain told on Mao. He slept poorly, rare for him then, and his health slipped. This added to his ineffectiveness within the CCP. By late 1924, he was on the outs at party headquarters, no longer a trusted bridge between the CCP and the NP. After he returned to Shanghai in February 1924, Mao wrote virtually nothing for publication during the rest of the year. His next writings, in 1925, appeared mainly in a new organ of the NP Political Weekly, of which he was named editor. Although he was in Shanghai, Mao missed the CCP's Fourth Congress there in January 1925. The mood of the Congress was as city-oriented as it was suspicious of the NP. The communiqué at the end of the meeting linked the word peasant at each mention by a hyphen to the word worker, as if the former would be naked alone. The outcome for Mao was a formality. He was knocked off the Central Committee. Mao was exhausted, and he was in a cul-de-sac. In his autobiography, he glosses over the tensions. He chooses to not even mention the Fourth Congress. "I had become ill in Shanghai," he blandly sums up in his account to Snow. "I returned to Hunan for a rest." Mao was good at changing gears. This skill served him well all through his life. If he could be impulsive, he also knew how to retreat. The hour called for withdrawal. He would go back to his roots. More than some of his colleagues, Mao kept a realm of private life. The farm at Music Mountain was his. He did not renounce it or sell it. His memories of the past were not as bitter as all that. The money that his father's farm yielded, Mao traded for freedom. If he wanted to veer off on his own, the party regardless, he had the funds to do so. If he needed to offer meals to peasants in return for an interview, again the money was there. Quite often, when in Changsha, Mao had gone back to Music Mountain for a break. Now, in early 1925, he went for an extended stay. For half a year, he pulled back from treaty ports and documents and committees and struggles in the office. Mao used the farm for political meetings and its profits, in part, for the communist cause. To the folks of Music Mountain, he must have seemed his father's son. He was a landlord, if a red one. He made the old serve the new. And he turned blood ties into political ties. Everyone in the family worked for the cause, unusual in the senior ranks of the early CCP. Zemin, now 27, had carried on the work at An Yuan and was about to become head of the CCP's publishing department in Shanghai. Zayton, 19, had just joined the CCP. He had been busy at Mao's old student activities in Changsha. The adopted sister, Zhejian, was organizing in the Hunan town of Yuebei. Kai Hui herself, a CCP member since 1922, had been doing Education Plus organization in Changsha and Yuebei. For a while, she had worked in Shanghai but not with Mao. The marriage seemed less close now than it had been in 1921 and 1922. "In our last letters were misunderstandings," ran one line in the poem Mao sent to Kai Hui in late 1923, and after that period they did not spend much time together. Beyond his immediate family, Mao mobilized many relatives. In the Chinese records of his stay in Music Mountain, the name Mao recurs like the chorus of a song. Mao deals with Mao Fushuan, Mao Yuanyao, Mao Xinhai, Mao Yueqiu, and many others. The clan links served him well. Chinese New Year of 1925 saw a reunion at the family hearth. Kai Hui and the two young boys were there. Zemin came home, maybe Zhejian as well. The overlapping of clan and cause must have given them strength. Yet they would have to have been superhuman not to feel a tug of contradiction in the situation. Led by Mao, they lived with the it. They did not merely scorn pre-communist ties. They seemed to find Music Mountain a place to rally themselves for the soon murderous work of revolution. For a few weeks, Mao puttered around the farm, chatted with neighbors, took walks in the valley, dabbled at spring planting alongside his hired laborers. But in February, Mao stirred to action. He left Music Mountain and crisscrossed the county and beyond. He stayed in peasant homes and drew facts and opinions from everyone he met. His notebooks were full. It was the kind of first-hand investigation that Mao reveled in. His walks amid the green hills seemed to dissolve the frustrations of Shanghai. The difference in mood from his boyhood days was as between day and night. The peasants of Hunan had had enough. They were on the march. Grumbling had become revolt. Rent was now being withheld from landlords. Ragged poor peasants were gate-crashing elegant feasts in ancestral halls. Magistrates were starting to bend before the opinion of peasant unions. Mao quickly moved from study to coordination. He did not originate the peasant organizations of Hunan. He was not a hero to the grassroots in the manner of Peng Pai, before whom peasant women in Guangdong held their children aloft so that they might remember they had once seen the king of the peasants. But as he traveled, Mao put the seal on peasant unions and even heresy to Shanghai party cells. He was talking of communism amid rice and mud and thatch. He was making a connection to China's no longer silent majority. By the end of 1926, thanks in large part to Mao's stimulus, half of Hunnan's 75 counties had peasant unions. 2 million peasants belonged. Within Xiangtan County, Mao set up some 20 evening schools. The aim was general education. The Chinese call it raising the cultural standard, with a political message tossed in. He liked to begin a Chinese lesson with the words hand and leg. Nature gave the same number of hands and legs to every human being. All wealth is created by these members. How absurd, then, that the rich seldom use hands or legs. As an individual, Mao had come full circle from the soil to the soil. But that iconoclasm was only a boy's dark suspicion that the straitjacket of his life was unjust. In 1925, Mao saw rebellion not as one tortured soul's refusal to conform but as a whole people's search for a new future. He could laugh at his former bitterness toward his father. The real issue was so much broader. It was not psychological but political. His father now seemed less a monster than a relic. Mao had finally recovered from his education. Return to Music Mountain speeded his digestion of a decade in urban classrooms. His new attitude to foreign schools summed up the adjustment. On holiday trips home, he had stood up for schools like East Mountain and First Teachers Training School against village folks' criticisms. But by 1925, Mao had reversed himself. I realized that I had been wrong and the peasants right. He now favored the old-style Chinese schools over foreign schools. He was no longer fighting his father. He saw things in larger proportion. He made a quiet turn toward nativism. It was in an attic above Mao's parents' bedroom that a Music Mountain branch of the Communist Party of China was solemnized with its first 32 peasant members in August 1925. What Shanghai headquarters thought of this way of pursuing revolution is not recorded. In a Shanghai textile mill, a Chinese worker was casually killed by a Japanese foreman in mid-1925. A protest demonstration was fired upon at British orders by police of the international settlement. 10 were killed and 50 wounded. The incident was like a lighted match thrown near a powder keg. A cycle of protests, shootings, and strikes unrolled in many cities. A general strike and boycott in Hong Kong went on for 16 months, the longest in world history, and the once despised rickshaw pullers of Peking hung little placards on their vehicles. No English or Japanese. New was the impact on peasants. For the first time, villages sounded a mass cry against imperialism, and the CCP grew rapidly. In January 1925, its membership was 995. By November, it was 10,000. Revolution suddenly seemed more than a phrase in a radical sex minute book. Exactly at this time, the nationalists reached a fork in the road. Sun died in the spring. Weeping throngs saw him buried in Peking, wrapped in the red, blue, and white NP flag. Could any successor walk a tightrope as he had done? The scramble for the soul of the NP was on by summer. Mao returned to the regular arena in the fall. His newfound issue, the peasant upsurge, was to dominate the scramble. The governor of Hunan had his dagger out for the tall 31-year-old radical who hung around villages. In the countryside, Mao was safe enough. Warlords weren't awesome in the hills. But he took the risky step of going into Changsha. The governor picked up his trail. Troops were sent after him. Mao fled to Canton. The external force of political power had overcome, for the moment, the more fundamental force of social change. Apt that, after months of writing committee memos in Shanghai during 1924, Mao wrote a poem as a coda to his quickening months in Hunan during 1925. Changsha is a poem of nostalgia mixed with sober hope. It recalls college days. Crowded years and months of endeavor. Young we were and schoolmates, in high assurance, fearless, pointing the finger at all things. Mao feels a loss of some old certainties. Under the unmoving sky, a million creatures try out their freedom. I ponder. I ask the boundless earth, who rules over destiny. The whole poem is embedded in the affairs of nature. It ends with a flash of confidence. Do you remember how, reaching midstream, we struck the waters, and the waves dashed against our speeding boats? Will not youthful strength, transmuted to other forms in those over 30, retain its power for changing situations? Mao reached Canton as the rains began in October. He had been away from the lush city on the Pearl River for nearly a year. He had changed, and so had the United Front. It would be interesting to know how Mao went about explaining to colleagues what he had been up to for 9 months. They must have cast on him the anxious eye reserved for those who have been in eclipse. He took his time and tried no dramatics. He resumed work within the system. This meant mainly the NP, for he now held higher posts in it than in the CCP. He was a member of its ruling body, no longer of the CCP's. Mao became editor of Political Weekly, the main organ of the NP. In late 1925, he showed his keenness for the job by peppering its pages with some 15 pieces from his own pen and others under the pseudonym Zirin. All of them were a continuation of the radical commentary on current politics that he had written in Guide and elsewhere during 1923. Mao had a second important job in the NP. He was the number 2 man in the propaganda department. Since its chief was busy as premier of the Canton government, Mao masterminded the communication of the nationalist message. But it was Mao's third job that glinted with a future. The 5th class of the Peasant Movement Training Institute began in October 1925. Mao gave numerous lectures at it. Hunanese students mysteriously leaped to 40% of the total. Mao's hand was even more plainly to be seen in the presence in the class of his own brother Zemin. Mao was rising like a meteor at the institute. He had emerged from eclipse with his new message as a teacher. That Mao's work within the NP blossomed was remarkable since CCP-NP relations were going from tense to bad. Maybe the United Front could never have worked. At any rate, it had ceased to work by the spring of 1926. A right-wing group, named Western Hills Group, after the spot near Peking where it first met, had emerged within the NP. It wanted no truck with the CCP. The party's weightiest left-of-center leader was murdered in Canton just before Mao arrived in flight from Hunan. Western Hills money probably pulled the trigger. The tide against the United Front was stemmed for a bit at the Second Congress of the NP in January 1926. It met amid fanfare in downtown Canton at a moment when leftist mass organizations in South China were surging. The first act, as at all NP meetings, was for the assembly to bow low 3 times before a portrait of Sun Yat-sen and then hear his testament read aloud. Mao was to the fore. He spoke up in debates and was re-elected an alternate of the executive committee with a healthy total of 173 votes. Wang Jingwei had a maximum of 248 votes. The senior communist, Professor Li Dezhao, had 192. He was put on the NP's Peasant Committee. Mao showed his new thinking in his report on behalf of the propaganda department. We have concentrated too much on the cities and ignored the peasants. He was right, yet it seemed a cry in the wilderness. The NP was more an army than a political party, and the core of that army was landowning officers. How could the NP lead the kind of rural revolt Mao had half seen and half summoned in Hunan? Surely the nationalists would be more its target than its guardian? At the Congress, the Western Hills men were badly outnumbered. Their breach of discipline was debated. They were against the United Front. How to punish them for this? Mao was on the side of leniency. What was Mao up to? If he had seemed right-wing at the Second Congress of the NP, much more was to follow. Chiang Kai-shek, using the gun, was winning out in the race to succeed Sun. He wanted to switch onto an anti-communist path once he had draped a few strips of Sun's mantle around himself. In March 1926, Chiang struck at the United Front. An incident over the gunboat Sun Yat-sen provided the pretext. He arrested communists. One of them was Zhou Enlai. He shackled the labor unions where the CCP was strong. He outmaneuvered Wang Jingwei's left-of-center faction within the NP. Wang meekly left for Europe on a study tour. Chiang bestrode a Canton government that had veered to the right. Yet Mao was by no means through with the NP. True, the nationalists removed him from control of their propaganda department. Yet he soon stepped up to a new post. While Canton's prisons were full of his comrades, he became director of the 6th class of the NP's Peasant Institute. It began in May and went on through October. Mao was the only CCP figure to be head of an NP project during those unhappy months. The institute was housed in a graceful old Confucian temple in the center of Canton. Mao loved to see traditions turned on their heads in this way. He lived at the institute in a small room of his own, sleeping on a plank bed without a mosquito net, which only the poor and the masochistic did in Canton. On the shelves of a bamboo bookcase were the notes from his stay in Hunan. They formed the basis of his 23 hours of lectures on the peasant question in China. Of 3 other courses, he took personal charge. In methods of teaching in the countryside, he gave 9 hours of lectures. He dabbled in his great love of geography, and he began a course of independent study, being still skeptical about authority in the classroom. He started a new workshop on hygiene. He broke new ground by taking the class on a field trip to Haifeng, where Peng Pai had turned beasts into men. He picked his own staff of 15 teachers. Most were down-to-earth types with field experience. Yet, for lectures on military campaigns, he chose the Mandarin-like Zhou Enlai, now out of prison. Zhou was many things that Mao was not: easygoing, dashing, gregarious, a conciliator. At 27, he still looked boyish. Mao had possessed an adult gravity even in his teens, and his ways bore the marks of his years in Japan, 1917–19, and France and Germany, 1920–24. Raised in a household of books and gentility, Zhou had stepped down the social ladder to join the revolution as an act of moral choice. He did not, nor did Mao, yet know much about military campaigns. That summer in Canton saw the start of a Mao-Zhou partnership that, after some rocky moments, would survive beyond all expectation. Zhou, the landlord's son not long back from Europe, Mao, the homespun son of the soil who remained anchored in China's hinterland. The northern expedition, about to begin, was, in Chiang's eyes, a military operation to unify China by grabbing power from warlords in the north. For Mao, it was more than that. He expected a social convulsion as the nationalist armies moved through villages on the brink of uprising. He was correct. His aim was to train a national peasant leadership to direct the convulsion. Halfway through the institute session, Mao made a limited comeback in the CCP. A dawning concern with the rural situation led the CCP leadership to bring Mao on board again. At a Central Committee meeting in July 1926, a peasant department was at last set up. Mao was named to head it. This apparently gave him a seat once more on the Central Committee. By the end of the year, Guide had published him again with 2 essays on peasants. Yet the rural initiative by no means passed to the CCP. Incredibly enough, the CCP's peasant department was established in the metropolis of Shanghai. Meanwhile, Mao was busy teaching for the nationalists at their institute in Canton. He went briefly to Shanghai twice, but the center of gravity of his peasant work was still in the NP rather than in the CCP. This explains why Mao got out on a political limb. For most CCP leaders, the thorny issue of the mid-1920s was how the CCP could pursue the benefits of the United Front without ceasing to be an independent party. For Moscow, equally, the United Front was the pearl of great price in China. To be sure, the CCP was Russia's baby. But the Russians were in no danger of overestimating the infant's capacity. For now, the NP seemed far more important. Say China, and the Kremlin would say United Front. Mao was different. NP-CCP relations were not the key to his out-of-line conduct. The methods of action issue did not preoccupy him. What did preoccupy him was a constituency issue. Who was the revolution for? And what spark could ignite the vast body of China to a fire of revolution hot enough to melt the old and fashion the new? Mao's answer came from Hunan. The revolution was for the poor, and the vast majority of them were rural folk. It was for the 90% of the people in the counties around Music Mountain whom Mao judged to be poor or middle peasants. The spark would rise in the countryside, for landlord oppression was fiercer and far broader than that of urban taipans. In Mao's mind, this was now a basic truth. All questions of political method were secondary. No surprise that he stuck with the NP longer than his CCP colleagues. In the mid-1920s, the nationalists took the peasantry more seriously than the communists did. Consider what Mao was up against at Shanghai. Professor Chun scholastically reasoned, farmers are petit bourgeois. How can they accept communism? Liu Shaoqi condescendingly purred that the proletariat must take the peasants by the hand and lead them forward to the revolution. Moscow was a bit nearer, but not that much, to Mao's basic truth. Mering had a scorn for peasants that recalled Marx's remark about rural idiocy. But Mering had left China for good in 1923. Its eye on rural stirrings, the Comintern found a basis in Lenin to take seriously the revolutionary potential of the peasantry by early 1926. Yet Mao's logic was not the Comintern's. He favored the NP's northern expedition. Moscow did not. On this issue, Mao and Chiang saw eye to eye. Although in the wake of the Sun Yat-sen gunboat incident, Borodin had to approve the expedition. The Russians wanted the peasants to join in the revolution under the firm control of the patiently crafted United Front. They feared that a march north by NP armies might induce a social unraveling that the landowning NP officers could not control. Moreover, Moscow was cooperating with three big northern warlords, including the one who had massacred the railwaymen in 1923. Stalin wanted his warlords and his NP also. A confrontation between the two was not his idea of a China policy that served Soviet interests. It might force a distasteful choice between revolution in China and aggrandizement of the Russian state. But whence the spark? Each new revolution is an unrehearsed act of creation. A nicely balanced plan based on the latest triumph in some other place seldom succeeds. The spark leaps from nowhere, original, outrageous. Mao saw and wanted a social convulsion that would knock the file cabinets of Moscow and Shanghai out of business. In the end, in a way, he got it. In Canton during December 1925, Mao published analysis of the classes in Chinese society. 9 months later, as he went north, there appeared his The National Revolution and the Peasant Movement. Who are our enemies? Who are our friends? This was Mao's starting point in analysis. He sketched the position of the various groups in the special conditions of China. The urban workers were few. Bullying by imperialism made it certain that some of the Chinese bourgeoisie would sympathize with revolution. The rural poor would give crucial weight to the revolution. They need a revolution. Mao was basing himself on observed fact rather than on Marx's doctrine. Yet, in analysis, Mao still saw the tiny industrial proletariat as the leading force in our revolution. He managed to fit the wine of peasant power into the bottles of proletarian supremacy. The September article was another story. It said the peasants are the key in every way to the revolution. They feel the greatest weight of oppression. The compradors prevail only on the seacoast and along the rivers. Not comparable to the domain of the landlord class, which extends to every province, every county, every village. Mao went further. Compradors merely follow the lead of warlords. And warlords are chosen by the landlord class. His argument was an economic one. 90% of the hundreds of millions of dollars the warlord government spends each year is taken, directly or indirectly, from the peasants who live under the domination of the landlord class. In other words, power in China stems from the land. The political aims of the urban workers, Mao ventured, are merely to seek complete freedom of assembly and of association. They do not immediately seek the political destruction of the bourgeoisie. He had at last given voice to the doubts he felt in Changsha about the muscle of the labor movement. As for the peasants, on the other hand, he continued, as soon as they arise, they run into the political power of those village bullies, bad gentry, and landlords who have been crushing the peasants for several thousands of years. Hence their militancy. Mao drew the natural conclusion. If the peasants do not arise and fight in the villages to overthrow the privileges of the feudal patriarchal landlord class, the power of the warlords and of imperialism can never be hurled down. It was a startling conclusion. The revolution would stand or fall with the peasants. Only their stirring could bring down the whole creaking edifice of old China. Even the struggle against imperialism depended absolutely upon them. With this article, Karl Marx sank into the rice paddies of Asia. Mao had shown his hand. Here was what he had learned and resolved in Hunan during 1925. Like a magnet, the villages drew Mao back. The sixth class of the Peasant Institute ended in October 1926. There was nothing else in Canton to claim him. But he did not go to Shanghai to run the CCP's peasant department, of which he was head. He came home to Hunan. He would deal with the rural challenge not from a city office but on the spot. Much was happening in Hunan. The province was living up to its reputation as a pivot in China's affairs. The northern expedition had reached Changsha in the late summer of 1926. Hunan was now ruled by a warlord painted over in nationalist colors. At the same time, the peasant unions were virtually taking over swaths of the countryside. A storm was brewing between these two forces, and Mao would soon be in its eye. He seemed to be brooding, half aware of coming troubles. After a phase of activity, he went probing the villages of Zhujiang and Jiangxi and reported in Guide that the peasants were rising like clouds. And he gave the main speech at the first big rally of the Hunan Peasant Union. Mao went off to unwind at Music Mountain. He had often gone there in winter when rooms that were not home were at their least hospitable. Pattern recurred. Exactly as 2 Januaries before, retreat in his home valley led to a fact-finding tour of the surrounding villages. He spent 32 days in 5 counties. This time, Mao did not have to wander around like a minstrel looking for customers. 5 million Hunan farmers were now unionized. His task was less to stir them up than to draw a picture of the total scene and show it to the non-rural world. This he did brilliantly. Edgar Snow's Red Star over China was not the first classic of the Chinese Revolution. That was Mao's report on an investigation of the peasant movement in Hunan. Mao saw landlords being paraded in tall paper hats by crowds beating gongs. The most hated types he found already locked up in county jails. Their foul deeds included hoarding grain to keep the price up, exactly what Mao's father had done in 1906. Other landlords had left their property and fled like dogs. Peasants formed spear corps to enforce a new kind of order. Children swiftly drank in the new morality. At play, Mao noticed, one child angry with another would stamp his foot and cry, "Down with imperialism!" He heard a peasant shame a bully. "Hey, you local tyrant, don't you know Sun Yat-sen's 3 People's Principles?" Society was being turned upside down. The smash and bounce of it stunned even this rebel who had been on leave of absence from the epicenter of rebellion. Awe pushed his pen. Every bit of the dignity and prestige built up by the landlords is being swept into the dust. His excitement gave the report a style ages removed from the usual NP or CCP document. Mao exulted in excess. He thought it great fun that peasants burned basketfuls of mahjong sets in an effort to stamp out gambling. It did not seem to bother him that some ordinary folk liked to play mahjong. He reported with glee and no qualms that the fallen landlords had started to label the upstart peasants emperors. He did not try to conceal the quip of a brought-low member of the gentry. Today it's a world of committeemen. You can't even go for a piss without bumping into a committeeman. Mao saw sedan chairs smashed. He noted breezily that peasants detest the people who use this conveyance. Did he cast a thought back to his revered Professor Yang in Changsha, who was carried to college every morning in a sedan chair? Of course, the revolution had changed. One thing to call for a new society. Another thing to have your sedan chair smashed from under you. Mao joked about Lord Shi, a character in a story of Lu Xiong, 77 to 76 BC. This aristocrat adored dragons and had his palace decorated from floor to eaves with drawings and carvings of them. A real dragon heard of Lord Shi's love for the species and visited him. The man almost died of terror. To talk of rousing the masses of the people day in and day out, Mao concluded. And then to be scared to death when the masses do rise. What difference is there between this and Lord Shi's love of dragons? Or between this and the sedate radicalism of Mao's father-in-law? Pedagogy was receding in Mao's order of priorities. He had turned against the foreign schools that had smoothed his way to a wider world. He would now consider a Professor Yang useless as a political ally. Report failed to mention the leading role of urban workers in the revolution. Beijing discreetly added this for the selected works in the 1960s. But these pages, if not Marxist, were acidly radical. Mao classified the farmers into poor, 70%, middle, 20%, and rich, 10%. As social science, it was rough. But as a lever for change, it was clever. To make the poor conscious of their poverty is the first step toward revolution. Mao declared, it was half observation and half exhortation, that the poorest are the most militant. It was an old theme of his. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. This is what Mao meant by revolution in 1927. He was making a shout on its behalf. Once more, Mao had to click back to the urban political world. Carrying a dog-eared manuscript of his report, Mao went to town for a meeting of the NP's Central Executive Committee. It convened in an exciting atmosphere at Wuhan in March 1927. Wuhan became part of Mao's life for the rest of 1927. Capital of Hubei, north of the lake. This industrial city is a bastion of central China. It stands on the rail route that joins Beijing and Canton. Equally, it guards the water route down the Yangtze River from Chongqing to the sea at Shanghai. In their modern green uniforms and cork helmets, the armies of the NP had reached Wuhan in December 1926. A government of left-of-center nationalists, plus a few communists, tried like a juggler to control unruly balls tossed by China's quickening revolution. Chiang Kai-shek was out of harm's way to the east at Nanchang. By the spring of 1927, Wuhan was the precarious seat of the Chinese revolutionary movement. Both the CCP and the NP, now like a couple with one eye on each other and one eye on divorce, moved their headquarters to Wuhan. The NP found a nice villa for Mao. Built by a merchant, it had gray brick walls that kept out the hubbub of the street. An interior courtyard was surrounded by rooms mellow with dark vertical boards. Kai Hui came up from Changsha to share it with Mao. Her mother also arrived with Mao's 2 boys and stayed for some months. A third bedroom of the villa was occupied by Peng Pai, the rural organizer from Guangdong province. There was even a study for Mao where he put the finishing touches to his pages on the peasants of Hunan. He taught part-time. Nearby, in a sprawling mansion of red pillars and airy archways, a branch of Canton's Peasant Movement Training Institute had been set up. It was a joint NP-CCP venture. During the first half of 1927, Mao lectured to peasants from Hubei, Hunan, Jiangxi, and a few other provinces. Mao found the Wuhan political weather cloudy. Professor Qin did not like report. Only part of it was published in the guide. The full version, with its praise of what Chen said were excesses, had to find a home in the Hunan organ, The Militant. In town were Mao's old Anyuan associates, Li Lisan and Liu Shaoqi. They had come to spearhead the labor movement in China's second industrial city. They thought Mao had a rural bee in his bonnet. Mao had been criticized in the CCP as a rightist. Now he looked like a radical and was a radical. His days as a darling of the nationalists were nearly over. Stress did not dry Mao up artistically. He meandered on 2 hills called Tortoise and Snake that face each other across the Yangtze. On Snake Hill, he found a hoary edifice that captivated him. The Yellow Crane Tower was built in the 3rd century. Mao sat there and ruminated, as if to lodge himself again within China's high culture, yet without taking his eye off politics. He wrote a poem in the classical style. Blurred in the thick haze of the misty rain, Tortoise and Snake hold the great river locked. Only this tower remains as a haunt for the wanderer. I raise my glass to the surging torrent, and the tide of my heart swells with the waves. Had he put the villages of Hunan behind him? Not really. He was switching back and forth between worlds. The knack gave him resilience. Mao's issue, the surge of the peasantry in South China and what to do about it, was the issue of the hour. At a succession of meetings, it was debated. Mao was a key participant because his report was being passed around as the hot potato of the season. Yet most of the leaders of the Wuhan regime had no vivid sense of the boiling Hunan situation. When he eventually spoke up, Mao alarmed the NP leaders. He wanted the peasants to confiscate the land by simply refusing to pay rent for the fields they tilled. He argued for this within both the NP's executive and its newly established land committee. The snag was clear in his speech to the latter. The militarists in Hunan are exploiters of the peasants. Mao had a point, but those very militarists were hand in glove with the nationalists. Within Guangdong province, the NP could be radical with little cost. But during the march north, it was suicidal to be so. For a large number of the officers who were serving the NP north of Guangdong-owned land, Mao knew he was on the verge of a break with the NP. He scornfully quoted military leaders who denounced the peasants for having simply gone red. He rejoined, "But where would the national revolution be without this bit of red?" The national revolution was fragmenting. Hunan was not typical of China. Mao had come back from Music Mountain with a vision of irresistible peasant power. It would have been a terrible mistake to imagine in 1927 that as Hunan went, so would China go. Mao's former boss in Shanghai, the NP leader Wang Jingwei, wrote Mao off as a firebrand. Even a close friend from Changsha, a communist and Mao's own choice to head up the NP in Hunan, told the Land Committee that Mao's plan for confiscation would lead to an immediate struggle between poor and rich peasants. The favored policy of the hour, among nationalists and communists alike, was to restrain the excesses of the peasants for the sake of preserving the NPCCP United Front and pressing on with the Northern Expedition. Mao lived in his villa and went to committee meetings. But this politicking seemed a sideshow. Beyond Wuhan, China was polarizing. The United Front on the banks of the Yangtze was a fragile bamboo soon to be snapped by a strong gale from down the river.
Chiang Kai-shek dealt the coup de grâce.
He had long given up on the link with the communists. By the sword, the only political method he was comfortable with, he tore it apart once and for all. On reaching Shanghai, Chiang massacred the left. Zhou Enlai escaped death by a hair's breadth. It was a grim revelation of the inner meaning of the Chiang version of the Northern Expedition. The Shanghai left had fought against Northern militarists in order to keep the city safe for Chiang. Elsewhere in South and East China, warlords were springing back to crush radical organizations. A raid on the Soviet embassy in Peking produced a harvest of leftists. One of them was Mao's old boss, Professor Li Dazhao. Mao learned that Li had been slowly strangled to death, an excruciating fate, by the men of warlord Zhang Zuolin, and that his cultural bookstore in Changsha had been smashed up by the militarists. The CCP held its 5th Congress in teetering Wuhan. An NP delegation attended for the first time. Mao prepared himself without enthusiasm. Things went even worse than he expected. With 60,000 members, the CCP was at the height of its grassroots power. But at the top, it had lost its way. The main problem was that Moscow clung to the CCP-NP United Front as to a totem pole. Professor Chun was not happy with this policy, but he went along with it. Mao's views on the land issue were savaged. His colleagues were so displeased with him that they took away his right to vote. He spoke little. He must have realized that he would lose his post as head of the peasant department. But when the axe fell, a specialist on Russian literature named Chu Chobai replaced him. Mao was depressed. He went to no more sessions. As the Congress droned on to disaster, Mao lounged at his villa and made long walks by East Lake and on Snake and Tortoise Hills. Under Comintern instruction, the CCP was being marinated, readied for Chiang Kai-shek's oven. For the peasant issue had caught up with the left-of-center NP. Having to retreat on that issue, they handed the future of the NP to Chiang. It was now either peasant revolution or Chiang plus warlords. The CCP itself chose neither. The left-of-center NP chose Chiang. During July, it turned against the communists in Wuhan. A terror against the left was mounted here as over much of China. By midsummer, the Chinese Revolution seemed at an end. Events in Hunan set off the slide to the right. During May, some military officers under the warlord governor turned their guns on the left. Mao went south to rally resistance, traveling in disguise on a freight train. In Changsha, soldiers marched to union and student offices and shot unarmed occupants, to the cry, "Long live Chiang Kai-shek." 30,000 people were slaughtered in Hunan that summer. Mao was lucky not to have been one of them. A bit desperate, Mao tried everything. He rallied workers and peasants to fight against repression. But he also thought it worthwhile to have a personal meeting with the governor to urge reason on this twilight figure. Incredibly enough, Professor Chun and Moscow still hoped to repair the United Front. Chun ordered Mao out of Hunan and off to Sichuan. Mao either disobeyed Chun or made him change his mind. He stayed on like a fireman amid flames. His break with his old god was all but total. But what Chun could not do, the Hunan warlord could. He ordered Mao's arrest, and Mao went back to Wuhan. Word reached Mao of terror in many places south of the Yangtze that had been strongholds of the left. Strikers were beheaded on the spot. The middle of Shanghai was decorated with bamboo cages in which dangled the heads of the executed. Communist girls were killed by bullets fired up the vagina from the guns of cursing soldiers. Mao wept at the suffering. In the countryside, students who had come to ally themselves with the peasants were burned alive in kerosene. Leftists were bound to trees and put to death with 1,000 cuts into which salt and sand were periodically rubbed. Slicing of victims was revived in a warlord salute to feudalism. Foot muscles were gouged out. Mao got back to Wuhan from Hunan in time for a bitter spectacle. Borodin was busy packing in his 4-story villa with its elevator and damask wallpaper. He was closing the books on a portfolio, The Chinese Revolution, that Moscow had made his for 4 years. "It's all over" was his benediction as he left for Russia. For Mao, but not most CCP leaders, Soviet revolutionary prestige retreated as surely as Borodin's train. Meanwhile, Chiang sent a cable from Nanjing to congratulate the Wuhan NP on its patriotic act of slicing out the cancer of communism from its body politic. If the summer was tragic, the autumn was grotesque. The CCP lurched from one extreme to the other. It abandoned timid collaborationism too late for blood and thunder insurrection, which was too early. And it wrapped military extremism in a package of moderate politics, for Stalin was still months away from writing off the NP. Mao was caught up in the reversal. He showed no more mastery than anyone else did in a doomed situation. The CCP met in special conference. Professor Chun had gone off to Shanghai in despair at the July 15th break between the CCP and the Wuhan regime. In his absence, the mood was to embrace everything he would have rejected. The button was pushed for a rash of uprisings in town and village alike. Mao was to lead the attack in Hunan. It was to be called Autumn Harvest Uprising. Mao was like a man in a daze. He hurled himself hither and thither, but the strategy seemed either mistaken or not one he truly favored, or both. Pathetically enough, the new line was also Moscow-inspired. In June, Stalin had suddenly demanded a militant policy for the CCP. The absurdity of it was that the tyrant, from 4,000 miles away, insisted the CCP go on supporting the Wuhan regime at the same time. By now that was, as a Chinese saying goes, like playing a lute to entertain a cow. So, in August and September, the CCP marched toward suicide. It began armed sallies under the NP flag. The first was at Nanchang, led by Zhou Enlai. It did not succeed. But, in a distracted mood, the CCP went ahead with uprisings that were military operations without a political logic to them. Amid the chaos, a special meeting of CCP leaders took place in early August. Mao attended the ragged sessions in the 100-degree heat of a Wuhan attic. 11 men overthrew Chun as head of the party. In his place rose Chu Chubai, the literary scholar who had succeeded Mao in the peasant portfolio. So Professor Chun went into the dustbin of history. Mao later blamed him heavily for the horrors of the NP link. Too heavily, for when Mao spoke in 1936, he did not want to blame Stalin, who was the bigger culprit. Mao's comment on the 2 chief resident Comintern aides was harsh. Borodin stood just a little to the right of Chun. It was true that Borodin trusted the NP far too long. On N. Roy, the Indian who had played a role from 1925, Mao was hardly warmer. He stood a little to the left of both Chun and Borodin, but he only stood. Roy's fiery talk could not solve the problem that Moscow was too far away, and too possessed of its own interests, to run a revolution in China. Looking back, Mao said the NP was an empty house waiting for people to move in. The communists moved into the house, like a bride forced into a wedding sedan chair. We never made up our minds to be the mistress of the house. Mao moved left. Like everyone else in the post-Chun CCP, he turned to the gun. Unlike most of the others, he at last rejected the NP. We really cannot use the NP flag. He wrote from Changsha to the CCP office as he prepared for the autumn harvest uprising. And on the land issue, he was still out on a radical limb. The insurrections went off and died like so many firecrackers. Mao's did little better than anyone else's. It was not only that Mao's new leftism was not yet a digested whole. He had supped too long with the NP. The peasant armies could not do miracles overnight. It was also that Chu had embraced a different type of leftism. Chu wanted to start in the cities. Mao still believed that the center of gravity of the Chinese Revolution was in the countryside. Chu thought a wave of mass violence could give the left power. Mao preferred a slower, more organized, building blocks approach over using the gun for gaining power. But, for the moment, he half went along with Chu. The die was set. Mao went through with his autumn harvest uprising. He held planning sessions at night in a Changsha suburb. He devised his own new flag, to the CCP's irritation, which depicted a hammer and sickle contained in a star. Using his old contacts all over Hunan, he raised troops for an assault that would end up capturing Changsha. He took the town of East Gate near the Jiangxi border and won a few small victories. But defeat soon glared at him like the Hunan sun. Many things went wrong. Mao's troops were a varied lot, and some ended up fighting each other. After the summer repression, the mass base for a radical campaign was reduced. The Hunan CCP had lost 3/4 of its 20,000 members since May. It was a nightmare for Mao to revisit the scenes of his former unions and schools and meet little but death and desertion. When the mass movement was at its height in 1925 to 26, the CCP was as cautious as a judge. When it was dashed, in mid-1927, the CCP burst into radical flames. Such was the tragedy of 20th century China's first attempt at social revolution. The chaos at CCP headquarters was crippling. Mao argued with the party center throughout his uprising. He was judged too concerned with armies. He was said to lack faith in the masses. His units were accused of having soiled their own diapers when things did not go well. In reply, Mao accused the center of a contradictory policy of neglecting military affairs, yet at the same time desiring an armed surge of the masses. Coordination was poor. Reinforcements from outside Hunan did not exist. Eventually, it was Mao, not Changsha, who was captured. During a dash to Hengyang in quest of miners for his army, he was nabbed by landlord troops. He was marched toward a compound to be shot. As the end approached, Mao was calm and shrewd. First, he borrowed money from a fellow prisoner and tried to bribe the escort in charge of him to let him go. This plan apparently misfired. Within 200 yards of the compound, he decided to make a bolt for it. He was still thin enough to move like a flash. He escaped the bullets and reached the cover of tall grass around a pond. The escort troops came after him. They enlisted farmers to search the grass. Mao crouched in silence and devout hope. A couple of times, the soldiers came so close that he could have reached out and touched them. Half a dozen times, he gave up hope and felt certain they had seen him. Dusk bailed him out. The troops ended the search and went off for dinner. All night long, he walked across hills and through scrub. He was barefoot. The escort had taken away his shoes as booty, and because superstition had it that a victim with shoes on as he died would spawn a ghost that would pursue the executioner in revenge. Bruised and tired, Mao wandered in a region he did not recognize. Eventually, he met a farmer whom he was able to persuade to shelter him. Mao regained his bearings. He still had $7 left over from the bribe attempt, so he could eat and buy the two things he most needed at that low moment of the Chinese Revolution: shoes and an umbrella. Mao rejoined what was left of his troops. But the autumn harvest uprising was a fallen soufflé. Mao's relations with the CCP would now be worse than they had ever been. He decided that he might as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb. He refused to attack Changsha. It seemed foolish to toss his remnant of troops to destruction. Like clockwork, the CCP leadership demoted Mao. He was put off the Central Committee. Even the Hunan segment of the party removed him from its ruling body. But Mao did not get the news of these dark bureaucratic frowns. He had turned his back upon cities and all established organizations. As the chill of October eclipsed a terrible summer, He led 1,000 pathetic survivors to a craggy no-man's land on Hunan's eastern border. He was going to use the gun his way. Chapter 5. Struggle. 1927 to 1935. Mao walked toward the hills, the only place to go. On the way, he made stops to speak to his 1,000 unhappy followers. By the time he reached a town called Home of the Literati, Wenjia, Mao had fixed on a plan. He wanted to go to the hills as the peasant rebels of Story of the Marshes had done. He had a way to pick up the pieces of the revolution. Did his men dare follow him? Some did. Others in the rank and file fell away because the outlook was so bleak. Homesickness was common. There was a yen to get back to farming, and a hunch that fighting for the nationalists would be more rewarding. At Three Bays village, Mao's troops gathered in an old temple that gave refuge from the autumn rains and the red clay mud, which made playthings of their straw sandals. Mao spoke for hours. He explained his idea of an army, but to some it sounded more like a political study group than a military unit. He urged democracy in the regiment, but some officers felt this would obliterate due distinctions. It did not seem a time for controversial proposals, yet it was Mao's way to be bold when at a low ebb. The CCP was shattered. A few months before it had had some 50,000 members. Now it had 10,000. The left-of-center nationalists had either evaporated into hot air or gone into exile outside China. Most of the leaders of the Hunan and Guangdong peasant movements were dead or soon to die. Mao had lost no fewer than 90% of the worker-peasant force that mounted the autumn harvest uprising just 1 month before. The 10% who remained were being asked to embrace a strange new plan in return for nothing but sweat and tears. They must have surmised that Mao was in disgrace with the CCP leadership. Was this aberrant leader worth the price he asked? Mao himself must have had doubts. Though the news of his dismissal from all party offices did not arrive for another 3 months, he knew it was coming. The disapproval of Shanghai. The Central Committee had perversely gone back there. Like ants drawn to honey, regardless of the environs, was one thing and bad enough. Worse was that the Hunan CCP, Mao's own creation, had equally denounced him. His mind must have ached with regret for the sufferings of the summer. He was separated from Kai Hui and from everyone else he was personally close to. He was thin and worn, and his eyes were clouded. His hair was like a medieval broom. His clothes were in tatters and full of lice. Yet, if Mao had doubts, he did not talk about them. His granite will showed itself during these weeks. It made a dark winter into a turning point toward mastery. Food would be short. Soldiers' pay would be small, since the sparse hilltop offered few landlords to be expropriated. Few of his officers were communists, and a number were likely to leave. 1 or 2 were so incensed by the idea of democracy in the army that they apparently tried to kill Mao during the trek from Three Bays. But Mao was unshakable. With Hunanese obstinacy, he had set his course. Inner sparks kept him moving forward. The shape of a totally new strategy had emerged in his mind after the failure to capture cities. He wanted to try it out. Other sparks flashed from a defense mechanism. There was no point in going back to make contact with the CCP center, which now thought so ill of him. Better to make a virtue of his isolation. Nor did it occur to him to go into exile to Europe, as many prominent leftists did in 1927. Mao's choice of words in commenting on this trend showed how rural his own orientation was. Many communist leaders were now ordered by the party to go to Russia or Shanghai or places of safety. Mao seemed to have put his last dollar on nature. It was almost as if he had a secret, life-giving link with the craggy peaks he had chosen to inhabit. Maybe Mao's bit of the CCP binding itself to the soil could be renewed by nature's own cycle. Mao settled on a fog-obscured summit called Well Mountain. It was a grand but barren world of its own. Mao had chosen it with a peasant's and a politician's shrewdness. The idea was simple. His own remnant was weak, but the enemy must have weaknesses too. How to discern them and play upon them. The warlords were not a united force. As they contended against each other, the more so to keep up with the maneuvers of the foreign powers in China, they could not at the same time control the far reaches of China's localized farm economy. And the enemy was weak at the belly. He held the towns, but food came from the villages. If China was what it ate, the communists should put down roots in the rice paddies. But almost as important as food was steel. The rebels must never again be without the means of hour-by-hour defense. Mao said that the CCP must build up a regular army in the countryside. The party would really become an army for a considerable period. Only after having dwelt for a long time in the countryside and securing full control of it, would the armed party pluck off the cities as the last act of the revolution. This was not Marxism as then understood in Europe or in Shanghai, but it came to be Maoism as later understood in China and in Africa and Latin America too. It was when Mao grasped the gun that he began to attain political mastery. Busy at organizational tasks in Canton and Shanghai through the early 1920s, he had paid almost no attention to military affairs. He never wrote on the subject. He was a revolutionary, yet he had apparently never killed a person. Nor did his turn toward rural affairs from 1925 bring a sharp change. The Hunan Report contained no analysis of military power. After the CCP-NP split of mid-1927, Mao had taken up the gun. So had all his CCP colleagues, after Professor Chun went back to his study in Shanghai. But the aim had been to take cities, and the hastily formed units were far from being a regular army. Well Mountain was far more than a good lair. Here in the mountain ranges of West Jiangxi province, just east of Hunan, Mao built a novel kind of power. Urban ways receded to the background in a double sense. Mao now began to live among the peasants, and not until 22 years later would he again settle in a city. And the chief order of business was violence. Mao now became a general. The struggle in the border area is exclusively military, he said frankly. The party and the masses have to be placed on a war footing. May 4th had its first true political harvest on Well Mountain. What a paradox. That movement of 1919 had been one of students in cities. It had wrestled with Confucius and shouted against imperialism. What had it to do with the gun and the rice paddy? Struggle by heroes. If Mao lost Professor Yang's Promethean vision in the thickets of bureaucracy from 1923 to 1926, he gave it flesh and blood on Well Mountain during 1928. Conscious activity is a distinctive trait of man, Mao observed, especially man at war. Only in a one-dimensional sense had the students of May 4th been steeled heroes. On their marches, they carried not guns but toothbrushes. They were fiery in words alone. Mao's true originality lay in bringing three levels together: the gun, peasant power, Marxism. In none of the three was Mao the pioneer, but in combining them into a strategy he was. Mao did not seem like a military man. He did not strut. He cared little for outward form or discipline in the usual military sense. He looked more comfortable with a book than with a gun. Mao made the gun an expression of a humanistic worldview. All his life he believed that in war people counted more than weapons. The secret was simple: war is a branch of politics because winning support from the people is indispensable to both. It was on Well Mountain that he offered his famous image of the army as fish and the people as water. War always has a context, and it is always crucial. The gun is useless if the trigger puller is not the missionary of an appealing cause. It was a startling idea in an era of warlords. But it was also a very old idea. In China, the warrior was always supposed to be a moralist. The warriors in Story of the Marshes did not replace moral struggle with violent struggle, the sad dichotomy accepted in many theories of war, but kept up their moral struggle in the midst of war. They argued with the enemy. Mao was the same. Over 50 years, he never lost his keenness for arguing with the enemy. Back in the era of May 4th, two paths to a new China beckoned Mao, each blazed by a professor he revered. One said process. Chen Duxiu had come to believe in the Marx-Lenin laws of historical development: feudalism, capitalism, socialism, communism. In reaching for Marxism, what Chen grasped was really a science of social change. Cities were the place, urban workers were the key. The contradictions of capitalism would eventually multiply, the revolution would merely be harvest time. The second path said will. Li Dazhao gave Marxism a moral and impulsive twist. Whatever the neat symmetry of the agenda, it was the Chinese who must sculpt socialism. Most Chinese were peasants, and a new China would be born as villages transformed themselves. In Mao's first years as a Marxist, he had gone along with process. Labor unions, cities, the Bolshevik precedent. He had waited like a clerk at history's gate for the high tide. He had done time in the anteroom of organization. It was Professor Chen's period. But Well Mountain was another phase. In the struggle to create a new politics that winter of 1927 to 28, the sculptor was pretty much alone with his clay. Will could not but eclipse process. There were only 2,000 inhabitants in the scattered villages of Well Mountain. Their life was frugal. The red earth was thin and rock was everywhere. The wheel did not exist. Fire was made by banging stones together. "Cousin, what is your name?" Mao would say on meeting a shy or suspicious farmer. He was wise to be polite and cautious. Politics on Well Mountain had a coarser grain and more variegated colors than city politics. There were secret societies. There was tension between longtime inhabitants and Hakkas, guest people, originally from the north. There were local gentry with links to warlords and nationalists down on the plain. And Mao was an outsider. Like a craftsman, he had to work by nuance. He could not beat a big drum for land reform with so little land as the target. He was wedged between landlords and bandits. The two almost bred on each other peasants squeezed by landlords had little choice but to roam as bandits, and the class structure did not resemble those in any CCP memo or previous Mao essay. Mao reveled in the challenge to be flexible and ingenious. He made a deal with two notorious bandit chiefs, which gave him 600 men and 120 rifles. He filled his army with drifters and vagabonds. Within 2 years, the majority of the burgeoning Red Army were these downtrodden elements, Yumin, scorned by worker and peasant alike. Mao turned to riffraff because he had little else. Yet he did not quite regard them as riffraff. "They are all human beings," he said of the Yumin. "And they all have 5 senses and 4 limbs. They were oppressed human beings, and Mao felt he could remold them." He wrote to Shanghai in 1928 that he intended to intensify their political training so as to bring about a qualitative change in these elements, the Yumin. Interestingly, the words from "so as onward" are omitted from the 1950s Beijing version of what Mao wrote in 1928. The work was many-sided. There were battles to be fought as nationalist units began to make raids. There were social policies to be devised. How tough to be with landlords? Could a tax be imposed with impunity on the rank-and-file farmers? Mao did expropriate landlords. It was not as bad as getting money by taxing the ordinary farmers in the early stages, and some of them he had had shot at public meetings. But he bent over backward not to alienate middle elements. He hit the big tyrants but wooed everyone else. He formed militia and red guards to complement the regular units. And he mounted his hobby horse of education. There were classes for cadres, classes for soldiers, classes to teach the leathery farmers to read and write a few characters. Textbooks didn't exist. Paper was so short that teachers wrote lessons in the earth with a twig. Mao flowered in the face of the all-round challenge. His features became less taut than at Wuhan the year before. His face was more expressive, more alive with purpose and response. It began to take on a look of authority. If his father had been White Squire of Music Mountain, Mao at 34 had become Red Squire of Well Mountain. Geographically isolated, he seemed spiritually centered. At the CCP center, there had been changes but no improvements. Moscow would soon become displeased with Chu Qiubai. A working-class figurehead, Xiang Zhongfa, would replace him, but real power was gravitating toward Li Lisan, a Hunanese well known to Mao, and to a degree to Zhou Enlai. Due to a leftist wind within Soviet politics, and poor communication between Mao's base and the CCP authorities in Hunan and Shanghai, there was no resolution of the party's dilemmas and Mao remained in precarious standing. For some in the CCP and also in Moscow, an entire metaphysic lay behind the phrase high tide. The prospect of this almost superhistorical upsurge, like that of the second coming of Jesus for some Christians, made the present moment different from what it seemed to the unbelieving eye. Efforts were made to rein Mao in. In March 1928, An envoy was sent from the Hunan party, who arrived at Well Mountain with criticisms and instructions. The results for Mao were grave. News of his dismissal from all posts did not shake Mao much. That it was 4 months old must have taken away some of its sting. But the envoy also assailed Mao's social policies. The party center felt there ought to be more burning and killing of class enemies. Workerization should be the watchword in party and army, but whence the workers? Mao was a bit rightist on Well Mountain out of necessity. Also, hauling in diverse types and remolding them was his way. He was indulgent enough to call his 2 bandit chiefs faithful communists. Mao was ordered to go to southern Hunan and fight pitched battles against warlord forces. He had no choice in the matter, for Well Mountain had been subordinated to the party office in Changsha. The costs of moving south were high. Well Mountain was occupied by the enemy, though regained a month later, and Mao's army was reduced by half. The CCP sent another envoy to Well Mountain with very different results. The aim was again to correct Mao. But the envoy was a man of less than total predictability. He did not rebuke Mao but joined him in a partnership that changed the face of China. Zhu De arrived in April 1928. The ultra-left line of the CCP had led him on a merry dance of defeat in South China. His troops were few. Still, he had been instructed by the Central Committee to criticize Mao for behaving like the bandits in Story of the Marshes. Mao was too military-minded, Shanghai felt. He was trying to operate like a Robin Hood on behalf of the masses, instead of inspiring the masses to rise in their own high tide of revolution. To Zhu De's officers, Mao looked unmilitary. They recalled him as a tall, intense man in a faded gray Sun Yat-sen jacket. His hair rose high in a tangle. He was unshaven, his beard covering the mole on his chin. The palms of his hands, it was noticed, were hot and pink and shiny. He was unassuming. Before Zhu himself arrived, Mao was quite happy to sit down, over a mug of hot water, for preliminary talks with second-level leaders. Mao and Zhu met and embraced by a mountain stream at the village of Waterhole. They merged their forces into a new army of 10,000 men. This was the real birth of the Red Army, as the communist forces came to be known. The 2 leaders had much to talk about. Once before they had seen each other. It was hardly a meeting, at a CCP conference the previous year. Even more important, they had a battle to fight, for a warlord force was attacking. They repulsed it together. Mao and Zhu were like each other in some ways but not in others. Both were of rural origin and could talk to farmers without it seeming a gesture. But neither in style nor in theoretical grasp was Zhu as much of an intellectual as Mao. Mao had a streak of Zhu's earthiness, but he was not an open book as Zhu was. Zhu was a brilliant and uncomplicated soldier. Mao made himself a soldier out of a vision that went beyond soldiering. Zhu quickly looked up to Mao as a thinker. The rebuke he had brought on Shanghai's behalf died on his lips. Mao, in turn, needed Zhu's prodigious military talent. Mao always preferred to handle grand strategy himself while leaving concrete operations to others. Now he could do that, although Zhu would come to feel Mao overdid the propaganda and tried to run too many things directly. Each drew strength from the other at a precarious juncture in the CCP's fortunes. From their encounter, a spark of resistance to abstract leftism flashed out from Well Mountain. The sobriquet Zhu Mao was born, and 2 decades later there were tens of millions of Chinese who believed it was the name of a single hero. Mao now had a co-worker. He had 1 devoted followers in Changsha. He had done his share of looking up to higher figures, Professor Yang at college, Professor Chen during the May 4th period, Hu Hanmin in the Shanghai office of the NP. But how well would Mao work with an equal? Zhu was the first test. Mao made a political workshop out of each unit, not by setting up a political department as Shanghai told him to do, but by forming committees of rank-and-file soldiers who raised each other's consciousness by talking about politics. Was a campaign underway against the troops of a group of landlords? The committees would rap about how landlords had scarred the lives of the peasants. Mao insisted on a party cluster in each squad, a party cell in each company, a party committee in each battalion. This dissolved the party from a far-flung abstraction into a daily presence and brought it to the campfire and to the hands that held the rifles. Officers were forbidden to beat men. Accounts were open for all to inspect. After each battle, Mao held a free-for-all meeting. Anyone could speak up and officers could be criticized or praised by name. Officers were sometimes demoted as a result of sentiment built up through an evening's discussion. Thus did Mao the teacher and Mao the moralist create a new military spirit. Chinese armies had only asked for a soldier's body, never before for his mind. Although Zhu De was at times uncomfortable with Mao's approach, it was a step toward the psychology of democracy. Each soldier came to feel part of a shared crusade. This made some old-style officers hate Mao. They were ready to fight for a future goal called democracy, but they did not wish to see democracy within the army there and then. Mao also laid down a new way for soldiers to move among the populace. For Chinese soldiers, it was the custom, as Mao had learned when he was a student at Changsha, to treat the society around them as a larder for their every need. To loot and rape was part of the job. Week by week, the wary villagers on Well Mountain learned that Mao had rolled back the ways of millennia. Soldiers helped farmers with the early sowing, cut firewood for the infirm, returned a scythe borrowed from a farmer, paid for cabbages requested from another farmer, spent a night within reach of young girls but did not molest them. Earth and heaven seemed to have changed places. Mao was seeking to demonstrate the difference between an army of occupation, which the Chinese people were all too familiar with, and an army that was to the people as fish are to water. Mao never went to a military academy, as many others in the Red Army had. All he had was 6 months' experience as an orderly for the officers of a Changsha garrison. Like the farmers, Mao had not liked what he had seen of armies. Not being a soldier, he turned himself directly into a general. He reasoned that an army must always have a purpose and that its way of life should befit its purpose. As a general, Mao was effective because he was an outsider with an angle of vision that was not purely military. Can we speak of Mao as a democrat? He gave the People's Republic of China a political system that was far removed from democracy. But while hacking his way to power, he sounded like a democrat in his belief in the ultimate power of the people. He did not favor open-ended debate or see merit in diversity as such. But he thought everyone had some good points and that overall people were fairly equal to each other. He was sensitive to the point of view of the outsider, the misfit as Mao had been at East Mountain School. One with no claim on others, Mao's situation in Peking in 1919-20, one without qualifications as Mao nearly always was. And the Mao of these years had the organizational wisdom to see that good results come only when grassroots opinion is consulted. Mao needed all the strength Zhu could give him, for he was between two grindstones. Some in Shanghai thought him indecisive. But the terrified gentry on Well Mountain, not finding Mao at all moderate, called in nationalist troops against the Red Bandits. Mao insisted on 2 points at key meetings in the township of Maoping. One he called concentration of forces. There is a time to fan out an attack, but it comes only with strength. For the moment, the Red Army was in Mao's judgment too weak. The second was a point of style which yet went beyond style. Mao saw politics and fighting as the two sides of a single coin. Everyone fights and everyone does political work. Mao stood for an armed Marxist movement, gun and book together, that would take root in the villages and move to the cities as a final climax of revolution. The fact that CCP headquarters was still in Shanghai pointed up the basic clash between this view and the view of the party center. The CCP was an urban network of intellectuals, not at all a party army. At first, Mao had not envisaged such a long-term role for Well Mountain. The base had not begun in triumph but in retreat. It was an experiment founded on negative lessons from the recent past. But gradually, Mao realized that red power could exist in the mountains, even if the NP continued to rule much of China from Nanjing. A base area is to the army, Mao summed up, as the buttocks are to the human being. Without a chance to sit down and rest, a person would soon collapse from exhaustion. The same with the Red Army in the China of 1928. The Maoping line remained in the air as a fine theory. Mao could not fully put it to the test. All summer, he had to fight against the party center. Armchair firebrands in Shanghai and Changsha were prodding him to leap like a salmon with the high tide. The issue came to a head in July. 2 envoys of the Hunan CCP came to press the party authorities' familiar aims. Subdue Mao. Get him to push ahead with uprisings. Mao scrambled for support. He put together a meeting which voted against obeying the order to march south. The Hunan envoys came up with 2 trump cards. Zhu was ready to go along with them, and many soldiers who hailed from South Hunan were eager to be near their home districts. The march began in defiance of Mao. The results were disastrous. Battles were lost. Troops deserted. Towns that had been held by the Reds fell to the enemy. Mao dashed south to persuade Zhu to come back to Well Mountain and stick with the Maoping strategy. He succeeded, but found that much of Well Mountain had fallen in his absence. No high tide had appeared in South Hunan. It was a time for building and teaching, not for adventures into the secure urban lair of warlords and nationalists. The envoys from Changsha mocked, "How can there be Marxism in the mountains? From Marx's angle of vision, there could not be." But China was Mao's unwavering angle of vision. Moscow and Shanghai might be helpful in winning power, or they might not. The mountains would be crucial. Mao and Zhu got most of their home mountain back by October 1928. The struggle to do so probably forged a closer link between them. Zhu was rueful about his southern campaign and increasingly impressed with Mao's mind. Maybe there was something to the buttocks image after all? Were Mao's moderate land policies perhaps wise in the end? Mao was still frowned upon by Shanghai, but locally he had reaped a moral victory. By the end of 1928, he was effectively top man in the rather fragmented Hunan CCP. Meanwhile, the 6th CCP Congress met in Moscow. There was no place in China safe enough to hold it. None of the Congress's resolutions was as eloquent as that stark fact, nor as important as the reality that it took 5 months for reports of the Congress to reach Well Mountain. The 6th Congress elected an ultra-left politburo. Li Lisan ruled it. Zhou Enlai criticized Mao for continually flying from place to place. No one would have proposed the absent Mao for the Politburo, any more than they would have proposed a vote of thanks for the terrible Russian food. But he was named a Central Committee member. Still, the Congress, apparently at Russian prodding, did say that rural base areas were a valid step toward revolution. That was new, and it stilled some of the fundamental criticism of Mao's Well Mountain venture. At least Mao found himself back on the Central Committee. Yet the 6th Congress was hostile to Mao's methods. The rural bases were seen as no more than the anteroom in which to await the high tide. Urban workers were still cherished as the chosen few, very few, of the revolution. The idea of filling the CCP with riffraff was thought worse than filling it with nothing. Did Mao ponder the record of his role at CCP Congresses? 6 of them had now taken place. At 2, the 1st and the 3rd, he had played his part. At 2, the 4th and the 5th, he had been on the sidelines. 2 of the 6 he had missed altogether. Mao found himself again caught up in a triangle. Earlier in the 1920s, it had been a triangle of CCP Moscow nationalists. Now it was CCP in Shanghai, Moscow, Well Mountain. The CCP was an organization whose members seldom met together. The largest of its congresses, the 5th at Wuhan, had gathered only 80 people. The party organized and advanced and struggled by letter. Months would sometimes elapse between the writing of a letter and its receipt. Policy A would be supplanted by Policy B, under instructions just received from Shanghai, at the very moment when Shanghai was penning a letter re-embracing Policy A. As likely as not, another letter would be on its way from Moscow which contained a ringing endorsement of Policy B. In retrospect, it seems amazing that these pedants were actually trying to win power over 450 million people. At times, Mao benefited from the medieval pace of communications. He did not hear of the ultra-left line of November 1927 until 4 months later. This gave him a season of freedom. Yet he sometimes lost troops because letters took so long. He did not hear of the criticism of the ultra-left line in Moscow in mid-1928 until November. Meanwhile, he felt under pressure from that line and went along with land policies that lost the Red Army much support. Mao was often provocative on paper. Yet, in inter-party struggles, an eloquent pen did not always serve one well. When colleagues joined him in the field as Zhu did, they found him compelling. but his tone on the page raised hackles. He seemed to be announcing truths, and this irritated those who didn't agree with them. His skill with aphorisms was a two-edged sword. It made his meaning vivid, but colleagues do not like aphorisms if they can turn none themselves. Mao's axioms and his imagery may have seemed arrogant if only because they stood out from the gray complexity of the usual inter-party prose. Neither Chu Qiubai nor Li Lisan were strategists in the class of Mao, and Zhou Enlai was both too cautious to go against the excesses of Li Lisan and less original than Mao. Mao drew his family members tightly around him. Difficulties in his public life prompted an extra need for intimates. This had happened several times at Music Mountain. Now it was the same on Well Mountain, except for a dramatic casting change in the leading role. Mao's siblings came to pull their weight. Brother Zemin somehow detached himself from the headquarters of the CCP at Shanghai, where he had been doing well, despite the party center's anti-Mao point of view, and loyally joined Mao's backwoods experiment. Tse-tung came up from the Hunan lowlands. It was he who performed the delicate task of meeting Zhu De on Mao's behalf as Zhu first approached from the south. Both brothers served Mao solidly over the next few years. As a consequence, their wives were each arrested at least once. The adopted sister, Zijian, gave even more to the cause of Well Mountain than the men. She had been a Hunan leftist activist all her adult life. From late 1927, she shuttled in precarious circumstances between Well Mountain and the plains. In 1929, a nationalist hatchet man caught and killed her. Kai Hui was in Music Mountain with the two boys. It would have been difficult, but probably not impossible, for her to have come to Well Mountain. Maybe she had to choose, in the circumstances, between being with Mao and being with the boys. The previous time together with Mao had been clouded. For 2 years, the pair had not met. There is no evidence at all that Mao spurned Kai Hui. Indeed, he retained lifelong affection toward her. But there is also no doubt that he fell deeply in love with a high school girl in mid-1928. Zijian was 18 years old when she caught Mao's eye. She was bright and lively. One of Zhu De's commanders wrote down his impressions of this revolutionary lovemate, Ailu of Mao's. She was attractive but also refined. She spoke in a clear and measured way. Her eyes were a pair of crystals. To meet her gave you a feeling as sweet as honey. Zijian was also politically minded. Her father was a small landlord with enough progressive instincts to run a bookstore that sold left-wing items. She joined the CCP in 1927, and on Well Mountain became active in the anti-nationalist struggle. One evening in June 1928, Mao spoke at a party meeting. Aptly enough, it was at the township of Forever New. Zijian was secretary of the township's branch of the Communist Youth League. She was present at the party meeting. Mao chatted with her after the meeting broke up. Together they ate a late supper of 2 chickens and 2 bottles of wine. A couple of days later, Zijian spent all day helping Mao at his work. This time she stayed the night. At breakfast the following morning, Mao apparently made no bones about his catch. "Comrade, he and I have fallen in love," he announced to colleagues. A few days afterward, another officer had a planning meeting with Mao. Business over, he smiled and breezily offered Mao his congratulations. Mao laughed and inquired, "Who told you?" "It's the happy news of the camp. No one doesn't know of it. But how about inviting me to a celebration?" Mao arranged a feast. The affair was sudden. It had the allure of youth to spark it. It seemed to express the new confidence that Mao had found on Well Mountain. He had gusto and boldness now, despite the odds against him in wider arenas. Soon, a new popular song was heard across the ravines of Well Mountain. "Commander Zhu is hard at work, carrying rice through the ditches. Commander Mao is hard at work, making love." For nearly a decade following 1928, Mao was constantly with Zijian. Their meeting heralded a creative period for Mao, as that with Kai Hui had done 8 years before. She soon bore him 2 children, as Kai Hui had during their 2 years of fulfillment together in Changsha. In one respect, Mao's tie with Zijian differed sharply from the one with Kai Hui. The 18-year-old was wholly a child of the struggle. Mao had met Kai Hui under the shadow of her father, whom Mao looked up to in a way that went beyond politics. Zhejian did not have this other dimension. Mao apparently never met her parents. She was just an eager communist girl. Mao left Well Mountain early in 1929. The reasons were practical and not philosophical. He left one base to try and set up a better base. There was pressure from the party center to move south and stir up visible revolution. There were nationalist attacks on Well Mountain, which made of every freezing night a life-and-death struggle. There were ultra-leftist errors in land policy, which cut the Red Army off from the goodwill and food production of middle-level villagers. And General Peng had, in December 1928, arrived on the scene. Peng Dehuai became one of the great figures of the Chinese Revolution. But his arrival with 1,000 men was not entirely welcome. It strained the food supply in a far from fertile area. Mao decided to move into Jiangxi, west of the river. This green, hilly province appealed to him and Judah for many reasons. By embracing another province, they would get the nitpicking Hunan CCP out of their hair. Zhu had a gold mine of contacts in the Jiangxi NP. He had been close to them all too long. And the Jiangxi establishment had less tax money and foreign aid with which to fight the Reds than did the right wing in Changsha and Canton. Peng was left behind to hold Well Mountain. A terrible march in single file along icy ridges began in January. Each of the 4,000 soldiers, the 100 women included Zhejian, carried 1 pound of cooked rice. Their cotton clothes were full of lice but not of warmth. Their makeshift headgear made them look like the customers of a rummage sale. There were no medicines. More than 2,000 of the troops lacked a rifle. They carried spears. Mao was a scarecrow, thin, ragged hair hanging to the shoulders. After 2 stops, the rice was all gone. The 4,000 less a few who had already died of illness or starvation trudged on. Without a battle, hundreds more would soon starve. Yet, without another meal soon, very few could fight another battle. In time, they found the enemy. The 3rd night out from Well Mountain, they overpowered a nationalist garrison. They ate that night. Mao advanced, but at a cost. Before reaching the warmer south, he lost scores of men, dead from exposure. There were times when the Red Army men tore branches off trees to arm themselves against the foe. At the town of Big Surplus, in country rich with tungsten, Mao made the very human error of letting his wretched troops linger too long in an oasis of relative comfort. The enemy caught up with them and killed hundreds. It was Chinese New Year when Mao and Zhu reached the small town of rich metal, Ruijin, in Jiangxi. The local regiment was in the midst of a New Year's banquet, having just returned from what it thought was a victory over the Zhu bandits. The mood was festive. Red candles on the trestle tables matched the red paper of New Year greetings pinned by every doorway of the barracks. Wine flowed. Chopsticks were busy. Laughter soared. Bullets all of a sudden rent the air. The revelers gaped. Zhu bandits manned each door. At gunpoint, they marched the entire regiment out of the barracks and locked it up in an ancestral temple. "We finished the New Year feast for them," Judah recalled with a laugh. Soon Mao had a base established at Rich Metal. He had lost half his men since marching down from Well Mountain. But he had a chance to put flesh on the bones of his ideas about a war of agrarian revolution. For the rest of 1929, he used the gun to try and turn South Jiangxi red. When a town fell, Mao put his stamp upon it. He had communist slogans painted on walls. He held meetings to explain the Red Army's origin and purpose. People's councils, Soviets, were set up. Sometimes they lasted and sometimes not. The rich metal region was less poor than Well Mountain. The furniture of Mao's daily life became a shade more affluent. Food was better. Clothes could be replaced. Some medicines were available. When the Zhu forces captured the town of Longbank, Chongding, they found themselves in charge of many sewing machines. On them, workers stitched the first standard uniforms the Red Army had known, gray-blue, with leggings and a cap topped with a red star. Mao was back among rice paddies and green hills. Yet the logic of his situation was not the same as in Hunan during the mid-1920s. He now had a safe area to operate in, which he had sadly lacked during the autumn harvest uprising. The Red Army could not be the instrument pure and simple of revolution. Mao was not a Napoleon, but its force was essential to the revolution. It would secure the revolution. If only Li Lisan could wait for the seed to ripen. In 20 years, Mao would do just what the impetuously wanted to do now: march the Red Army into China's teeming cities. Being on the move did not reduce Mao's tribulations with the CCP in Shanghai. A snowstorm of letters with ultra-leftist instructions caught up with him. Li Lisan had lost none of his talent for being blood-curdling from an office desk. He had interpreted the decisions of the 6th CCP Congress to suit himself, as Mao was to do. Now, as throughout 1929 he fired away, treat cities as the key. Do not build bases. Do not carry out land reform, it would be premature. Scatter the Red Army into roving bands. And he instructed Mao and Zhu to leave their troops and come to Shanghai for consultations. Zhu was angry. Mao was calm. Both disobeyed the spirit of Li's policy as they conformed when possible to its letter. For a year they got by with such evasion. The wonder, perhaps, is that Mao never bolted from the CCP. In 1924, when scorned as Hu Hanmin's secretary. In 1927, when the 5th Congress went against the land policy he espoused. In 1928, when he was told to leave Well Mountain. Now in 1929, and at moments still to come. He stayed within the fold because he still had a burning belief in the coming of a Marxian revolution. He was flexible to the brink of opportunism in his methods, yet his goal remained communism. Moreover, Mao could not have gone it alone with a mere province or two as his kingdom. China is vaster than Europe. The population of Hunan alone in the 1920s was equal to that of the whole of France when the Revolution of 1789 occurred. An eventual victor in the fight for China's future would need links that made him a truly national force. Mao and Zhu without the CCP were not such a force in 1930. Mao was going the local route, but he was not locally minded. Had Mao bolted from the CCP in the late 20s or early 30s, few would have followed him. He was seen as an impressive figure, but only at the middle levels of power. It is unlikely that he thought of himself as a savior of China. He had his own views, and quite often they were out of line with the party centers. Yet it is striking that Mao exerted a lot of effort and made numerous compromises in order to stick with the CCP structure. In 1929, Mao fell ill with malaria. For 3 months, he was very sick, and at times he hovered between life and death. Quinine could not be obtained in Jiangxi. With difficulty and painful slowness, it arrived from Shanghai by messenger. 2 men set out with the precious bottles. One was beheaded en route, one got through. Mao rested in a cottage in the high reaches of Fujian province, beyond the eastern border of Jiangxi. His life was probably saved by a Christian doctor, Dr. Fu, whom the Red Army had won over to its cause, and who had acquired his first name Nelson, on being converted at a British Baptist mission in Long Bank. That Li Lisan's influence was a major problem for Mao in Jiangxi was demonstrated by the behavior of Zhu De during Mao's illness. As if rudderless, Zhu began to half-obey Li, perhaps because of Lin Biao's efforts to drive a wedge between him and Mao. He went off from rich metal at the head of roving bands to arouse the masses. God knows what anguish Mao felt on hearing of Zhu's futile compromise with Shanghai. At any rate, Zhu's missions bore little fruit. A few months later, he was back in line with Mao. At the end of 1929, Mao sprang back. From illness and despair over Zhu, he recovered to plan a crucial meeting in the Fujian market town of Maidenfield, Gutian. Prone on his straw bed in the hills, he drafted the now famous Gutian resolutions. Mao was like a juggler keeping several balls in the air at once. He was arguing with Li on familiar issues. Mao also had strong views about how the army should be run. His attack on the purely military viewpoint looked like a pained but determined swipe at Zhu De. Military affairs, Mao insisted, are merely one means of carrying out political tasks, and local figures loyal to the party center were a problem for Mao. The Gutian Conference was no triumphal march. It was a power struggle from start to finish, and in order to prevail, Mao finessed some cherished principles. He veered toward order and discipline. The Red Army was not the band of brothers it had been on Well Mountain. Officers and soldiers were no longer grouped in a single cell for political work. Officers who had few political principles and even fewer political ideas had been made party members just because they were officers. Mao criticized policies like this, and yet he sometimes went along with them. His main stress in the Gutian resolutions was on order. He hit ultra-democracy and absolute egalitarianism. Officers may be allowed the perk of riding on horseback. Headquarters should be allotted larger rooms than the rank and file. He tossed in a new thought that looked like a slap at Li and other younger returned students. One mark of a worthy party member was that he must have no desire to get rich on foreign gold. So much for those who went off to study on foreign scholarships. So much for party leaders who spent half their time on the Trans-Siberian train. He had by no means lost his vision, as he showed in a letter written to Lin Biao, then a rising young officer, and later baptized as "A single spark can start a prairie fire." Apart from its ringing faith in the future, this letter of January 1930 made clear Mao's respect for concrete circumstance. He was at this time fairly optimistic. The hope for revolution was as palpable as a child about to be born moving restlessly in its mother's womb. Had Mao embraced Li's high-tide metaphysic? It happened that Li and the Central Committee were now pessimistic. Mao chided them for it, but his reasons were more striking than his optimism as such. The struggle hinges on the total situation. Its ups and downs must be plotted not only on the graph of one's own strength but on that of the enemy's strength. A simple point and yet a basic one. In early 1928, Mao had been cautious, for the warlords were not feuding among themselves, and he had been amazed that Shanghai wanted him to strike out in all directions. By 1930, he favored bold action. For now, Chiang Kai-shek was being assailed by two sets of warlords, and Japan was putting pressure on China. In March 1930, a grotesque note was struck by the lumbering bureaucracy of the Comintern. Its bulletin imprecator published an obituary of Mao. He was declared dead of tuberculosis, farewelled as a pioneer of the Chinese proletariat. This lapse was hardly the gravest of the Kremlin's errors in China. As 1930 wore on, Li Lisan, abetted by Zhou Enlai, began to resemble the toad that puffed itself up to a gargantuan size and then burst. His oddly personal tug-of-war with Mao shook the ground under everyone's feet. In an ironic way, Mao's success in Jiangxi made his problem with Li and Zhou worse. Even Li was impressed with the Red Army's expanding influence. The Zhu-Mao force, technically the Fourth Red Army, was easily the most formidable weapon the left now had in all of China. This did not make Li a convert to Mao's idea of long-term rural bases. He called it a joke to try to set up a regime in the mountains. However, Li did want to use the Zhu-Mao army to further his idea of an assault on some major cities. Suddenly, he won the authority to begin. General Peng marched on Changsha. He held it for 10 feudal days and was then driven out. General Heilong, his life would soon intersect with Mao's, was sent toward Wuhan, but he failed to capture that key metropolis. Mao and Zhu aimed at Nanchang in perfunctory fashion. They occupied the Jiangxi capital for a useless 24 hours. The workers did not rise. The nationalists did not collapse. Warlord troops did not desert in large numbers. In the sad futility of the march on Nanchang, Mao's only consolation was that Li's line had been proved bankrupt. But as the dust of defeat swirled, Li played one more card. 1 month after Peng had lost Changsha, Li told him to try again and ordered Mao and Zhu to join him for the campaign. The Red Army force exceeded 20,000, the biggest concentration of communist troops ever, and the stakes were high. For 12 days, Mao went along. But the nationalists had planes, heavy artillery, and gunboats. Mao gave up. He disobeyed Li and carried Peng and Zhu with him. He voted against error with his feet. He returned to South Jiangxi. Although Mao was full of revolutionary optimism in 1930, his was not the urban insurrectionary optimism with global implications of Li Lisan. Mao, in Li's eyes, was afflicted with peasant consciousness. Li had burst. Within 2 months, he lost the party office. Like Chu Qiubai before him, he was summoned to Moscow to lick his wounds in the stable, later in the prison of his mentors. Mao's concern was the survival and practical goals of the forces under his command. The gyrations of Shanghai and Moscow were less important and less clear to him. Hence, it was not a case of a simple opposition between Mao and Li Lisan. Actually, Mao's career advanced during the confusions of the Li Lisan period. By the end of it, the villages, not the cities, were the CCP's focus of attention, as Mao wished. It was in the aftermath of the attempt on Changsha in February 1930 that Yang Kai-hui was captured. She refused to renounce her marriage to Mao and was then killed. Mao could have removed his wife and 2 sons before the communist attack on the city. They were in special danger for being the family of the bandit Mao Zedong. Why didn't he get Yang and the boys to a safe place? He claimed in a letter to Li Lisan 3 months earlier that he did not have Kai-hui's address, but it is not credible that he lacked a means to contact her. One suspects the reason for his passivity was the strictly personal one that Mao was already living with He Zizhen, and the last thing he wanted was for old wife and new wife to encounter each other. If so, this motivation contrasts sadly with Mao's insistence, then and later, on political line as the compass for moral behavior. Guilt seemed to grip Mao in later years when he made special efforts to befriend the Yang family and associates of his period as the husband of Yang Kai-hui. Mao's 2 sons were saved, but he was not to see them for many years. His farm was seized by the nationalists, who for good measure desecrated the graves of his parents. No more rent payments for Mao. No more retreats at his farm for the Red Squire. Mao had confiscated many landlords on Well Mountain and in Jiangxi. Now he found out what it was like to be confiscated. In a curious way, Mao savored his fame and notoriety in Music Mountain. He later mused to Edgar Snow about his image there. Local peasants believed, he said in a reference to the early 1930s, that I would soon be returning to my native home. It seemed a bit indulgent. Mao had more to add. When one day an airplane passed overhead, they decided it was I. They warned the man who was then tilling my land that I had come back to look over my old farm, to see whether or not any trees had been cut. If they had, the peasants said, I would surely demand compensation from Chiang Kai-shek. Mao always felt a tug from that secure local world. Li's chief critics were not those who had suffered from him. It was a new group, not long returned from study in Russia, that pecked at the corpse. Mao, to his credit, looked ahead. He had other fish to fry, and fresh enemies to contend with. 28B. The 28 Bolsheviks were a group of bright leftist Chinese students in Moscow smiled on by Stalin because they took an anti-Trotsky stand, whose mentor was the rector of Sun Yat-sen University, where they studied. Rector Pavel Mif also became Stalin's favorite advisor on the Far East, which soon propelled him from the groves of Academe to the alleys of Shanghai. He became the Borodin of the early 1930s. 28B were good at theory and bad at most other things. Certainly they lacked experience. The 2 stars Wang Ming and Bo Gu were in their mid-20s when in 1931 they took over control of the CCP from Li Lisan. Both were as different from Mao as it was possible for Chinese to be. Wang was the suave son of a landlord. Bo's father had been a county magistrate of old China. Both were slick products of Shanghai schools. Both had left China for Russia in their teens. At that age, Mao had not even left Hunan. They came back from Sun Yat-sen University in 1930. Amazing as it seems, they assumed supreme power in the CCP at a Central Committee meeting in Shanghai as 1931 began. As if to greet the return of Wang and Bo to China, Mao wrote a crisp little essay called Oppose Book Worship. Its theme summed up the difference between Marxism in the mountains and Marxism imbibed in Moscow. Mao's slogan was no investigation, no right to speak. For a while, Mao was better off than since 1926. Li Lisan was out of the way. The CCP began to smile a bit more on rural work, though its headquarters were still in far-off Shanghai. Mao was put on the Politburo as an alternate in September 1930, the first time since 1927. The Jiangxi base in which Mao was political boss was doing well. By the end of 1930, it covered 19,000 square miles and folded 3 million people into its new way of rule. The fiasco of the attacks on cities added to the prestige of the Jiangxi and other red rural bases. Li's joke came true. Ministers materialized in the mountains. By a decision to form a Soviet regime as an alternative government for China, the CCP crystallized its new rural emphasis. In the postly atmosphere, Mao could not but be its key political figure. Mao had to deal with one nasty piece of unfinished business from his 3-year battle with Li. Followers of Li in South Jiangxi who did not like Mao or his ideas revolted against him. The dissidents may have been infiltrated by an anti-Bolshevik corps that the nationalists had set up for just such a purpose. Mao was alarmed. He acted swiftly. He imprisoned several dissident leaders at the town of Richfield. That brought the revolt to a climax. Thousands surged to Richfield to try and free the prisoners. Fighting occurred that involved thousands of armed men over several weeks. It was the first major incident within the communist fold. Mao won, but in victory he was not magnanimous. He went against his own maxim for in-house feuds: cure the illness and save the patient. Hundreds and maybe thousands he had shot. The incident made Mao more secure if less loved. It also showed the tension that existed between communists from outside and local identities. One day, there arrived to see Mao a visitor who announced himself as an old classmate. It was Emmy Xiao from East Mountain School. Xiao had thrown in his lot with the communists, unlike his fastidious brother, Xiao Yu, who drifted into and then out of the nationalist camp, and later devoted himself to cultural pursuits in Europe. Mao invited him in for an evening of talk. The two of them discussed the problems of teaching the illiterate to write characters. The conversation seemed like an echo from Mao's pre-gun life. Yet it also foreshadowed his post-gun life. The stability of the base area gave him an opportunity to think like a teacher again. It was his bent. He would come back to pedagogy as to a favorite pipe. The Jiangxi regime under Mao ushered in a season of libertarianism. Divorce was as emotion-free as posting a letter. Marriage was a question of love. Producing children was not in itself a badge of merit. Mao's policy of easy marriage and easy divorce was as revolutionary as any policy he had ever embraced. In old China, the lowest classes did not find it easy to marry. Mao was shocked to find in his Jiangxi investigations that only 10% of rural vagrants and only 1% of hired rural laborers were able to find a wife. And in old China, divorce was almost impossible, and totally so for a woman. After Mao's new laws came into effect, there began a veritable merry-go-round of marriages and divorces. Girls treated local Soviet offices as marriage bureaus, encamping there until harassed cadres had found men for them. Couples married in the morning and divorced by nightfall. Members of the Communist Youth League sponsored dizzy rounds of promiscuity in the name of combating feudalism. Mao seemed to have unleashed the freedom to love, about which he wrote in 1919 after the bride's suicide. Yet, as the new and the old battled, Mao took a middle position which revealed a fundamental point about the Chinese Revolution. He wanted married bliss for everyone. He did not want orgies, very youthful marriage, singleness, or other such excesses. Some of his policies were stricter than many of his colleagues would have liked. He would not reduce the minimum marriage age below 20 for men and 18 for women, as he was pressed to do. He insisted that a Red Army wife could divorce her husband only with his consent, or if she had not heard from him for 2 years. He made a freely chosen marriage bond an option for ordinary peasants. But he did not favor the glass-of-water sexual views of some Bolshevik intellectuals of the 1920s. The peasants were to be given a place on the plateau of conventionality, not set loose upon the high peaks of sexual adventure. This accorded with Mao's temperament. He believed in the solid rural virtues. He was not the type of May 4th intellectual for whom bold social experimentation was an excitement that provided its own justification. His marriages to Yang Kaihui and He Zizhen were relatively conventional. It is true that the marriage ceremony meant little to him. He lived with each before getting around to marriage. But once the bond began, it was cozy until outside factors brought a drastic change. Mao's Jiangxi marriage laws exactly reflected that experience. Two people who had started living together were regarded as married, whether or not they had taken out papers. This did away with the very notion of an illegitimate child, a drastic step in China. At the same time, the whole aim of Mao's laws was to enthrone stable household love as the norm and the right of all. Mao had demonstrated the irony of the eventual social impact of his revolution. The coming to power of the CCP changed everything because it changed the who of Chinese society. It changed little insofar as it retained the Hao of Chinese society. Chiang Kai-shek was on the warpath to root out communists. In a way, it was tit for tat after Li's drive on Chiang's cities. But it was Mao and Zhu who had to face Chiang's fury. They turned back 3 nationalist efforts to encircle them between December 1930 and July 1931. Their victories, against high odds, are among the glories of military history. Mao chose the tactics. The enemy was lured in to hill terrain which the nationalists did not know well. Trading space in this way, Mao won control over timing. He watched the enemy spread itself out. He waited for a weak spot to become apparent. Then he pounced with as many men as he could spare. This strategy he called pitting 10 against 1. The tactics were flexible. They enabled Mao's army to make use of its excellent fish-and-water relationship to the farmers around it. And they were a simple necessity for a heavily outnumbered force. In the first encirclement campaign, Chiang threw 100,000 men against Mao's 30,000. In the second, he counted 200,000 against Mao's 30,000. For the third effort, Chiang flew in fury to Wuhan to take personal charge of it. He had a massive 300,000 men at his disposal, and Mao had but a fraction of that. The results were the best tonic Mao had had for years. Tens of thousands of nationalist troops ended up on the communist side. Many NP generals were killed. Not a few defected to Mao. The Zhu-Mao forces gained more rifles than they had ever set eyes on. They found in their possession some strange machines which they did not recognize or know how to operate radio sets. Capturing the town of Zhangzhou in Fujian, Mao went with a young female of the cadre, Zhang Yi, future wife of the leader Tao Zhu, to a middle school reputed to have a good library. There he searched among the books for an hour. "Zhang Yi, fetch me some boxes," he said. "We're going to take some of these books with us." Zhang Yi prepared 3 or 4 boxes of books to go with Mao back to Jiangxi. In the summer of 1931, Mao wrote one of his most lyrical poems. The title, Against the Second Encirclement Campaign, seems flat for such exciting lines. The very clouds foam atop White Cloud Mountain. At its base the roar of battle quickens. Withered trees and rotten stumps join in the fray. A forest of rifles presses, as the flying general descends from the skies. In 15 days we have marched 700 li, crossing misty Kan waters and green Fujian hills, rolling back the enemy as we would a mat. A voice is heard wailing. His bastion at every step avails him naught. Mao and Zhu might roll back Chiang, but rolling back 28B was more difficult. The year 1931 was a mixed bag for Mao. He put people's war to the test, and it worked. But the situation within the CCP was ominous. Mao had been enjoying room to maneuver owing to freakish circumstances. CCP headquarters were far away in Shanghai. The Jiangxi Soviet regime was a novel form of power. For a time, it had a life of its own, removed in most respects from party authority. The mood of military crisis in 1931 worked to prolong its autonomy. All this was reflected at the First National Soviet Congress in rich metal. The 610 delegates, it was the largest conference the Communists had ever put together, paraded in an opening ceremony at dawn on November 7, 1931, the 14th anniversary of Lenin's triumph. 28B were a force at the Congress, yet they could not dominate it. Mao was elected chairman of the Soviet Republic of China. This fragile regime bound in hopeful cooperation all the several dozen Soviets, mostly tiny in south-central China. It was by far the fanciest title that had ever come his way. He was head of a government, though most of China did not hear of its or his existence, and he was hemmed in by 2 vice-chairmen. Zhang Guotao, the landlord's son with whom Mao always seemed to disagree, was one of them. Moreover, he lost direct control of military affairs. In Shanghai, Wang and Bo, with a nod from Moscow, consolidated their rule over the CCP's quaintly formal structure. A logical next step was taken in 1932. CCP headquarters moved from Shanghai to Jiangxi, where the CCP spirit was most alive. This was a blow to Mao. From 1931 until 1934, he later claimed, "I had no voice at all at the center. What did 28B have against Mao? The issues of contention were the same old too. military strategy, and land policy. In backward China, it was the gun and the peasant masses that weighed heaviest in the scale of the revolution's future. 28B were not far removed on either military or land policy from the book-based bombast of Li Lisan. In the eyes of 28B, Mao was a peasant guerrilla. His army seemed tainted with riffraff. The enemy retreats, we pursue, seemed to them to disregard the possession of territory. Seize key cities, they cried, as if 1927 and 1930 had never happened. 28B saw Mao as a peasant rebel from off the pages of Story of the Marshes, not as the leader of an army of the proletariat in Bolshevik mold. A turnip, that's what Stalin called me, Mao later said. Red on the outside but white on the inside. In Jiangxi, Mao adjusted his land policy to fit the demands of his policy of people's war. The fish needed the water. Confiscation should be practiced in moderation. Middle-level farmers must not be alienated. It was very easy within the cloisters of a communist party for 28B to throw up their elegant young hands at this. Mao had embraced a rich peasant line. Of the CCP's first 10 years, 28B had no memory. From it, they had no wounds. On the other hand, what they said was not untrue. Their criticisms were, in some cases, technically well-founded. Mao did weave feudal realities, e.g. the clan, into the tapestry of his rural dominion. Mao was not yet well-versed in Marx and Lenin. His mental world was in part that of Story of the Marshes. Even on language, Mao fought with 28B. He thought it arid to merely transliterate Soviet and Bolshevik into Chinese. To ordinary farmers, they were Greek. Many took Suyi Soviet to be the name of a person. Bu Wei Ku Bolshevik is more un-Chinese than the knife and fork. Mao used the term Bolshevik as little as possible, and for Soviet, he chose a phrase with a concrete meaning for ordinary Chinese. Council of Delegates of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers, Gongnongbing Debiewi. But to 28B, Mao's ear for what would sell among the villagers was proof of his uncertain grasp of Marxism. By 1933, Mao had been squeezed from policy-making, though he held on to his governmental title. A fourth encirclement was attempted by no fewer than 400,000 of Chiang's troops, but Mao was not in charge of repulsing it. Zhou Enlai was. At a conference in Capital of Peace, Ningdu, in October 1932, he had replaced a discredited Mao as the Red Army's chief political commissar. In these years, Zhou was not on Mao's side. He believed in positional warfare, summed up in the call to halt the enemy at the gate. He felt Mao was eccentric. Bitter words flew between the two of them at the conference in Capital of Peace. Certainly Zhou was less inclined than Mao to swim against a tide as surging as that of 28B. The Reds turned back Chiang's fourth effort. It is a vexed issue of CCP history whether Zhou's 28B-inspired methods were responsible for the victory, or whether the residual influence of Mao's strategy was responsible. Anyway, the success added to Mao's isolation. His timid guerrillism was henceforth considered as outmoded as the spinning wheel in an era of automation. A post-campaign meeting was held in April 1933. It drove nails into the coffin of Mao's military reputation. Mao did not attend. He was ill with tuberculosis. Once more a setback led to the sickbed. The Christian doctor arrived and ordered Mao to a hospital for 4 months. He got better in less time than that. Soon he was rebuking Nelson Fu for ordering dishes that were too lavish. We must not forget that there is a war. It was the doctor's turn to look ill. Suddenly, Fu reminisced. My face went as red as a beet. The year 1933 saw the first article from Mao's pen for quite a while, and Pay Attention to Economic Work was one of his first ever on that topic. Having lost control of military affairs to Zhou Enlai, Mao applied himself with an apprentice's intensity to civil affairs at the grassroots. He went about the Soviet area on a horse. He counted the pickles of grain. He organized salt smuggling squads to filch what could be had from Chiang's territory. He listened to farmers as he had not done since Well Mountain days. The Central Committee had mounted a drive to build the Red Army to a strength of 1 million men. In early 1933, it had less than 500,000. Around each base, it planned earthen walls that would be bastions of iron and fire. Mao hinted that such a buildup of the army would rob the farms of needed manpower. He thought the walls would lock the Reds into positional warfare. What is the real bastion of iron? He inquired in a report on questions of livelihood. It is the people. Japanese aggression began to darken the Chinese scene once more. Like a cloud in front of the sun, it put the CCP nationalist fight in an odd light. What were they really fighting about? Could it possibly be more precious than the sheer physical preservation of China against a foreign foe? Manchurian Incident was the delicate name for Tokyo's first stride across the prone body of its massive neighbor. Its initial result was to distract Chiang a little from his sport of exterminating Reds. Its long-term impact was to be weighty indeed. Mao's nationalism had not ebbed. Almost alone of the CCP leaders, he talked anti-imperialism to peasant gatherings. One of the worst things about the nationalists, he warned, was that they were in league with foreigners and would open the door to control of China from the outside. It made people laugh at the time, the few beyond Soviet China who heard about it, but a decade later it looked like a stroke of genius. In April 1932, Mao and Zhu declared war on Japan. Not that they were to see any Japanese for years. Not that they controlled more than a fraction of China's population. Their writ ran only among 9 million. But Mao had a vision. His aim was not an abstract socialist scheme. Not a repetition of the Russian Revolution, as if another October could alone define what was being sweated for in the Jiangxi hills. Not in any vivid sense was he dreaming of world revolution. China was the bottom line. If China was in peril, nothing was more important than saving it. Without China, all talk of revolution would be mere gabbling by deracinated intellectuals. Mao began to gravitate toward a plan for a united front against Japan. He did not have the power to do more than cogitate upon it. The Central Committee issued no declaration about fighting Japan. Indeed, 28B were so free from any taint of nationalism that they considered Japan's attack on China significant mainly as the start of a joint imperialist assault on Russia. A tragedy occurred in Fujian province in December 1933. An excellent nationalist unit, the 19th Route Army, led by Kai Ting-kai, turned against Chiang Kai-shek. Kai wanted to fight Japan and not China's own communists. He put out feelers to the CCP. The CCP dithered. Attitudes toward the Fujian rebels ranged from lukewarm to hostile. Wang Ming, from his lair in Moscow, denounced Kai. "I'll shake his hand only if I can spit in his face." Before the CCP lifted a finger to help Kai, Chiang managed to wipe out the heroic 19th Route Army. Mao must have sympathized with Kai. He wanted a united front against Japan that would be broad enough to include all non-communist patriots who weren't reactionary. Looking back in 1936, he said the CCP was wrong not to have united with Kai. Yet Mao did not go out on a limb for Kai. Indeed, he sharply criticized him for seeking a non-existent third way between communism and reaction. The point was Mao lacked the influence to go against the tide and win, and he never fought when he knew he could not win. He went along. He sacrificed Kai in order to cling to the bit of power he still had in the Jiangxi regime. It was an episode that Mao looked back upon with unease. Mao dragged himself to rich metal for a Second National Soviet Congress in January 1934. He was chairman of the Soviet regime, if by now a mere paper tiger of a chairman, so he had to proclaim the meeting open. He stared down the hall filled with 1,000 delegates and bedecked with red and green flags. He saw the slogan, "Only the Soviets can save China." A salute of gunfire and a rash of firecrackers began proceedings. Mao gave a short, lame speech, which lacked his characteristic clarity and originality. All the decisions of the Congress had been pre-made at a Central Committee meeting which Mao either missed or made no mark upon. A fifth encirclement was already underway, but Mao was hardly more than a spectator. The battles were planned by Germans. Chiang, in his zeal for a final solution, had turned to Hitler for help. He was now advised by Generals von Seeckt and von Falkenhausen. A CCP in the grip of 28B was almost equally eager to fawn on foreigners. Resistance to Chiang was directed by Otto Braun, a German communist, who was the Comintern's latest gift to the Chinese Revolution. The Congress was awash with Wang Ming's frothy optimism. The Brawn Run battles had not gone badly until then. Mao had to swallow his doubts about the positional warfare that was being practiced. He was a lame duck as he presided over the Congress. No one was surprised when it deposed him from the chairmanship. But it was a cruel jolt for Mao that he did not remain even a member of the government, Council of People's Commissars, of which he had been chairman for 3 years. Chiang began to achieve the goal of encirclement that had eluded him for 3 years. The dream of halting the enemy at the gate could easily turn into a nightmare if the enemy were to get through the gate. That is what happened. It showed the folly of positional warfare. Braun valued territory above troops. He lost both. Spring brought no joy to rich metal in 1934. Von Seicht built blockhouses and motor roads to link them. The plan worked because the communists also chose to tie themselves down. The CCP was too weak and ill-equipped for such a strategy. The Red Army was not mobile enough to hit vulnerable NP units one by one. The nationalists were able to effect a terrible economic blockade on the trapped and poorly supplied communists. By August, the CCP had lost all but 6 of its 70 counties. Even Long Bank was in NP hands. Many Red Army officers were dead. Mao could do little and he said little. Some say he was put under house arrest as understood in the West holdup in a cottage on a hill at Yudu, to the capital, west of rich metal, from midsummer 1934. One night, an officer of Zhuda's army came to chat with Mao. He brought wine and a chicken, delicacies during that bitter season. They feasted. They sank into wicker chairs in the courtyard of Mao's cottage to sip the rest of the wine. As the conversation turned to fond reminiscence, Mao sighed and said to this officer, whom he knew well, "Alas, this is no longer the world of the comrades of Well Mountain." Mao tried to go back to books. He made desultory notes. He wrote verses that were a retreat to ever-faithful nature. He taught his bodyguard to read. But he could not free his spirit from the terrible march of events beyond the pretty hills. Once again, he fell ill at a bleak moment. His temperature hit 105 degrees. This bout with malaria was almost as serious as the death-jousting bout in 1929, though Bogu dismissed it as a diplomatic illness. From sometime in August until the end of September, he lay gravely ill. On top of malaria, he developed a spastic bowel complaint. He must have wondered if his body could ever spring back for another day. Dr. Fu came to Yudu with his box of tricks. One day Fu brought a stewed chicken for Mao to eat. Mao, an undemanding patient who kept saying that a nurse rather than a doctor would have been adequate for him, refused the chicken. Something professional in him, how forced, how sincere, made him less inclined to accept Dr. Fu's chicken than he had been to accept the army officers. He made Fu eat the chicken alone. Mao rose with resolve from Fu's sickbed. He found a world in pieces when he left Yudu at the end of September. Yet chaos offered a rogue's opportunity. Mao was in eclipse, yet he still had cards to play. He was the obvious opposition spokesman to the current line of 28B. Chiang won the 5th campaign so handsomely that he almost did rid China of the scourge of communism. The CCP decided to abandon Jiangxi. Mao felt it was done with unjustifiable haste. However, the decision was not his but that of Bogu and Braun. The Red Army remnant was to walk northwest in the hope of joining a Soviet under He Long in Hunan. 28B could not but be abashed by the bitter turn of events. So Mao was able to creep back to a position on the military council set up to direct the retreat. It was a mini comeback. Mao was less blameworthy, at least, than almost all of his colleagues. The Red Army was like a boat without a rudder on a heaving sea. The 100,000 men, plus a few hundred women, did not know where they were going. Many of them must have thought they were going nowhere but to their deaths. Not a few had a mind to defect if a chance arose. So the long march began. 2 weeks later, a radio message was sent from Moscow telling the CCP to pull out from Jiangxi. Mao managed to take with him, in addition to the 3-day supply of rice that each person carried, a horse that was booty from an earlier victory over a nationalist unit, an umbrella, and a bundle of books. He did not carry with him the small battered bag, his hallmark in the eyes of his colleagues, that normally contained his documents and maps. This was strange. Those around him took the bag's absence as a sign of Mao's pessimism. He would have had it close to him if he saw himself on the brink of wielding power. Chapter 6. A Grip on the Future. 1935 to 1936. If the far reaches of the tide began to turn in Mao's favor, only a sharp eye could have discerned it during the grim weeks that closed out 1934. It was true that his adversaries within the party had lost some wind from their sails, though Bogu and Otto Braun were still in charge as the Long March began. But in relation to China as a whole, the communists seemed no more portentous than a few mosquitoes on the hide of a rhinoceros. Most people outside the CCP, and surely some inside it, thought that its number was virtually up after the failure of 1927 and the dismantling of its Jiangxi base. The first miserable months of the Long March did nothing to change such an expectation. It was heartbreaking for Mao to walk out from under the government structure of which he had been chief. Moreover, those who remained, in theory their task was to harass the nationalists, but in practice they were not expected to survive, were disproportionately Mao sympathizers rather than 28B sympathizers. One of them was Mao's brother tse-tung, whose presence in any situation had come to seem like Mao's shadow. In 1932 and 1933, the discrediting of Mao resulted in tse-tung's censure, and he was by Mao's side during the period of virtual house arrest in 1934. Within 5 months, tse-tung died at the hands of the enemy, as did the hapless ex-leader Chu Qiubai, who had remained in Jiangxi mainly because he was ill with tuberculosis. Mao also left behind his 2 small sons by Zhejiang. The Red Army's rule was that only children old enough to march could join the exodus. Mao's pair of toddlers were put in the care of an obscure peasant family. He never saw them again. Zhejiang was one of 35 wives of CCP leaders who started and finished the Long March. She was pregnant with a 3rd child as the march began. The child had apparently been conceived during Mao's house arrest. The trek proved cruel for Zhejiang's body. In effect, it also undermined the marriage. Gunter Stein, a British journalist who visited the communists after the Long March was over, asked Mao if he had ever found himself in a minority and unable to prevail. "Yes, I have been in the minority," Mao answered. "The only thing for me to do at such times was to wait." In 1935, his chance came. The Long March took on shape and logic as it went along. No one even called it a Long March until well after it had finished. At the start, it was no more than a bitter retreat. "We intended to break out of the encirclement and join up with the other Soviets," Mao later told Robert Payne. "Beyond that, there was only a very deliberate desire to put ourselves in a position where we could fight the Japanese. The overriding point of the march at each of its stages was to survive the murderous assaults of the nationalists. Within that daily imperative, the marchers faced 4 consecutive tasks: to break out of the Jiangxi cul-de-sac, to join up with one or more of the other communist Soviets farther west, to re-establish a successor regime to Jiangxi somewhere in China, and from that new base to fight Japan on behalf of the entire Chinese nation. Only over the first task did the CCP leaders not quarrel among themselves. Indeed, the disunity was so corrosive that a 5th task of the Long March, not articulated directly and yet vital, was the establishment of new leadership for the CCP. The Long March was to separate the men from the Bolshevik boys. For Mao's own 30,000 troops, the First Front Army, which made up about 1/4 of the Long Marchers, the first great encounter occurred on the banks of the Xiang, river of Mao's boyhood dreams. It brought the inter-party politics of the CCP close to a showdown. The CCP apparently lost as many as 50,000 men before Chiang's vastly more capable military machine and in the face of his accurate prediction of the Red Army's northwesterly route. In agony, the wounded stuffed clothes into their mouths to muffle their screaming. The nationalists had carved away nearly half of the Red Army. So costly was the crossing of the river that Mao decided to begin a fresh challenge to the leadership of Bogu and Otto Braun. The stark fact was that the Red Army could not achieve its plan to link up with Heilong's Soviet in northern Hunan. Chiang had made arrangements to meet them with a force 6 times the strength of their own. In this situation, Mao stepped into the breach with a fresh plan and a devastating set of criticisms of 28B. The Red Army should go southwest into Guizhou, Noble Land, a province where the enemy was weak. Then it would link up with an existing communist army in northern Sichuan province. This idea of Mao's prevailed against Otto Braun's wish to bear north. At the same time, Mao boldly spoke up at meetings in December 1934 and blamed the terrible losses at the Xiang River on two wrong tactics. The route laid down by Bo Gu and Braun was a mere straight line. This had enabled Chiang to lie in wait for the Red Army. And Mao complained that the Communists had not used the weapon of the feint, which their constant movement made logical, nor shown sensitivity to local sentiment or awareness of topographical quirk. Mao also felt that the Red Army had been traveling too heavy. It carried all the trappings of a government shifting from one city to another. Mules and donkeys staggered beneath the weight of furniture, printing presses, and a veritable archive of documents. Mao's struggle with 28B on this point touched a fundamental issue. Was the CCP a state temporarily on the move, 28B's view? Or was it a slowly ripening movement in calculated diaspora, going back to the soil as a first step in a building blocks approach to the attainment of national power, Mao's view? One detail spoke volumes about 28B's style. During the opening months of the march, the Red Army possessed virtually no accurate maps. With all the equipment and documents they did insist on carrying, Bo and Braun did not think to carry an adequate key to their own movements. When a young Swiss missionary was captured and accused of aiding the nationalist cause, he eased his plight by helping Red Army commanders read a French map of Jiangxi province. Of course, 28B lacked even a fraction of the military experience that Mao and Zhu had built up over nearly a decade. Bo had not seen a shot fired in battle by the time he became leader of the CCP in 1932. As the march began, he was only 25 years old. Nor had Braun, though he was the Comintern's military advisor to the CCP, been militarily trained or fought in a war. And Braun spoke no Chinese. Mao, at 42, was an old man by comparison with the 54% of the marchers who were under 24. Only 4% were over 40. There were even some 11 and 12-year-olds who served as buglers, orderlies, water carriers, messengers, and general mascots. Dr. Nelson Fu declared that, in his judgment, 90% of the eager, naive, peasant long marchers were without sexual experience. The early losses fell due to 28B's account, and Mao could not be blamed for them. In fact, Mao's influence within the CCP was quickly rising. He did not win power overnight, but he steadily accreted it in the weeks following the Battle of the Xiang River. He began to get his way on policy. Documents were burned, furniture was tossed into ravines, surplus guns were handed out to reliable local farmers, and the much streamlined transport column made itself less of a target by marching only at night. Each upcoming move was explained to the troops and summed up for them in a catchy slogan. In many villages, mass meetings were held to explain the Red Army's mission and seek recruits. Soldiers with artistic talent were encouraged to work up song and dance routines to captivate local audiences. All this bore Mao's touch. Once a company was put on top of two conspicuous mountaintops and ordered to display itself in open spaces so as to seem more numerous than it was. The nationalists, indeed, took these busy soldiers to be the bulk of the Red Army. One triumphant NP radio message intercepted by the Communists said, "The main Red Army is bottled up." Meanwhile, a much larger Communist force attacked the nationalists from the rear. The results of this very Maoist feint were handsome. The whole campaign, one general recalled, was like a monkey playing with a cow in a narrow alley. Such tactics enabled the Red Army to cross the 220-meter-wide Wu River, rapid in flow and cradled in piles of sheer rock, and so enter the heart of Guizhou province. As if he had detected that his true opponent was surging to the top, Chiang flew to the provincial capital to take personal charge of the effort of 200,000 special troops to stop the Red Army from approaching, through Guizhou, the rich prize of Sichuan. The Mao-Chiang confrontation was taking shape. The Red Army took the wealthy old city of Junyi, follow duty. It was done by a neat trick of the kind that gave the Zhu-Mao forces a reputation for magicianship. The Red Army needed to use its wits. In Guizhou, it was outnumbered 100 to 1 by assorted hostile troops. First, the Communists captured a village 10 miles from Junyi and took prisoners, who were the key to the stratagem. Red Army interrogators alternately charmed and browbeat these men. They were given silver dollars. They were earnestly told of the superiority of the Soviet way, as Chinese socialism was then characterized. Soon the communists had stripped from them every last scrap of information about the garrison in Junyi, and also their uniforms. The next part belongs to the history of Chinese theater as much as to that of Chinese warfare. That night, the Red Army marched noisily upon Junyi in the guise of nationalist troops returning from an engagement. They were dressed in nationalist uniforms. They spoke phrases in local dialect. They even brazenly used buglers to herald their approach. In the darkness of a foul night, they were taken for friends upon arrival at the gate towers and during their initial dialogue with garrison guards. They explained that they had lost their company commander in a battle with the Reds. Before doubts arose in the minds of the guards, the communists were inside the city gates, where they raised bayonets with the shout, "We are the workers' and peasants' Red Army of China." Mao slept till late the next morning in the elegant upstairs chambers of a minor warlord. For 12 days, he had a soft bed and a good rest in a graceful town of parks and palaces. Much of Guizhou was liberated, a new term, from a warlord, and the Red Army now lay poised to encircle Sichuan. Mao also became a top leader of the CCP in Junyi. In that same home of a minor warlord, he called a conference without delay. He turned the tables on 28B and gave a new definition to the Long March. Mao did not command, nor was he part of the two that existed, 28B, and the cadets from Whampoa Military Academy, of whom Zhou Enlai was among the best known. Mao was a credible leader because he had, together with Zhu De, a fine record in the early anti-encirclement battles in Jiangxi. But he triumphed when he did because 28B had manifestly failed and because some key CCP leaders could see this and were ready to swallow their doubts about Mao. Bogu began proceedings with a report. Zhou Enlai followed, and then Mao spoke in criticism of the recent military line, and Wang Jiaxiang supported Mao's position. It was important that later on Zhou Enlai swung to Mao's side. "He has been right all the time and we should listen to him," Zhou said of Mao. He offered his own resignation from the military council and urged that Mao be made its head. After Zhou's move, 28B never regained the initiative. And after Junyi, Zhou was never again to raise a fundamental challenge to Mao's leadership or ideas. Mao's new power was essentially military, and for the duration of the Long March at least the gun was the key to overall power. He became one of the top 5 leaders of the Communist Party, and the most obviously rising figure among these 5. This gave him far more authority over the generals of the Red Army than he had enjoyed on Well Mountain or in Jiangxi. Zhu De remained commander-in-chief of the Red Army and continued to be in fairly constant agreement with Mao. Mao walked out of the Junyi conference with a list of resolutions that read like a summation of all his favorite military ideas. Being weaker than the enemy, the Red Army was to concentrate its forces for selected decisive battles. Battles were to be avoided when victory was not certain. There was nothing wrong with a strategic retreat when it led to a counteroffensive at a moment of the Red Army's own choosing. The enemy was to be lured in deep. Giving up territory was not necessarily bad from a military point of view. The Red Army was an evangelizing team as well as a fighting force. Deviance was to be handled by education rather than by an intra-army secret police. Every soldier was to be told the aims and dangers of every move. At a mass meeting in the city's Roman Catholic cathedral, held to explain the resolutions, Mao tossed out a slogan for the coming months: "March north in order to fight Japan." The 12 days at Junyi transformed the Long March from a ragged military retreat into a political mission with a national as well as a revolutionary purpose. It also became clear that the Chinese Revolution had emerged from under Moscow's shadow. Stalin now had larger fish to fry than the wandering CCP. Nor could he conceive of revolution being made by a rural-based army. Even more important, the CCP was for the first time led by a man who was not in awe of Russia. It was no accident that power gravitated to Mao precisely when access to Moscow was difficult, and when communication between the Comintern and the CCP shrank almost to the vanishing point. Mao still looked up to the October Revolution. 30 years later, when he no longer had any reason to speak better of Russia than his convictions warranted, he told André Malraux that one reason for marching to the northwest was the possibility of contact with Russia. But for Mao, the center of gravity of the Chinese Revolution was in China's own villages. Within the party and the army, moreover, Mao's organizational methods added up to a rejection of Stalinism. This was especially true of his faith in the remolding of people, and of his flexible, nativistic, and mind-over-matter military tactics. Mao's ultimate aim was to reach the north of Shaanxi province, and from there to fight the Japanese. Meanwhile, he would try to link up with Zhang Guotao's army in northern Sichuan and set up a Soviet in that fabulous province. Mao looked almost spruce as the march resumed. A bodyguard noticed that he had acquired tailored gray tunics while in Junyi. He had a horse, but he seldom rode it except when exhausted. At 2 points, he became too ill with malaria even to sit on his horse. He slumped in a sedan chair borne by a pair of soldiers. In his personal bundle, there was always the umbrella and the books. The titles changed as the march progressed, but Story of the Marshes was there throughout. No evidence exists that he carried with him any works by Marx or Lenin. He often worked through the night, but sometimes he reverted to type and slept in his hammock until mid-morning. He could always count on several young men as aides, including a secretary, a paramedical helper, and a bodyguard who was also a sort of bush valet. The bodyguard, a man in his 20s called Chun Chongfeng, only gradually learned of Mao's precise demands and solitary ways. Mao would require boiled water instantly when a stop was made for the night. He would insist on being kept awake if the situation called for all-night work. Chun had to quickly make ready a workplace, a cave, or even a clean rock. Sometimes Mao found a bit of luxury falling into his lap. His staff took great delight in arranging for him to sleep and work for a night or two in a landlord's house with a courtyard, straw on the bed, and a desk that boasted stationery and a telephone. For Mao, a new find of cigarettes was enough to light up even the grayest day. Some reports had his men exchanging opium for cigarettes with troops they were supposed to be fighting. When no tobacco was available, Mao showed his ingenuity by testing out all manner of pungent leaves as a substitute. Otto Braun joined him in these risky experiments. The search for a good smoke was probably the one shared enthusiasm of the fussy German and the calm Chinese. The last light of a setting sun made the sky a crimson carpet and changed Mao's jacket from gray to orange. Under a full moon, a snarl of rocks suddenly resembled a brace of jousting dragons. On a night as black as pitch, a column of troops made torches from pine branches to warm and light their path through a gorge, and the slopes took on a ghostly grandeur. Moments like these Mao pinned down on paper in his poems. He felt the sky 3 feet above me. He saw the pelting snow as 3 million white jade dragons in flight. A river in flood he depicted as turning men into fish and turtles. A range of hills seemed to him to charge like wax-hued elephants. Mao truly found himself on the long march. Despite acute discomfort, the challenge of localities he was not familiar with, a brush with death, one more wrenching feud within the party, and several moments when the very survival of the Red Army seemed in doubt, the trek of 6,000 miles over 10 months brought out his awkward genius. Paradoxically, this was not one of his phases of retreat into private ties, but rather a time of public fulfillment. He was alone and yet bound up in a collective mission. Although Zizhen made the long march, she was hardly Mao's companion for these 10 months. Detailed memoirs by those who served Mao closely do not even mention her. Nor was Mao in intimate touch with his surviving brother, Zemin, who looked after money and documents and equipment. On the other hand, Mao seldom wrote more poems than during the march. "On horseback, one has the time," he said nostalgically 20 years later. "One can search out rhymes and rhythms. One can reflect." The verses expressed a merging of nature with history which, in the end, was the secret of Mao as revolutionary and as the first Asian Marxist theorist. He saw the hills as part of the array of battle. Mountains, like great waves surging in a crashing sea, like 1,000 stallions, in full gallop in the heat of battle. Mountains, piercing the blue of heaven, your barbs unblunted, the skies would fall, but for your strength supporting. Mao seemed to find in the soil a verification of the revolution. It was as if the life and topography of the 11 provinces that the march traversed provided a new authority, replacing Moscow's, for the changes Mao was intent on making to the face of China. As the march ended, He even invoked a range of mountains for an image of the world peace that lay beyond China's own revolution. To Kunlun now I say, neither all your height, nor all your snow is needed. Could I but draw my sword o'ertopping heaven, I cleave you in three, one piece for Europe, one for America, one to keep in the East. Peace would then reign over the world, the same warmth and cold throughout the globe. Mao was an explorer between battles of the vast reaches of his nation. He saw temples and hills he had read about 2 decades before. Once before, he had left South China to go to Peking, but he had not felt a free spirit there. Now he traveled as his own boss. He made the terrain his own by treating it as the crucible of his new style of revolution. The truest images of Mao in 1935 are of the poet with eyes cast far, of the strategist poring over a map with a farmer's shrewdness and a general's vision, of a leader not being close to family or friends, who talks philosophically with his eager young bodyguard, or takes 15 minutes to teach his secretary a few new Chinese characters. Most of his great moments were solitary, yet also as public as the mountains. During his year as the Moses of China, he communed with the land and did not seem to need the intermediate ties of wife or friend or counselor. Sichuan turned out a tougher nut to crack than Mao expected. Chiang was on the spot to fussily direct massive anti-Red Army operations. The fate of the nation and the party, he telegraphed to his officers, depends on bottling up the Reds south of the Yangtze. A number of warlords also roused themselves to an unusually vigorous defense. And Zhang Guotao let the Red Army down in Mao's eyes by abandoning his Soviet in northern Sichuan and heading pessimistically for the no-man's land of Tibet. This meant Mao could get no help from Zhang's excellent Fourth Front Army in his drive to move north across the Yangtze. It enabled Chiang to squeeze Mao's marchers inside a network of formidable rivers. One fatiguing effort to enter Sichuan took the Red Army to the township of Maotai, home of the fiery sorghum wine that is China's contribution to world inebriation. The communists found themselves in a distillery lined with 100 vats that each contained 20 pickles of the opaque brew. Red Army youths were not used to luxuries of this or any other type. Some of them thought the liquid in the vats was for bathing. They soaked their tortured feet in it. Otto Braun knew better and quickly became merry. Some Red Army men lost a bit of their inexperience in that distillery. By the time the communists had left Maotai, not a drop of foot water remained. The Red Army evaded Chiang's squeeze only because of Mao's brilliant feints. It now seemed best to loop west into Yunnan, south of the clouds. Mao pretended to attack the capital of Guizhou, where the Chiangs had installed themselves in high comfort to await final victory. "We shall win the battle," Mao observed as he dispatched the diverting unit. "If we can lure the enemy troops out of Yunnan." This the Red Army did, and in April 1935, Mao led his pilgrims into Yunnan. Mao met a blaze of spring, for which this area bordering Vietnam is famous. Paddy fields were alive with new shoots, between round hills lit up by wildflowers and butterflies. But he had to be content with a swift taste of the march's first warm weather. For Chiang, like a bee after the honey in Yunnan's blossoms, had zoomed upon the provincial capital of Kunming, manifold brilliance, with more than 100,000 fresh troops at his disposal. Mao made another feint toward Kunming. This gave him a break for the crucial crossing of the Yangtze here called Golden Sands River, that demarcates Yunnan and Sichuan to the north. The Golden Sands descends at a rate of 18 feet per mile through hills of rock. Chiang felt certain he had the Red Army pinned against its inhospitable banks. He ordered the burning of all ferryboats at points near the Red Army's route. But Mao's cunning made up for what his army lacked in men and guns. As a unit under Lin Biao performed the feint toward Kunming, and another laboriously began to build a bamboo bridge under Chiang's gaze, Mao dispatched a battalion to a ferry point well to the west. Here the use of disguise, worthy of the old novels of peasant revolt that Mao never tired of rereading, enabled the communists to begin an audacious crossing of the Golden Sands. A vanguard, dressed as policemen, nationalist scouts, and travelers on tax business, negotiated the turbulent waters in a bouncing craft. They strolled into the garrison compound, found the troops deep in games of mahjong with their guns resting harmlessly against the walls, and disarmed the whole place. The scheming yet unsubtle Chang had not thought to burn the boats here. Over the next 9 days, 6 large ferries took the Red Army over the Golden Sands and into Sichuan. The Red Army had entered an area inhabited by non-Han so-called minority tribes whose ways were as wild as the terrain they occupied. Toward them, Mao was at once principled and hyper-flexible. He insisted that his troops treat the tribespeople with respect. Even the rapacious Lolos, a tribe of the E-people, were paid in silver dollars for every chicken and ounce of grain the Reds acquired. This stemmed from Mao's sincere belief that the non-Han minorities had been poorly treated in old China and should be made full partners in the socialist China coming up over the horizon. But Mao also played the tribes off against each other. The outrageous methods he used recalled his deals with bandits on Well Mountain and foreshadowed the unblushing balance of power tactics of the PRC's foreign policy in the 1970s. Mao sized up that there were white Lolos and black Lolos, and that each hated the other no less intensely than did Red Chinese and nationalist Chinese. It suited him to lean to the black Lolos. He argued to them that not all Chinese were bad, any more than all Lolos were bad. He proposed that the black Lolos and the Red Chinese stand together against their common enemy, the white Chinese, Chiang Kai-shek. Soon, one of Mao's generals was draining a bowl of chicken's blood to swear an oath of brotherhood with a local chieftain and kowtowing before a Lolo empress to ensure that after he had given her 200 rifles and 1,000 silver dollars, she would graciously allow the Red Army to claw its way across her appalling realm. If this was Maoism, at least it worked, regardless of what 28B might think about it. Several hundred Lolos joined the Red Army and made the rest of the trek to northwest China. The last major river crossing of the Long March was possibly the most redoubtable in all military history. Chiang was determined to keep the communists west of the Dadu River, where they would likely perish in the snows of eastern Tibet. At this river, even the heroes of romance of the Three Kingdoms had been said to meet defeat, as had the great Taiping leader Shi Dakai in the 1860s. Both stories were well known to Mao. Both rebel movements he admired. Chiang, who had flown to Chongqing to again personally direct the extermination of the communists, also knew about the two celebrated rebel movements. He despised both. His airplanes dropped leaflets on the Red Army saying that Mao was about to go the way of Shi Dakai. The Taiping chief was put to death by slicing after his defeat. The Dadu is too fierce to be generally navigable. Even a ferry crossing is a rash gamble with the rapids. The only bridge was firmly in nationalist hands. Luding Chow, the bridge that Lu built, looks like a piece of acrobat's equipment. It consists of 13 chains, cemented into rocky cliffs on either side, that run across the rapids at a height of 200 feet. An infinity of planks lies side by side on top of the giant chains. The nationalists, by way of welcome, had removed every plank from the half of the bridge on the communist side. Only the bare, forbidding chains remained. To minimize extra preparations of such a kind by the enemy, Mao believed that delay had cost past rebel armies dearly. The Red Army men covered the last 80 miles of their approach to the bridge that Lu built in a fantastic 24 hours. The suicidal task of an advance group was to swing forward like monkeys from chain to chain, with grenades and Mausers strapped to their backs. Then, if still alive, they were to approach and assault the nationalist bridgehead across the planks of the second half. Of course, most of them perished, falling into the water after being hit by nationalist bullets. But 5 of the first batch of 22 got far enough to begin hurling grenades into enemy ranks. Spirit somehow triumphed over matter that afternoon at the Dadu. Others followed the 5 survivors. Momentum gathered. The nationalists, stupefied, tried everything. They began pulling up the planks on their side of the bridge. When that was too slow, they tried to ignite the wood in a fire of paraffin. But Mao's men were surging as if gravitation had become a horizontal force. More and more troops swung from under the chains. The bullets were fewer now, and ran across the flaming planks with blood-curdling shouts. As if broken by the mad heroism of the Reds, the enemy ran pell-mell from their positions even before the jaws of defeat closed upon them. About 100 nationalist troops asked to join the Red Army on the spot. All of the volunteers who led the crossing of the Dadu were under 25 years of age. The next order of business was to link up with Zhang Guitao's Fourth Front Army. Nature and non-Chinese tribesmen made it far from easy. The The struggles of mid-year rammed home to Mao that Chiang was not his only problem. The Great Snow Mountain Range brought a sharp change of climb and altitude. Darkness came at mid-afternoon. Rice did not exist, and the available corn upset most stomachs. During the frequent storms, hailstones the size of potatoes poured from the sky. At heights of 16,000 feet, hundreds of the lightly clad troops, especially the thin-blooded Southerners, collapsed from exposure and sank forever beneath drifts of Sichuan snow. To make matters worse, tribesmen of the Fan people murderously rolled boulders down mountain slopes to express their displeasure at the Red Army's intrusion. Mao tried to cheer up the men with poems and stories. He had learned somewhere a recipe for a warming drink, a brew of boiled hot chilies and ginger, which he offered to the freezing soldiers. But the hardships, and perhaps anxiety over the coming reunion with Zhang, wore Mao down and he got malaria again. Mao's own view of health gave the central role to the spirit. With two doctors on the Long March, Nelson Fu and Ji Pengfei, later to be the PRC's foreign minister, Mao raised the topic of psychosomatic illness. He expressed the belief that at times people can live on nothing more than a furious hope. That he ruminated aloud on extraphysical factors in illness is suggestive in light of the striking coincidence of Mao's own bouts of sickness with setbacks in his work. It had been true in 1923 in Shanghai, in the face of criticisms of his pro-nationalist attitude. During the Fourth Congress of the CCP a year later, when he lost his place on the Central Committee, on retreat to Music Mountain in the winter of 1925 and again in 1926, amid growing tensions over estimates of the role of peasants in the revolution, at the end of 1929 as pressures from Li Lisan mounted, and in the summer of 1934, when clashes with the policies of 28B led to his virtual house arrest. Now once more, as he brooded about Zhang Guotao, anxiety was the harbinger of illness. So, too, it would continue to be throughout his life. One day, a stone friendlier than those of the Fan tribesmen landed at the feet of a Red Army man. Around it was wrapped a piece of paper with the scrawled message, "We're 4th Front Red Army troops.
Forti Liupstram.
Is a rope suspension bridge where you can cross." The rank and file were elated. Mao was not, for he was about to face a challenge from a man who, the Junyi meeting notwithstanding, considered himself the leading figure of the CCP. It had been 8 years since Mao had seen Zhang. He had not missed him. Neither man liked 28B, though Zhang had been to Moscow and knew Russian. Both were of an older school than the boys of 28B. Their distrust for each other antedated 28B. At their first meeting in 1918, it had been clear that they were far apart in style and background. Zhang, the landlord's son, was a registered student at Peking University, while Mao hung around anxiously on its fringes. Zhang remained attuned to the urban labor movement long after Mao had rooted himself in the countryside. The Long March brought out fresh differences. Zhang thought Mao had lapsed into guerrillism. He dismissed the idea of the CCP's leading a national resistance against Japan as a pipe dream. He considered the Junyi Conference an arbitrary proceeding whose decisions ought to be reviewed. Mao complained, for his part, that Zhang did not believe in the idea of Soviet bases. He judged that Zhang had twice let the Maoju forces down by fleeing from a base. In his eyes, Zhang's Fourth Front Army had little communist spirit and was thick with elitism. Banners and posters and a speaker's platform were set up by a roadside in far west Sichuan. In teeming rain, Mao waited for the arrival of Zhang. An entourage of 30 men on horses galloped toward Mao. The gut source of the Mao-Zhang tension was manifest in those handsome horses. Zhang's forces were more numerous, 50,000, than the Maoju forces, 45,000, and they were fitter and better equipped. Compared with the experiences of the Long March, after all, the hideaway life of Zhang's men had been a holiday camp. As Zhang drew up, Mao murmured with a nervous laugh to someone beside him, "Don't envy the horses." He may have recalled to himself that his branch of the Red Army had eaten not a few of the small supply of horses that ever came its way. Zhang recounted the incident in a different way. "As soon as I saw them, I got down from my horse and ran toward them to embrace them and shake hands with them," a pro-Mao officer recalled. Zhang, came riding in with his mounted bodyguard of 30 men, like an actor coming onto the stage. Zhu and Mao rushed forward to meet him, and he waited for them to approach him. He didn't even meet them halfway. So be it. Certain it is that Mao and Zhang felt uneasy about each other. Each time they met, Mao would unnerve Zhang by starting the encounter with a joke. That evening Mao, Zhang, and other leaders dined together. Zhang noted with a loser's attention to form that the dinner table pursued no serious conversation at all. They were not even interested in listening to my account of the Fourth Front Red Army. The wily Mao unnerved the ponderous Zhang with small talk. Himself an ardent chili eater, he floated the proposition that loving chili and being a revolutionary went together. It is possible that Zhang was not fond of chili. His memoirs offer a rather humorless parting shot. Mao was refuted by Bo Gu, who did not eat chili. If this was the moral low point of the Long March, there were reasons for it. Two armies were trying to merge, each with its special traits, experience, and bundle of ambitions. To center stage came issues that had been forgotten for months. Quirks of personality, institutional pride, the future civilian dreams of the poor soldiers. Mao and Zhang had each shaped an army with a personal imprint, and neither wanted to lose control of what he had wrought. As for the future, Mao wished to press north and fight the Japanese. Zhang preferred to stay in the west, which he had come to know well, and build more strength. A climactic meeting of the Politburo was held during August at the township of Maourgai. This area is heavily Tibetan by race. Mao was quartered in the two-storied wooden home of a Tibetan family, the ground level for animals and the second for humans, and the Politburo met in a Lamoist temple. It was clear that Mao had a majority, but equally so that Zhang commanded the CCP's best fighting force. A compromise emerged. The two armies were to march north in separate columns. A dramatic twist occurred in the execution of this plan. Tensions were so deep that Zhang found an excuse, the difficult terrain, to go west instead of north. For his part, Mao departed from western Sichuan with a strange abruptness. It is very likely that he feared an actual attack on his army by Zhang's superior force. In any case, he rated the feud at Maourgai as among the most critical moments of his career. He could not cope with Zhang at all. Proof of how wrenching the split had become was that Juda went west with Zhang. Mao must have been staggered at this turn of events. He later claimed that Zhu went along only at gunpoint. The truth lies somewhere in between. Zhu's motives were mixed, as seems proved by his refusal in later years to talk about the episode. One of them may have been his desire as a Sichuanese to remain in his own bailiwick. Another was possibly a desire to retaliate against Mao's high-handed ways. But the heart of Zhu's concern was probably the split itself. He may well have been the author of the compromise policy of splitting into two columns and may have decided to go with Zhang as a way of heading off the devastation of a fight between the First and Fourth Armies. At any rate, after a year with Zhang, whose forces fared badly, Zhu returned to the saddle with Mao and Yan'an, and thereafter said remarkably little about Zhang. Unless Zhu went with Zhang by prearrangement with Mao, which seems unlikely, Mao must have suffered mental as well as physical pain in the trek north from Maourgai. The grasslands of Gansu province were in themselves one of the Long March's chief horrors. Mao lost thousands of troops to sinking mud, hunger, and the hostility of the first local populace, the Man minority, to be impervious to all of his rich array of tactics. The Queen of the Man hated Chinese so much that she threatened to boil alive anyone who helped the Red Army. For the first time, the Long Marchers had to kill and steal to get decent food. Otherwise the staples were pine cones, fungus, and grass. "This is our only foreign debt," Mao remarked later. "And someday we must pay the Man and Tibetans for the provisions we were obliged to take from them." There is no sign that this was done. Mao's curious remark may have been bitterly ironic. Some of the harshness of the PRC's handling of Tibet in the 1950s was probably due to memories of how Tibetans treated Mao's men in 1935. The Long March ended lamely. Mao entered Shaanxi just south of the Great Wall, after crossing the Six Twists Mountains. A small force under a communist already in the area, Su Haidong, welcomed the haggard remnant. Mao stepped forward and inquired quietly, "Is this Comrade Haidong?" It was. The horror and heroism of the Long March were over. Mao had crossed 24 rivers and 18 mountain ranges, in weather now tropical and now frigid. He had arrived in the lush country of the Northwest with only 10% of the troops who had left Jiangxi 1 year before. In the emotion of the moment, Mao said only, "Thank you for taking so much trouble to come and meet us." He would sleep that night, for the first time in his life, in a cave cut in the side of a lush hill. The Long March had made Mao, as a man who joined ideas with action. It had put him on the brink of being China's most promising political leader. And it had provided him with a steeled team who were to stand together with him virtually until the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s. True, the Long March had been a retreat. And at the end of 1935, the outlook for the CCP was still full of uncertainties. Yet the march had a deep impact, far beyond its physical result of transporting the Red Army a distance equal to twice the width of the United States. It was for Mao's China what the Exodus was for Israel. From a heterogeneous crowd, it forged a potent movement that believed deeply in its cause. The journey was a missionary feat. Passing through territory that was home to 200 million people, the soldiers spoke of their cause. Mao insisted that if a one-night stop permitted nothing else, at least it allowed time to teach some peasants to write the 6 characters that translate as "divide the land." The marchers took on the aura of prophets. Each fresh act of heroism seemed to validate the word about tomorrow's socialist China. All new social systems must start out with ideals. Capitalism in its springtime was no exception, and communist Chinas were born amid the sweat and blood and ice of the Long March. They stirred all subsequent builders of the new order to a sense of duty. For a season, Mao was the Moses of his time. The Long March would not have succeeded without the daily bravery of the young soldiers, who were idealists because there was nothing else to be. Luck played a role too. Warlords in Guizhou and Yunnan could have smashed the Red Army had they focused on the task. But the third indispensable ingredient was the drive and skill of Mao. The stroke of political genius in Mao's leadership of the Long March was his vision that the CCP's chief task should henceforth be to spearhead national resistance to the Japanese assault. Such a cause brought all the elements of Maoism into an interrelated whole. It suggested the Northwest as destination. It filled the vacuum of the CCP's raison d'etre after the miserable collapse of the Jiangxi base. It unlocked the communists from a cage of sectarianism and made them patriots in the eyes of millions of Chinese who did not know Marx from the moon. Mao got to the top of the CCP not purely through organizational skill, nor in any way by Moscow's blessing, nor yet by evolving a fresh application of Marxism. He rose by being single-minded and ruthless, and because he put some simple psychological and social truths into action. The ideological formulations would come later, when Mao had time to think them through. For now, Mao had taken the CCP to the soil. He felt more deeply for China than for anything or anyone. This enabled him to do something that 28B could not do: make the Chinese Revolution truly Chinese. One man who now looked up to Mao was Deng Xiaoping, a Sichuanese who had worked and studied in France and the Soviet Union in the early 1920s. Eventually, Deng would become a rib of Mao's, an integral part of him, a part Mao acknowledged but wished to keep peripheral to his being. One of Mao's first conversations with Deng took place early in 1936, when Zhou Enlai and Deng visited Mao in Weibo, where the Politburo had met in December 1935, to receive instructions for a mission to Gansu province. Switching the topic, Mao inquired, "What did you guys learn in France?" Deng spoke of his work in a factory. Warming to the vision of his 2 lieutenants as worker students in Europe a decade and a half earlier, Mao remarked, "French women are said to be beautiful, aren't they?" The gentlemanly Zhou was tongue-tied. Deng spoke, "Not that much. Women are all the same, especially in the dark." Mao and Deng both laughed. Zhou gave an embarrassed grin. Deng's career was set to soar for several decades because he pleased Mao and kept in step with Mao. While on 6 twists, Lu Pan Mountains, with Shaanxi only days away, Mao wrote a poem which looked to the future. "The sky is high, the clouds are pale. We watch the wild geese flying south till they vanish. If we reach not the Great Wall, we are no true men. Already we have come 2,000 leagues. High on the crest of Lu Pan Mountains, our banners idly wave in the west wind. Today we hold the long cord in our hands. When shall we bind fast the gray dragon? Gray dragon is the name of an eastern constellation of 7 stars. In Mao's verse, it meant Japan. Dealing with the Japanese was, indeed, an overriding task for the next decade, and the Long March proved to be a springboard to the fray. Chapter 7. Fighting Japan. 1935 to 1936. In the Northwest, Mao had a chance to build. He had a formula. Yan'an Wei was soon a phrase with a world of meaning. Shaanxi in the 1930s was a land of suffering, ignorance, and low expectations. Peasants wore blue denim and a towel wrapped around the head. What they scrounged to eat had little in common with a southern diet. Many of them did not know the location of Peking or who the Japanese were. In the famine of 1928 to 29, at least 3 million starved in Shaanxi. Mao found entire villages without a single child under 6 years of age. One man told Edgar Snow that he saw peasants pull down the walls of their houses and sell them in order to pay the tax collector, and another that he personally followed a pig as it moved from owner to consumer and saw 6 separate taxes paid on the transaction. Latter-day imperialism of the sort that aroused Mao's ire in the South had not penetrated to the Northwest. Mao found no Western exploiters in Yan'an. On the other hand, Shaanxi province had always been a strategic spot for China's northern relationships. This was one reason why the Lus country now became the epicenter of CCP activity. Mao's formula was to fight Japan on behalf of the entire Chinese nation and to forge communist strength from inside this national struggle. Because the communists fought Japan tenaciously, the Red Army grew like a vine in the tropics over the next 3 years. Because Mao was a passionate nationalist, as well as a communist, he won a victory that Chinese communism could not have won without him. Because he would brook no opposition to his own idea of a Yan'an Way, he ironed out every un-Maoist wrinkle from the broadening fabric of the CCP. Headquarters was first at Bao'an, protected peace. Then in January 1937 it was safe to move to the larger and more secure town of Yan'an, eternal peace. Mao's Yan'an was essentially a training and coordination center for the CCP's guerrilla war against the Japanese. Yan'an is 3,000 years old. Until Japanese planes bombed its buildings into rubble in 1938 to 39, it retained its ancient form as a walled town cradled by dusty hills. As buildings fell, wall caves multiplied. A wall cave is really no more than a hole in a hill, with a front in the shape of an arch, done in a latticework of paper windows. The floor is of gray stone, and the rear wall is a patched-up surface of the yellow hillside. Mao lived in 4 such caves during his 10 years in the Shaanxi outpost. He had known better houses and worse. One of his 3 whitewashed rooms he set aside as a study, with candles on the desk, a flask of wine within reach, and bookshelves that held almost no works of foreign origin. His small luxury was a wooden bathtub. He insisted on a Southern-style bed, a 4-poster with a mosquito net. He never got used to the platform, half stove and half bed, on which northern peasants sleep, though he tried it at Bao'an. Japanese bombing drove Mao from his first cave. A second he abandoned because an auditorium was being hammered into existence nearby, and the morning noise kept a late sleeper from half his night's rest. The third cave was in a date orchard, whose tranquil groves also contained the offices of the Central Committee. As the war intensified, Mao wanted to be closer to the offices of the Military Affairs Commission, so he moved his household once more. In front of each cave was a leveled patch with an easy chair or some stone stools, and Mao generally kept a small vegetable plot of his own. The texture of Mao's daily life and work changed for the better. Fighting was over for him as a constant direct experience. There were bombings now and then, especially after 1939, but it would be 10 years before he would again be on the front line of battle. The local people spoke a recognizable Chinese, which was reassuring after months in Western China, where Mao heard the gabble of 100 dialects but hardly met anyone who could speak Mandarin. There was virtually no rice to be had in North Shaanxi, so Mao ate golden-colored millet as his new staple, with goat meat as an occasional bonus. Mao sent his eager bodyguard to school. "You've been with me 6 years now," he said to Chun Chongfeng, "and you haven't had much opportunity to study. Chun claimed he was so upset at the prospect of leaving his boss that he wept into the water basin he was bringing in for Mao's morning wash. Mao no longer needed a personal bodyguard and Man Friday. He had a large office staff. He did not, in Yan'an, turn to an illiterate youth for late-night philosophic chats. He soon had a new wife, many visitors, and some close friends. If Chun wept for the broken spell of his intimate bond with Mao, the pads and pencils that Mao handed him as he took his leave to enroll in class summed up the routinized life which would replace it, for both of them. Japan and Russia were now rejuxtaposed on the screen of Mao's worldview. He first heard of Russia as an exploiter of China, long mired in autocracy. Then, after the October Revolution, the new Bolshevik Russia seemed to him the hope of the world. Yet Mao came to disesteem most of Stalin's advice to the CCP, and his rise to power was a victory of a son of the soil over the awestruck pro-Russianism of 28B. Mao's first vision of Japan was a heroic one. It shone as the Asian power that showed Russia to be decrepit in the 1904-05 war. Even after Japan began its long career as the bully of an incapacitated China, Mao continued to believe in the brotherly potential of the China-Japan relationship. Yet, by the end of the 1930s, Mao was the high priest of anti-Japanism. It seemed to be the measuring rod for his every judgment. Mao's anti-Japanism, in truth, ran no deeper than a calculation as to how China might survive. The point about Japan and Russia for the Mao of the late 1930s was that it would be Japan, not Russia, that would secure China for the CCP. Japan helped the CCP unintentionally, to be sure. In contrast, Moscow's declared intention was to bring about a socialist revolution in China. But Mao was interested only in results. Without Stalin's aid to the Chinese communists in the 1920s, Mao would in all probability still have become leader of the CCP. But without Japan's attack on China in the 1930s, Mao would not have become supreme leader of China in 1949. During 1936, it became clear that Mao was bent on a revival of the United Front with Chiang Kai-shek, the arrangement that had led to such a bitter reversal in 1927. With the group that had murdered his first wife, his brother, his adopted sister, and half of his close friends. A cooperation between two armies that had been killing each other like insects for a decade. There were several reasons for Mao's veer toward common action with Chiang. One of them was straightforward love of country. During the Long March, he had become wistful for national unity, as in a Promethean poem written in early 1936. The lines have the modest title Snow. They are not modest. But if they are expansive, it is as much on China's behalf as on Mao's own. North Country scene, 100 leagues locked in ice, 1,000 leagues of whirling snow. Both sides of the Great Wall. One single white immensity. The yellow river's swift current is stilled from end to end. The mountains dance like silver snakes, and the highlands charge like wax-hued elephants, vying with heaven in stature. On a fine day, the land, clad in white, adorned in red, grows more enchanting. This land so rich in beauty has made countless heroes bow in homage. Mao switches from the glories of nature to the glories of the will. He mentions four esteemed Chinese emperors who reigned during the dynasties that formed part of their name, and even the formidable Mongolian conqueror of China. But alas, Qin Shi Huang and Han Wudi were lacking in literary grace, and Tang Taizong and Song Taizu had little poetry in their souls. And Genghis Khan, proud son of heaven for a day, knew only shooting eagles bow outstretched. All are past and gone. For truly great men, look to this age alone. The verse drips with Mao's sense of personal destiny. The heroes of the past are all gone. They do not count as the sun rises on a new arena of battle. Is Mao alone the trustee of China's beauty? Yet Snow is a very nationalistic poem. It was China's beauty that inspired in Mao the extraordinary belief in the present moment as more glorious than any in 4,000 years of history. Mao wrote the lines while on the brink of putting together a united front of all people who would resist Japan. His dream of heroism occurred at a time when the highest cause was China itself, and the threat was greater than any since that from Genghis Khan. The heroes that came to Mao's mind did not include Lenin or George Washington or any Western figure. They were all Eastern as well as all dead. Marxists have often stumbled on the rock of nationalism. Possessed of the idea that class is the key to ultimate human loyalty, they have been confounded by the tenacity of national feeling. Hence the failure of the Second International as the clouds of World War I gathered. It was not the least of the reasons for Mao's success in the 1930s and 1940s that he never made this mistake. Every time Mao sent a cable to the nationalists during 1936, he had one eye on the reaction of the Chinese people. The double task was to shame Chiang and rally the Chinese masses. Was Mao sincere about a fresh united front? He certainly did not believe that the CCP and NP could share the future, or even that they could fuse to form a single government for the duration of the war. But Mao did believe that the CCP and the NP could join together in the sense of both concentrating in their own separate fashion on the anti-Japanese struggle and doing each other no decisive damage so long as marauders remained in China's house. There was a disarming frankness about Mao's remark to Snow at Baoan. We cannot even discuss communism if we are robbed of a country in which to practice it. And there was an extraordinary fulsomeness to his assertion in an interview with Agnes Smedley. The communists are most passionately concerned with the fate of the Chinese nation, and moreover with its fate throughout all eternity. Chiang tried to be a patriot, yet the nature of his political legitimacy made him less nationalistic than Mao. His NP lacked roots in the peasant majority of China. As if to fill the vacuum of support, the NP sought foreign backing. In the end, Chiang turned his back entirely on the Chinese rank and file and put himself, with a self-pitying shrug, into the arms of the United States. And Uncle Sam was too much at a tangent to the situation to be able to save him. Mao was shrewd in his playing of the anti-Japanese card. He was also lucky that Japan attacked when it did at a point of uncertainty in his own anti-Chiang strategy. Yet, neither factor nor the two together would have prevailed if the fight on China's behalf had not touched the deepest layer of Mao's being. The United Front was a double game. But then Mao had a double conviction. The whole point of Marxism, in his mind, was to be medicine for the sick man of China. There was never any question of putting a higher value on the medicine than on the patient. At the same time, Mao preferred his brand of medicine to Chiang's and was prepared to fight for it, as the Long March showed, and as the renewed civil war of the late 1940s would yet show. He believed that the very choice of medicine was an index of love for the patient. Mao's messages of appeal to minorities and outlaws in 1935–36 had the dual quality of shrewdness and passion for China that made his United Front policy a success. He challenged the Mongolians to preserve the glory of the era of Genghis Khan by taking the hand of the CCP. He urged the Muslims to ensure the national revival of the Turks by doing the same thing. Before the Elder Brother Club, he truly bent over backward. The Elder Brother Club has always been representative of the organizations of the resolute men of our nation and of the broad masses of peasants and toilers. Its members have been considered as inferior people or calumnied as bandits, and it was denied a legal existence. The treatment inflicted on the Elder Brother Club by the ruling class is really almost identical with that inflicted on us. In the past, you supported the restoration of the Han and the extermination of the Manchus. Today, we support resistance to Japan and saving the country. You support striking at the rich and helping the poor. We support striking at the local bullies and dividing up the land. Our views and our positions are therefore quite close, especially as regards our enemies and the road to salvation. Mao's handbills to this secret society ended. Let the Elder Brother Club and the whole of the Chinese people unite to strike at Japan and to restore China. The future friend of Richard Nixon was nothing if not flexible. Half the story of Chiang's failure is told in a speech he made while Mao was calling for a united front. Don't talk about the Japanese menace now, the haughty Generalissimo said at Xi'an in October 1936, while on a visit to the northwestern city to plan a sixth bandit suppression drive. Anybody who speaks of fighting Japan now and not the communists is not a Chinese soldier. The Japanese are far away. The communists are right here. The communists were even nearer than Chiang knew. 2 months later, after a mind-boggling sequence of events, Chiang was Mao's prisoner near Xi'an. Mao had put Chiang on the spot with a series of proposals during 1936, which Moscow supported. One consequence was a restiveness among Chiang's own generals. For Zhang Shuiliang, son of the famous warlord Zhang Zuolin, Chiang's anti-communism and foot-dragging against Japan became impossible to stomach by autumn. This bright and emotional man was head of the Manchurian army, whose men were particularly anti-Japanese because their homes in the northeast had been overrun by Japan's armies from 1931 onward. After Mao issued an open letter calling for a truce, Zhang got in touch with the communists. A tacit understanding grew between the two sides. During 1936, 3,000 of Zhang's troops, sensing which way the wind was blowing, went over to the Red Army. Then one December night, Zhang surrounded a pavilion east of Xi'an where Chiang was elaborately quartered. He fired on it and killed 30 of Chiang's entourage. The nimble generalissimo escaped barefoot in his nightshirt, leaving his dentures behind him, and after scaling a wall and hurting his back he reached a nearby hill. One of Zhang's officers found him crouching in pain and fury inside a crevice. Chiang stiffly reminded the officer that he was his commander-in-chief. The officer bowed politely and rejoined, "You are also our prisoner." Mao and his colleagues faced a tricky decision. Zhang Shuiliang's aim was also Mao's, to mobilize China against Japan. But how best to handle their eminent captive in pursuit of that aim? Some CCP leaders wanted to keep Chiang in prison indefinitely, and even to try him publicly as a traitor. Mao had other ideas. He wished to use this moment for a show of magnanimity that would give him a moral victory as a patriot over the nominal leader of China. "We didn't sleep for a week, trying to decide," remarked Zhou Enlai, who was for leniency. As the CCP leaders eyed the hot potato before them, an unbelievable cable arrived from Moscow. Stalin's view was that the kidnapping of Chiang must have been a Japanese plot and that Zhang and the CCP should release him at once and unconditionally. It seems that Mao flew into a rage on seeing the cable. He tore it up, he cursed, he stamped his feet. This was the last occasion on which Stalin gave a direct order on a basic matter to the CCP. That Mao was upset. He did not merely burst into laughter. A great weapon of his shows that he was far from despising Stalin. Still, Mao disregarded the instruction from Stalin, and the crisis added to his mental reservations about Moscow's wisdom and sincerity. After dozens of talks among the three parties, Zhang, the CCP, and Chiang and his formidable wife, the outcome of the Xi'an incident was a compromise that was surprising on its surface. Chiang flew back to Nanjing a free man. Zhang went with him and was soon Chiang's virtual prisoner. But, in return, Chiang had given up the pretense of unique governmental authority in China. Within months, a united front of the NP and the CCP was in being, spurred by the Marco Polo Bridge incident, which began Japan's large-scale assault on China and brought on the fall of Peking and Tianjin by the end of the summer of 1937. The Red Army was reborn as the 8th Route Army, formerly part of China's overall armed forces. The Northwest Soviet ceased to be an alternative government, bent on replacing that in Nanjing, and became the border region. At subdistrict level, the name Communist Party was abandoned in favor of Anti-Japan National Salvation Association. Mao was paid a salary $5 a month from Chiang's treasury. Chiang regained his dentures, but only part of his grip upon a nation that had followed his ordeal as no event in China had ever been followed before. Chiang the man won the victory of his release. But the CCP as a movement won a new stature in the eyes of the nation for releasing him. Never more than at Xi'an did Mao show his superiority over Chiang. He took the long view and left it to Chiang to fuss over immediate gain. He shrugged off the formalities of the situation while Chiang tried to hang on to every last shred of a generalissimo's rights to protocol. Yet the Xi'an incident showed, as in a mirror, that the CCP had by no means put intra-party squabbles behind it, and that 28B had not been crushed out of existence at Junyi. No colleague got to the verge of overthrowing Mao, though two would have loved to do so, but there was much sniping from the wings. Mao as a leader always liked to feel in a middle position between dissent on both left and right. That was his position during the formation of the Second United Front. His swear words for the extremes of dissent were capitulationism and closed-doorism. Chieftains of the first group were the unstable Zhang Guitao. He had once been so closed-doorist as to be a speck on Mao's far-left horizon, and Wang Ming, who as boss of 28B had come back after 6 years in Moscow, where Chiang was considered the hope of Asia. They wanted a full coalition with Chiang. Mao shrewdly put the boy who loved candy under lock and key in the candy store. He soon made Wang Ming head of the CCP's United Front Department, based in Chiang's capital. Exponents of the closed door drew from Mao a hostility that was all the more striking since none of them could, like Zhang or Wang, bid to match Mao as leader of the CCP. These zealots wished to put Chiang on trial and maybe execute him. They ruled out any kind of cooperation with the NP as going against the logic of class struggle. Mao disliked their lack of a sense of the national danger. He felt they were applying the concepts of Marx and Lenin mechanically, without taking sufficient account of China's unique traits. He thought them Trotskyist, and he always took a dim view of Trotsky. Many earnest leftists favored closed-doorism, simply because the land reform carried out by the peasant movement in Shaanxi had been a boon for the ordinary farmer. They feared that a fresh deal with Chiang would dilute the CCP's social program. This it did. Mao unblinkingly gave the nod to salvation of the nation over reform of the land. Mao was even more hostile to the closed-doorists than to the capitulationists. Indeed, until 1941, he invested more hope in the new link with the nationalists than was warranted. Not because he trusted Chiang personally, but because he overestimated the importance of the CCP in nationalist eyes. Mao already believed that the future was his, but Chiang still thought the CCP could soon be wiped out. He did not take the communists as seriously as Mao calculated he would. Mao's methods of fighting the Japanese came to be known as People's War. People's War turned Chinese military tradition on its head. Far from treating war as an esoteric craft of specialists, it threw the task down to the people. Mao and Judah had gone some way down this path on Well Mountain and in the heyday of the Jiangxi Soviet. Now they trod a grander stage. And what a cast of characters there was to direct. Such emotions to play upon and channel. A people's war was truly that when the subject matter was not merely the dispossessed part of the populace, as a decade earlier, but the full array of the Han race. The people entered the Chinese Revolution on the day that Mao, the chief revolutionary, spoke for China by forging the anti-Japanese United Front. The tie with the NP was not Mao's idea alone, and Moscow was also now pushing a united front, through Wang Ming, the Chinese representative to the Comintern. But it was Mao, above all the other communist leaders, who had the prestige to implement the united front concept. Moving among the people as fish in water, the communist armies grew to record strength. The 8th Route Army, ERA, counted 400,000 men by the spring of 1940. CCP membership grew from 40,000 in 1937 to 5 times that number by 1940. Chiang could not match the fish-in-water role of the Red Fighters, nor could he exercise any control over them, for they were mostly split up into roving bands of only 1,000 or so. The effect of the war on the NP and on the CCP was staggeringly different. As the NP was pushed into Western China by Japan's advance, CCP bases behind Japanese lines in the north and the east went from strength to strength. By 1940, 50 million people lived within Mao's base areas of North China. Fighting Japan, Mao would defeat Chiang Kai-shek. When the Reds spoke of liberation, ordinary Chinese took this to mean liberation from the Japanese. Yet Mao already had in mind its emerging meaning as a social liberation from the landlords, taxes, usury, warlords, and Confucian elitism of old China. The Reds heavily tilted the odds toward a coming social liberation by their conduct and by their very nature as an army of poor peasants. Mao applied his army to the national cause which Chiang shared. But somewhere within the spirit of that army was a promise of revolution. Many foreigners observed with astonishment the stoic heroism of the Red armies. Chiang was supposed to provide ammunition and supplies to the 8th Route Army, but after 1939 he sent nothing. Nor did much Russian aid reach any Chinese armies other than Chiang's own. The ERA lived off the enemy and by its wits. It was an army made up largely of poor peasants who had limited expectations and a certain fatalistic outlook. Agnes Smedley watched a grotesquely wounded soldier beg for medicine. None existed. All she could give him was her last sleeping pill. Blood transfusions were unknown. Clothing was so poor that troops waded barefoot across frozen streams, breaking the ice with their feet as they went. Smedley traveled with one unit that fought all day and had no food to eat when the battle was over. Millet was on hand, but the unit had no money to pay for it, and the commander would not allow it to be taken without payment. On this cruel evening, the commander began to lecture his men on Mao's 3 to 8 jingle from Gutian. A number of the 3 major rules and 8 lesser rules are about taking nothing from local people if money is not given. To Smedley's stupefaction, the night ended with this hungry unit singing the 3 to 8 jingle in soaring tones. Their voices were like a string orchestra, she recorded. All this from men who could not read or write, who burned Japanese yen because they had no conception that anything other than Chinese yuan could be money, who beheld a locomotive for the first time as an American teenager might assess a stegosaur, and who, on a rare visit to Sienne, lined up like boys at a hamburger stand for a turn at flicking an electric light switch to watch a bulb glow at the command of their fingers. Mao, the military man who was not a military man, understood that armies are part of the society that appoints them. For an ERA man, to rape could be to humiliate the sister of the man fighting alongside. In making the ERA out of China's dispossessed, and giving it an idea to fight for, he made People's War serve his side of the struggle. The ERA's advance parties soon had peasants hunting down Japanese as one might hunt snakes. Children were rescued from a life worse than a dog's, fed, taught to read, given work to do as messengers or medical orderlies. Naturally, they became communist believers. ERA news singers, in the manner of medieval minstrels, offered an account of the latest battle in rhyme to the accompaniment of drums and clappers. Posters of the CCP leaders were left behind to regale the drab villages. Mao's had a long, bony face, like a horse. In a burst of writing during the first half of 1938, Mao set out most of the military ideas that he had been trying out since he first took up the gun in 1927. He wrote Basic Tactics, which was a manual for officers' problems of strategy in the anti-Japanese guerrilla war, his classic statement of the meaning of People's War, and an overall view of the Japan-China War from China's angle of vision on protracted war. One of his bodyguards watched in fascination the writing of On Protracted War. Mao sat in his cave at a desk. Candlelight gave a sallow look to his pale face. For 2 days he did not sleep. He ate only bits and pieces. A wipe of his face with a washcloth was the only cleansing he allowed his sweating body. A rock lay beside his notebook. When his hand grew numb from continuous writing, he squeezed the rock to relax the fingers. After 5 days, the sheets of paper filled with his unruly characters were piling up. But he had lost weight, and his eyes were bloodshot. His staff counted it a major victory when he deigned to eat any of the dishes they repeatedly prepared for him. Meanwhile, talented secretaries began to edit and revise Mao's pages. On the 7th day, Mao suddenly leaped up in pain. The fire in the brazier had burned a hole in his right shoe as he was lost in composition. He drank a glass of wine and sat down to push his brush a little further toward the end of On Protracted War. On the 8th day he had a headache and felt faint, and a doctor arrived to reason with him. But he went ahead and on the 9th day finished this essay, which fills 80 printed pages. The edited pages he sent to the caves of Liu Shaoqi and other leaders for comment. Mao's military essays were vivid, China-centered to the point of chauvinism, and viscerally hostile to left-wing extremism. He insisted on close, factual investigation before judgment. He mocked those who dwelt on the parts, at the risk of being caught unawares by the whole. He counseled patience to impatient leftists who expected a soup to be ready to eat the moment they tossed in its ingredients. In order to maximize surprise, one of the few weapons the weak have against the strong, he employed the dualisms of traditional Chinese military thought: offense and defense, mobility and base position, delay and sudden swiftness, concentration and dispersal of forces. He repeated a maxim he first used in 1927. From the barrel of a gun grows political power. This did not mean that military matters were to dominate political ones. On the contrary, Mao believed that an army's work is pointless without an overarching goal. But Mao had learned in the 1930s that in China's backward conditions, the communists must have an army of their own in order to win independence of political action. Even as Mao spoke of the gun, his eye looked beyond the gun. He was an anti-warrior, yet he believed that in the China of his day, war was the arbiter of political legitimacy. He unpacked war into its irreducible human components. We are men. The enemy are made up of men. We are all men. So what should we fear? He was shrewd enough to make a virtue out of the communists' weakness. Oppose the strategy of striking with two fists in two directions at the same time, and uphold the strategy of striking with one fist in one direction at one time. He argued on political grounds against those who never wished to go on the defensive. In every war, the defensive not only has a lulling effect on politically alien elements, but it also makes possible the rallying of the backward sections of the masses to join in the war. His vision was far-reaching and also arrogant. Mankind's era of wars will be brought to an end by our own efforts, and beyond doubt the war we wage is part of the final battle. Mao saw 3 phases of the war against Japan. During the first, already near its end, the Japanese would be on the offensive and much Chinese territory would be lost to them. Mao did not panic at such losses. It was good to lure the enemy in deep. The Japanese would make mistakes. They would be surrounded by a vast and hostile populace. A long second stage would ensue, marked by a certain equilibrium between the two sides, and by nibbling guerrilla warfare behind Japanese lines. This would so weaken the enemy that a third stage would occur. The Chinese would be able to go on the offensive, replacing guerrilla tactics with conventional large-scale battles. All this is pretty much what occurred between 1937 and 1945, except that communist guerrillas were by no means the only force that weakened Japan during the second stage. Much of Mao's military writing in Yan'an was based upon the Civil War experience of the 1920s. But there were new themes. He was less sectarian during the national crisis of the 1930s than he had been during the partisan rural bouts of the 1920s. He began to talk like a world statesman. For the first time in his life, Mao in Yan'an followed world affairs as part of his daily agenda of work. He needed to. It benefited his cause to depict the Chinese struggle as part of a global crisis. Mao foresaw the potential value of the Western democracy's anti-German effort for his own resistance to Japan. His pen was eloquent on the need for a universal fight against fascism. He felt worried at occasional signs of Western weakness. Might these not lead Chiang in desperation to make a deal with Tokyo? He paid tribute to the British and American war effort in its vigorous phases. In a word, Mao was giving his United Front ideas a worldwide application. He began to speak of the significance of China's convulsion for the underdeveloped world. Of Africa and Latin America he had little sense, but he detected an emerging Pan-Asian movement for liberation from colonialism. India cropped up in his talk and his essays, a first suggestion of his later vision of revolution throughout the Third World. Mao had not formed many attachments with non-Chinese. They were fewer than other CCP figures had made. Comintern agents were virtually the only foreigners Mao had ever dealt with. And these, from Borodin to Braun, he thought ill of and did not relax with. But some Westerners, mainly Americans, he met in the 43rd and 44th years of his life gained Mao's confidence. China has a tradition of sucking the outstanding foreigner into its way of life. Jesuits in the 17th century came to convert the Chinese, but stayed to be half-Sinicized themselves, and even to play a role at the Chinese court, until the Pope became alarmed and put a stop to this reverse evangelization. Yet seldom before, and not since, have foreigners been participants in Chinese political events as much as they were in the pre-1949 history of the CCP. First, the Comintern aides in the 1920s. Then, the Western sojourners in Yan'an just before and during World War II. One day at 3 p.m., the British journalist Gunterstein went to Mao's cave for an interview. Mao talked until dinner time. Then the pair of them went out and dined under an old apple tree, Mao still chain-smoking, Stein still putting down on paper a flow of information on the CCP and its goals in the midst of World War II. After dinner, they resumed talking in the cave over glasses of wine. Noticing that the table on which Stein was resting his notebook was rickety, Mao went out and fetched a flat stone from the garden, and knelt down and placed it beneath the offending leg. Several times during the evening, Stein rose to leave. Mao would not hear of it. For 12 hours straight, Mao talked with this sharp, but not at all famous newsman. At 3 in the morning, Stein recalled, When I finally got up to go, with a bad conscience, aching limbs and burning eyes, he was still as fresh and animated and systematic in his talk as in the afternoon. Agnes Smedley would call on Mao and he on her, and she would slap him on the back and even try to teach him to dance. I would send a note to Mao Zedong to come and chat, Smedley recalled. And he would soon enter, bringing a sack of peanuts. Mao shrewdly addressed the Western world through such visitors as Stein and Smedley. He also used foreigners to address the Chinese people. In the spectacular case of Edgar Snow, he did both. In spending hundreds of hours with the talented adventurer from Missouri, during the summer of 1936 and later, Mao, in addition, formed his first easy relationship with a non-Chinese. He once took off his trousers in the company of Snow and Lin Biao to be more comfortable for a long chat on a hot day. In Red Star Over China and Other Works, Snow told a story that most Chinese did not know Mao had no chance to exploit the Chinese press in the 1930s, and the translation of his work helped Mao become known in his own country. Mao also got a feel for America through his relationship with Snow, and that turned out to be important a few years later. Mao was under no illusion that a foreigner could share his goal of a socialist China. But in his Yan'an cave in the 1930s, he did believe that a non-Chinese could understand his goals. Otherwise, Mao would not have taken the step, unusual alike in a CCP leader and a communist leader in any country, of telling an American the story of his own life. When Snow talked with Mao, hot pepper bread or a compote of sour plums would often be brought in by He Zhejian. Mao's wife had changed for the worse as Mao had risen to power in the CCP. The coming of 3 children had turned her from a bouncy political comrade to a quiet housewife. 20 pieces of shrapnel had lodged in her body during a bombing raid as the Long March passed through Guizhou. She had become a scarecrow to look at and a victim of nervous disorders as well. One evening during 1937, Mao dropped in for dinner at the cave of Agnes Smedley. The only other guests were Nym Wales, wife of Edgar Snow, and Lily Wu, a pretty actress who was bold and Shanghai enough to wear lipstick and long hair in the pre-communist style. Before the night and the wine were finished, Mao and Lily were leaning close to each other and holding hands. Mao had taken emotional leave of Zhejian and was available for a new storm of the heart. Soon after, Smedley witnessed a climactic quarrel between Mao and He Zhejian that was caused by his dalliance with Lily. In the cave next to hers, hearing a commotion, Smedley rushed into Lily's room and found Mao there, being shouted at and struck by He Zhejian. "How dare you sneak up here to sleep with that dancing bourgeois bitch?" cried Mao's wife, as she struck Mao with a flashlight. "You're behaving like a rich woman in an American movie," said Mao lamely to his wife. Yet it was not Lily Wu but another actress, a little less pretty and a lot more single-minded, who gave Mao his new storm. One day he gave a speech at the Academy of Art. In the audience, as far to the front as the existence of a separate block of seats reserved for cadres permitted her to be, was a bright-eyed young woman who had recently arrived in Yan'an from Shanghai. She applauded loudly. She asked the welcome kind of questions and ended up in a tete-a-tete with Mao on ideological issues. Mao was not the first CCP leader into whose presence Lan Ping, Blue Apple, had thrust herself. But after that meeting at the Academy of Art, she had no need to keep her signboard out any longer. Blue Apple, this was not her original name, and it would not be her last, came from a poor family. In this, she was unlike Zhejian and almost all of the CCP notables. She had had a miserable childhood at the hands of a father who beat his wife and daughter with a spade. She had found her way into the Shanghai theater and a veritable waterfall of love affairs. Like many other young artists and students from eastern cities, she headed northwest out of excitement of a new life in Yan'an. The pattern of her encounter with Mao was reminiscent of the Communist Youth League meeting near Well Mountain in 1928 that had led Mao out of an earlier lonely phase. But the two women who put themselves in evidence were not at all similar. Blue Apple was quite pretty, if less gently so than Zhejian. She had dark, clever eyes, and she was masterful in deploying her emotions to get what she wanted. The only cause she gave to unreservedly was herself. She shopped around in the wider world for ammunition to use in her personal struggle for fame and power. Mao moved briskly, if not without difficulty, toward a third marriage, aided by Kang Sheng, a Shandong acquaintance of Blue Apple's who had just returned from Moscow with Wang Ming. An owl-like figure, a lover of art and given to intrigue, Kang Sheng would intermittently play a key role as the instrument of Mao's darker side. Kang Sheng, who supervised Mao's bodyguards, was well placed to ease Blue Apple's initial access to Mao. Blue Apple later said that every step of the process of her attachment to Mao was facilitated by her fellow Shandonger Kang. Blue Apple, too, had previously been married, twice in Shandong province and more recently to a literary critic in Shanghai. In small-town Yan'an, Mao's existing wife, He Zizhen, became aware of her husband's wandering affections, first directed toward the Shanghai actress Lily Wu, and then toward Blue Apple. She reacted bitterly and violently. Moreover, the party could not be as indifferent to Mao's private life as it had been when Mao met Zizhen on remote Well Mountain. Mao was now too well known. The Central Committee debated the issue of Mao and Blue Apple. Feelings ran high. Who was this pushy movie girl with no solid political background? Should a veteran of the Long March and mother of three be forced out to make room for her? Kang Sheng twisted arms on behalf of Blue Apple. Mao himself was adamant. He muttered a threat to go back to my native village and become a farmer. The party acquiesced, with one condition, that was to prove a sleeping tiger. Blue Apple must remain a housewife and play no role in public affairs. The match certainly offered the excitement of opposites. Mao, the rural boy, fond of China's traditions, whom politics and war now consumed. Blue Apple, the rootless actress, ignorant of the Chinese classics, a butterfly who had fluttered from plant to plant in the hothouse of Shanghai culture. During his personal crisis, Mao spent an evening with Agnes Smedley in her cave. At one point, he switched the conversation from world affairs to romantic affairs. Had Agnes ever loved a man, he inquired, and why and what did love mean to her? Soon he began reciting a poem of his own in memory of Yang Kaihui, his first wife, who had died 7 years before. It was an unusual personal display on Mao's part. No doubt it expressed some conflict of values within himself. Alas, the sterling Miss Smedley was ill-equipped to tap Mao's emotions further. Her mind was on jeeps and bandages and Nazism. Meanwhile, Blue Apple seemed to have decided that attack was the best means of defense. She and Mao chose for her a grandiose new name, Jiangqing, which means green waters or river, but has also, by virtue of its sound, the second meaning, pure waters. Green waters seemed apter. This woman had the murky depths, the allure, and the cat-like icy charm that the phrase conjured up. In China, even communist history is full of clannish twists. Mao's youngest brother took Zizhen's young sister as his second wife. Tse-tung had first married in 1925. His wife was arrested in 1930, together with Mao's first wife and his adopted sister. Although Tse-tung's wife was later released, the nationalists rated him a smaller fish than Mao, so his wife fared better than Yang Kaihui. Tse-tung did not resume the liaison with her. His new marriage with He Zizhen's sister, was a brief one, for Tse-tung was executed in 1935. But like a ghost from the family closet, He made her presence felt in 1937 to 38. She had married again and come to Yan'an. She and her new husband made a fuss about Mao's abandonment of Zizhen. It availed nothing. He's husband was transferred to the south of China, while He remained assigned to a post in Yan'an, and this was probably a way of stilling the clamor that the couple was making against Mao's marriage to Jiangqing. In early 1938, Mrs. Zhang Guitao found herself in the city of Xian en route to join her husband in Yan'an after nearly a decade of separation. At army headquarters, she was allotted a room which contained 2 simple wooden beds. In the second bed lay a slight, pale, sickly woman of about 30. Who should it be but He Zizhen? It was the wife of Zhou Enlai who formally introduced the wives of the CCP's 2 feuding titans. This is He Zizhen, who is Chairman Mao's lover. The 2 women talked, and Mrs. Zhang discovered that love was hardly an apt term for the current relationship. Zedong treats me badly, Zizhen claimed. We bickered and had a fight. He grabbed a bench and I grabbed a chair. Oh, it's clear we're finished. Mrs. Zhang tried to persuade Zizhen to return to Yan'an. But the sad creature felt it better to go on to Moscow for medical help, as Mao had planned she should do. According to Mrs. Zhang, who is biased against Mao but cannot be dismissed as a witness, she herself went to see Mao about the matter on reaching Yan'an. By her own admission, Mrs. Zhang blazed at him angrily. "It's all your fault," she declared. "You should write her a letter straight away." Mao did not blow up at Mrs. Zhang, as he might well have done, for this wife of his rival was poking her nose into delicate territory. He listened and said nothing. Later on, Mrs. Zhang ran into Mao again and he reported, "I've written a letter to he, but she won't return." It is, indeed, unlikely that Zizhen wished to return, and quite likely that she was by now a difficult woman to deal with, for reasons not mainly her own fault. Zizhen did go on to Russia, accompanied by her third daughter, who had been born on the Long March, and by Mao's first son by Yang Kai-hui, the 17-year-old Anying. Anying and his younger brother, Anqing, had been through scarifying times since Mao last saw them at Music Mountain in 1927. After their mother's torture and murder in 1930, the party and their maternal grandmother tried to bring them up. But being the offspring of communist bandits did not make for an easy life. They sold newspapers in Shanghai. At one point, they found a place to sleep in a deserted temple, outside which they posted a sign, "We tell stories 1 penny." In the early 1930s, they went by the names Yang Yunfu and Yang Yunshou, taking their mother's maiden name. In 1936, the Communist Party underground made contact with the boys and Sun Kangsheng escorted them from Marseilles, where they had arrived by boat, to a school in Moscow. Later the boys were in Yan'an, Anying living in Mao's household and Anqing, who showed signs of mental problems, in a peasant's household. In Moscow, Zizhen's condition did not improve. She beat her small child mindlessly, and before long she found herself in an asylum outside the city. In the late 1940s, she was transferred to an asylum in Shanghai. It would be almost a decade until Mao saw her again. Moscow never made use of its knowledge of Zizhen's experiences, or of her presence on Soviet soil, to criticize Mao for his treatment of his second wife. By 1939, Mao was living with Jiang Qing, and in August 1940, their first daughter was born. Nowhere is it recorded exactly when Zizhen divorced Mao. Jiang Qing said the initiative was not Mao's equals, or when Jiang Qing married him. Yet it would be a momentous marriage for Mao's later career and for China in the 1960s and 1970s. The striking assertiveness of Mao's new wife seemed borne out by the name given to her baby girl, Li Na. Li was Ms. Zhang's original surname and Na was the same sound, though a slightly different written character, as the given name of the Shanghai literary critic who had been her previous husband. For some years, Jiang Qing would be anything but assertive. Yet dramatic change lay ahead in the last period of Mao's life. Mao's two sons, Anying and Anqing, from their school in Moscow, wrote to their father in late 1940 with news of their studies. "I have just one thing to raise as a suggestion," Mao said in his reply in January 1941. "And that is you should study the sciences more and politics less. Only science is true knowledge." Chapter 8. The Sage. 1936 to 1945. In appearance, Mao now betrayed the wheeliness. For some who met him it amounted to a sinister air that had propelled him to the top. He had become deliberate in manner. He could be oblique in his glance and smile. Sometimes he would gaze at a person he was speaking to, head at an angle, as he weighed the impact of what he had just uttered. All the while, he would puff with puckered lips on a cigarette and suck in the smoke with a loud rasp. Some foreigners were so intimidated that they left the room without remembering anything of what Mao had said to them. The steel inside Mao was hidden by a laconicism that some took for effeminacy. We were sorry to note that in appearance Mao seemed an effeminate type, intoned the Americans Claire and William Band. A similar impression was gained by Agnes Smedley, who had rubbed shoulders with a variety of men on several continents. The tall, forbidding figure lumbered toward us and a high-pitched voice greeted us. Then two hands grasped mine. They were as long and sensitive as a woman's. His dark, inscrutable face was long, the forehead broad and high, the mouth feminine. Whatever else he might be, he was an aesthete. He neither grasps nor shakes your hand. she complained, but takes it in his own and pushes you away. Smedley's standard among CCP leaders was the earthy stud which she believed Judah to be. But if this made Marion of World Revolution wanted more from Mao than political conversation, her hopes were dashed before she descended onto her stool. I was in fact repelled by the feminine in him and by the gloom of the setting. An instinctive hostility sprang up inside me. Smedley soon woke up, as did Snow, who at first found Mao grotesque, to a crucial point. Mao was no longer an open book to be judged on sight. He was on the way to becoming a sage. And a sage can be subtle and self-indulgent. In Yan'an, we see Mao in mid-career. His eyes had moved on from past battles. He ruled a swath of territory. He had begun to see himself as the next leader of China. Rather self-consciously, he was arranging himself in the cockpit of power. And as a man in his 40s, he felt like doing what he pleased. A touch of the prima donna came to Mao the man. He had lost the eager look. His eyes no longer shone out from the face like saucers. They had taken their place within a face of Buddha-like solidity. Mao allowed the various colors of his personality to clash with each other. Though he headed a complex organization, he was also a man who liked to turn in on himself for long periods. He was gregarious only at calculated intervals. He did not care, maybe did not even notice, if people found him sinister the rest of the time. Mao was both secure enough in his own being and firmly enough in the saddle as CCP leader to be a law unto himself in matters of style. In a community that considered a short haircut part of one's uniform, Mao let his grow until he looked like a musician. Smoking and sleeping late were taken to be signs of indiscipline, yet Mao smoked like a chimney and seldom rose before noon. Though he headed an army, his salute resembled an absent-minded brushing of the brow, and his shambling gait was that of a farmer. In his writings, Mao urged that any criticisms be made with modesty and self-restraint, yet he could lose his temper with a colleague, shouting and cursing like a trooper, until the victim would flee blushing from the room. And Mao had coolly taken a glamorous new wife in the face of raised eyebrows in the party. Frequently aloof as he was, he had set up a bustling household, as virtually no other CCP leader had, with Jiang Qing's vivacious presence, and his own and his brother's children running in and out of the study. Mao put on weight in Yan'an. His old teacher from the Teachers' College in Changsha, Su Telly, now in charge of education in the base area, stayed lean. Like Mao, Su had been a zealot for physical fitness and Spartan ways in Hunan 20 years before. Su kept this up in Yan'an. In his 60s, he swam in cold rivers, refused to own an overcoat, and ate like a sparrow. But Mao felt himself beyond any particular regimen. He did all the things that Su regarded as temptations of the devil. There was more and less than personal slackness to Mao's spreading style. The exceptional man does not break rules merely because he finds it difficult to observe them. He does so because he feels a sense of mission which obviates all rules. The rule book is a crutch which a man who has found his own strength can do without and yet be a man of monk-like discipline. So it was with Mao in Yan'an. Smedley, with a touch of naivete, asked Mao's advice on her plans to finish a book she was preparing on Judah's life. It was 1937, just a year after Mao had related his own life story to Snow. I asked Mao Zedong which he thought more important for me to do: remain in Yan'an and write Judah's biography, or go to the front and write of the war. It is a pity that she did not record Mao's facial expression as he replied, "This war is more important than past history." An imperial self-image was taking shape in Mao. He felt the mantle of Chinese history on his shoulders. That is why he lost some of his old spontaneity, and his streak of vanity grew stronger. It was less the case of a politician growing fat and indulgent in office than of a sage becoming aware of his place in the pageant of the ages. Mao did not grow fond of luxury, and he remained personally fearless. Still, a cult arose around him. Portraits of Mao began to appear. His calligraphy was displayed in public places. 2 transcendent nouns were hung on him. Lin Biao in 1938 and others later spoke of Mao as a genius. Emmy Shao in 1941, and others too, called him our savior. By the mid-1940s, a visit with Mao had lost the informality that Snow and Smedley knew. The summons to see him would come as a sudden, excited announcement. Guards with fixed bayonets stood at his door. A bustling staff put a distance between Mao and the visitor. And Mao stopped going to other people's caves. The building up of Mao's image was to a degree the consequence of the war effort. In all major countries, the war leaders became a bit larger than life. The cult of Mao did not exceed that of Stalin, Churchill, or Roosevelt. In China, the logic of boosting Mao was especially compelling in that the CCP, maneuvering always against the NP, needed a figure to be offered to the Chinese nation as a match for Chiang Kai-shek. Certainly the abolition of the Comintern in 1943, a gesture to Moscow's capitalist war allies, elevated Mao. No more could a Chinese such as Wang Ming look beyond Mao's authority to Moscow. The town of Yan'an was small enough for Mao to be able to sniff its mood. A range of people knew him. Ordinary folk could frequently see the chairman stroll through the town's dusty lanes. In such circumstances, the cult did not go beyond human proportions. It had not yet become a religion, under the spell of which people cry and bow even though they know nothing of the God they would adore. Mao's authority in Yan'an was functional. He was still a believable man. Even when he drove, he was not veiled from view. His car was a Chevrolet van on which was written, "Ambulance," donated by the New York Chinese Laundrymen's National Salvation Association. He would sit in the front seat, looking like the driver's helper. Incessantly Mao wrote and spoke at meetings. He had a word to give, and the community was encompassable enough for him to offer it directly. The Politburo met weekly. He had had plenty of ideas in the years before Yan'an, but only wisps of power. Into the 1950s, he would have the power, but the vast bureaucracy of the biggest nation on earth would then eclipse his voice as teacher. The excitement of Yan'an was that he both taught and ruled. It made the Yan'an era Mao's golden age as head of the CCP. As a political leader, Mao was part soldier, part intellectual. He had taken up the gun and spent a year walking the breadth of his land. Chinese rulers had never done that. He sat in a study and worked out his own ideas. Few modern rulers of a major nation, de Gaulle was one, have done that. His style had none of the feudal touches that were still the norm among Chinese warlords. Sedan chair, Confucian sacrifices, opulent homes, receiving visitors, as one Shandong warlord did while in bed with a concubine. At the same time, Mao seemed more traditionally Chinese than 28B or Chiang, or the leaders of the Democratic League, a leftish third force which stood between the CCP and the NP. He often wrote with a brush. He still liked to sink his mind into the archaic realm of Chinese historical novels. "I have yet to see a Western suit or a formal long gown in this region," wrote Israel Epstein, an American journalist, after a tour of the Northwest in 1944. Mao wore neither. He and other officials appeared in the same baggy pants and square jacket that peasants wore. The standard cotton clothes seemed to reflect a new brand of citizenship. Classless, and in a way, traditionless. The Yan'an spirit was certainly not foreign. But neither did it have any precedent in China. Something new had sprouted among the dusty hills. Yan'an was Mao's 100 days and 1,000 days and more. A stable regime existed that could almost be called his regime. In budding form, Maoism in all its aspects began to appear. Jiangxi had been a tenuous affair by comparison. There Mao had seldom been able to do as he wished, and his socialist ideas were neither fully developed nor favored by CCP figures more senior than he. Mao proved that he was not just one more warlord for whom the gun was a cause and power a destination. A social vision led him to sculpt a social order which won the praise, often the enthusiasm, of those who trekked to the Lus Hills. If mere power had been Mao's aim, he would not have gone ahead, as he did in Yan'an after his power was secure, to try and remold the souls of the 90 million Chinese who called him ruler by 1945. On the other hand, Mao's notion of remolding was fearsome, and it stemmed both from Marxism and from his boyhood traumas. He was proving to be an authoritarian personality, driven to be everything that his father had been and had found young Zedong incapable of being. Visitors to Yan'an sensed the cheeriness and esprit de corps of a Boy Scout camp. There was an evident disregard of material hardship that a shared purpose engenders. Wealth did not bring its burdens, nor hierarchy its anxiety. People felt, for a time, that they were building a new world with their own hands. In Yan'an, Mao was not practicing communism. State industries in the Soviet style were rejected as painting a cake to prevent hunger and putting up a skyscraper on shifting sands. But he had not budged 1 inch from communism as his post-war goal. Because the problem of the hour was Japan, Mao suspended class warfare in favor of drawing all possible social groups into a crusade that was led by the CCP, but essentially nationalist in nature. Land policy was the key. Confiscation came to an end the moment the united front with the nationalists was agreed upon. Rent was kept moderate before the Reds took over. It had run as high as 60% of the value of the land, but it was also guaranteed. This proved a shot in the arm alike for the economy and for morale. Mao's tax policy also won the hearts and minds of the majority. For a while, there was virtually no taxation at all. Mao's government was being subsidized from Chiang's treasury under the terms of the United Front. When tax was later imposed, it was so progressive that fewer than 20% of families paid anything at all. Throughout the border region, elections were held. A 3/3 system was adopted at each level of the administration. Communists filled no more than 1/3 of government offices. 1/3 were reserved for non-CCP leftists. 1/3 went to those Mao described as middle-of-the-roaders. These measures did not amount to Western democracy, though communists were occasionally outvoted in administrative bodies, but they transformed the communal psychology of the Northwest. The secret of the Yan'an spirit was participation. No elections had ever been held on the basis of universal suffrage in China before. In those of the Jiangxi Soviet, exploiting classes had been excluded. It is true that voters had no choice between competing sets of leaders. Yet the fact that ordinary peasants could refer to our government was entirely novel. Mao had achieved a mutation in the attitude of Chinese to their rulers. Every man, woman, and child was tucked into a cocoon of collective responsibility. A sense of democracy seemed to exist at first. Mao, the semi-intellectual, began to show an acute ambivalence toward intellectuals. As a mood of disappointment with the nationalists grew in the big cities, students, writers, artists, and others flocked to the Northwest. They sought a new role. Lively and patriotic Yan'an seemed to offer it. Mao was proud that men and women of ideas found his base a magnet. He welcomed them, not least because Chiang had cold-shouldered them. Yet Mao did not attach great weight to the role of intellectuals in his struggle, and he untiringly resisted their desire for extra freedom. A mixed attitude of scorn and fascination toward the literati showed that 2 skeletons from the cupboard of the past still existed in Mao's subconscious. Mao had not forgotten, it seemed, the cold reception Peking University had given him in 1919. It left him with an obsessive desire to put intellectuals in their place at every opportunity. Mao had hated his father. Yet, in the end, the ghost of his father dwelt very close to Mao's soul. His father did not like to see Mao reading a book. Young Mao rebelled against such narrowness. But something in Mao wanted to scoff at book learning just as his father had done at Music Mountain. Perhaps Mao's father had influenced him, after all, more than his mother had, if subconsciously. His mother was an ally against the threat of his father. But his father was a model that some level of Mao's personality strove to emulate. Old Mr. Mao insisted on physical labor. Young Mao resented having to work in the fields. Yet Mao at Yan'an and thereafter hustled the intellectuals out of their studies to do physical labor. Old Mr. Mao had been an autocrat who criticized his son for laziness. Now that Mao's socialist philosophy had taken shape, it turned out to be centered on the exaltation of will. In all these ways, Mao Shunqing seemed to have been not only an oppressor of his son, but, through his son's subconscious desire to be what his father wanted him to be, a shadow of oppression on those who were rectified by Mao Zedong at Yan'an in the years 1941 to 44. One bone of contention was sex. In Jiangxi, Mao had been, by Chinese standards, a libertarian on love and marriage. But in Yan'an, he took the hard line of a leader who asks every ounce of energy for the national cause and thinks sexual activity, other than his own, is a waste of energy. On this and other matters, Mao came up against the views of a bold woman who was literary editor of Yan'an's newspaper, Liberation. Ding Ling was a vivacious and outspoken writer from Mao's own province of Hunan. In the 1930s, few wrote more movingly than she of the tug-of-war between private and public values. In her personal life, she practiced promiscuity with the flourish of one who believes it to be a trump card of socialism. She had been part of more than one ménage à trois. She was an open fan of Kollontái's libertarian book 3 Generations. Undisciplined guerrilla warfare was her light-hearted term for sleeping around. Mao became quite intimate with Ding Ling in Yan'an. Some had expected that she, rather than Jiang Qing, would become his third wife. Perhaps Ding Ling was too much her own woman to bow to a Mao who was fast becoming a practitioner of Leninism. In his personal life, Mao was no slouch in answering the urge for a fresh bout of love. But what he practiced, he did not care to make easy for all. The sage of Yan'an did not believe that socialism meant a new fluidity in sex relationships. His marriage law of 1944 was no less family-minded than those of Stalin's Russia. Divorce was made more difficult than before, and virtually impossible for a woman whose husband was a soldier in the anti-Japanese war. When a group of 10 students who had come north to join the communist side formed a free love club, Mao had them arrested. He had grown more cautious for a number of reasons. All aspects of the CCP's social radicalism had to be toned down to fit the bland texture of the United Front. Also, the peasants of Shaanxi were more backward than those of Jiangxi. They were the water in which the fish of the CCP's armies had to swim. Their conservative ideas could not be slighted. And war had its own logic. Our collective effort became all. My whims were as nothing. National war proved a great leveler of tastes, a merciless furnace for the fragile artistry of an individual's quirks. Mao's own marital ups and downs had also closed his mind to libertarianism. He had been questioning himself about the meaning of love, as in the dialogue with Smedley, who told him of her marriage to the Indian, Dr. Chattopadhyaya. She told Mao Chatty had been the one true love of her life. Mao asked Smedley how the two of them had expressed that love in their daily life, and, if it had been a true marriage of minds, why they quarreled and parted. Mao told me, Smedley recalled, that he had often wondered whether the kind of love he had read about in Western poetry and novels could really exist, and what it would be like. The collapse of his affection for Zizhen came when he was well over 40. He now seemed to feel the need for a long-term companion. With Jiang Qing, he began a shared life that was to last, in its way, for more than 30 years. He settled down as children became part of his daily life. Sex as a glass of water had run dry, and he inclined to think that what happened to him set a norm for others. Ding Ling criticized Mao and the CCP for their retreat on the women's issue. She marked International Women's Day in 1942 with a stinging essay called Thoughts on March 8th. It questioned whether the CCP, to which she belonged, was any longer in the vanguard of sex liberation. Unlike Mao, she looked down on marriage. Though Mao had just climbed into a nest of domesticity with Jiang Qing, Ms. Ding dared to broach the especially acute fate of leaders' wives. If a female comrade does not marry, she is blamed, Ms. Ding pointed out. Yet if she does marry, either it is said that by taking a job she neglects home duties, or else her life sinks beneath the weight of childbearing, and she is equally criticized for failing to be an active citizen of the new socialist society. Mao's Yan'an had become a male chauvinists club with a few pushy women added in special positions. The ratio of men to women was almost like in an army 18-1. According to Mao's old female friend from the springtime days of liberation in Changsha, Kai Chong, there was not a single woman of working-class origin in the whole of Yan'an, but she had forgotten Jiang Qing. Mao took the opportunity soon after Ms. Ding's angry essay to make an ironic gesture to this woman whom he liked but found annoying. Seeing Ms. Ding arrive for a session of group photos of literati, he leaped up from his own seat in the middle of the front row and offered it with elaborate courtesy to the obstinate feminist. "Let our woman comrade take the center seat," he murmured as he did so. "We don't want to be rebuked again on March 8th. Mao battled the intellectuals from the garrets of Shanghai over the issue of how politics and art should relate. Art for art's sake, Mao ruled out. Every piece of intellectual work must serve the clear-cut purpose of hastening the liberation of China. This view put him in tension not only with Ding Ling but with most of China's left-wing minds. They resisted him when he set out his hard Leninist line at a series of talks at a Yan'an forum on literature and art. Mao hurled several mental grenades into the packed trenches of the Yan'an intelligentsia. He derided the clamor for independence. This had to do both with theory and with naked power politics. Truth and love have no meaning apart from the concrete class struggle of the moment. The writer is a cog in the grand machine of the party's cause. Here Mao was drinking from Lenin's glass. As soon as a man talks with another man, Mao declared, he is engaged in propaganda. A crude notion, yet it came from a once creative strain in Mao. Study is a weapon to change the world, he had felt as a young man trying to push ahead in Changsha. Now in Yan'an he saw writers and artists for whom intellectual work seemed a mere personal preference. They had not, like him, entered the world of letters out of a driving sense of ideas as wheels of advance to a new society. Like Rousseau, he wished to recall the sophisticates to simpler and more ardent ways. The solid, backward peasants of Shaanxi seemed to him infinitely more useful to the war effort than the quibbling intellectuals from the East Coast. He accommodated the peasants, hence the moderate land policies of these years. He felt no similar need to accommodate the men and women of letters. Opinions should not be allowed to become conclusions, he announced to the writhing literati of Yan'an. In other words, you only have the freedom to be correct. An opinion, if incorrect, is not allowed to become an openly stated conclusion. Wang Shiwei, a Shanghai writer and author of the essay Wild Lilies, which exposed inequalities and other defects in Yan'an society, was made chief literary target of the rectification. He had tried to uphold May 4th individualism within the world of Yan'an but got hit by the juggernaut of Mao's new mental collectivism. One night, Mao took a lantern and went to read the material from and about Wang on wall posters at the Central Research Institute. Afterward he said, in thought struggle now we have the target at which to shoot our arrow. Wang Shiwei was executed by Kongshang's security organs in 1947. Mao as a youth had felt that browbeating was a proper weapon in the service of truth. He had never found it easy to respect the right to err. In Yan'an, such instincts began to take on the full force of state policy. Mao also required intellectuals to depict only the bright side of life in their works of art. Fiction should offer a higher plane than exists in everyday life. These views were not swallowed without complaint in the 1940s. Talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art began a running feud between Mao and many of China's creative intellectuals that lasted for the rest of Mao's life. In all realms, not only culture, Mao laid out fresh doctrine at Yan'an. Maoism was born. It was hardly the child of an immaculate conception, idea uniting with idea. Rather, it came as a byproduct of one more fierce battle for survival. By early 1942, Japan was Mao's overriding worry. Tokyo had mounted a burn all, kill all, destroy all counterinsurgency drive. America's in Vietnam resembled it, against the communists. The damage done to the red areas was all the more because the CCP-NP United Front had shrunk to little more than a scrap of paper. Chiang, far from subsidizing Mao's border region, had put a tight blockade on it. Would there be enough space and people for People's War to be valid much longer? Within the CCP, Mao had fewer feuds at the top to cope with than during the Long March, but more severe problems at the grassroots. Zhang Guotao was no longer a thorn in Mao's side. He had limped into Yan'an in 1937, most of his army and all of his prestige lost in the wastes of Tibet. Mao calmly let Zhang wither on the vine. The deflated rival built a nice house on the outskirts of Yan'an, lectured a bit at Resist Japan University, and looked after himself carefully as always. When Zhang saw Mao for the last time, a petty charade ensued. The occasion was a children's song and dance show at the school for cadres children. Zhang's son was a pupil at this institution, an outcrop of elitism on the plateau of Yan'an egalitarianism. The boy was known as a talented singer and actor. Naturally, he had a role in the pantomime. But to Zhang Guotao's fury, the boy was cast as a horrendous villain and traitor called Zhang Mutao. Mao was present, enjoying the performance along with other leaders. According to Zhang, Mao joked as he watched the villain being hissed. A perfect fit to have the son of Zhang Guotao play the role of Zhang Mutao. Mao's old rival thereupon rose, tore the mask from his son's face, and led the boy from the hall, shouting in anger, "Barbarians! Wicked people! Worse than beasts!" Soon afterward, Zhang slipped out of Yan'an and joined the nationalist cause. Mao never saw him again. He lived for many years in Canada, until his death in 1979. Mao may have had a malicious tongue, but he did not kill, harm, or even purge Zhang, who remained in senior office until he switched sides. Wang Ming returned at last from Moscow in 1937. His sniping at the United Front from a capitulationist standpoint bothered Mao for 2 years. But he was too closely identified with Stalin. It was presumed that he drafted the appalling cable that Stalin sent to Mao during the Xian incident to be a focus of loyalty during a national crusade. "Are you a Chinese or a Russian?" Wang Ming was asked in exasperation by a nationalist colleague during a clash at a United Front meeting. Moreover, his silky shift from ultra-leftism to support for a joint government with Chiang had made him seem a bit of a radish, red outside but white inside. Although a Politburo member, Wang repeatedly excused himself from meetings on grounds of illness, so demoralized had he become by Mao's political and ideological ambush of him. After 1939, he ceased to count in the power structure of the CCP, though his influence lingered on. Yet Mao was not vindictive toward 28BS standard-bearer. Wang Ming went on speaking his mind. He remained on the CCP's Central Committee through the 1940s and 1950s. So did Bo Gu, until his death in 1946. Mao had showed his sense of history, and of his own central place in it as he prepared for the showdown with Wang Ming and the rectification. With the help of his secretary Hu Qiaomu, he carefully pieced together an account of the political and ideological evolution of the CCP since the 6th Congress. It was at once an intellectual and a political task, showing Mao's mental sophistication and ruthlessness to be two sides of a single coin. Success had swollen the ranks of the CCP with young newcomers who were less tough than the Long March veterans. That the United Front worked brilliantly for the CCP from 1937 until 1940 meant, paradoxically, that Mao had a quiet crisis of raison d'etre on his hands. Patriots had flocked to him. But in a crunch, and by 1942, Mao realized he would probably have to fight the nationalists again. Would they support his communist goals? When darker days arrived in 1941, Mao's economic problems required him to tax poor peasants for the first time. He even ran a lottery with fat prizes in 1942. Was his honeymoon with the masses over? Because of the scattered character of the Red Outposts, the CCP functioned as a government. This bred bureaucracy, also careerism on the part of those who took the border region regime to be an end in itself. Committees multiplied. Small Caesars popped up. 3 different colors of cotton tunic came into existence to denote steps on the ladder of seniority. The Yan'an spirit was no longer the effortless instinct of an inspired community. In these circumstances, Mao pulled together the doctrine of Maoism, a stone that could kill more than one bird. It put the final seal on Mao's success in rising above all rivals in the CCP. It provided pithy teaching material for a rectification, as Mao called it, of the party's style of work. And it gave the Chinese Revolution an ideology made not in Moscow but at home. Theory has not kept pace with revolutionary experience, Mao said coyly at a rally of 1,000 party workers that kicked off his rectification drive. In Yan'an, the victor of repeated struggles looked back at his own methods and found the time and motive to dignify them in the robes of philosophy. On the Long March, there had been no energy nor even paper for the writing of political essays. By the 1940s, Mao had read quite a lot of Marx and Lenin and Stalin. Their names sprinkle his Yan'an pages. Yet there was a paradox about Mao's new habit of quoting the European masters. The more he read them, the less they awed him. Mao was quoting Marx and Lenin and Stalin to buttress or prettify a structure of thought that was as much Chinese as European. If you want to know the taste of a pear, Mao wrote in an essay that he grandly called on practice, "You must change the pear by eating it yourself." Maoism meant thinking with the fingers. Mao put experience rather than matter at the core of the process of knowing. It was an odd brand of materialism, which might have raised one of Marx's bushy eyebrows. Mao was criticized by 28B for narrow empiricism. But he unrepentantly clung to a pet formula expressed in another speech during the rectification drive. If you have not investigated, you have no right to speak. Maoism meant a good pair of boots. The tours of the native son in Hunan province, plus the courage to stand by what he had seen, had led to an acceptance of the peasantry as the backbone of China's revolution. Mao raged against party officials who, there were many of them, treated Marxist doctrine as a collection of holy tablets and forgot about the listeners it was intended to sway. Releasing the arrow without a target, Mao dubbed this failing in a talk which became his famous essay, in opposition to party formalism. Maoism meant heeding the audience as well as mastering the message. One day, Mao noticed on the Yan'an town wall an anti-Japanese slogan. The eagle eye of the semi-intellectual saw that the two characters for worker had been written with a literate's affectation. The part of the character gong that is a straight line had a zigzag in it, and 3 embellishments had been added to the foot of the character ren. This made the slogan obscure to ordinary people. Mao, in a speech, tossed a coil of angry sarcasm around the fancy penman. Here was his plea for knowledge that would count. Cooking food and preparing dishes is truly one of the arts. But what about book knowledge? If you do nothing but read, you have only to recognize 3,000 to 5,000 characters, learn to thumb through a dictionary, hold some book in your hand, and receive millet from the public. Then you nod your head contentedly and start to read. Mao the populist was in full swing. His anti-scholasticism made him sound like his father. But books cannot walk, and you can open and close a book at will. This is the easiest thing in the world to do, a great deal easier than it is for the cook to prepare a meal, and much easier than it is for him to slaughter a pig. He has to catch the pig. The pig can run. He slaughters him. The pig squeals. A book placed on a desk cannot run, nor can it squeal. You can dispose of it in any manner you wish. Is there anything easier to do? The pedagogue took over with a series of prescriptions. Therefore, I advise those of you who have only book knowledge and as yet no contact with reality, and those who have had few practical experiences, to realize their own shortcomings and make their attitudes a bit more humble. Instead of worshipping ready-made books, Mao suggested that communists should go out into towns and villages and fashion oral histories of China's actual life. Bandits and well-known prostitutes would make good topics for oral biographies. At the same time, Mao was Confucian enough to think that the written word is potent. He told cadres to weigh the gravity of firing off paper missives to a public that still looked upon writing with awe. If a man fails to wash his face for a day or two, Mao reasoned, it is certainly not a pretty sight, but still there is really no great danger involved. It is different in writing essays and giving speeches. Maoism meant self-conscious dialogue with the masses. All this was a swipe at 28B. Mao spoke of 17 and 18-year-old babies. Wang Ming and Bo Gu were much younger than he, taught to nibble on capital and anti-during. He even accused them of not being revolutionaries. The relation between Marxism-Leninism and the Chinese Revolution is the same as between the arrow and the target. But some comrades merely fondle the arrow, murmuring excellent arrow, and do nothing about it. The arrow of Marxism-Leninism must be used to hit the target of the Chinese Revolution, Mao continued. If it were otherwise, why would we want to study Marxism-Leninism? Mao went even further down the path of China-centered pragmatism. Marxism-Leninism has no beauty, nor has it any mystical value. It is only extremely useful. Maoism meant pruning the German philosophy from Marx's radicalism and lodging it in the soil of Chinese pragmatic philosophy. Your dogma is less useful than shit, he announced to the haughty far leftists who were his main object in the rectification drive. Dog shit can fertilize the fields. Mans can feed the dog. But dogmas? They can't fertilize the fields, nor feed a dog. Of what use are they? Mao simply terrorized the type of CCP official who thought it an achievement to be able to recite from memory the rules of the Soviet Communist Party. He likened such mistaken zealots to bamboo shoots. Sharp mouth, thick skin, hollow inside. It was just like the young Mao at East Mountain School. He had disliked the glib sons of gentry who took books for granted as casual weapons for their own social advancement. Now he criticized party formalists who treated Marxist texts in a similar way. The term Mao used for his adaptation of Marx's ideas to Chinese conditions, to make Chinese, is a curious one to use of Marxism. As a theory of society, was Marxism so European at its birth that it had to be Sinified? Mao thought so. There is no such thing as abstract Marxism, he wrote in 1938, but only concrete Marxism. To put Marx's ideas into the Chinese language was already to give them a fresh twist. The term for proletariat, class without property, wuchanjieji, does not sound to a Chinese ear like the urban working class alone. A world of great harmony, Mao's lively vision of China's future, seems an amazing phrase to use for communist society, since its two characters, tse-tung, denote a utopian golden age believed to have existed in ancient China and to have been lost. Some of Marx's conclusions Mao rejected. Instead of accepting the Germans' 5 stages of historical development for the non-Han parts of Western China, Mao came to believe that slave society could lead to socialist society, skipping over the feudal and capitalist stages. Others of Marx's conclusions Mao accepted as headlines but modified by adding fine print underneath. Yes, the city workers must lead the revolution, but the peasants would be its main force. Mao drew on Marx, but Maoism was not to prove the same as Marxism. Of the 228 items in Mao's official 5-volume selected works, 112 were written in the Northwest. They included all his main philosophic pieces. In them, the tone of voice was that of the sage. Consider this speech carefully, he intoned at the end of one lecture. It is my hope that you will actually cure your own disease. Even when he was modest, the effect was somehow of a giant insisting that he is a pygmy. I myself am groping in the dark about these things, he wrote in a preface on methods of study. To continue as a primary school student, this is my ambition. The bubbling verve of Mao's voice in the Hunan report of 15 years before had given way to the voice of a would-be teacher to the Chinese nation. As World War II wound down, Mao called a CCP Congress. It was the first since the 6th Congress, held at Moscow in 1928. Mao had missed that one, being on Well Mountain at the time. The 7th Congress was a triumph for Mao and for Maoism. From Moscow 1928 to Yan'an 1945 was a long journey in time, space, and the ebb and flow of the Chinese Revolution. A Congress of Unity, a Congress of Victory. Mao aptly called the meeting in a Yan'an orchard. It got underway just as Franklin Roosevelt died, and as Hitler killed himself amid the rubble of Berlin. Delegates were chosen from the 1.2 million members of what was now the world's second-largest communist party. They sat on wooden benches before a row of plants and a huge photo of Mao. 24 red flags stood for the number of years the CCP had existed. Each pillar in the hall was hung with a huge V, to identify the CCP with the Allied triumph over fascism. Some of the slogans on the gray brick walls, fruits of Mao's drive to reshape Marxism along Chinese lines, carried a whiff of Confucian moralism. Persist in the truth, correct your mistakes, ran one paper strip. Of one heart, of one virtue, cried the back wall. A new party constitution proclaimed the thought of Mao Zedong as the ideology of the Chinese Revolution. It did not mention Stalin's name. Moscow now recognized that Mao had won out against Wang Ming, but Mao did not return the favor and bend a knee to the North. Mao summed up the party struggles which he had lost in the early period and won since the Junyi Conference. The text of his resolution was polite to the Soviet Union, but at no point did it acknowledge Soviet assistance for any post-1927 phase of the Chinese Revolution. Mao led the 7th Congress as chairman of the CCP, having attained that office in 1943. He did not blush as Liu Shaoqi, now second only to Mao in the party, mentioned his name 105 times in a single speech, and declared that our comrade Mao Zedong is not only the greatest revolutionary and statesman in Chinese history, but also the greatest theoretician and scientist. In turn, Mao promoted Liu to a position in the top 3 with himself and Rinpoche, above Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, and Chen Yun. He did this in part because Liu had for some time been attacking the leftism of 28B. but also because Liu had not been in Yan'an from the start and could not challenge Mao on the rewriting of history that formed the background to the rectification. During the 7th Congress, Mao was uncharacteristically genial and almost offhand as he raised teacups with the delegates. Upstairs from the meeting hall was a ping-pong room, where the unity and victory of the sessions gave way to the disunity of winners and losers. Mao took up the paddle. He was not a classy player, but he could lose his ping-pong games with great equanimity, a colleague noticed. Showing his skill at zigzags, which tended to put the blame for traumatic events on others, Mao made a gesture to victims of the rectification at the party school in May 1944. He acknowledged in a talk that some people had suffered and their anger was understandable. He bowed to them. If they did not accept his apology, he said, he would not be able to lift up his own head again and must bow a second time. Of course, he wanted the victims back in the palm of his hand, and in many cases, for some years to come, he got them there. A barber named Wang Hui, who regularly cut Mao's hair, was assailed during the rectification for unorthodox thoughts. Pressured to admit his reactionary nature, Big Beard Wang made the spectacular confession that he was a secret assassin and had planned to kill Mao with his razor. Hearing of the incident, Mao had his doubts Wang had been cutting his hair and shaving him for years. He summoned the barber, who cried, knelt before Mao, and confessed that he had planned to kill him. "So why haven't you killed me already?" inquired Mao. Big Beard Wang babbled about his intention of first waiting for the NP enemy to draw near. Mao stared at the barber and ordered him to tell the truth. Wang broke down and said it was all false. He had confessed to a fictitious plot out of desperation. Alas, Mao did not retain the lesson that communist rectification does not always rectify. In the Yan'an years, he accomplished the double feat of rejecting the straitjacket of Moscow's Marxism while fashioning a new straitjacket of Chinese-style Marxism. Chapter 9. A Ripening Peach. 1945 to 1949. For Mao, the late 1940s was a time not for theory but for swift maneuver, as power hung tantalizingly before him like a ripening peach. Decisions tumbled out of him. He flirted with the U.S., then turned away in bitterness. He fought again with Chiang's nationalists and won with an ease that amazed even himself. He put the seal on a sullen marriage with Russia. America was as vivid to Mao as China was to Roosevelt, a dim light in the distance. Scraps of reading had built up in his mind a favorable picture of the U.S. as a land that George Washington had rescued from British bullying. Russia and Japan were a presence. America was but an idea. All that had changed by 1944. Mao needed the U.S. to defeat Japan. Yet Uncle Sam was now at his door in ugly guise as Chiang's sponsor. And Mao had begun to ponder the role of America in a post-war Asia of which he expected China to be the centerpiece. In Yan'an, Mao's curiosity about America captivated the American journalists whom he met and quizzed. Now that he had access to international news stories, he dissected America with the attention of a broker reading stock tables. He saw a few American movies. The Grapes of Wrath he thought splendid. Betty Grable made him shudder. A picture about GIs fighting in Italy called A Walk in the Sun made him marvel at the happy-go-lucky style of U.S. soldiers. Were they at war? Or were they on a picnic? Charlie Chaplin he liked immensely. In the summer of 1944, a C-47 plane full of American soldiers and diplomats fluttered down over Yan'an's Lus Hills. Mao bumped out to the airport in his ambulance limousine to greet the Dixie mission. He shook hands with a U.S. government official for the first time in his life. As he met Colonel David Barrett, Second Secretary John S. Service, and others, his gaze was wary but not without expectation. A dialogue began between Mao and Roosevelt's assorted representatives. Behind the Dixie mission's trip to Yan'an was the desire of General Joseph Stilwell, U.S. theater commander in the East, to evaluate the communist capacity to help the U.S. complete the defeat of Japan. Vinegar Joe thought well of the CCP and wanted closer collaboration with it to galvanize the war effort. Mao seemed to be pro-American in 1944. He felt not foreseeing the use of the A-bomb, that U.S. forces would have to land in China to beat Japan. He was in favor of this. He came to like the freewheeling style of his American visitors. He even agreed with the American proposal to place a U.S. general in command of the entire Chinese war effort. Chiang did not agree. He sprinkled his talks with Dixie mission members with the word democracy, as if it were a value shared between Yan'an and Washington. But Mao had not become an admirer of democracy as known in the West. Anti-fascism was all Mao meant when he spoke of democracy in an international context. The 1950s would show that Mao had a stiffly Marxist view of the U.S.'s destiny. Informed Americans were dismayed at the vanity, corruption, and sheer ineptness of Chiang's nationalists. Mao's thoughts about American policy also centered on the nationalists. Beyond defeating Japan, he wanted Roosevelt to stop pouring dollars and supplies into nationalist hands. Otherwise, the CCP's battle with Chiang would be long and bloody. Mao tried to convince the U.S. of the CCP's grip upon the future. If Washington could be led to see that Chiang was doomed by his lack of support from China's peasant majority, perhaps civil war might be avoided. If America would accept that the CCP was now a co-equal with the NP, a coalition government might be formed. Mao believed that within such a coalition, he would triumph over Chiang as the dawn banishes the night. Mao found it no easier to convince Roosevelt that the CCP was fast eclipsing the NP than he found it to convince Stalin. Mao didn't realize until it was too late what a bag of snakes the China issue was within American politics. Chiang and his wife had seduced some key Republicans to 100% support for the nationalist cause. So Roosevelt had to tread carefully with Chiang. In China, Vinegar Joe had differences with General Claire Chennault, who wanted not to work with Mao, but to finish Japan off by a flourish of air power. And Roosevelt's bulldozer from Oklahoma, Major General Patrick Hurley, was on the warpath against the China specialists on Stilwell's staff and in the State Department. Poor Mao was bewildered. No one had told him that Americans dealing with China spent 70% of their time sparring with each other and 30% on China. Patrick Hurley came to Yan'an in late 1944. Mao drove out to the primitive airport to meet Roosevelt's personal representative. Hurley announced himself with a Choctaw War whoop that sent the dust swirling. Crisp and martial, it was said of him that he could strut sitting down. He wore an officer's uniform dripping with medals. Mao walked quietly forward in his shapeless cotton outfit and cloth shoes. Mouse tongue. One staff aide heard Hurley say as he greeted Mao Zedong. Another listener thought the booming envoy said moose dung. Mao and Hurley stuffed themselves into the ambulance. Seldom had the cause of international understanding faced a stiffer test. As they crossed the Yen River, Mao described how the stream rises in winter and dries up in summer. Hurley responded that in Oklahoma, rivers get so dry in the summer that it is possible to follow the course of a school of fish by watching the cloud of dust it raises. They came upon a peasant beating a mule forward with a stick. Hurley put his head out the window and offered the peasant some advice in English. "Hit him on the other side, Charlie." Mao managed to wedge in the remark that he had tended mules himself when a boy in Music Mountain. Hurley explained that he used to be a cowboy, peppering his account of that life with the cry "Yahoo! The fellow's a clown," Mao told Judah later, and from that moment on the clown was Hurley's nickname in Yan'an. Ignorance was Hurley's biggest problem. He knew no more about China or Marxism than Mao knew about the Choctaw War whoop. He did not even understand his friend Chiang. Mao and Hurley worked out a plan for an NPCCP coalition. Mao was quite pleased with it. They both signed it. But in Chongqing, the nationalist leaders laughed at the five-point plan. Mao had been prescient to wonder aloud to Colonel Barrett if Chiang had really approved. As Hurley said he had, the gist of the 5 points before Hurley brought them to Yan'an. Hurley had the manners of a tank, but intellectually he was as soft as a cushion. Within days, he had changed his mind about the 5 points. For the next year, until he resigned in a huff and explained the sagging fortunes of the NP by saying the State Department was pro-communist, he kept U.S. policy pro-Chiang. Mao played one more card. Talks at the top level seemed the only way. He asked to come to Washington. His message was passed in January 1945 to the Dixie Mission Office in Yan'an for transmission to the highest United States officials. It said that Mao or Zhou, or the two of them together, were prepared to come to the U.S. if Roosevelt would receive them as the spokesman of a primary Chinese party. Mao asked that if Roosevelt would not invite him, the request be kept secret. This was to avoid electrifying Chiang, with whom the communists were still in sour negotiation. Hurley killed the message. It went first to Chongqing, where the Oklahoman had become U.S. ambassador. It never got to the highest United States officials, except in unrecognizable form as part of a complaint to Roosevelt about furtive links between Colonel Barrett and the CCP. Mao waited in vain for a reply. 10 weeks later, Mao learned that John Service had been recalled to Washington. He immediately invited the young American diplomat for half a day of conversation. He no doubt surmised that Service was going back to make arrangements for a Maozhou visit to Roosevelt. Service himself did not know the reason for the summons home. Mao could not have been more wrong. By midsummer, Service was under arrest, charged with leaking secrets to the left-wing magazine Amerasia. Mao was disturbed. Roosevelt had already fired Stilwell, at Chiang's insistence, and now Hurley was mowing down all those American officials who believed Mao would bulk large in China's future. Mao wrote an article called "The Hurley-Chiang Duet is a Flop." His flirtation with America, like Roosevelt's life, was almost at an end. The Oklahoman and the Generalissimo had helped make inevitable a new civil war between the CCP and the NP, had helped hand the future of China to Mao, and helped push Mao toward a closer link with Russia than he had ever had or wanted. Everything that Hurley and Chiang said they stood for was soon to go under. A flicker of new interest in cooperation with the U.S. seemed to stir in Mao in the autumn, when he had the nasty experience of seeing Russia sign a treaty of friendship and alliance with Chiang's government. But it could only be a flicker, for Washington was now supinely at Chiang's beck and call. Mao lost America 4 years before America lost China. Barrett got caught between Mao and Hurley. After Hurley went back on the 5-point plan, the hapless colonel was dispatched to see Mao in case something could be salvaged. Mao lost his temper and fumed against the bastard Chiang. "If you Americans," he shouted, "sated with bread and sleep, want to curse the people and back Chiang, that's your business. I'm not going to interfere." In his anger, he made a prediction that stood up well through the tragedy that was about to unfold. "Back him as long as you want. But remember one thing. China is whose China? It sure as hell is not Chiang Kai-shek's. It belongs to the Chinese people. The day is coming when you will not be able to prop him up any longer." When Barrett went to report to the Genbassador, a title used by a fed-up staff for the boss who liked to straddle the military and diplomatic worlds, Hurley likewise flew into a rage and called Mr. Tse-tung a motherfucker. The texts that Hurley had handed to Mao in Yan'an owed much to the phraseology of the American Revolution. Writ of habeas corpus Mao had probably never heard of. A government of the people, by the people, for the people is not an easy phrase to render in Chinese. Hurley was leaning on the Bill of Rights to define the values he thought a post-war coalition should adhere to. Was Mao repelled? No. His reaction to the first round of talks with Hurley was favorable. The irony, and the tragedy, was that the man who invoked for Mao the American Constitution was also the man who later whipped the rug from beneath Mao's feet. To learn the tenets of American democracy in this way did not predispose Mao to put much trust in U.S. ideals during the 1950s and 1960s. When his selected works was published, most of the warm references to the U.S. in the 1940s had been weeded out. If Mao had come to Washington, he might have convinced Roosevelt of his grip on the future. Chiang would not have been back to the end, indeed, beyond the end, and George Marshall would not have had to mediate with one hand tied behind his back. Probably Mao would have defeated Chiang regardless of anything Marshall could have done, even with both hands free. But the shock in America would have been less, the loss not so keenly resented, if Mao had in 1945 come in the door of the White House as a political leader, instead of hovering in America's imagination as a distant god of fate. Mao's first trip outside China would have been to the U.S. at age 51, not, as it turned out, to Russia at age 56. His relations with the U.S. over the next 25 years probably would have been less mired in bitterness, less punctuated by war and threats of war. The war was over, but there was little peace. Tension came to a head over the modalities of the Japanese surrender. The CCP and the NP vied with each other to seal the enemy's defeat. To take the guns from the Japanese was to take control of the future. Outraged cables flew back and forth between Mao and Chiang on this matter. For the moment, Chiang had the advantage. Mao had to bend. Both world powers were on the side of the NP. U.S. logistical aid to Chiang put him a step ahead of the CCP in taking over from the Japanese. Moscow's treaty with Chiang's government made Mao fear that civil war against the NP might be long and tough. So Mao decided to go to Chongqing to talk with Chiang. My humble self is most willing to come to Chongqing to discuss national peace and reconstruction. He cabled to Chiang in traditionally polite phrases. Your younger brother is preparing to come. Some of the communist leaders were against the trip. Without an American guarantee of his safety in Chiang's realm, and a strong push from Stalin, Mao would not have gone. He told Lu Langtao that he was going to Chongqing with an open mind. The hand to sign an agreement is here attached to my own body, he said to Lu in stressing his free will. He also told colleagues as they dispersed from Yan'an following the 7th Congress. Go back to the front and fight, and don't worry about my safety in Chongqing. Actually, the better you fight on the battlefield, the more secure I'll be, and the more fruitful the talks with Chiang Kai-shek will be. The still ebullient Hurley flew up to Yan'an to fetch Mao in August 1945. Mao climbed into an airplane for the first time in his life. For the first time, he openly entered territory ruled by Chiang. Flying south, Hurley gave a commentary on the state of the world. Mao wrote a poem. For once in his life, Mao was not hatless. He emerged from the plane wearing a helmet-like topi, which someone had suggested as a safety measure. His look was wary and distant. Chongqing, weighty celebration, had been the nationalist base since Hankow fell to the Japanese in 1938. A city perched on hills above the Yangtze, it was a new sight for Mao. He stayed in a comfortable house on a narrow lane in Red Cliff District. Chiang put an American car at his disposal. It had been 18 years since Mao entered a city as other than a bandit. As at Wuhan in 1927, his presence was legal. Visitors called. Newspapers mentioned his name without epithets. He ran into old friends and old enemies. Toward them all he showed largesse, murmuring patriotic sentiments, exchanging literary morsels handwritten on scrolls. He leaked his poem Snow to New China Daily. It was the first of his poems in a major publication. All of Chongqing read about his love for China's mountains and his sense of his own destiny. Chiang and Mao had not seen each other for 2 decades. When they met, they shook hands. One looked Prussian, the other Bohemian. Chiang's jacket was nicely pressed and covered with decorations. Mao's was rumpled and plain as if picked up from a pile of hundreds, though he was wearing a new pair of leather shoes. Not quite true, as has been said, that Chiang was tense and Mao calm. No one who chain-smokes, as Mao did, is entirely calm, though Mao exhaled as slowly as it is possible to do. Mao kept calm with Chiang because he knew he could outwit him, and because he believed his cause, personalities apart, would win out over Chiang's. In part for the same reason, Mao was candid while Chiang was secretive. After 43 days, Mao and Chiang signed a piece of paper. The Generalissimo affixed his signature in square characters. Mao wrote his in flowing characters. The agreement solved none of the fundamental questions. Could the NP and the CCP truly share power? Would the Red Army have to disband if a coalition came into existence? But arrangements for a national assembly were gingerly set, and some territorial lines of division were agreed upon. As the two enemies clinked glasses, each was smiling to excess, while others at the banquet table seemed too riveted by the unlikely spectacle to manage more than a quarter smile. Mao went as Chiang's guest to see a classical opera almost on the eve of his return to Yan'an. In the middle of the show, a message reached the communist group. Zhou Enlai left his seat in great agitation. Shots had been fired at Mao's car, parked outside the theater, and one of Mao's aides was dead. Pale and angry, Zhou sought out Chiang's chief negotiator to express his indignation. Mao stayed in his seat. He loved Chinese classical opera, though after gaining power he would stifle it, and he meant to enjoy every minute of this one. When the show was over, the leaders gathered for a farewell reception. Had Mao forgotten the attack on his car? Smiling broadly, he raised his glass and proposed a toast. Long life for Mr. Chiang Kai-shek. Mao never saw Chiang again after that night at the opera. How could Mao and Chiang have trusted each other? Mao did not trust Chiang. "There are no straight roads in the world," he remarked to some aides after he got back to Yan'an. His approach to Chongqing had been a curved one. He did not think negotiation with Chiang could succeed, in the sense of ending the nationalist-communist struggle. He made the trip because the international situation forced him to. Russian and American backing, in varying ways, for the nationalists meant that Mao had to handle Chiang with a certain respect. He also went to Chongqing because the old hundred names of China did not want a civil war, and Mao could not afford to seem against peace. And he went in order to show his strength. That Chiang had to invite him was more important to Mao than the content of the talks. China and the world received a timely reminder that Chiang had a rival, already ruler of 100 million people, with an army of 1 million men at his command. "The sky cannot have two suns," Chiang insisted to his aides. But Mao had made the point that the Chinese sky offered a choice between two suns. Mao evidently despised Chiang. "Chiang Kai-shek has lost his soul," he would soon sum up, "is merely a corpse and no one believes him anymore." Yet Mao kept his feelings under control while in Chongqing. Some communists had no stomach for negotiation with the man who had fought them from 1927 to 1937, and had begun to do so again. Others were so fed up with war that they made themselves believe negotiations with Chiang could succeed. Zhou may have been one of them. Mao's subtlety cut across both questions. "The world is in flux," he maintained. "Nothing is quite what it seems. The present moment is real, but what lies ahead is also real. Indirect methods are essential if one is to both respect the present and grasp the future." Marshall came to Yan'an in early 1946 for one last effort to narrow the gap between Mao and Chiang. Zhou, who escorted him, had not given up hope in Marshall's mediation. Zhou was always less inclined than Mao to dismiss the possibility of a straight road, which is why Marshall found him a more straightforward man. Mao expected little. Unlike 1 year before, he seemed detached. He moved through his role in the negotiations like an actor. He must have had his tongue in his cheek when he toasted Marshall. "Let us all cheer the durable cooperation between America and China, between the Communist Party and the Nationalist Party." Marshall was sincerely proceeding, in deep fog, down a straight road. Ready to depart at Yan'an Airport, he asked Mao when he would be prepared to go and talk with Chiang again. "I shall go whenever Chiang asks me," Mao replied, as distant as a mountain. He could find a way of agreeing with Marshall's emotional declaration. "I can tell that an unprecedented era of progress awaits China." Mao did not meet an American official again until 3 wars and 4 U.S. presidents later. All mediation having failed, Marshall soon left China, and by autumn 1946, Mao and Chiang were at each other's throats for a final round. Both went back on agreements. "When two can't see wise come together," Mao observed, "they fight." The next 3 years were good for Mao in several ways. After a poor 1946, his military plans began to work. His political predictions made him seem like a magician with an abundance of rabbits in his hat. The Politburo had its disagreements on land policy and on the timing of seizing power, but these did not turn into debilitating feuds. Administrative ailments were mostly due to the swellings of success. In 1946, the nationalists held all of South China and the bare and sparsely populated Far West. The communists were strong in the north. Mao's armies had 1/3 the men of Chiang's and 1/5 the arms. For the first year, Mao chose to go on the defensive as Chiang charged around. By early 1947, the world believed that the CCP was withering on the vine, especially when, in March, Mao abandoned Yan'an. Some of Mao's colleagues wanted to stay and fight for the town. Moscow thought the decision to leave was wrong and saw defeat looming for the communists. Mao was unsentimental. "It is, after all, only caves," he said of Yan'an. He was bent on an ancient Chinese strategy. Empty cities don't matter. The aim is to destroy the enemy's army. In the end, Mao risked being bombed by delaying his departure. To see what MP General, who Zongnan's troops look like. Mao smoked and ate a meal while Zhou Enlai and Peng Dehuai fretted at his recklessness. Peng all but grabbed the chopsticks out of Mao's hand and said roughly, "What are you waiting for?" Eventually, Mao rose. "Be sure to leave no documents behind," he drawled. "The books we can't carry should be left neatly. Some Marxism and Leninism will do Hu Zongnan's troops good." Chang flew to Yan'an in triumph, like a cop who goes to kick over the pots and pans of a criminal's lair. He predicted that only 3 more months would be needed in order to finish off the People's Liberation Army, PLA. 3 months later, his own armies were being chewed up, bite by bite, as he shouted orders at the empty cities. Mao was in villages again. He carried a gun again. This time he rode on a well-looked-after horse. Fine-quality cigarettes somehow reached him from the East Coast. He had radios and a good telephone system. His habit of working by night and sleeping by day had become fixed, so Liu, Zhou, and other leaders had to adapt their own hours to fit in with Mao. A year on the move took the fat off him, though the food was generally not bad. On a usual day, he ate some meat with millet and perhaps turnips or cabbage. During 1 week, there was nothing to eat but gruel made of flour and elm leaves. Delicious, Zhou Enlai politely called this stuff. Mao liked spicier fare. His telegrams were studded with concrete instructions. He worked in a team with others. He had to, for the unit commanders were his executives, and seldom went to commune alone with mountains. As Mao's life was less austere than on the Long March, so his style of leadership was more conventional. Much of his time was spent closeted in meetings with Zhou and others, as secretaries ran in and out of the cave with radio messages from the front. He managed to keep Jiang Qing and the 2 girls born in Yan'an with him, in a fairly close-knit traveling family circle. There were no fresh basic ideas, nor did he write a single poem, at least none he allowed to reach the public. Typically, his only verse was a footnote to another's effort. One morning, a bodyguard was inspired to write by the sight of the sun rising like a fiery ball out of the purple mists over the Yellow River. But he got stuck. Mao heard the poem read, declared, "Unfortunately, it has no ending," and added 3 lines of his own. Mao used a pseudonym, Li Desheng, the given name part of which means obtaining victory. As the fame of his own name grew, he chatted with an old man who had never seen a radio before. Wang was about to smash up the wooden box for firewood. Li Desheng explained as much as he knew about electromagnetic waves. "Don't make kindling of one if you see it around," he admonished. "I won't burn it," old Wang rejoined. "I'll keep it to hear Chairman Mao speak." Mao began to exude a sense of his own power. His writings claim to speak for China. If this is not done, the Chinese people will deem it most improper. After a big victory at Panlong, Mao and Zhou sat on stools under a tree to listen to the report from the communist broadcasting station. From a battery-powered radio on an upturned vat came the emotional voice of an announcer. She put steel in her voice when she spoke of Chang, warmth when she spoke of Mao. Said Mao to Zhou, "That is the way to make a clear distinction between hate and love. We ought to train more announcers like her." Settled for a while in a village, Mao would emerge from his cave at dusk and sit on a stool with a Learn English manual. He still lacked flair for foreign languages, but the dealings with Americans in 1944–45 had made him want to tackle America's language. A self-image of the post-war statesman seemed to be taking shape. One memoir gently compares Mao unfavorably with Zhou for industry. Sometimes, to ease the load of heavy responsibility from the chairman's shoulders, Zhou went to bed still later than the chairman and rose still earlier. By peaking standards, that was a sharp comment. Yet no one, not even Zhang Guitao, ever hinted that Mao lacked personal courage. Mao fought an intense duel with NP General Hu Zongnan, who had taken Yan'an after Mao left. He married there, having sworn not to marry until he had captured Mao's headquarters. Mao's men numbered no more than 20,000, Hu's 230,000. Mao wove around North Shaanxi, causing Hu to overextend himself, and to drain troops from other theaters where the PLA was hard-pressed. Mao had his troops sing, "Keep men, lose land. Land can be taken again. Keep land, lose men. Land and men both lost." Not caring about territory, and hiding from Hu much of the time, he often sat around with his staff talking about novels. He even edited the diaries that he had encouraged his guards to keep as a way of improving their writing. whose 230,000 spread out far and wide. They did not enjoy good ties with the peasants, as Mao's fish did, with who lured in and lulled. Mao stirred. Who came in like a fist, he summed up. We forced him to open like a hand. Now we are cutting off the fingers one by one. Mao went on the offensive all over China in late 1947. What he did to who the PLA did to the NP throughout North and Central China. The people are our bastion of bronze. Mao's words had seemed boastful but turned out to be true. The communists had the populace. The nationalists had only territory. An American military observer stated that by 1947, 70% of the peasants in North China were communist-oriented. On his way from Shaanxi to North China, Mao stopped for 2 days at a Buddhist temple in the Wutai Mountains. Mao quizzed the monks about 2 famous veterans of that particular temple, listened to explanations of the history and practice of the temple, and ended up assuring the Buddhists, the Communist Party comprises people of several religions. Our policy is to protect the practice of religion. In Manchuria, Chiang learned a nasty lesson in the uselessness of commanding buildings but not hearts. His trains set out from one city to the next, only to find that the Mao-inclined peasants had carried the rails off into the hills. Chiang held the stations alone. It summed up the Civil War. The countryside sabotaged the cities. Men won over machines. It was an extra boon for Mao that a bandwagon effect occurred in the cities. Food, peace, freedom was the slogan of a new student movement. It was anti-Chiang because the nationalists were giving the people none of these things. In peasant caves, Mao was a long way from this mini-May Fourth movement. But his way had often been to harness, rather than fully jump into, the activities of the intellectual avant-garde. It had been the same in 1919, when the cry for a new world went up just as he ruminated at Confucius's birthplace. And in 1935, when an anti-Japan student movement erupted in Peking while he was far off in Yan'an. Yet Mao immediately saw the importance of the urban surge of opinion against Chiang in 1947. A second front, he called it, the first being that of the armed struggle. Mao proved his flexibility by fighting big battles in the spring of 1948. He had never been against such confrontations except when he knew he was too weak to win them. Now he was strong. Suddenly the war was being fought not in Mao's enclaves but in the Chiang government's territory. Chiang had written a book, China's Destiny, which foreshadowed his total victory. Now a movie version seemed to race across the screen of China's imagination, at unnatural speed, and in reverse. Each new frame showed disaster for the nationalists. Half of Chiang's troops tied up on garrison duty. Communist bandits, suddenly looking like Chinese boys fighting for their country. Chiang shouting at a general who had just lost half his army. Mao in contemplation, his face as serene as Buddha's. Chiang hopping in and out of planes. Mao walking through villages. Stalin invited Mao to visit Moscow to nurse his health, but Mao was uneasy about leaving China in the turbulent year of 1948. Instead, Stalin sent Mikoyan on a secret trip to see Mao in Hebei. Stalin was a bit like the ancient man of Qi, who was worried that the sky might fall at any time, recalled Nierongzhen. Mikoyan came to check on the strength of the Chinese communist armies, suspecting the Chinese side felt that arduous battles had left them perilously weak. Once in Hebei, Nierongzhen saved Mao's life during a mysterious NP bombing raid. Hearing B-25 planes, General Nie ran into Mao's room to tell him to go to the air raid shelter. Mao was lying prone in blue-striped pajamas. Nie woke him, but Mao sat placidly on the edge of the bed. "It's nothing much," he said. "The planes are just dropping bits of iron and steel. Actually, we need that to make hose and reclaim wasteland." Nie insisted that Mao go underground. Mao refused. Nie ordered guards into Mao's bedroom with a stretcher. When it was positioned near Mao, Nie and his chief of staff neatly lifted Mao onto it. The guards grabbed the stretcher from their 2 superiors and ran with it to the shelter. Bombs rained down. One fragmentation bomb scored a direct hit in the courtyard off which Mao's room stood. Mao uttered no words of gratitude to Nie. Later Nie arrested and executed 2 spies for the NP. who had betrayed Mao's whereabouts and triggered the bombing attack. Mao did not straightaway move on Peking after taking Manchuria. This led Chiang to believe that he could not do so. But Mao had his reasons. The time allowed the PLA to rest. It made the nationalists more and more demoralized as they contemplated their predicament. And it permitted Lin Biao and his fellow commanders to surround all of the 500,000 NP troops in the area and plan a stage-by-stage demolition. The PLA moved on Tianjin and lesser cities first contrary to NP expectations, and took them one by one with almost German efficiency. Li Lisan and Otto Braun would have been overjoyed at the spectacle, had not their un-Maoist error seeking the right thing at the wrong time long since removed them from the cockpit. Some of Mao's colleagues had held a lower expectation of victory over Chiang than Mao himself. "We cannot be defeated," General Peng Dehuai apparently said in 1946, "but it is probably true that we cannot win." It was felt, almost certainly by Liu Shaoqi, among others, that the communists ought to be content for the time being with separate regimes in North and South China. To cross the Yangtze, according to this prudent view, would not only be contrary to Stalin's advice, but likely to provoke Truman's unwelcome intervention. 100,000 U.S. troops were in China in 1948. The Mao of 1948 scorned such pessimism. 30 to 50 years had been Mao's estimate to Xiaoyu, as they took a boat to Shanghai in 1921, of how long it would take for the CCP to win power. 1.5 years of fighting, he predicted in the summer of 1946. July 1951, he said in the spring of 1948. Another year or so, he declared in late 1948, and that turned out about right. Chiang became a peacemaker. Messages full of smooth words came out of Nanjing. But now, Mao was the one who did not want to share power. His terms were as stiff as the bayonets of the advancing PLA. His only real answer to Nanjing came when the PLA marched down from the Green Hills and took the lovely city in April. Southern capital had fallen and soon the South fell too. Mao wrote his first poem in a while. He spoke of a peak just east of Nanjing that the ancients styled a dragon. It hovers over the city, likened by tradition to a tiger. Over Mount Zhong a sudden storm has arisen. 1,000,000 courageous warriors cross the great river. The crouching tiger and the coiled dragon are more majestic than ever in the past. It is a moment of heroic triumph. Heaven and earth have been overturned. The poem ended with lines that seemed to come from the tiger within Mao. "Let us gather up our courage and pursue the broken foe. It is not fit to seek praise by imitating the tyrant of Chu. If heaven had feelings, heaven too would grow old. The true way that governs the world of men is that of root and branch change." True way that governs the world of men was a very Confucian turn of speech. But the second part of the line put Confucius off the agenda. No Confucian ever used political power for root and branch change. Mao had been reading Aesop's fables and found in evil for good a logic for ruthlessness. The farm boy found a snake frozen by cold. Taking pity, he nursed it. Revived by warmth, the snake reverted to its usual ways and bit the poor farm boy. Mao quoted the boy's dying lament, "I've got what I deserve for taking pity on an evil creature." The monkey within Mao was permitted no tricks at this moment of reckoning. The tyrant of Chu had spared an opponent only to be destroyed by him. The opportunity for root and branch change had come. No wisps of sentiment would stop Mao from grabbing it. Mao hurled his victory into Chiang's face. "To whom should the fruits of victory in the war of resistance belong?" he inquired. "It is very obvious. Take a peach tree, for example. Who is entitled to pick the peaches? Ask who planted and watered the tree." Chiang Kai-shek, squatting on the mountain, did not carry a single bucket of water, yet now he stretches out his arms from afar to pick the peaches. He says, "I own them as the landlord. You are my serfs, and I won't allow you to pick any." We say, "You never carried any water, so you have no right to pick them." Mao was now an actor in the realm of world politics. His trip to Chongqing in 1945 made him known. His success on the battlefield during 1947 made him feared. On the walls of his office in Yan'an he had hung portraits of the Big Four: Chiang, Churchill, Roosevelt, Stalin, in the order of the Western alphabet, as they generally seem to be in Yan'an. This lineup had put China among the concert of great powers. By 1948, Mao felt that he had all but replaced Chiang as China's leader. He had begun to order Chiang around. "We absolutely will not permit you to do it," he said of the nationalist plan to set free a notorious Japanese war criminal. In his own mind, this put him into the world arena, and an upcoming incident would make it clear he was correct. Britain sent a frigate up the Yangtze as if the Orient were still John Bull's backyard. The Amethyst headed for Nanjing, at once to show the flag and to carry cigars and port to the British embassy in that teetering capital. But the Yangtze Valley was no longer in Chiang's hands, as assumed by London, which had grown used to mastery over the pliant Chinese. Mao's men shot at and crippled the Amethyst. 23 Britons were killed. For 101 days, the frigate lay like a sick fish because its captain refused to sign a document confessing to having criminally invaded Chinese waters. The House of Commons bristled with indignation. Churchill called the PLA's action an atrocious outrage. Mao replied with the simple point that a sovereign country could not allow foreign boats to sail up and down its rivers at will. The bandit now spoke for China. "A foreign government which wishes to consider establishing diplomatic relations with us," Mao declared in a statement that aroused the British but seems only logical today, "must sever relations with the remnant nationalist forces and withdraw its armed forces from China." Stalin's contribution to Mao's victory was to urge him to give up just as he reached the brink of power. "We considered that the development of the uprising in China had no prospects," Stalin admitted later, "that the Chinese comrades should seek a modus vivendi with Chiang Kai-shek, that they should join the Chiang Kai-shek government and dissolve their army." Mao correctly felt that post-war Asia was taking a shape that outstripped the vision of the Big Four. His later distrust of superpowers was due in part to the fact that in 1948, the great powers showed no sign of welcoming him to their club. Chiang moved south to Canton. The U.S. ambassador did not follow Chiang this time. Nor did the envoys of the other major countries. They all stayed in Nanjing with one exception. The envoy of the USSR went to Canton, clinging to Chiang's white bones as North China turned red under Mao. Mao invited Ambassador Leighton Stewart to come and talk. It was a footnote in mirror image to Mao's own attempt to go to Washington and talk with Roosevelt in 1945. Mao had decided that China would look to Russia for the time being. But still at stake was whether or not Mao's China would have businesslike ties with the U.S. But Stewart dithered, and Washington was quarter-hearted about Mao-Stewart talks. In 1945, when he was weak, Mao would have come to Washington. The U.S. did not ask him. In 1949, he was strong and did not have to go anywhere. But he did invite a U.S. official lower in seniority than himself to come to him. Again, the U.S. was not very interested. In 1945, Washington saw Mao as too weak to bother with. Just 4 years later, it saw him as too strong to get anything from. Mao became bitter. Soon he ordered tough and peremptory treatment for U.S. consular personnel in North China. Accused of being spies, many were unjustly bundled out of the country. The last contacts the Americans had with the communists in Nanjing were not pleasant. Huang Hua said frankly they looked on USA as an enemy, Stewart noted in his diary. The frail ambassador went back to the U.S., where he soon suffered a stroke. Mao said goodbye to him with Farewell Leighton Stewart, the nastiest essay he ever wrote about the U.S. He looked back on Marshall's mediation as an effort to gain control of all China without fighting. He called Chiang's regime a U.S. colonial government. The lines were acidic, recklessly anti-American, laced with quips from old Chinese books. Mao could not hide a certain resentment that the U.S. was rich while China was poor. He hated U.S. charity even more than U.S. weapons. The Americans have sprinkled some relief flour in Peiping, Tianjin, and Shanghai to see who will stoop to pick it up. U.S. arrogance toward its clients made him recall a fisherman in the Zhou dynasty, 1122 to 255 BC, who held a bare rod without hook or bait 3 feet above the water while declaring, "The fish that is destined to be caught will come up." With a line from the ancient classic, Book of Rites, he warned those Chinese who might still wish to hold out a hand toward Uncle Sam. He who swallows food handed out in contempt will get a bellyache. There was a wound in Mao beneath the shell of bravado. He threw contempt at the U.S. with the stridency of one who believes he has been treated contemptuously. "Why can't we live without the United States?" he cried, in a voice too loud to suggest a sense of security. Why did Mao attack the liberals Stuart Acheson, yet pay little attention to the McCarthy rightists? The American liberals were Mao's main enemy because their attractiveness to Chinese liberals raised a question about Mao's pro-Sovietism. Some third-force people, even some communists, looked up to American democracy. And they felt the U.S., so far away, after all, was a lesser evil than the USSR. Mao was making a foreign policy point to hit a domestic target, making use of the mulberry to point to the ash, as a Chinese saying has it. Chiang had to move 5 times during 1949, and in December, he left the mainland for Taiwan. Stuart told his diary, "CKS on Formosa raises many problems. Neither Stuart nor Mao knew then how big the problems would be. Did Mao win, or did Chiang lose? Both occurred." Chiang himself admitted in 1948 to an NP meeting that the CCP had been more dedicated than the NP and had served the Chinese people better. The PLA outfought and outwitted the nationalist armies. The Chinese economy fell to pieces in Chiang's uncomprehending hands. The two failures were really one. Chiang's constituency was too narrow. "A people's war is not decided by taking or losing a city," Mao told the American reporter Anna Louise Strong when she asked him about the loss of Yan'an, but by solving the agrarian problem. Mao beat Chiang because he understood, as Chiang did not, the social significance of war in the green and brown vastness of China. You win when you have won the old 100 names of rural China. Mao did not turn the people off by conscription and grain levies, as Chiang did. His cadres did not spend half their time feathering their own nests, as Chiang's did. He did not depend on foreigners for support, as Chiang did by 1948. After VJ Day, Chiang received $3 billion in U.S. aid. In the same period, Mao received almost no foreign aid. Mao won the backing of intellectuals who found that Chiang's brittle declarations of allegiance to the free world went along with shrinking liberties in his own backyard of Chinese patriots who looked around and saw their nation going to rack and ruin under Chiang, of anyone who preferred a vague hope for the future over a patent disgust at the present. Chiang was shrewd only within the bounds of each successive crisis. His mind had no reach. Mao took the long view of a man who has studied the forces of history. Chiang was a vain man, often sidetracked by the shadows of things. Mao was, in the 1940s, a dry man, interested only in the substance of his goals. Chiang was merely a military man. Mao was a man of ideas for whom the gun was one instrument. In 1943, when the CCP was still weak, Chiang could have reached an agreement with Mao favorable to himself. But he did not understand, as Mao did, the relation between politics and war. Seeking only a military solution to the problem of communism, he lost both his armies and the Chinese people. Mao found in Dream of the Red Chamber an image for Chiang's view of his army. The character Jia Baoyu was born with a piece of jade in his mouth. The root of his life. It had to be worn around his neck day in and out. If he lost it, he would lose his wits. Mao saw Chiang's army as a totem meant to shield him from the external world. Mao's own idea of an army was different. Basically, it was the people mobilized. Not a mechanism, nor a mystical thing. Simply one of the modes of political struggle. Mao could never lose his army, as if it were Jia's piece of jade, but Chiang was haunted by a fear of losing his. By mid-1948, more than 3 million people belonged to the CCP and 2.5 million to the PLA. The army had to be divided up into field, regional, and guerrilla forces. Problems of discipline and coordination arose. Mao wrote dull memos like, on setting up a system of reports. On Well Mountain, Mao had been a shepherd to his sheep. Now he commanded one of the world's 5 biggest armies. Methods could not be the same. A city existence brought way-of-life dilemmas that had never before faced Mao's rural band. Mao had won the battle for power. At the same time, he began to lose ground in the battle for purity. His ambivalence about bigness grew. He began to suspect that more could be less. The monkey would not allow the tiger to have all that its force seemed to command. And the role of teacher, which at Yan'an he had nicely combined with that of leader, seemed to slip away from him. In April 1948, the PLA retook Yan'an. But it could not retake the Yan'an spirit. Mao dictated a telegram to congratulate the Yan'anese on their return to the fold. He never revisited Yan'an. Mao scarcely showed himself as liberation came. He seemed almost bored by the outward forms. He sat in a back room and made decisions. These were mainly how, and in what order, to pluck the fruits that hung temptingly around him. As 1948 drew to a close, Colonel David Barrett lunched in Peking with John Melby, who was also from the U.S. Embassy in Nanjing. It was a perfect day. A steady sun lit up the persimmons. But a rumble of artillery rattled the chopsticks. The PLA had reached the western hills which overlook the flat, square calm of Peking. Shells were falling on the Peking airport. An MP general, holding on to the city by a fingernail, sent a delegation outside the city walls to talk with Mao's peasant warriors. A surrender was arranged, robed in the term coalition. This no longer meant shared power. It was merely a symbol for manipulation by the CCP. In January 1949, the NP general handed over Peking and also 200,000 troops. Mao's tactics had saved the city from a lot of destruction. By delaying so long, and taking so many other cities first, he made it unlikely that the nationalists would fight for Peking. Mao rewarded Chiang's general for being reasonable by making him Minister of Water Conservation. Soon the PLA padded in like rural boys arriving for a Saturday outing in the city. Cloth shoes, gawking expressions, uniforms like pajamas. Some tried to light their cigarettes from light bulbs. A loudspeaker preceded them with a slightly sanctimonious cry. Congratulations to the people of Peiping on their liberation. Some spectators took the soldiers' pink farm boy complexions for a mark of exhaustion after a long trek. Others gasped to see that the tanks, jeeps, and heavy artillery that rolled silently by were nearly all American. Chiang is our quartermaster, Mao used to joke, and he had been right. Portraits of Mao and Zhu De were held aloft. Zhu was grinning, and Mao was impassive. Walls and telegraph poles were flecked with mimeographed handbills about New China. The North China Daily News, organ of Chiang's Ministry of Information, overnight became Mao's People's Daily. Peking editors were wise to swiftly toe the new line. For few things did Mao supervise more closely than the printed word. He commissioned articles. He demanded the galley proofs of important pieces and marked changes in his own swirling characters. He wrote scores of newspaper columns himself, never signing them. And for years, he hired and fired press people as if they were his kitchen staff. Peking was turning red, yet its citizens had never set eyes on the chief painter. Did he really exist? Asked the ignorant, when 7 weeks after the nationalist surrender Mao still had not arrived. Had Peking been so cold to him in 1918-20, wondered the better informed, that he had decided to base his new regime elsewhere? Then one day, a rumor flew through the alleys that Mao was on the way. He traveled step by step from Shijiazhuang, Stone Homestead, 160 miles south, the first city in North China to fall to the PLA, arriving in Peking on March 23. Setting out from Hebei, Mao remarked to Zhou Enlai, "Today we enter Peking and take the imperial examination." Zhou grinned and remarked, "We certainly don't want to be knocked back," said Mao. To be knocked back would be like failing the imperial exam. "We don't want to be a Li Zicheng," he added in a historical reference to the rebel leader who sought to found a dynasty in 1644. People's Daily printed its first extra. "Chairman Mao has arrived in Peiping," the newsboys cried in piercing tones. The headline was 4 inches high in red ink. Customers clawed the newsboys to get a copy of the single sheet. It sold out in 45 minutes. Do-gooders and the left were thrilled at the turn of events. The rich were bitter and afraid. Rickshaw pullers chatted evenly about the prospects. Everyone speculated about Mao's nature and his priorities. At Peking University, a porter called Guo paused to reminisce with a librarian. "He used to work right in this room, at that desk over there, checking out newspapers and magazines." Librarian Wang stared at the spot. "Yes, I remember. It's 30 years since I saw him last. In his photographs, he looks heavier." Wang addressed the universe. Who could have known? Maybe he wished that he had looked after Mao a bit better in 1920, taken more pains to track down books for Mao to devour. Wang was right about Mao's being heavier. "You've put on weight," said a visitor who had seen Mao just 4 years before. "The reactionaries caused me to get thin." Mao beamed with a victor's good humor. "Now that they've been chased away, I am filling out." Sleep was part of the story. When he went to bed earlier, he got fatter. When Changsha fell to the PLA, a telegram of celebration reached Mao. It was from the brother of his early wife, Yang Kaihui. 5 days later, Mao replied at some length. He gave Mr. Yang some family news. Both Mao's sons by Kaihui were in Peking. Anqing was at school. Anying was using his Russian in translation work at the CCP offices. "They both want to see their grandmother," Mao added. In the following years, he arranged for his 2 sons to visit Hunan. On separate trips, Anying in 1950 and Anqing in 1951 went to the grave of their mother and made the rounds of the Yang family. Mao got in touch with Chen Yueying, the nursemaid from his days with Yang Kaihui at Clearwater Pond in Changsha. For times she came up to Beijing at Mao's invitation. Mao spent long sessions alone with her. Mao did not feed the excitement in Beijing by going into the streets. He settled in books, tobacco, bodyguards, worn garments, to a secluded pavilion in the fragrant hills, west of the city, where security could be tight. Later, after his return from Moscow in the winter of 1949-50, he moved into the grounds of the Forbidden City, cut off from the open city by the same vermilion walls that had enclosed the emperors. His quarters were a pavilion called the Chrysanthemum Fragrance Study, brushed by pines and cypress, its bedroom the size of a ballroom. It was a striking choice of home. The axe fell on much that was old in Beijing over the next few years. Walls and gates came down like scenery after the end of an opera. Craftsmen were diverted from making objets d'art to making soap. Almost all foreign embassies were required to leave the graceful mansions of the legation quarter and establish themselves in a sterile suburb. Yet Mao did not build himself a Stalinist bungalow. He lived where the emperors had lived. The house was a Ming Dynasty pavilion. It occupied a quiet corner of the grounds of the Forbidden City, heart of the dynasties. Its golden tiles curved up to an apex beneath a plane tree's spreading branches. Red pillars stood like sentries around the walls of dark brown wood. Outside Mao's windows were bronze dragons, mouths open too wide, snarling some message from the past that no one in the Beijing of 1949 was in a position to hear. White stone steps led up to a wide glass door in 4 parts with curtains draped discreetly on the inside. The area was called South and Central Lakes, and Mao could see the porcelain blue waters of the fish-laden lakes from his front door. The interior was plain and elegant. Mao did not favor flowers or any other decoration. Very tall ceilings lent a sepulchral air. Tall windows threw down light as in a cathedral. Carved wooden screens and long silk hangings set a sparse tone. Lamps were hoisted like streetlights, 10 feet above capacious armchairs. Books were stacked flat in piles, as old Chinese books are arranged. Amid them stood the Encyclopedia Britannica, perhaps a tool for Mao's periodic attacks on the English language. A tea mug and a magnifying glass stood out on Mao's cloth-covered scholar's desk. His work chair was wicker so that his shirt would not stick to it in summer. The bedroom did not look very different from the study. On one side of the wooden bed was a vast bench piled high with books. On the other was a spittoon. Clothes hung on stands like doctors' robes. Outside the window lay a vegetable plot. Mao would wander out to tend the beans in moments of rumination. This the emperors did not do. Mao's mind's eye must have taken many a snapshot of liberation. Who raised the red flag over his farmhouse in Music Mountain? Was there a struggle at Great Welfare Daily in Changsha? How was the PLA received as it marched by Snake and Tortoise Hills to take Wuhan? Liberation from quickly became a past memory. Chinese Communist Party in power was the blunt, disturbing new meaning of the word liberation. Enormous as his part had been in removing the old burdens from China's back, Mao would now be judged by what he would do in office for China. Will the tattered clothes change Peiping? Mao mused as he took up the reins. Or will the change run in the opposite direction? In May 1949, shown a draft New China News Agency editorial to be published in honor of the liberation of Shanghai, Mao handwrote an edition. Foreign governments ought to learn a lesson from the past and give up their mistaken policies of interfering in China's internal affairs, and adopt a policy of friendship toward the Chinese people. In mid-year, Mao dispatched Deng Yingzhou, the wife of Zhou Enlai, to Shanghai to carry a respectful letter from Mao to Song Qingling. The widow of Sun Yat-sen was invited to come north to Beijing to take part in the People's Consultative Conference. Mao's letter of June 19 was humble and gracious. Within 2 weeks, on July 1 in Shanghai, Song gave a speech that was music to the ears of Mao, congratulating the communists on moving from muddy villages to the pinnacle of leadership, and saluting their heroic long march. Hearing of Song's remarks, Mao said, "Deng Yingzhou has handsomely fulfilled the purpose of her trip to Shanghai on behalf of the party center." Perhaps this year of 1949 would be the real watershed in Mao's career, a more important point of demarcation than any dualism in his own character for reasons inherent in the socialist construction that now awaited him. So far, Mao's revolutionary idealism was under the control of his political realism. But the years to come would ultimately reverse those roles. Quite often Mao would be fighting against himself. Chapter 10. We shall put aside the things we know well. 1949 to 1950. Mao, at 55, came out of his study to proclaim the People's Republic of China and hoist its flag on October 1, 1949. A tank rolled ahead of Mao's car as the parade slowly ate up the Boulevard of Eternal Peace. It was a Sherman, number 237,438 W14. It had come from Detroit to Shanghai as a U.S. gift to help Chiang exterminate Mao. Sherman 237,438 W14 had served the free world for a season. Now it clattered its way by the Imperial Palace into a different world. Mao stood in a new suit high on the gate of heavenly peace. A blow-up of Sun Yat-sen beamed an involuntary blessing toward him from the south. Millions of people, organized in positions at the square of the gate of heavenly peace by numbers written on the flagstones, heard Mao sum up what had made him run. "The Chinese people have stood up. Nobody will insult us again." Mao wrote a thank you note. Despite the press of business, the government made plans for a monument to the people's heroes, and Mao did an epigraph for it. "Eternal glory," ran the lines in usual war memorial style, "to the heroes of the people who laid down their lives." The struggle of the past 3 years was saluted, and a second stanza honored that of the past 30 years. Surprisingly, there was a third. Mao thanked all those who from 1840 laid down their lives in the many struggles against domestic and foreign enemies. Mao had given the Opium War as the base date for the revolution. He was recalling not just 3 years' fight against Chiang and 3 decades of the CCP, but 100 years of abjectness before the non-Chinese world. The communist era was not treated as its own separate slice of time, but as a culmination of the entire anti-imperialist era. None of Mao's colleagues would have written the epitaph in such a way. The monument with Mao's epitaph stands, a granite stalk in the bare 98 acres of the square of the Gate of Heavenly Peace, as Mao's plea for legitimacy in the Chinese history books. In a speech, Mao recalled that the hero of his school years, Kang Yue, whom he had urged as prime minister in 1911, did not and could not find the way to achieve his utopian vision of a great harmony. Mao had found the way. "The only way," he said in a reversion to Marxist words, "is through a people's republic led by the working class." Here was Marxism offered as a tool for implementing a dream as old as the hills of China. Kang had understood the goal, Mao implied. Mao was doing to Marx what Kang had done to Confucius. Kang asserted that values for life in the modern world could be found in Confucius, if you read him properly. Mao asserted that Marx's idea of communism did exist in China's past. As a goal, it had been unattainable because no one, prior to the CCP, had found the means to get from there to here. Moscow must have been alarmed. Mao had lifted Marxism from its lineage in Europe and given it a Chinese birth certificate. Mao put the West in its place too. The era in which the Chinese people were regarded as uncivilized is now ended. He declared that Chinese culture eclipsed all that the West had to offer. The level of understanding of the modern world of Atchison and his like, Mao claimed, is lower than that of an ordinary soldier of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. We shall soon put aside some of the things we know well, Mao observed wistfully in mid-1949, and be compelled to do things we don't know well. Village days were over. So was life with the gun. Ahead were new things: budgets, squabbles between regions, fights among lieutenants, a honeycomb of bureaucracy, the moral problems that belong to success. Mao's tasks were clear-cut for a while. Some territorial mopping up remained to be done. Still unliberated were Taiwan, Hainan, an island of bananas and balmy breezes near Vietnam, and Tibet. There were also borders with a half-dozen nations which the colonial era, as its parting shot at New China, had left in a messy state. Despite Stalin's urging, Mao had no intention of touching Hong Kong, a golden goose which could yet lay many an egg for the fatherland by remaining outside, though within reach of the fold. Production had to be spurred. China had been at war for 12 years, and partly at war the years before that. Factories were decrepit. Transportation was a joke for a nation of 9.6 million square kilometers. Virtually no steel was being produced in the late 1940s, and 550 million Chinese had to be joined in a network of organization. This was the cutting edge of the Communist Party's encounter with that large part of China that still lay beyond its mystique. Nothing could be written on the blank piece of paper to which Mao, in a troubling image, likened the Chinese masses, unless the paper was firmly in place before the calligrapher. To get China moving, Mao needed energy from all reaches of society. 11 of the 24 ministers in his first government were non-communists. 14 political parties were admitted to a role in the first act of the PRC. Mao scared almost no one in 1949 to 50, unless they read with care what he wrote. New democracy, Mao called the phase of national recovery. For its duration, private enterprise could coexist with that of the state. But he meant new democracy to be a stage, not a fixed pattern of society. He never hid that transition to socialism would follow it. And transition to socialism was to lead on to a class goal. Mao laid down the process in On the People's Democratic Dictatorship, a meaty pre-inaugural speech. He had used people instead of proletariat in offering a Chinese version of Marx's dictatorship of the proletariat. It was not a sleight of hand. Mao's revolution had been a broader one than Lenin's for a clear reason. Non-Chinese had bulked large among the CCP's enemies, so a wide spectrum of Chinese supported the communists. Say imperialism, and the echo came back people. On the other hand, Mao was not using dictatorship merely as a textual bow to Marx. He meant it as a method for recasting Chinese society. Democracy for the people, he blandly announced, and dictatorship over the reactionaries. Everything far too much would hinge on who belonged to the people in changing times. On the class goal, Mao was also quite frank. The flag that he hoisted to found the PRC showed 5 yellow stars on a red background. One star is bigger than the others. The 5 stars which shine above the gate of heavenly peace stand for the 5 classes which Mao included in the New Democracy Compromise. But the big star is the proletariat. 2 months after the PRC was founded, Mao packed his bags for his first trip outside China. He went to Moscow to meet Stalin and formalize the PRCs, leaning to one side. He felt ready to put in an appearance decades after all his top colleagues had done so at the fountainhead of communist power. Mao, at 56 the Marxist boss of 550 million Asians, was to broach the future with Stalin, at 70 the Pope of worldwide Marxism. By the time Mao came back to the Forbidden City, he probably regretted the nastiness of Farewell Leighton Stewart, for it was a tough visit to the frigid Soviet capital. Stalin was not willing to sign a treaty, Mao recalled. After 2 months of negotiations, he at last signed. In Moscow, Mao first glimpsed the non-Chinese world. He gazed unappreciatively at the Bolshoi ballet. He tried to eat the abundant slabs of fish and meat which to a Chinese seemed underprepared. Mao faced the hauteur of a Stalin who still had not grasped the magnitude of the CCP's victory. Another Tito was one of the Soviet leader's swear words for Mao in 1949. Margarine Marxist was another. It seemed a proof of anxiety, rather than a result of the borscht and the vodka, that Mao once more became ill in a moment of pressure. Stalin's interest in China was not compatible with Mao's view of China's destiny. Stalin saw Socialist China as a new pupil to be given a place in his Marxism class, alongside Poland and Hungary and the others. He expected new China to honor and supply goods to the Soviet fatherland just as Eastern Europe did. Mao saw his revolution as sui generis. He felt that he had fired a shot that would ring for decades throughout the non-European world. It was not easy for him to align his pride in China with the need to maneuver in a complex world not of China's making. Stalin at times kept Mao waiting like a message boy. For days at a stretch, Stalin had no contact with Mao. And since Stalin did not order anyone else to talk to Mao, no Russian dared to go and see him. Mao, feeling isolated at one point, threatened to pack up and return to China. Mao wrung a mere US $300 million in credits for 5 years out of his hosts. It was to be repaid with Chinese goods and raw materials, plus 1% interest. Such aid was less than Moscow gave to Poland, 20 times smaller than China, and about one-third the value of the equipment the Soviet armies took home with them from Manchuria in the late 1940s. It also happened that the ruble was devalued by 20% just as Mao arrived back in Beijing, which sliced $60 million off the meager $300 million. Stalin exacted a price for his credits. Mao agreed to 3 distasteful things. Until 1952, as it turned out, until 1955 Russia was to retain control of parts of Manchuria, its 2 sea gateways, Dalian and Port Arthur, and its Chinese Eastern Railway. Joint stock companies were to be set up to exploit minerals in the western deserts of Xinjiang. And Outer Mongolia, which Mao had hitherto spoken of as China's, was recognized by the PRC as a sovereign nation. Mao looked troubled, and these concessions touched the core of his national pride. And it was a loss of face to receive a loan 10 times smaller than the amount that, according to Indian government sources, he had hoped for. For the first time since he became party leader, Mao faced criticism from Chinese who wished to be tougher with Stalin than he was being. "Why lean to one side?" was the title of one skeptical pamphlet that found its way from hand to hand. Some in Beijing openly resisted the alliance with Stalin under the tactful slogan, "Victory is possible even without international help." Mao was a subtler man than Stalin. But Stalin had more experience of the world than Mao. And playing on foreign turf, Mao was less masterly than when the game took place amid the old books and red pillars and overhanging trees of the Forbidden City, as it would with Khrushchev. What Mao did get, a treaty of friendship, alliance, and mutual assistance, turned to ashes in his mouth within a dozen years. Some figures in Beijing, not top CCP colleagues but intellectuals, were soon to murmur, "I told you so." Mao said to Stalin when asked what his goal on the trip, "I want something which looks good and tastes good." Stalin did not understand Mao's meaning, but after an explanation from the Chinese ambassador to the Soviet foreign minister, Moscow got Mao's point. He wanted a treaty which looked good in the eyes of the world and was tasty in terms of benefits for China. Stalin agreed and wished to sign the resulting treaty with Mao. Mao objected that he was party leader, not head of the government, and that Stalin should sign with Zhou Enlai. Stalin declined to sign with Zhou, so the 2 foreign ministers signed the treaty. Wouldn't a Soviet China be under Moscow's control? Snow had asked Mao in the 1930s. Mao replied, in a burst of rare rakishness, that if such could occur it was also possible to build a railway to Mars and buy a ticket from Mr. H. G. Wells. Yet in 1949–50, Mao felt he had no alternative but to bend a knee before Stalin. He had lost America. He needed security in the North and a guarantee against Japan. He could do with $300 million not available elsewhere. Mao also seemed to be in awe of Stalin. His awareness that he thought more of Stalin than Stalin thought of him did not make him turn against the Pope of Marxism. Certainly there had been enough recent reasons for Mao to doubt Stalin. Moscow had clung to Chiang until long after Marshall had written him off. Stalin was at least an indirect help to those in the CCP who were willing to make a deal with Chiang in 1948. Still, Stalin had been a better friend to Mao than Truman and Attlee, skepticism being less bad than hostility. Moscow recognized the PRC 24 hours after its proclamation. If Stalin was the last major leader to acknowledge that Chiang had lost the mainland, he was the first to acknowledge that Mao had won it. Stalin's actions in Manchuria were not anti-CCP, as sometimes viewed, but they were based on a breathtaking underestimation of the CCP's grip upon the future. When Stalin looted the factories of Mukden, now called Shenyang, he did not dream that Mao would rule the city within a couple of years. Soon after Mao's trip to Moscow, Stalin took a liking to pineapple. "Get off a message to the Chinese," he ordered Malenkov, "that I'd like them to give us an area where we can build a pineapple cannery." Khrushchev gently warned Stalin that the CCP did not like foreign factories on Chinese soil. "This is sure to offend Mao Zedong," said the man who later became a specialist in doing just that. Mao did not like Stalin's idea, but his cable was a mild one. "If you are interested in canned pineapples, then give us a credit loan and we will build the cannery ourselves. We will then pay back your loan with the produce from this cannery." Stalin cursed and fumed. No Chinese pineapples graced the Kremlin's tables. Yet Mao never wrote Stalin off as he wrote off so many others. It was a measure of Mao's oddly dogged respect for Moscow that in 1950, he toned down his own claims to be an original Marxist thinker in order not to risk casting a shadow upon Stalin. He even asked Stalin to send a bright Soviet Marxist to Beijing to screen the Mao-selected works before they began to go to press in 1951. In Mao's 60th year, the news arrived of Stalin's death. The greatest genius of the present age, Mao called the Russian tyrant. On the other hand, he did not fly to Moscow for the funeral. He was the only communist leader in the Soviet bloc not to do so. Both reactions counted. Mao admired Stalin, and he felt that he alone had the stature to be the world's next Stalin. By staying away from the funeral, Mao seemed to elevate himself above the remaining Soviet bloc leaders. Years later, Mao refused to criticize Stalin in public, even after Stalin had been unfrocked by his own colleagues. But he told colleagues in November 1956, "In my entire life, I have 3 times written in praise of Stalin. In Yenin on his 60th birthday, in Moscow on his 70th birthday, and when he died, in 1953. None of this writing was done willingly. I had to say these things." Mao's first great acts of state were a marriage law and a land law. Both struck a body blow at old China. Both seemed to bestow individuality on the hitherto undifferentiated Chinese masses. Mao sought to give the peasant a free choice of spouse and a piece of land. But setting people free to be individuals was not Mao's final goal. He had a fresh grand design in mind, for which the Chinese masses would again be furnishings, as they had been of feudalism's grand design. Mao did not intend to turn China into a land of Jeffersonian small cultivators. To smash the landlords and divide the land among the tillers was a first step. It was a big step, almost like a religious conversion for the Chinese peasants whose chains fell off. The rural poor, once unleashed, murdered landlords by the hundreds of thousands. Yet this was a storm, not a change of climate. Tillers would soon have to pool their land into communes. Politically, Mao was still a paternalist. China was too backward to make one sure leap to modernity. Reaching democracy and equality values Mao embraced was going to be complicated indeed. A marriage law and a land law could not overnight put an end to the intractable distinctions of old China. Guardianship would still be the order of the day. Ideology won over at least the words of China. At last, rule was by the people. Peace was everywhere threatened by imperialism. The USSR was the world's showcase of democracy. The first volume of Mao's selected works, 2 million copies in 1951, provided the set phrases. Tongues, if not souls, fell into line. A China that we can almost recognize from looking at the PRC many decades later took shape in 1950. The stage props that belonged to dual rule were in place. In the foreground were cardboard organizations to fit every stage and station in life: Women's Federation, Youth League, Labor Congresses, Young Pioneers. In the background was the party omnipresent and armed. Going to meetings became the badge of one's new life. Some weary committeegoer may have wryly noted a passage from Mao's Hunan Report. A world of committeemen, Mao quoted a landowner as complaining of the new peasant associations in 1927. You can't even go for a piss without bumping into a committeeman. Philosophy, said a label in one section of every bookstore. Behind it were the works of Marx, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao. What else could philosophy mean after liberation? The quest was over. The answers lay on the shelves. In parts of Sichuan province, as late as 1948, people had never heard of Mao. China is huge, and extending a net of rule across it took years, even though Mao had got a head start by controlling part of North China for 15 years. It was Deng Xiaoping whom Mao sent to take charge of Sichuan and the rest of southwest China. At one of the numberless lane meetings in Shanghai, an illiterate old woman was required to express her opinion on the draft of the new constitution. In Shanghai dialect, constitution and magician's trick are pronounced almost the same. The discussion seemed to the old woman to be about supporting the new magician's trick. As the eager priests of communism pressed her, she drew herself up and declared, "During my 73 years I can recall having seen only one magician's trick. The people's government, which is now about to perform a magic trick, therefore has my support. I am determined to witness it." The priests were so furious that the meeting was kept in session half the night, until the old woman managed to utter some enthusiastic words about the Constitution. "When a man reaches old age, he will die," Mao remarked to an august party audience. And the same is true of a party. The axiom may have shocked some. Mortality is not always a polite topic, least of all among communists talking of their party. Revolutionary dictatorship and counter-revolutionary dictatorship are by nature opposites, Mao said in reference to the class rule he had introduced, but the former was learned from the latter. Indeed, then can it be all good? Was there a touch of wistfulness for the anarchism which Mao had left behind in the Changsha of his youth? Leaders of the new Democratic Youth League came to see Mao. "Be more independent," Mao told them, though every other voice around them seemed to be saying the opposite. "The revolution has brought us many fine things, but also one thing that is not so good," he burst out. "Everybody is much too active and enthusiastic, and often getting tired out." He ordered his visitors to make sure that all students be given an additional hour of sleep. Too many committees after all? Mao went on to say just that. Meetings for activists are too frequent and should be reduced. The young cadres showed him a draft of their proposed constitution. One article laid down, "Don't gossip behind people's backs," advised the man who had learned about the gap between paper and performance. "You may prohibit backbiting, but actually it won't work. The true admiration the masses feel for their leaders," he remarked, "derives from what they come to know of them in the course of revolutionary practice." How could young cadres attain stature, now that the battles of the revolution had all been won? Success changed the nature of Mao's leadership. The paradox was that as the party gained control of China, Mao found it harder to control the party. Both at Yan'an and during the Civil War, Mao ran a tight ship in the sense that he led personally. "Once we entered the cities," he remarked in a post-mortem years later, "we were dispersed, each devoting himself to his own sphere. Practically nothing comes to my ear in Beijing," Mao soon complained, "and therefore I shall go on tour from time to time." The scope of work in a nation of nearly 600 million people required a maze of intermediate levels between Mao and the grassroots. Its compartmentalization gave Mao a sense that he was losing control. On the eve of victory, Mao had talked readily of total power and of China falling into the hands of the Chinese people. Total power was to prove an elusive thing, nor was it easy to define people. Mao in 1949 had by no means foreseen the full shape of the 1950s and 1960s. His first rude surprise was the Korean War. One hot June day in 1950, Mao gave a speech about two trials thrust on China. "The trial of war is already basically over," he said before dwelling on the trial of land reform. Next day, he pushed through the same government forum a resolution about soldiers going back to their home provinces for assignment to civilian jobs. And the day after that, North Korean troops moved into South Korea. 2 days later, Truman made a statement of American determination to resist the attack on South Korea and to guard the Taiwan Strait with the 7th Fleet. Tibet and Taiwan were the only two places where Mao had expected a further role for the PLA, Hainan Island having been taken by a neat amphibious operation in the spring. No PLA units were in a state of readiness in the northeast area that adjoins Korea. Still, from the spring of 1950, Mao was sympathetically aware of Kim's plans to attack South Korea. "We should help little Kim," he said to Stalin in Moscow. He was ready from the start of the crisis to throw Chinese troops into Korea, but the timing and conditions of doing so had much to do with his relations to Moscow. Stalin had been pressuring Mao to be tougher with the US since 1948, but Moscow did not want direct involvement in a Korean war. "For you, Chinese, it is possible to help the Korean people," Stalin said to Zhou as Chinese troops prepared to go into Korea. "But for us it is impossible because we are not ready for the Third World War." Mao had good reasons to intervene in Korea, but he was in a complex situation and wanted Stalin's backing before he moved. Stalin wanted Kim to attack the South, but only if Mao was involved. Mao had grown up to take Korea for granted as a sideshow of the Middle Kingdom. He thought of it mainly as a place where Japan marauded, as in China, and from 1945, as one more link in the chain that Truman seemed bent on rattling at China's doorstep. Yet, if Mao had no great respect for the Korean nation, he thought it an important place for China's interests. Geography wills it. The China-Korea border snakes 500 miles along the Yalu and Tumun rivers. As General MacArthur grew expansive in his war aims on behalf of Seoul, Mao conveyed his position to the U.S. through the Indian ambassador in Beijing. It was not hawkish, but it was clear-cut. China would step in if MacArthur took the war to or over China's border. Yet this was tactical. The warnings from Zhou through India were designed to cast Chinese intervention in Korea as defensive. Before the Incheon landing turned the tide against Kim, certainly before U.S. troops reached the Yalu River, Mao was so deeply involved with Kim and Stalin that a Chinese military role in Korea was only a matter of time. Mao met secretly with Kim in Beijing in May 1950. By August, in a cable to Peng Dehuai, he asked that 12 armies be readied for flexible use, clearly with Korea in mind. Before the Incheon landing, Mao had 250,000 troops at the Yalu River. All the while Stalin was pushing Mao to go into Korea, with an intimation that the Soviet Union would supply weapons and give air support. The main consequence of U.S. troops crossing the Yalu on October 1st was that Kim, previously hesitant about direct Chinese involvement, now wanted it. The die was cast. "The old man," Stalin writes, "that we have to act," Mao said, holding up a cable from Stalin at the climactic Politburo meeting. And when Mao jumped in, Stalin supported him with military aid. Moving toward intervention, Mao juggled support for Kim's revolutionary aims, concern for his own relations with Stalin, and an ideological conviction that consolidation of China's revolution required a revolutionary foreign policy. He did not seek a fight with the U.S. In going along with Kim's plan to drive south, he assumed Washington would not intervene. At least he told Stalin so, hoping Stalin would also believe Washington would not intervene as Mao moved to take Taiwan. But the basic fact is that Mao intervened massively in Korea despite the doubts of many senior colleagues in Beijing and the lack of the desired Soviet air cover. His determination stemmed in part from his fear that the Korean conflict carried a threat of counter-revolution to China itself. "If we do not send troops," he said, "the reactionaries at home and abroad will be swollen with arrogance when the enemy troops press to the Yalu River." His cable to Zhou in the Soviet Union is very strong for intervention. "In sum, we should and must participate in this war. To do so will be extremely beneficial. Not to do so would be extremely detrimental." Exercising hands-on leadership of the battles in Korea, an agitated Mao in one period of 5 days sent no fewer than 18 cables with detailed instructions to Peng Dehuai at the front. During the Korean fighting, Mao's ashtray had to be emptied every 2 hours. Mao's eldest son, Anying, had gone to Moscow with He Zizhen and his mentally troubled brother, Anqing, just as Mao began a new life with Jiang Qing. Throughout World War II, Anying was a student. He tried to fit himself into Soviet life, though he roomed not with a Russian but with the son of the Italian Communist Party leader Luigi Longo, while his stepmother passed her days in a mental asylum, and his brother Anqing mostly played chess and dallied with a Russian blonde. Anying returned to China in 1945. Mao decided that he knew enough about books but not about farm work. So Anying left Peking to scrape up manure, put it in bags, and train donkeys to carry the stinking bags, in a village of Hunan province. Mao was pleased to see his son learn chores that Mao himself had been required to do before becoming a student. There were echoes of Mao's father's treatment of Mao in Mao's treatment of Anying. Anying had met a pretty girl named Fu and wished to marry her. Despite Jiang Qing's intercession on his side, Mao objected. "I don't understand why you simply go for good looks," he said. Complained the man who abandoned Yang Kaihui for He Zizhen, and then He Zizhen for Jiang Qing. "Marriage for you cannot just be a personal question. It has to do with the revolution." Later in Zibepo, Anying met another girl he wanted to marry. Mao pretended to agree, but as matters went ahead, he stopped the marriage on the grounds that the girl, at 18, was too young. After a climactic argument between father and son that left Mao panting and trembling and Anying crying violently, Mao asked of his bodyguard, "Whom do you think I'm closer to, my son or you?" Mao felt his son should learn about war as well as pigs. He asked General Peng Dehuai to take Anying with him to the Korean front as a Chinese-Russian translator. One day, U.S. planes bombed the headquarters of the PLA's Second Army in the Korean hills. It was a direct hit and most of the staff were killed. Among the mangled bodies was Anying's. Hearing the news, Mao could not eat or sleep and simply sat on a sofa chain smoking for a day. Peng did things in Korea that Mao disapproved of, set up his own channel of communication with the Russians, forsook Mao-type guerrilla warfare for positional warfare and wave assaults, launched big offensives which led to terrible Chinese losses just after MacArthur's dismissal, when the time was ripe for negotiations. In some recess of his mind, Mao may have made a link between Peng's excesses and the death of Anying. After seesaw fighting, it became probable by 1952 that neither side would achieve a united Korea on its own terms. Mao, however, had doubts about the wisdom of agreeing to a truce. "I told Stalin and Kim Il-sung," he said, "that if we kept fighting another year, the Americans would go to pieces and Korea would be unified. They would have none of it." Both the superboss Stalin and the man on the spot Kim wished to stop fighting. What could I do? So we stopped. Still, the day the armistice was signed, Mao walked out of his office and joyfully sang a Peking opera aria at the top of his voice. Had Mao not flashed an amber light in Korea, China and the US may have fought a war in the Taiwan Straits in the 1950s. Perhaps, as well, on the fringes of Indochina in the 1960s. Yet the Korean War cast dark shadows on Mao's life and work. The death of his son hung in his mind. The war effort cost China a lot of money. "Last year," Mao said in 1952, "what we spent on the war to resist US aggression and aid Korea more or less equaled our expenditures for national construction." Other shadows were even longer, affecting China's international position for years. One day in the fall of 1950, two Americans still living in Beijing watched a crowd standing by a bulletin board near the library of Yenching University. Excerpts from U.S. News and World Report and Collier's, as translated in People's Daily, were the featured attractions. The Chinese crowd was seething. The U.S. news piece included a map of North Korea and the Manchurian part of China, with arrows pointing from Korea to various Chinese cities and the flight distances noted. The Collier's excerpt also had a map aglow with arrows leading into China, from Taiwan, Korea, Japan, and Okinawa. Both maps had been published in the U.S. before Mao sent Chinese troops into Korea. The slogan, "Resist America, Aid Korea," soon saturated China. Lines of communication between Americans and Chinese were cut, as by a power failure. Chinese intellectuals who had been open-minded about the land of gentlemen, as Mao now ironically called America, froze overnight. Spies and counter-revolutionaries were hunted like rabbits. Ideas, songs, paintings that were part of the unexamined fabric of life in 1950 became subversive by 1951. The Korean War saved the regime of Chiang Kai-shek. It brought an American re-embrace of the nationalists, which had seemed out of the question 6 months before. It ensured that the red and white banner, 10,000 years to Chairman Mao, would not be hoisted on Taiwan during Mao's lifetime. After Mao made the decision to intervene, he sent a telegram to Hu Xiaomu, head of the New China News Agency, ordering him to back off from any public statement that Taiwan would be taken within a given period of time. In Mao's mind, there crystallized a view of Uncle Sam scheming for a triple assault on China. From Korea, Taiwan, and Indochina. Washington gave it plenty of encouragement. It lasted 15 years as the centerpiece of Mao's outlook on Asia. When our revolution succeeded, Mao remarked years later to some party leaders in Chengdu, Stalin said it was a fake. Mao went on to electrify his listeners with a frank summing up of what then ensued. We did not argue with him, and as soon as we fought the war to resist America and aid Korea, our revolution became a genuine one to him. Yet if Stalin learned respect, Mao learned distrust. If Mao did not argue with Stalin in 1949–50, the new prestige China won amid the rubble of Korea made him more inclined to speak up against Moscow in private. Mao came to realize that alliances are not made of granite. Would Stalin have defended China if Mao had not jumped into Korea with 250,000 troops, and if MacArthur in his ebullience had driven north into China? We cannot say. But Mao wondered about it. What did happen was that Mao took all the risks. China went in and fought on Kim's side, as Russia sat back and spoke for Kim's side. Given the effects of the Korean War on China at home and abroad, it must be said that Mao might have been better off without intervention. He lost the chance to take Taiwan and replace the NP in the China seat at the UN. He lost the chance for 2 decades to establish a cooperative relationship with the US. Even more important, the effect of the Korean War within China was to push class struggle into the inappropriate arena of economic construction. Years later, in the midst of a talk about the need to strike a balance between struggle and conciliation, Mao mentioned the war. There should be compromises, he remarked. Did we not compromise with the Americans at the 38th parallel in Korea? Mao reminisced about his readiness to let North Korea follow its own post-war path. Following Stalin's logic, he said to Wang Li, since China fought for North Korea, afterward North Korea would be ours. I did not agree. North Korea belongs to the people of North Korea. We helped them, they helped us. I pulled every last Chinese soldier out of North Korea. North Korea not only got rid of the Americans, but also of the Soviet Union equals they were free to run their own show. Ho Chi Minh twice came secretly to see Mao in Beijing in 1950 and 1951, and Mao was generous in arrangements for aid to the Vietnamese revolutionaries. Ho told Mao he wanted Luo Guebua, whom Mao had named Chinese advisor to the Vietnamese, to take full part in meetings of the Politburo of Hanoi's Communist Party, offering criticisms where necessary. Mao agreed but told Ho decisions must be made by the Vietnamese alone. After Ho left, Mao said to his envoy Luo, before the long march you were in the Soviet area, you must have known Li de Ottobrunn? Luo, indeed, knew of the Comintern's advisor to the Chinese Communists. Mao launched into a lecture about how Li De did not understand Chinese conditions and heeded no opinions contrary to his own. In your work in Vietnam, he said to Luo, learn well the lesson of Li De's work in China. Mao understood the potency of nationalism among Asian communists. Korea had given him rich experience of it. Chapter 11. Remodeling. 1951 to 1953. Chairman Mao gave us land, said a newly possessed family. Land reform. The very term made some grown men tremble, others cry with joy. China is its villages, and no Chinese government had ever penetrated each village as Mao's government began to do. The change was not an economic or a technological one. A Chinese village looked much like a village in other parts of Asia. It remained a place of the bent back, the scythe, rising at daybreak, maddening localism, the hoe which a tiller of 2,000 years ago would have recognized, engulfment with the cycle of birth, marriage, and death, simple entertainments in which costume and action are the only indispensable ingredients. The change, as when Mao took part in stirring up rural Hunan 30 years before, was organizational and psychological. The burdens of tax and rent fell off the backs of the poor. To own land no longer meant to have power over others. Farming step by step became a team, not just a father and son effort. and Chairman Mao came to be viewed as a good emperor used to be viewed. There was a biblical gravity to this settling accounts movement, which handed out landlords' possessions to the poor. That the Chinese peasant tends to be materialistic did not reduce, but added to, the spiritual intensity of the days of distribution. The joy at change was almost vicious. All you had to do to make a man talk was to heat an iron bar in the fire. A new authoritarian remarked to an American writer of the vengeance against the rich. But the women were tougher. They would rather die than tell us where their gold was hidden. Burning flesh held no terror for them. Mao had never participated in hand-to-hand class retribution. His time as a rural youth was too mixed an experience for any simple surge of personal hatred to sway him. He had never starved or been enslaved. Yet, although he was opposed to torture, he did not prevent it as a furious peasantry took land reform into its own hands. The mental life of the village was remade. Authority had been like a law of nature. Criticism replaced it. Precedent had been another law of nature. New ideas rained down upon the village. Class, love for the Soviet Union, struggle, turning one's life over, fanshen. Peasants asked a U.S. visitor a new kind of question. Why does Truman support old Chang? Do you eat with chopsticks in America? What does a tractor look like? Does the American Communist Party have an army like ours? Mao's youthful concern for women's liberation bore fruit at last. Property was the key. Mao's government gave the Chinese woman the right to own land and other property in her own name. All in all, land reform redistributed 40% of the cultivated land to 60% of the rural population. Mao himself now lived in a city. Change in the cities came not as a roll of thunder but by nibbling. The CCP was less well equipped to tame the cities than the villages. Its cadres were not of urban type. 3 million nationalist state employees had to be held over to serve the new cause. Yet the cities were a less tough nut to crack than the villages. The capitalists were few. They had little moral authority because they had been supping with foreigners, who were considered to have exploited China. And they were upstarts, mere morning dew on the grass of a land-based social system that had been growing for 2,000 years. Mao did not have to destroy a class in Beijing or Shanghai or Canton. Many capitalists simply turned red when the heat went on. Silently, like lobsters put in hot water. Mao aimed to turn consumer cities into producer cities. No longer would the metropolis be a mere base for foreigners to trade, and landed gentry to dally and collect rent for housing they owned, while they lived off the produce of the village. Each urban neighborhood made small new factories the centerpiece of its life. Foreign commerce ended abruptly. Rental of property tapered off. The lights of exciting nightlife were switched off, less out of puritanism than because energies were rechanneled into making machine tools and bicycles and plastic shoes. Urban consolidation was more draconian than it would otherwise have been, because of tensions due to the Korean War. Counter-revolutionaries seemed more numerous to Mao because, with the flare-up in Korea, his victory over Chiang and the U.S. began to look incomplete. Hundreds of thousands were either executed or put in labor camps. This was the one urban drive in the PRC's history that led to deliberate physical elimination, a word Mao himself used of large numbers of people. The rooting out of counter-revolutionaries was not done in a very Maoist way. It was a police operation like any other, and far too vast for Mao to supervise. Cure the illness and save the patient was not its keynote. On the other hand, Mao moved very cautiously in taking over urban industry and commerce. Much of it stayed in private hands until late 1955. A drive to remold intellectuals with the chilling name Thought Reform Movement, also given a rough edge by the Korean War, did bear Mao's stamp. Liang Shuming was a semi-Confucian rural populist. He was no communist, but Mao liked arguing with him. He found funds for Liang to start a small research institute. But in the autumn of 1953, Mao fired a rupturing volley of shots at Liang. The occasion was a session of a government committee on which Liang was one of the non-CCP members. Liang gave a speech which dissented from the CCP line on agriculture, the Korean War, and class theory. Mao grabbed the microphone in fury. "I suppose you think you are very beautiful," he sneered in a reference to a famous concubine of the Tang dynasty. more beautiful than Yang Guifei. But to me you stink. Mao was so exercised that he alternated between addressing the 1,000-strong audience and turning with a pointed finger to assail Liang, still awkwardly on the platform. The nationalists were so pleased with you, Mao raged, addressing you as Mr. while maligning me as a bandit. One cannot miss the note of personal rivalry, odd as it may seem that Mao should have felt challenged by this would-be Gandhi of China. Mao asked the committee how it could be that Liang should think himself wiser than the CCP on rural issues. This is like showing off one's proficiency with the axe before Liu Ban the master carpenter. Mao the semi-intellectual scoffed at the uselessness of Liang the pure intellectual. Is he any good for providing us with products and paying income tax like the industrialists and the businessmen? No, he is not. He sarcastically suggested that Liang, so eager to help the peasants, do so not by trying to cut workers' wages but by voluntarily cutting his own fat salary. Chiang Kai-shek is an assassin with a gun, Mao cried, and Liang Shuming an assassin with a pen. He dwelt upon these two ways of killing people, as if in echo of the double character of his own 35 years of struggle. Summing up, killing with the pen, he turned toward Liang and sneered, "That is the kind of murderer you are." The arrogance of power appeared in all its starkness. Criticism was equated with murder. Mao's intervention turned the mood of the meeting against Liang. Shouts arose from among the varnished chairs. Liang was heckled so much that he had to give up the platform. Another non-CCP figure rose to urge calm. We should not have become so excited today. But Mao was excited, and he ordered a period of self-criticism for the old ex-nationalist who had appealed for calm. Yet Mao insisted that Liang retain his office. He wanted Liang to write a confession, though this would provide China with no taxes or products. He wanted the old feudalist as live teaching material. Such a preference for pedagogy over punishment or pedagogy as punishment had not marked communism prior to Mao. Liang should continue on the National Committee, Mao declared in an amazing remark, unless he himself has lost the desire to use the platform of the Political Consultative Conference to spread his reactionary ideas. He wrestled with Liang because he wanted Liang's soul, as proof of Maoism's triumph over the Chinese mind. Mao had begun a 25-year struggle to force rough-edged reality into the smooth contours of an ideal that was, for him, more vivid than the speckled reality that hemmed him in. "We must become religious again," Ludwig Feuerbach said a century ago. "Politics must become our religion." The author of The Essence of Christianity prefigured the age of secular ideologies which Mao, in his Chinese way, put himself firmly within. Chinese sages before him had sought a great harmony. Mao took a fresh step. He fused truth and power. The whole point of building up an armed party over 20 years was none other than this ancient dream of unclouded togetherness. Of course, the intellectuals would be the chief casualties of an expedition toward a land where doctrine, Jiao, and administration, Zheng, were to be fused. Mao, as a semi-intellectual, had long resented ivory tower dwellers. He disliked their straw-splitting, their detachment, their lack of passion, their clear eye of doubt, their technical mastery which exceeded his own. Mao fused doctrine and administration, not out of mere expediency, but, and this was worse, because he deeply believed the two should be fused. Anxiety became a way of life during the thought reform movement. Second-guessing the next lash of the mental whip became a grim parlor game. One journalist went in and out of prison in a rhythm that at first mystified him and later soured him. On one occasion, he sat in the prison garden and told himself that perhaps it was better to be behind bars. Outside, you were likely to be arrested. While in jail, at least you did not have this worry. Mao wanted surrender, as from his father at Music Mountain, as at East Mountain School when he insisted on what religious believers call unity in the truth. Any claim to detachment he judged a badge of disunity. An intellectual can be killed, but not humiliated, said Confucius, and Mao turned the saying on its head. He didn't kill intellectuals, but he did want their minds in the palm of his hand. Mao sounded at times like Milton, "I cannot praise a cloistered virtue," or J.S. Mill. It is better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a pig satisfied. Yet Mao did not agree with Mill that truth was a various thing. He believed in debate, not to find the truth but to establish in every mind a pre-existent truth. Like Milton and unlike Mao had a God. Truth was not the end product of a process, but an emanation from a fixed source. In this respect, the Mao of Middle Age was an unwavering Marxist. Social thought was a matter of science, he believed in the 1950s. Like the priest in his robe, Mao was a scientist in a white coat, watching the intellectuals develop in a test tube. Sure of his formula, he added some crystals of correct thinking now and then, awaiting without anxiety the appearance of the predicted synthesis. It is in this context that a favorite admonition of Mao's, fight self, came into focus. Mao did not merely mean, do not be selfish, as the Bible asks. The word si means private, as much as self. Mao was telling people not to try to dwell aside from the consensus. There was no place in New China, nor mental space, for the person who thought he had his own conception of the truth. Mao was a holist of Chinese type. There is a God, the masses, he once declared. If the masses were a collective being, an entity with a single personality, the paths available were one, not multiple. People may not run off in their own direction. One may even speak of it, Mao's masses, rather than of them, the people of China. Recall the quip about de Gaulle. He loved France, but not Frenchmen. To embrace pluralism was to embrace 600 million selfishnesses. For Mao, fight self did not mean be altruistic. It meant stick with the team. At once a moral law and a sociological principle. Fight self included fight family authority. For the family could be a pool of private values, an offense against Mao's effort to subsume all private values within a great harmony. Many a person broke down during thought reform at the point of being required to denounce his or her father. Mao had no sympathy for such a dilemma. He saw filial piety as a piece of trash from old China. His own father, after all, had been in Mao's eyes both a symbol of the feudal order and an ungenerous father. So Mao saw a distinction fine to a Western eye between a tame sheep and a sheep that sticks with the flock. Within the flock, he wanted each beast to speak up, be self-reliant, practice self-cultivation, not to be tame. But life without the flock was not valid as Mao saw it, and there was only one flock. Mao began a three antis drive against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy. Officials were the target. Some of them had begun to think of the new regime as an end in itself, not Mao's idea of it. A parallel drive to clean up economic life was the five antis crusade against bribery, tax evasion, fraud, stealing government property, and using government secrets for personal advantage. The target here was the private businessman, still a regular part of the Chinese urban scene in the 1950s. The drive squeezed out extra revenue to help pay for the Korean War. The twin drives were designed to give Mao the total control that all Marxist leaders feel a moral right to. Yet the methods used were mostly those of the thought reform movement. Not a knock on the door in the middle of the night, as in Stalin's Russia. Rather, a social pressure to confess. Then an audacious effort to align private consciences with the public weal. The antis drives had the smack of Leninist organization, but they also gave off an aroma of Confucian moralism. Mao was a product of old China as well as the author of New China's Marxism. In China, the individual has never been told to pull himself up by his own bootstraps. He did not wrestle with God or an outsized Protestant conscience in solitude. He was wrestled with in a group. People in Mao's China did not become socialists by a conversion like St. Paul's on the road to Damascus. The rebirth, if it occurred, was social. In the West, we assume people can change themselves in isolation. In Mao's China, no such acrobatics of the soul were expected. Mao wrote slogans for the antis drives, but he plunged less into the criticism of officials and businessmen than he did into the criticism of men of ideas. Hu Feng was an impish poet of rustic origin who shone in the Shanghai literary sky. He was a leftist from way back, though he had come to be critical of Mao's talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art. His poem Time Begun, which celebrated the victory of 1949, was as far from being anti-Mao as it was possible to be. Mao stands like an idol, speaks to the whole world, gives order to time, gushed one of its lines. But in the early 1950s, who began to complain about uniformity of public opinion. He felt that Mao's Yan'an talks had become too untouchable. People have made a totem of this small booklet, he objected. Mandarins, he called the busybody organizers of the thought reform movement. People's Daily began a procession of articles critical of Hu Feng. Some were from Mao's own pen. The standard rejoinder to Hu, of course, was that public opinion is, like everything else, a class question. Under the people's democratic dictatorship, the people are permitted freedom of expression, but the counter-revolutionaries are not. Hu was trying to float in the air high above class. Mao went further. The enemy was not dying out as socialist construction went ahead, Mao asserted, but expanding. Nor were the people always good at discerning counter-revolutionaries. The eyes of our people, Mao found himself saying, are not keen. Here was a first whiff of pessimism, and here was a devastating chain of reasoning. Oneness had not been attained. Intellectuals still squawked their unharmonious songs. Yet oneness was on history's relentless agenda. The old class divisions must be reasserting themselves. What else could account for the squawking? This provided a basis for witch hunts that made Joe McCarthy seem timid. To sing out of tune was to be a criminal in Mao's view. We don't have people like Hu Feng executed, Mao explained, not because their crimes don't deserve capital punishment, but because such executions would yield no advantage. Mao happened to remark one day that some 10% of cadres in administrative units seemed to be counter-revolutionaries. One neighborhood sewing unit in Shenyang, having only 7 members, held a meeting, in a mood of mixed fear and zeal, to discuss the possible shape of 7/10 of a counter-revolutionary. As for Hu Feng, he was repainted out of all recognition. Just as McCarthy called anyone who had doubts about Chiang Kai-shek a communist, so whose doubt about Mao's talks was seen as proof that he was, after all, a counter-revolutionary. Soon the angular poet was found to be a spy that enabled the Red Mandarins to put him in prison. There he had a mental breakdown. Mao was correct to suspect that Hu was the center of a circle of grumbling writers. Because I wanted to write, one of them confided in a letter to Hu, I read Mao's talks at Yan'an. But after reading them, I do not wish to write anymore. Yet for Mao to have put the controversy into the category of class struggle was like trying to wrap a cloud in paper. People's Daily began a notable serialization in mid-1951. The author was Mao. The book was his selected works. The works were very selected indeed. Many of the essays quoted in this biography did not find a place in the authorized works. Some from the 1920s were too lacking in Marxist content. Others from the Jiangxi period, when Mao had only a toehold upon power, contained ideas that Mao expressed but probably did not believe in. The poems were left out. What did appear had been sandpapered. Earthy images and jests had disappeared. The author was saved by some pen that bore more than literary authority from a number of small errors about world politics. Rendered inoperative by the editorial pen, too, were the younger Mao's ideas about how certain Asian countries might one day be absorbed into China. A blanket of white was thrown over an army of doctrinal gremlins. Also over a number of remarks friendly to the West which Mao had made in a different season. No reference to the USSR that was not glittering survived. Even criticisms of Li Lisan were muted lest they irritate Li's mentors in Moscow. Mao had picked up where the emperors had left off. Words were norms. What was published was what the rulers judged it healthy for the ruled to heed. The Chinese character is more than a word. It is a semi-picture. For strokes represent grass. A sign of a pig under a roof means home. A character meaning day or bright includes a picture of the sun. To a Leninist twin brother on this point, to a Confucian, a slogan is often as useful as a tank. Few languages lend themselves to a crisp slogan as well as Chinese. For ideograms, even two can carry a universe of meaning, with an overtone of ambiguity that is enticing in a slogan. Mao was a master of this art. To educated people, the ideograms are a streak of lightning that brings into view the long terrain of the past. Mao's skillful way with them made him a force to reckon with, even for those intellectuals who disliked his Marxism. Mao's poetry created just the right impression. It could be only half understood by most people. Mao's friend Guomorwa candidly said so. But that did not matter. A poem by the supreme leader added to his aura. It was virtually a technique of rule. Mao shifted his main attention from political drives to economic tasks in late 1952. Soon People's Daily announced the start of the PRC's first five-year plan. A hefty 58% of capital investment was to go for heavy industry. 41% had been so allocated in Russia's first five-year plan. 19% in the US during the years 1880 to 1912. Moscow was to be relied upon for technical help in 60% of the basic construction. It seemed a fresh tone of voice when Mao confessed one day to a party audience that the wonders of China could grow a bit thin. We have bragged so much. Yet we cannot compare with a country like Belgium. Mao had been looking at the tables of steel and coal output. Literacy was no great asset in an army of rebels. Roads were a positive disadvantage. Electricity had nothing to offer the PLA in the days before it came to include an air force and a navy. Now these things were crucial for the next leg of Mao's journey. Mao was more pro-Soviet in the realm of socialist ideas than he had been at Yan'an. In 1945, he had spoken of joining Marxism to the concrete realities of China. That did not leave much place for the Soviet model. Yet, 5 years later, a key slogan in Beijing was the amazing, "The Soviet today will be China's tomorrow." Were the two socialisms to be the same after all? The first five-year plan did well. The annual rate of industrial growth was 11%. Iron and steel output quadrupled. Coal and cement doubled. This was a period when visitors to China came away talking of China's sense of purpose. Blue ants to some, a new man to others. In either case, China seemed to be on the march. Bridges and railways appeared. Illiteracy was much reduced. The health of the people improved and life expectancy soared above usual Asian levels. Almost for the first time, a large non-Western country seemed to have taken off toward industrialization. China did not cease to be poor. Taking the economy as a whole, three things happened. In the countryside, the feudal framework was smashed and fresh energies were released. First steps were taken toward industrialization. And, crucial to the spirit of Mao's China in the 1950s, the pie was cut up more equally than ever before in China. A voice from the past spoke up in 1953. Zhang Guitao, now languishing in Hong Kong, wrote a portrait of his old rival, and through its bias shone some truth. Mao leads an irregular life and is rather nervous, Zhang related. He is usually courteous in his relations with others, but he is very dictatorial and firm in his views. The staff at South and Central Lakes would have recognized their leader in these remarks. Although he knows how to use power in the top leadership, Zhang judged, he has little talent for building up a large personal following, except as a remote symbol. Mao was, indeed, discovering that being a giant in the eyes of the masses did not obviate the need to drum up support in the Politburo and institutionalize the revolution. Zhang's observations count the more since he was not merely negative about Mao. In many ways Mao is even trickier than Stalin was, wrote the man who knew them both. But he is not so venomous. Zhang half acknowledged that Mao had beaten him through ability. Compared with the numerous inept rulers in Chinese history, the ex-rival felt, Mao Zedong is, indeed, more capable. Mao impulsively phoned staff and colleagues in the middle of the night. He summoned specialists and grilled them for long periods, pursuing an idea regardless of circumstance. He strolled out into the garden to bounce a proposal of high policy off a security guard. He reached for his ancient books to check a precedent or find an illustration. He would drive over to the house of Soviet Ambassador P.F. Yudin for a late-night visit. Yudin was an intellectual. Mao would discuss philosophy with him until dawn. The doctrinal adjustments that some of Mao's essays underwent before reappearing in the selected works probably owed something to these night owl dialogues. China is the world's largest user of tobacco, and Mao over 6 decades smoked at least his share. Perhaps no political leader of any country had ever disposed of as many cigarettes as Mao did. Only for one extended period, it seems, did Mao abstain. Marshal Voroshilov, visiting China after Stalin's death, told Mao that according to Soviet medical opinion Stalin would not have died as early as he did but for cigarettes. Mao gave up smoking. 10 months later he resumed. "It's no good," he remarked. "We work too hard. We just have to smoke." Mao did not write many essays in the 1950s, but in no decade did he give more speeches. He was not an accomplished mass orator. Wang Ming spoke with more emotion, Zhu De with more man-to-man sincerity. Smedley said that at public meetings, Mao spoke as if his mouth were full of hot congee. He permitted himself no gesture of any kind. Yet, with a small audience, Mao could be brilliant. He was intense. He was blunt. He liked to make subtle allusions. These traits suited a seminar rather than a rally. Mao's talks were given mainly from rough notes. Only once or twice during the early 1950s did he sit down and compose a major text. In mid-1953 he took up English again, but a nasty crisis in Manchuria put an end to that. The scholar was being overtaken by the politician. "The higher you go, the less knowledge you get," Mao burst out one day to a roomful of local politicians. "Beijing is not a good place to acquire knowledge." After 3 years in power, he felt, despite the success of this period, restless about the political system. Pagoda was the word used by ordinary people, when they were sure no cadre was listening, to snigger at the multileveled bureaucracy that rose above them. Mao felt like a man stranded at the top of the pagoda. He decided to come downstairs and look around. "Practically nothing comes to my ear in Beijing," he declared to a group of finance officials in mid-1953. "And therefore I shall go on tour from time to time." Disliking planes, Mao traveled in his own special 11-carriage train. Mao's carriage contained his large wooden bed and many books. Jiang Qing had her own carriage, for bodyguards and staff. There was one each for medical equipment, a dining room, and a kitchen. A half-dozen secure phone lines connected the entourage to the office of confidential secretaries in South and Central Lakes. All traffic on the trunk route Mao was using stopped. Stations along the way were cleared of people and sprinkled with security personnel. Sentries were posted at intervals of 50 meters along the tracks. No schedule existed for the trip because the train could move only when Mao was awake, and no one knew in advance when he would sleep and when he would rise. When Mao returned via Manchuria from his Moscow trip, soldiers and militiamen stood sentry along the tracks for 2 weeks in midwinter before his arrival. None of them knew it was Mao's train they were guarding. Mao could never see the need for such high security, since he believed the masses loved him and would not want to harm him. When Mao was out of Beijing, messages flew back and forth between the capital and his traveling entourage by means of a secret telegraph code. Each Chinese character was assigned a number changed frequently, and a staff of sharp young people committed it all to memory, writing nothing down. Mao sent his own spies to the villages. Guarding South and Central Lakes was a unit called 8341. This elite force grew from Mao's pre-1949 bodyguard. Its young soldiers did everything from helping with his melon patch to keeping an eye peeled for any sign of a palace coup. Once in 1955, and probably at other times as well, Mao turned to the ranks of 8,341 for a job he needed. He sent a number of 8,341 men, representing a cross-section of China's regions, on a mission to their home villages. He wanted to know about the mood on the farms. His 8,341 eyes and ears snooped around, asked people's opinions, checked matters out with family members. Later, they reported back secretly and in person to Mao. All regular channels were bypassed and kept in the dark. Emperors used to do this, but Mao's colleagues may not have approved of the chairman of a workers' party doing it. One day, Mao strolled out from his study to give a talk in the Hall of Benevolence, a lovely old pavilion within the Forbidden City that served as the Central Committee's headquarters. One of many non-CCP figures present was Zhou Qingwen, who had been a third force leader in the 1940s and, like so many, had gravitated toward the CCP in 1949. Mao was used to the fact that any audience in China would rise to its feet and clap whenever he appeared. But Mao's aides did not always trust in spontaneity. Before Mao's arrival, a protocol man came up to Zhou and told him the procedure. Since Zhou was sitting near the door, he would see Mao first. The moment Mao came into view, he must rise and clap. This would give a signal to the whole hall to erupt in honor of the chairman. So it went. Mao walked down the aisle at the pace of a snail, as Zhou recalled it. Apparently, the storm of applause did not embarrass him. There was a touch of the sense of reaching down to the crowd in Mao. At meetings, he strolled around and said hello to acquaintances. He listened to long talks by others. He heard himself criticized. He dealt with questions put to him from the floor. He handled interjections. It would not always be thus. Chapter 12. Building. 1953 to 1956. Mao, in 1954, made some changes in the outward forms of his government. They reflected inner strains during 1953. Mao had made 3 compromises at the outset of the PRC's life. He gave the non-CCP parties a role in the state, even though he took a dim view of them. He allotted the PLA a share in ruling the nation, despite his firm belief in civilian control of the military. And he allowed 6 regional administrations a lot of room for maneuver, at the risk of weakening his personal command from Beijing. By 1954, Mao wanted a tighter ship. More central control seemed possible after the Korean truce, a certain stabilization of the urban economy, and a successful end to the trauma of land reform. A total of 1,226 deputies met in Beijing during September 1954 for the first session of the National People's Congress, NPC, a toothless parliament, separate from the structure of Communist Party authority. Mao's speech was hardly more than a page long, and its main point stood out like a star against a black sky. The force at the core leading our cause is the Chinese Communist Party. That put the NPC in its place. Mao abolished the 6 regions, including the Southwest Bureau of Deng Xiaoping, who soon rose to higher things. And he relieved the PLA of a direct administrative role. In sum, behind the new constitutional forms of 1954, the reality was intensified CCP control of the nation. Independent kingdoms were ruled out. One independent kingdom in particular, that of the Manchurian leader Gao Gang, had reared up at Mao in 1953. He struck it down, but not without making himself ill, and feeling the CCP's sense of its own rectitude wobble beneath him. Gao was a temperamental, leftist, brittle figure whom Mao liked personally. He had played a most important role in providing a secure place for the long march to end in Shaanxi province, and he never forgot it. The marchers arrived like beggars in rags, he used to recall. If I had not taken Mao in then, he even boasted, where would he be today? A disingenuous streak in Gao allowed him to quote in all innocence a remark Mao had made ironically. Only Comrade Gao Gang makes no mistakes. Mao had not been the first CCP leader to visit Stalin in the wake of liberation. In mid-1949, Gao Gang went off to Moscow to sign a trade agreement with the USSR on behalf of his northeast region. Manchuria, China's industrial showcase, remained a Russian sphere of influence under the terms of the Mao-Stalin agreements of 1950. 30 of the 50 Soviet aid projects agreed upon in 1950 were within Gao's realm. Years later, Mao would refer to Manchuria and Xinjiang as the 2 colonies of the period following liberation. Gao dealt with Stalin over Mao's head. He gave the Russians special information, not unconnected with the fact that Stalin presented Gao with a car. In the end, according to Khrushchev, Gao was considered Russia's man in China. According to Soviet sources, Gao, while in Moscow in 1949, suggested Manchuria become the 17th Republic of the Soviet Union. Half a year later, traveling to Moscow to see Stalin, Mao made a stop in Shenyang. Looking around the northeastern city, which was Gao's base, he saw Stalin's picture far more often than his own. Back on the train, Mao ordered that the container of gifts for Stalin from Gao and Lin Biao be taken off the train. Was Manchuria not part of China? He rasped. Stalin passed on to Mao memos of conversations about Chinese affairs between Gao and the Soviet ambassador in Beijing. God only knows what Stalin thought he was doing, was Khrushchev's apt remark. Gao's greatest error in Mao's eyes was that he interpreted some criticism by Mao of Liu Shaoqi and Zhou Enlai as a green light to play factional politics and replace Liu with himself as the putative successor to Mao. His associate in this risky scheme, conducted in the second half of 1953, was the Shanghai leader Rao Shushi. Gao even promised posts in a future Gao regime to this or that colleague. Some senior figures, including Peng Dehuai and Lin Biao, appeared to go along with Gao Rao to a degree, for a variety of motives, but Deng and Chen Yun eventually brought the scheme to Mao's ears. As Mao's conversation with Gao had triggered Gao's maneuvering, so it was Mao who quickly moved against Gao and Rao. Once Stalin died, Mao went for Gao. He intended to drive the knife into Gao, both to stop any future tricks by Gao himself and to encourage others. For there were others. A letter was sent to Mao by several top colleagues urging him to take a rest. It may have originated in the territory of Rao, who did not improve Mao's opinion of him by remarking that the world's greatest political leaders had been Abraham Lincoln and Franklin Roosevelt, and Zhu De joined in the maneuvering. Rotating chairman for the CCP was the military hero's suggestion, at once mild and explosive, at this time of crisis. The showdown came at a Politburo meeting in Beijing on Christmas Eve 1953. Mao assailed Gao and Rao. Both were dismissed from office. Mao then withdrew to Zhejiang province. For 4 months he was out of sight. Officially, he was on leave. It was a familiar pattern. Strain made him ill. He retreated for a lengthy period. He then returned to the fray with batteries recharged. But the Gao-Rao fight was the first event since liberation that drove Mao to severe psychosomatic illness. Mao was still away brooding when the Central Committee gathered in February 1954. His absence on holiday was remarkable. The Central Committee had not met since mid-1950. It would not meet again until April 1955. The purge of Gao and Rao was to be formalized at this meeting. Mao maybe did not want to be there for the denouement. Liu Shaoqi presided. Gao and Rao were called into the room in turn and confronted with the charges against them. Gao entered. He professed his innocence of any plotting against the party. Then he pulled out a pistol and placed the muzzle against his temple. Someone next to him struck his elbow. The bullet pierced the ceiling. It was merely death postponed. Gao later poisoned himself in prison. He was the first high CCP figure, not the last, to fight with Mao and lose his life in the aftermath. Remarked Mao of Gao. He had sex twice on the very night he committed suicide. Can you imagine such lust? Looking back on Gao's life, Mao marveled at stories that he had made love with more than 100 women. Mao clipped Zhu De's wings after the Gao Gang affair. At the NPC session, the chairman of the CCP, Mao, was made commander of the PLA, which was a quiet way of taking that command away from Zhu. The next year, Mao conferred the new title of Marshal on Zhu and 9 other PLA leaders. Mao-Zhu was a partnership of the past. That Mao lacked appetite for the denouement is made the more likely by what he said at the next full discussion of the affair that he did attend. "Man needs help," he observed as he drew on a literary quotation. "Although lotus flowers are beautiful, they need the adornment of green leaves." The thrust of this speech in the spring of 1955 was a call for mutual help, collective leadership, and a constructive attitude among comrades. Mao clearly felt bad that Gao Gang's illness had not been cured without the sacrifice of the patient. Yet, the outcome being what it was, Mao could not resist sanctifying the struggle against Gao. 6 months later, he found a moral niche for it. Gao was one of those types who don't want to go on making revolution. The Gao-Rao affair was not just a passing blight on an otherwise golden age. It was a first taste of how an elusive Mao, periodically attracted to the extremes of social engineering, suspicious of maneuvers just below him, would find political stability an impossible dream. Who was that lounging beside a Beijing swimming pool with Mao? None other than Nikita Khrushchev. In swimming trunks that strained to hold their ample forms, the two chieftains of world Marxism were in guarded debate on nuclear war. One of the great tussles of our time had begun. Which of the two was Stalin's true heir in the international communist movement? Whose line would prevail in the vital task of dealing with an expansive U.S.? Khrushchev was not keen on swimming few Ukrainian peasants are, and in the short run, the talks went better for Mao than for Khrushchev. The PRC was 5 years old and Khrushchev was guest of honor at parades, banquets, and speeches to celebrate the birthday. Khrushchev later recalled that Mao's hospitality was almost more than could be desired. The two of them kissed each other on both cheeks. The world muttered grimly about an unstoppable communist monolith. In this autumn season, tse-tung was founded and the U.S. also concluded a treaty with Chiang Kai-shek. As men, the pair had little in common but a large girth. Mao was oblique. "I was never exactly sure," said Khrushchev, who was as frontal as a tractor, "that I understood what he meant." Mao liked books. Khrushchev liked corn cobs. Mao, in Khrushchev's words, moved calmly and slowly as a bear. Khrushchev jerked around like a bull. Mao gazed down the corridors of the world's future. Khrushchev was dealing day by day with the challenge of American power. The Beijing meeting was the first Sino-Soviet summit in nearly 5 years. Zhou had been twice to Moscow and Liu Shaoqi once, for 3 months. Second-level Russian leaders had come to China. Mao in these years had not left China at all. Though Mao did not say so, Moscow began to show him more trust and largesse after Stalin died. All sorts of issues were resolved in 1953–54 that had previously been piling up on Moscow's in tray. In a startling change of attitude, Pravda even called Mao a great Marxist theorist. Khrushchev's readiness to go to Beijing, his first trip to Asia, seemed one more good sign. The specific results of the summit were mostly a boon for Mao. He got more loans. He got back the 2 ports in Manchuria that had been under Soviet control. The Russia-China joint stock companies, which he disliked, were dissolved 25 years earlier than the date agreed upon at the Mao-Stalin talks. Russian statements referred to China in unprecedented terms as an equal partner. Yet Khrushchev left China deeply uneasy. "Conflict with China is inevitable," he told his colleagues after returning to Moscow. Mao raised the issue of Mongolia with Khrushchev. He had agreed to Stalin's insistence on Outer Mongolia being independent. He could not avoid doing so, but he felt Moscow was treating Ulaanbaatar like a monkey in a cage. "We took up this question," Mao later reported, "but they, Khrushchev and Bulganin, refused to talk to us." Culturally, the meeting resembled 2 battleships passing each other in the night. Here was Khrushchev. "The Chinese served tea every time we turned around, tea. And according to the Chinese tradition, if you didn't drink it up right away, they'd take that cup away and put another one in front of you over and over again." Khrushchev, in his insularity, felt that Mao was playing games with him. Khrushchev asked for 1 million Chinese workers to come and develop Siberia. Mao found the idea a bit offensive. Khrushchev backed down. Then, according to Khrushchev, Mao said the plan could be tried out. By now, Khrushchev had cold feet, but he had to go through with his own proposal. 200,000 Chinese workers went to Siberia. The scheme died an early death. Khrushchev had the growing feeling that Mao was too clever by half. He really knew how to put us down. Mao and Khrushchev stood atop the gate of Heavenly Peace for the National Day Parade. Khrushchev looked like a farmer eyeing the crops. The fireworks gave more pleasure to Mao than to Khrushchev. At one point, Zhou Enlai, spotting Mao's wife, made a move to introduce her to Khrushchev. But Mao intervened. Moving swiftly across the purple balcony, he led Jiang Qing out of Khrushchev's reach. In a remote corner, husband and wife gazed at the fireworks together. It is hard to say whether Mao did not want Khrushchev to meet Jiang Qing or whether he did not want her to meet him. At the poolside, Mao urged on Khrushchev his view that imperialism was a paper tiger. To Khrushchev's amazement, he treated the U.S. threat lightly. "I tried to explain to him," the Russian reported, "that 1 or 2 missiles could turn all the divisions in China to dust." This 1954 exchange recalled Mao's view of the A-bomb explosion over Hiroshima 9 years before. The first reaction of the CCP was not unlike that in dozens of chancelleries. "A revolution in the art of war," said the Communist Liberation Daily in Chongqing the day after the attack on Hiroshima. Mao did not agree. "Can atom bombs decide wars?" he asked an audience 4 days later. "No, they can't." Here was a bombshell of Mao's own. "Some of our comrades," he complained, "believe that the atom bomb is all-powerful. That is a big mistake." Mao was dead serious. "The atom bomb is a paper tiger which the U.S. reactionaries used to scare people," he reiterated to Anna Louise Strong, the revolution-watching journalist from Nebraska. "It looks terrible, But in fact it isn't. Liberation Daily had to reverse itself. In 1954, Mao still believed that human will mattered more than weapons. For Khrushchev, a thing was real if you could eat or touch it. Mao was a seer by comparison, with a massive confidence in himself, China, and the upward spiral of history toward communism. Khrushchev felt that Mao saw him as a coward. Mutual sniping followed Khrushchev's visit to Mao. Khrushchev, some months later, hinted to Adenauer of Germany that China might become a worrying problem for the West. Mao apparently believed the reports that reached his ears of the Russians calling the CCP a children's party and a mere patriotic party. It wasn't quite true for Khrushchev to say to Eisenhower, as he did 5 years later, that he and Mao were good friends. The scene at the swimming pool had been a prologue to the Sino-Soviet split. How much to fear war? That was the looming issue between Mao and Khrushchev. On the eve of Khrushchev's arrival in Beijing, Mao gave a clue to where he stood. As a test of intention, the phrase comes from the Beijing side. He ordered shells to rain down on the islands between Taiwan and the mainland. The echo from those shells was to grow louder. "Work on your own," Mao said to Jiang Qing in late 1951. It was his answer to a dilemma. Equally, it led to a strange period in Mao's third and longest marriage. The party gave Jiang jobs of some weight in 1950. She headed the administrative section of the Central Committee offices, and she joined a film guidance committee set up within the Ministry of Culture. But Mao's nice mattress, as Khrushchev called her, already had more enemies than friends. Efforts were made to force her out of party work. She appealed to Mao. But, by her own admission, Mao essentially took the side of her critics. To work on her own was Mao's solution. In fact, Jiang Qing spent most of her time in bed or in Moscow or both. She was, indeed, often ill in the 1950s. But Mao thought she was less ill in reality than in her own overheated imagination. He seemed to be swiping at her in a remark made at a health conference some years later. Excessive attention to food, clothing, housing, and means of transportation are the 4 underlying causes of illness among high-level cadres. Sometimes Jiang Qing was seen with Mao at a reception, but the two of them spent many months apart. 4 times Jiang went to Russia for treatment between 1949 and 1957. Her total time outside China was almost 3 years. Though Mao went to Moscow twice during that period, they were never in the Soviet capital together. At least one of Jiang Qing's expeditions to Russia was very much against her own will. Yet Mao concurred with those who insisted on sending her away. During her 4th stay in 1956–57, she sank to a very low ebb. She wished more than anything else to come back to China. However, Zhou Enlai, who went to confer with Khrushchev in January 1957, brought explicit instructions from Mao that his wife should stay in Moscow until she had regained her health. Maybe it is not surprising that Jiang Qing was haunted by a possible parallel between herself and Mao's previous wife, He Zizhen, who had been sent to Russia by Mao and ended up in a Soviet asylum. For Jiang to work by herself probably meant, in the party's view of the matter, for her to do nothing of importance. However, she set herself up as Mao's secretary. This did not seem to be a smooth arrangement, for within a year she was pushed out to Moscow. Certain leaders made this decision, said Jiang. But if Mao was not happy with their decision, he could have vetoed it. By her own account, at any rate, she worked for Mao off and on through the 1950s. Propped up in a special reclining bed, she scoured documents for a bright idea which she could pass on to the man whom she now referred to as the chairman. He sat by her bedside as she read to him from telegrams and newspapers. It is likely that she learned more than he did. Mao never publicly referred to any help received from Jiang Qing in this period. He did nothing to bring her out of the wilderness that she was in during the 1950s. All this was certainly done in part as a result of party pressure on Mao. The marriage had never been a very popular one in establishment circles. In Beijing, Mao saw a lot of his 2 daughters. Both Li Na, cautious in speech, and Li Min, quick in action, lived at home. By the mid-1950s, they were enrolled as students at Beijing University. Li Na, apparently the brighter of the 2, studied history, as had her father. Li Min went into the natural sciences. In and out of the household was a nephew, Yuan Xin, son of Mao's brother Zemin, who had been killed by the nationalists in 1943. Not present was the surviving son of Mao's marriage with Yang Kaihui. Anqing spent most of this period in a mental asylum, and Mao, ambivalent at best about all of his children, did not seem to take much interest in him. What shape was Mao's China taking after half a decade? Mao talked from the gate of heavenly peace of the revolution. Having been over the horizon for so long, the revolution had taken on the aura of a cosmic event. Now it broke into its component parts like the contents of a suitcase once unpacked. It did not any longer seem a cause. The revolution meant a day of work at the factory bench. It meant studying Mao's thought. It meant a small girl teaching her grandmother the Chinese characters she had just learned at school. It meant a young idealist from Beijing going as a cadre to a village, taking the message of communism to peasants who seemed to him interested only in the weather and their bellies. The revolution was better health, long meetings, dunce caps, closed-up temples, new bridges, ration coupons, Sukarno of Indonesia coming to salute People's China.